One of me misses you. I can't live without you. I know everything. A black tear flowed from Zhou Xingdou's eyes. He gently stroked Luo Hani's jade back to calm her excited emotions, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Luo Hani's emotions fluctuated greatly, and tears kept falling from her beautiful eyes. I am the one who should say sorry. You were so close to me at that time, but I was powerless to save you. I watched you die in front of my eyes. Xingdou, I'm sorry. As he spoke, Luo Hani hugged Zhou Xingdou tightly. Xingdou, can you please not leave me again? I can't lose you anymore. Please stay with me forever, okay? Zhou Xingdou held Luo Hani's tearful face and said firmly. I won't leave, ever again. Wu Fatian couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Master Wei and others didn't say anything, but silently dispersed the allies below. Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani hugged each other for a long time, and only when Luo Hani calmed down a little did they feel willing to separate. It was only then that Zhou Xingdou realized that Tianzhou'er had disappeared, and a sense of loss suddenly arose in his heart. Luo Hani seemed to see Zhou Xingdou's emotions, stroked Zhou Xingdou's cheek and said, Master misses you too, but she is your master and a sword fairy. How can she let go of her pride and express it? Chapter 451, Master is the hardest. Zhou Xingdou smiled lightly, without responding to Luo Hani's words, and gently stroked Luo Hani's hair. Is this period of time hard? Luo Hani shook her head slightly and smiled sweetly. It's not bitter. As long as you come back, nothing will be bitter. Zhou Xingdou discovered from the beginning that Luo Hani's cultivation had reached the third level of quasi-emperor. It took only 20 years for her to reach her current state. Zhou Xingdou understood that she must have suffered a lot, otherwise, with Luo Hani's qualifications, it would be impossible for her to progress so fast. Zhou Xingdou was silent for a long time, not knowing how to answer. He just lowered his head and touched his forehead to his. Thank you for waiting for me. Luo Hani gently stroked Zhou Xingdou's cheek with a smile on her face. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and smiled, deliberately hugging Luo Hani tighter, letting her more beautiful figure press against him. Senior sister has grown up and become more outstanding. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Xingdou felt Luo Hani pinching the soft flesh on his waist. He lowered his eyes and saw that Luo Hani's face was blushing with shame. Afterwards, Luo Hani broke free from Zhou Xingdou's embrace, looking ashamed and angry, but with a twinkling look in her eyes, she said, Go and see the master. As he spoke, Luo Hani's face darkened. Master has suffered the most in these years. It is not an easy task to support a force comparable to immortality, even with the help of Master Wei and others. She also rebelled against Xiantian Dao sect, used the name of her disciple's wife to gather forces from all directions, and shared the title of the Zhou family's mistress with Luo Hani, who was like her disciple and daughter. The burden and pressure from public opinion that Tianzhou'er has shouldered over the years are heavier than anyone could have imagined. Zhou Xingdou did not agree immediately, but joked to Luo Hani. You are so generous, aren't you jealous? It's not that he didn't miss his master Tianzhou'er, but he also needed to consider Luo Hani's feelings. If he threw Luo Hani aside, he would be too sorry for his senior sister who loved him unreservedly. Luo Hani lowered his head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. If it's someone else, I won't be willing to do it, but if it's master then I can. Luo Hani raised his head again and looked at Zhou Xingdou seriously. Master has suffered so much these years. I am willing to serve him. Zhou Xingdou was in a trance when he heard this. You know, Luo Hani used to care about her first position, but now she is willing to be below him. One can imagine the struggle in her heart. This also indirectly reflects that Tianzhou'er has indeed suffered a lot over the years, and even Luo Hani can't stand it. Hey, go ahead. I'll wait for Aunt Ning here. Seeing Zhou Xingdou stunned, Luo Hani pushed Zhou Xingdou with her hand and said. Zhou Xingdou laughed dumbly, picked up Luo Hani's face and kissed her, saying, In my heart, senior sister is not much different from master. Luo Hani showed a look of disdain, waved his hand and said, Go, the old couple's disgusting relationship is not disgusting. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou said no more. He left a message saying wait for me and left quietly like a gust of wind. Luohani's eyes also dropped instantly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The gentle breeze caresses the heaven and earth, and the warm sun shines at this time. When Zhou Xingdou found Tianzhou was staring at the ruins of Xingdou Palace in a daze. Zhou Xingdou's arrival naturally could not be hidden from Tianzhou, but Tianzhou only spoke lightly. Coming. Zhou Xingdou stood beside Tianzhou, who looked like a goddess from the sky, took a deep breath and said nervously, "Here I come." Tianzhou's eyes flickered slightly, but she still looked at the ruins of the Xingdou Palace and said, "You should stay with Han Yi. She has been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Xing looked at Tianzhou's stunning profile and said softly, "Didn't you wait for me?" Tianzhou remained calm. "I just do what I have to do." As he spoke, Tianzhou stroked her sleeves, and the Star Palace in the ruins stood up again, but it was just a form without the magic of the past. Tianzhou walked into the palace silently, and Zhou Xingdou hurriedly followed. Even though the Star Palace is now just its shape and no longer has the power that it once had that was comparable to a magic weapon, it is already a huge palace. Zhou Xingdou followed Tianzhou's footsteps and walked in it. Tianzhou walked barefoot, but her feet, as white as mutton fat, were not stained by a speck of dust. She walked silently and gracefully, and every step was beautiful. But her speed was not fast, not so slow that Zhou Xingdou could easily keep up with her, but not too slow either, and they soon arrived at a secret room deep in the Xingdou Palace. Although Zhou Xingdou is the owner of Xingdou Palace, he seldom came here before and mostly stayed in his bedroom. So even when he returned this time, he did not deliberately go this deep. Tianzhou gently pushed open the door of the secret room, and Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was an ancient stone house, with swords all over the ground and a Taoist platform in the center. Zhou Xingdou's eyelids jumped. Even though the Xingdou Palace was destroyed by him, he had never discovered that the secret room deep inside was so similar to the one in the Chuyuan Palace. But looking at the swords on the ground that had lost their divine light and only their shapes and murderous intent, Zhou Xingdou felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head like a child who had made a mistake and explained, "I broke through in the palace yesterday and absorbed too much energy. The entire Xingdou Palace was drained by me. I didn't know these evil swords were here." Tianzhou glanced at Zhou Xingdou indifferently, but did not say anything. She walked up and sat on the Taoist platform, looking like a god. Zhou Xingdou was not embarrassed and immediately asked, "Have you been living in Xingdou Palace all these years?" Tianzhou sat cross-legged on the Taoist platform, her red lips slightly parted, and the celestial voice lingered in the air. "What else? Live in your harem." Zhou Xingdou blushed, knowing naturally that the harem referred to the Zhuxing Palace, which was the residence of his women. Tianzhou's fairy eyes frowned slightly. "As long as I use your name, I will naturally live in your palace." As she spoke, Tianzhou closed her eyes and said calmly, "Close the door and do what you need to do." Anyone could hear the intention of Tianzhou to expel the guest, but Zhou Xingdou immediately responded, "Okay." But Zhou Xingdou, who responded, stepped into the secret room, closed the door from the inside out, tiptoed to avoid the fierce swords on the ground, fearing that he would crush them, and came to sit down under the platform. Tianzhou's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, but she did not open them. She just opened her red lips and said, "Just do what you're told to do. Why are you sitting here?" Zhou Xingdou looked at Tianzhou in surprise. "What do you mean? You are my first wife, you have used my name and sat in my palace. Now that you have returned, you should serve me, your husband. I am sitting here to wait for Zhou to serve me to sleep." Tianzhou opened her fairy eyes suddenly and looked at Zhou Xingdou with a stare, which made Zhou Xingdou tremble and quickly cover his head. Phew! But then he heard a laugh that sounded like the most beautiful music in the world, which made Zhou Xingdou stunned and lost in thought at that beautiful face for a moment. Chapter 452 Do What You Should Do. I just used a title. Don't think you can just put it on my head. Be honest. As she spoke, Tianzhou lowered her jade hand and rubbed the top of Zhou Xingdou's head. "The fairy touched my head and promised us marriage. Zhou Xingdou leaned against the platform, enjoying the moment, and spoke softly. Tianjor's 9 heavens mysterious ice finally melted, and he said with a smile. You haven't fulfilled the agreement between you and me yet. It's too early to talk about this. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Although I cannot leave the territory now, I have asked Fahai to go outside the territory to find the demon-suppressing jade seal. Master, you can't escape. Tianjor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and sat upright on the platform, lowering his eyes to look at Zhou Xingdou. Are you so confident that he can find it? As she spoke, Tianjor raised the jade hand that was stroking Zhou Xingdou's head. Amidst a stream of light, a small crystal-clear jade seal appeared on her fingertips and was gently played with by her slender jade fingers. Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly shook. Looking at the crystal-clear small jade seal, he immediately understood, stood up suddenly and grabbed the jade seal. But Tianjor would not let Zhou Xingdou get it so easily. In a flash, the crystal-clear jade seal disappeared, and the jade hand was forced away, leaving him empty-handed. This made Zhou Xingdou furious. He never thought that the demon-suppressing jade seal was actually in Tianjor's hands. That meant that Fahai and others would definitely not be able to find the demon-suppressing jade seal on this trip. Fuck! You're cheating! Zhou Xingdou cursed for the first time in a long time, but then he heard a bang. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then heard Tianjor's unhappy voice. Vulgar! Now he has at least 2 systems, ranking 9th in the Dao Realm Emperor and 9th in the Quasi-Emperor Realm. The 5 supreme skills have condensed his own Dao. Even the Emperor can be hurt by his punishment power. He is absolutely invincible under the 6 stars. I didn't expect that today. When I couldn't even touch Tianjor with a finger, I would be hit on the head. Moreover, that supreme mortal body could not even withstand the pain coming from the head. Tianjor's cultivation might even exceed that of the 3 Tribulations Emperor. This almost eliminated Zhou Xingdou's chance to use force, so Zhou Xingdou chose to cover his head and pout indignantly said. You cheated and hit me. We haven't seen each other for 20 years. You were so good when I died. It turns out that what you lose is the most precious. Tianjor smiled slightly. Although I don't know what opportunities you have, but judging from your bone age, it's less than half a year, or even only 1 or 2 months, so don't pretend to be pitiful and lie to me, your master. Zhou Xingdou was not a coward when he was seen through. He just bared his teeth and said. I still can't hide it from you. But you really waited for me for 20 years. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou's expression calmed down again. He sat down beside the platform again and rested his head on Tianjor's cross-legged legs. This time, Tianjor did not resist, but put her hand on Zhou Xingdou's head again and stroked it gently. Are you tired? Have these days been hard? Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned, and his pair of silver-white eyes that could destroy thunder and lightning were filled with mist. It wasn't hard, it wasn't tiring, and it didn't last too long. It is true that he did not encounter any difficulties in the 4 heavenly Holy Land, but since his return, he has been asking others whether they have waited too long and whether it is too hard. Only Tianjor would ask herself whether she is tired or suffering. But Zhou Xingdou sniffed. But I'm scared. I don't know if I can come back alive. I'm trembling in the endless chaos. I'm afraid I'll never see you again, afraid I'll never come back alive. After being shot dead, he didn't know if he could survive, he didn't know that the system would go back through time to save him, and he didn't know if he could return to the original source again. When facing death, no matter how calm he is, he will still be afraid. Because no one would take death lightly, not even Zhou Xingdou, who has died 3 times. Every time he died, he actually didn't know whether he could be resurrected, let alone whether he could be resurrected next time. Everything is subject to accidents, and no one can be absolutely safe. You can cry if you want, but please don't hold my legs. Besides, my clothes are too slippery and not very useful for wiping your nose. Zhou Xingdou was so passionate that he held Tianjor's thighs tightly, so that Tianjor's thighs, which were originally cross-legged, could no longer be crossed and had to hang down. Zhou Xingdou was crying and snotting, and all his snot was on Tianjor's fairy clothes, making Tianjor quite helpless. Zhou Xingdou also completely let himself go, hugged Tianzhuo's thigh, rubbed it hard a few times, rubbed his snot all over Tianzhuo's clothes, and said in great grief, "I like it, is it your business?" If the members of the Zhutian Alliance saw this scene, the image that Zhou Xingdou had just established would immediately collapse. Even the old people around Zhou Xingdou probably couldn't believe that Zhou Xingdou could have such an attitude. Tianzhuo smiled helplessly. Okay. As she spoke, she lifted Zhou Xingdou's chin with her delicate hand, and gently wiped away his snot and tears with her other hand. She also took the opportunity to take back the thigh that had been taken away from her, cut off the fairy shirt that Zhou Xingdou had wiped with snot, put it into her personal space, and then continued. You are now the leader of a force comparable to the immortals, and the only backbone of the Zhou family in Chuyuan. You cannot be in a childish state, do you understand? Zhou Xingdou simply took off the mask and said angrily. It's all a mess. They said I was the great calamity of the beginning of the universe, that the heavens were harming me, that the great forces were striking me. But before Zhou Xingdou could finish his words, he suddenly felt a warm and smooth sensation on his forehead and was stunned. When the warmth disappeared, a lip mark was seen on Zhou Xingdou's forehead. Tianzhuo coughed twice, let go of Zhou Xingdou's face, sat cross-legged on the Taoist platform, and looked straight ahead. There was a rare trace of red on her peerless face. Are you still scared now? Zhou Xingdou swallowed his saliva, carefully touched the moist lip marks on his forehead, and shook his head blankly. No longer afraid. Tianzhuo slowly closed her eyes. Just do what you should do. Your master will stand up for you and protect you. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou seemed to be confused. He nodded and walked out of the secret room. He closed the door of the secret room solemnly and walked out of the Xingdou palace rebuilt by Tianzhuo in a confused state. Zhou Xingdou's breathing was a little rapid and his heartbeat accelerated at this moment. He stood at the door of Xingdou Palace for a long time before he calmed down. But when he came to his senses, Zhou Xingdou's expression changed, and he slapped himself twice, looking annoyed. Damn it! I should have pressed on with my victory. Why did I lose my mind over just one kiss? Ah! A long howl of annoyance echoed throughout the Star Palace. At the same time, in the secret room deep in the Xingdou Palace, Tianzhuo sat on the Taoist platform and smiled slightly. Suddenly, her smile turned the world upside down, and her fairy voice murmured. Sister Ming, don't blame me for being inhuman, just blame your child. Chapter 453 is coming out so soon? Zhou Xingdou was quite helpless about the fact that Tianzhuo had bewitched his mind, but there was nothing he could do. He could also see that Tianzhuo did not want to communicate with him too deeply now. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou touched the lip print on his forehead again, showing a useless smile, took out a piece of white paper from the storage ring, made a complete copy of the lip print, and then kept it in his arms as a treasure. After all, this was the first time that Master kissed him, so it was very memorable and not shameful. Zhou Xingdou thought. He also did not choose to bother Tianzhuo anymore. Sometimes it was enough to stop at the right time. Going too far would not be good for the relationship between him and Tianzhuo. So he tidied up his face and image, restored himself to his former state, and went to look for Luo Hani. At this time, Luo Hani was with Ning Yuze. Ning Yu was once the elder of Zhoushuan Peak of Xiantian Taoist sect. 20 years later, he withdrew from Xiantian Taoist sect together with Tianzhuo, and first served as a law enforcer in Feixianlii Palace. Later, the Feixianlii Palace was integrated into the Zhutian Alliance, and Ning Yu would occasionally hold meetings to formulate systems and regulations for the law enforcement hall. The rest of the time he would practice meditation or follow Tianzhuo to protect Luo Hani. At that time, Ning Yuze was already a half-step supreme being, just one step away from entering the supreme realm. Now 20 years have passed. With the constant supply of resources from the Zhou family treasury and the occasional guidance from Tianzhuo, plus more time for cultivation, although he has never been as abnormal as Luo Hani, he has still achieved the first transformation of the quasi-emperor. But her appearance has not changed at all. After all, with the long lifespan of the quasi-emperor, if Ning Yuze's appearance wants to change again, it would probably take hundreds of years. Ning Yu was still wearing the same green martial arts shirt that could not hide her explosive figure, her short hair made her look heroic, and the seriousness in her brows would not fade away except when she became immortal. Luo Hani was so sensitive to Zhou Xingdou's breath that she naturally discovered Zhou Xingdou first. Her eyes immediately lit up with joy and she threw herself into Zhou Xingdou's arms. But then he calculated the time, and a strange look appeared on Luo Hani's face. "Junior brother, you came out so quickly, is master so powerful?" Zhou Xingdou laughed in silence and tapped Luo Hani's brow. "What are you thinking about?" "I just discussed with my master the crisis that the Star Alliance will face next." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou quickly looked at Ning Yuza. "Aunt Ning, long time no see. I'm sorry to have worried you all these years." Ning Yu's expression softened slightly, and a warm smile appeared on her serious face as she said, "It's good that you're back. Now you've all surpassed Aunt Ning and me. We're really old." As Ning Yu spoke, she looked a little disappointed. It seemed that the feeling of being surpassed by the younger generations was not very pleasant, but she was more relieved. Luo Hani no longer needs her protection, and Zhou Xingdou's strength has far surpassed hers. She can't even see through him now. There are some things in this world that she can't understand. Just like she still doesn't know how she managed to become a quasi-emperor in 20 years. Luo Hani hurriedly said, "Aunt Ning is not old. Aunt Ning is so beautiful and has a better figure than me." Speaking of figure, Zhou Xingdou nodded in agreement. Ning Yu's face was just a little mature, not old, and his figure was extremely explosive. Even though Zhou Xingdou knew many people, Ning Yu's figure was among the top 5 among them. Zhou Xingdou didn't expect him to nod in agreement, which made Luo Hani feel a little jealous. The soft flesh on his waist immediately began to bear Luo Hani's fierce pinching again, and that force was probably enough to crush the supreme weapon. Fortunately, Zhou Xingdou now controls everything. Although all his Yuanshan particles have disappeared, his body has become stronger and he doesn't feel any pain at all. Zhou Xingdou's nod not only made Luo Hani feel jealous, but also made Ning Yuza blush slightly. She said awkwardly, "You two young couple haven't seen each other for many years, so Aunt Ning won't be annoying here." Faced with the affectionate young couple, Ning Yuza naturally felt a little uncomfortable with this unopened jar of aged wine, and he wanted to escape quickly after saying that. Unexpectedly, Luo Hani pushed Zhou Xingdou, broke free from his embrace and pulled Ning Yuza back. "Aunt Ning, how could we dislike you? You can accompany Han Yi to listen to what happened to junior brother in the past 20 years and how he came back." Zhou Xingdou also tried to persuade him to stay. "Yes, Aunt Ning, it's a good thing that you know this. You can help me explain it to others in the future." Ning Yu couldn't resist Luo Hani's nagging. After all, to Luo Hani, she was more like a parent than Tianzhou, and what she couldn't resist the most was Luo Hani's requests. Since Zhou Xingdou also spoke, she had no choice but to stay and listen. And in fact, she is not as fairy-like as Tianzhou. She is just a little more straightforward, but still curious. She is also curious about what Zhou Xingdou has experienced over the years. The three of them randomly found a pavilion in the center of the Star Alliance. This was the ruins of the Zhou family, and there were many palaces and pavilions here, and pavilions could be seen everywhere. Zhou Xingdou did not hide anything from Luo Hani and Ning Yu's curiosity. After all, he even dared to tell Tianjizi, so how could he hide it from his closest relatives? However, in the course of the story, he deliberately concealed the existence of the system. Firstly, they might not understand even if he told them, and secondly, it was better to keep the matter of the system secret for the time being. Afterwards, Zhou Xingdou, under the watchful eyes of Yifu and Yu, recounted his return to the past and the events of the Four Heavenly Holy Land. In fact, what needs to be said is not long. After all, Zhou Xingdou only stayed in the 4 days Holy Land for about 2 months in total. And the system had to be hidden, so all these things were explained clearly in less than an hour. Ning Yu was fascinated by what he heard and kept saying, "Incredible, incredible." Luo Hani's expression was slightly cold. "You're such a philanderer, even going back to the past." Zhou Xingdou did not hide the matter of the Queen of Desolate Sky, which could be regarded as giving Luo Hani a shot of prevention in advance. Zhou Xingdou also had no choice but to hug Luo Hani into his arms, and after a round of sweet talk, Luo Hani's expression brightened up. Ning Yu's focus was naturally different from Luo Hani's. It has only been 2 months since you were there, which means that in 2 months, you have cultivated from non-cultivation to a realm comparable to the 6th transformation of the Quasi-Emperor. Now, after returning, you have cultivated to the 9th level of the Dao realm in 1 day and 1 night, and rebuilt the Chuyuan system to become the 9th transformation of the Quasi-Emperor. Zhou Xingdou nodded and said, "That's right." Ning Yu suddenly sighed. It seems that Zhuangzi made the wrong choice after all. Zhou Xingdou was a little curious and asked Ning Yuza, "And Ning, why are you willing to quit Xiantian Dao sect and join the Thunder Penalty Palace, which is not even a small force, with Master and Senior Sister?" Zhou Xingdou was actually a little surprised by Ning Yuza's behavior. Ning Yuza was a person who would rather break than bend. Even if Tianjior and Luo Hani withdrew from Xiantian Taoist sect, if nothing happened in Xiantian Taoist sect that touched Ning Yuza's bottom line, she probably would not withdraw from Xiantian Taoist sect. Chapter 454 Cousin? Ning Yu tilted her head slightly upon hearing this, and looked at Zhou Xingdou in a strange way. "You don't know yet." Even Luo Hani looked at Zhou Xingdou strangely and said, "You are being heartless. Aunt Ning is still here because of you, me, and Master. If she stayed in Xiantian Dao sect, she would have been a peak master." Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized. It was I who underestimated Aunt Ning. "Please don't blame me, Aunt Ning." Ning Yu smiled and shook her head. "It's not as exaggerated as Hani said. I watched you grow up. If Zhuangzi becomes a different person, I will be disillusioned with Xiantian Dao sect and have no feelings for the family. Naturally, I will follow you." After they chatted for several hours, the sun set and it was getting dark. Ning Yu felt that she should not disturb the young couple's reunion after a long separation, so she said she had something to do and left alone. After Ning Yuza left, Zhou Xingdou consciously picked up Luo Hani and walked towards the Zhuxing Palace. Luo Hani shyly buried herself in Zhou Xingdou's arms without resisting at all. After a long drought, rain finally comes. If I can speak, it is about this battle, which caused the sky to darken and the sun and moon to turn upside down. It was not until noon that Zhou Xingdou managed to escape. The reason he was able to escape was because Zhou Xingdou really had something important to do today, otherwise Luo Hani would not let Zhou Xingdou get out of bed even if he put the sword on his neck. Yuan Tian had already prepared the carriage, but was rejected by Zhou Xingdou. For Zhou Xingdou now, he no longer needs a chariot to show his nobility. The speed of the chariot is not as fast as that of the 2 realms. Zhou Xingdou was unwilling, so Yuan Tian naturally had nothing to insist on, but he still asked, "Master, which family shall we visit first?" This is exactly why Zhou Xingdou withdrew from the land of gentleness. Today he went to ask for some help for the Xingtian alliance. The Shadow Secret Patriarch and the Masters of the Shadow Secret Holy Hall estimated that since they had just entered the Taiyidao realm and had just started to work, there would not be much useful information in the short term. This is also inevitable. If the Shadow Secret Holy Hall had figured out the deployment plan in a short period of time, Tianji Ancient Pavilion and Tianjizi would not have made Zhou Xingdou so wary. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flickered as he uttered 3 words. Pluto's Palace. When the accident happened, he heard the voice of Pluto and was almost certain that Pluto was his uncle. Moreover, the palace of Pluto is located in the Taichu Dao realm. It is the immortal force closest to the Xingtian alliance except for the Xiantian Dao sect. Now that we know that Zhuangzi is Tianjizi's younger brother, the Xiantian Dao sect must be on guard, and the Pluto Palace is the best choice. Even if the Pluto Palace is unable to help, as long as the Xiantian Dao sect is restrained, a lot of pressure can be reduced for the Xingtian alliance, so the Pluto Palace itself must go. And I should also visit this uncle who was both familiar and unfamiliar to me first. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou grabbed Yuan Tian's shoulders and the 2 worlds boundary was activated instantly. Tianmingshao is where the Pluto Palace is located, and the Pluto Palace is just as its name suggests, a group of ingeniously connected palaces. Tianming province is extremely desolate. Because the Pluto Palace is hidden from the world, there are almost no towns in Tianming province even now. The entire province is deserted, yet full of spiritual energy. The Pluto Palace, which once destroyed Buddhism, is almost unmatched in its reputation for killing in the Chuyuan Realm. Naturally, it is impossible for anyone to covet the precious land and seize its territory. This is no different from an old man hanging himself. Yuan Tian looked at the dark world and shuddered. Hiss, is this the palace of Pluto? The ancient and dark palaces are arranged in a circle, as if forming a skyscraper array based on it, surrounding the entire Pluto Palace. When people get a little closer, they can feel the breath of purgatory. Even though Zhou Xingdou had a mind that could reach the sky, he was unable to observe the internal environment of the Pluto Palace through the formation. Even if you stand next to the Palace of Pluto, you can't hear any sound. Everything is silent, so quiet that it's a little creepy. Just when Zhou Xingdou was about to ask Yuan Tian to knock on the door, the Mingtian formation in front of them suddenly opened, and two figures slowly walked out of it with the sound of golden swords. The two figures, one old and one young, the old one had white hair like silver threads and looked a little old, but his figure under the black robe was extremely tall and straight, and his aura was mysterious and majestic. The younger one was a young man with a cold and ordinary look, the kind that you wouldn't even be able to find in a crowd. He was wearing exquisite green armor, and the sound of the golden sword was made by the armor when he walked. Zhou Xingdou recognized these two people. When he was crowned as the Taoist, Hades brought these two people with him. The older one was the second in command of Hades' palace, the protector of the underworld. The young man was the prince of the god of the underworld, Ming Zhouyao. He had fought with me on that day, but he held back a lot and did not display his true strength. Zhou Xingdou subconsciously tried to check the cultivation levels of the two, but he didn't expect that even though he had reached the peak of the quasi-emperor today and his Tao realm had reached the 9th level, he still couldn't see through the cultivation level of the Dark Protector. However, he did see clearly the cultivation level of the underworld Prince Ming Zhouyao, who was a perfect quasi-emperor. The Dark Guardian seemed to have noticed Zhou Xingdou's little move and grinned. "Boy, stop investigating. Among your men, only Tianyin has the strength to fight with me." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Tianyin was an emperor who had survived the threefold calamity. It seemed that this dark protector was probably at the same level as Tianyin, and he dared to call Tianyin a kid, so his strength must be even higher than his. However, Zhou Xingdou was not rude and bowed to the dark protector. "Meet the guardian of the underworld." The dark guardian stroked his beard. "Logically speaking, you are now the leader of the Star Alliance, your status is higher than mine, and you are the son of the Zhou family. I should not accept your gift." After Zhou Xingdou finished his ceremony, the Dark Protector continued. "But speaking of seniority, I am your elder, so I deserve your courtesy." Zhou Xingdou naturally understood this. If Hades was not his uncle, he would not have been able to salute the protector of the underworld, even though he was the second in command of the palace of Hades and had the cultivation level of a Three Tribulations emperor. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Ming Zhouyao at this time and said with a smile, "Brother Zhouyao, long time no see. Thank you for helping me that day." He could see that Ming Zhouyao did not reach the quasi-emperor perfection in a short period of time. Ming Zhouyao's realm was extremely solid. He did not improve to his current realm within the 20 years since he disappeared, but he had been in the quasi-emperor realm for a very long time. Zhou Xingdou even suspected that Ming Zhouyao had reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor 20 years ago, but he used secret techniques to pretend to be in the Holy Realm at that time. Now that he knew that Pluto was his uncle, Ming Zhouyao's strange behavior at that time was easy to understand. It was nothing more than an attempt to build momentum for himself. Ming Zhouyao tilted his head slightly and stared at Zhou Xingdou for a while, and a somewhat inconsistent and warm expression appeared on his extremely cold face. "We are all brothers, no need to thank us." How could Zhou Xingdou not understand after hearing this? Ming Zhouyao might be his uncle's son. This made him raise his eyebrows and ask, "Cousin?" Chapter 455, Wrestling. Ming Zhouyao did not correct Zhou Xingdou's way of addressing him, but nodded slowly to show his agreement. This was the first time Zhou Xingdou knew that he had relatives of the same generation. He immediately felt a strange sense of closeness to Ming Zhouyao. He moved to his cousin's side and asked contentedly, "Who is the Dark Guardian?" Ming Zhouyao's eyes flickered, and he thought of an extremely indirect explanation. You can think of him as my Uncle Qinat. It is obvious that Ming Jiuyao knows a lot about Zhou Xingdou and the Zhou family. But it is normal. After all, they are all relatives, and only Zhou Xingdou himself has been kept in the dark. With such an easy-to-understand explanation, Zhou Xingdou naturally understood the general relationship of the protector of the underworld. But unexpectedly, the Dark Guardian waved his hands again and again. No, Qin Ming has already gone against the grain. Unlike me, I am still wasting time in the Emperor realm. However, the corner of the Dark Protector's mouth still raised a smile, as if Ming Jiuyao regarded him as Zhou Xingdou's Uncle Qin, which made him very happy. Zhou Xingdou slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Although he did not understand the meaning of going against the innate, he also knew that this was probably what it meant to be above the Emperor realm. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Ming would actually surpass the Emperor. After all, when Qin Ming was still alive, everyone called him Emperor Qin and Emperor Unmoved Ming. This made Zhou Xingdou always think that Qin Ming should be a powerful emperor. Now, judging from the words of Protector Ming, he still underestimated Qin Ming. It's no wonder that Qin Mingguang relied on one incarnation to protect himself and fought throughout the Taisher Dao realm. I'm afraid the strength of his incarnation is comparable to that of the Emperor. Go to the hall first. Father is waiting for you. Ming Jiuyao interrupted Zhou Xingdou's thoughts, then patted Zhou Xingdou's shoulder affectionately and pulled Zhou Xingdou into the Palace of Pluto. The Palace of Pluto is even more gloomy than the outside world. As soon as you step in, you can feel the breath of countless blood and energy bursting out. Long dragons of blood and energy are flying between the palaces, and waves of air are constantly bursting out between the palaces. Ming Jiuyao explained to Zhou Xingdou at this moment. The monks of the Pluto Palace cultivate their qi and blood, so they need to train their bodies almost every day, which is why the palace is a bit chaotic. Zhou Xingdou also nodded in understanding. This was also expected. After all, when he fought with Ming Jiuyao, he knew that the Palace of Pluto should be an immortal force that mainly cultivated qi and blood. It's a pity that Tian Zhor got away with it, otherwise Hades would have snatched you away to Hades' palace. The Dark Guardian sighed, and then looked at Zhou Xingdou's precious body. But it's not a pity. With your physique, I'm afraid only Jiuyao can rival you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou looked at his cheap cousin with a little surprise. You know, he cultivated the Divine Elephant prison suppressing power, and although it has been integrated into the Punishment Sutra now, it has only become stronger. Along the way, there was no one who could compete with him in physique, let alone those of the same realm. Now, after hearing the protector of the underworld say that Zhou Yao's physique could compete with his, how could he not be curious? Ming Jiuyao shook his head and said, When I was in the Saint realm, my physique was not as good as Xingdou's. Although my Minghun Tianti has been fully developed and my physique is the same as Xingdou's, I still have the advantage of my age. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flickered at this time, and he said to Ming Jiuyao with some intention. Try. When meeting someone with a physique comparable to his own, how could Zhou Xingdou not want to try his skills, even if the person opposite was his cousin? Ming Jiuyao smiled slightly on his ordinary face, and did not reject Zhou Xingdou's request. He raised his hand and said, Just stop there. Don't keep your uncle waiting too long. Zhou Xingdou also understood that since they were all family, they naturally couldn't play a life-and-death battle, so he raised his hand and placed it on Ming Jiuyao's hand. Then let's stop here. Before he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound. Buzz. Where Zhou Xingdou and Ming Jiuyao joined hands, ripples arose. Those were force waves formed by the extremely terrifying confrontation of forces. The Dark Protector looked at the place where the two men were joining hands with a burning gaze. He did not expect that Zhou Xingdou was actually on par with Ming Jiuyao in terms of power control. The collision of power contained in the place where the two palms were placed was enough to overturn the heaven and earth, but under the exquisite control of the two, the power of the confrontation was hidden in the void of space, allowing the two to exert their full strength without damaging the space of Pluto's palace. Zhou Xingdou was also secretly shocked at this moment. The power in his palms was constantly increasing. At this moment, he had mobilized 80% of his body's energy, blood and spiritual power,
but Ming Jiuyao remained motionless and his expression was still calm.
Cousin, be careful.
Zhou Xingdou gave a reminder, and the power of Tao and the power of the Emperor were activated together, moving the energy and blood around the body to his palms, and in an instant he exerted 12% of his strength. Ming Jiuyao's expression also froze at this moment, and his palm, which was as steady as a rock, trembled slightly, but his eyes became brighter, his breath sank, and he stabilized his palm again.
Boom!
But at this moment, the two could no longer control the release of their power. The space between their hands exploded, the heaven and earth shook, and the terrifying power collided to the extreme, forming a vortex between the two that crushed everything.
Stop it! Call!
A breeze blew slowly, smoothing out all the abnormal movements and silently wiping out the fierce power of Zhou Xingdou and Ming Jiuyao. Zhou Xingdou and Ming Jiuyao also retracted their hands at the same time. Zhou Xingdou was slightly surprised.
In fact, he didn't believe that Ming Jiuyao's physique could match his own.
But just now he exerted his strength at the 12th level, almost using all his strength, but Ming Jiuyao was only shaken a little and quickly stabilized again.
This proved that Ming Jiuyao's strength was definitely not weaker than his own, and was even a little stronger than his own. But compared to Zhou Xingdou, Ming Jiuyao was more shocked. What a pervert!
Ming Jiuyao, who was wrestling with Zhou Xingdou, felt the horror of him more clearly. He had unparalleled power and lasting strength. Although he had secured a point, his strength was definitely not as sustained as Zhou Xingdou's.
It was fine for a short period of time, but if it continued for a long time, he would surely be defeated due to exhaustion. Bang!
Ming Jiuyao, who was just recovering his strength, suddenly felt a huge force coming from above his head. Then his body fell down like a kite with a broken string, turning into a meteor and smashing into the palace complex, splashing up clouds of dust. Zhou Xingdou widened his eyes, looking at Ming Jiuyao, who was knocked away in disbelief, and his body involuntarily froze in place. At this moment, an extremely heroic figure suddenly appeared where Ming Jiuyao was originally. This figure was tall and mighty, like an unshakable mountain. He was wearing a thick and heavy blue-black armor, as if it had merged with the darkness. The armor was shining with a cold light, revealing a sense of indestructible power.
What's even more frightening is that the aura emanating from this man is mysterious and extremely powerful.
His energy and blood were like a blazing sun, so hot that people could not look directly at it. At the same time, it was accompanied by bursts of low humming sounds, as if the entire space was shaking. What was most striking was his eyes, which looked like black holes from the depths of purgatory, deep and terrifying. Endless blue-black divine flames rolled and surged in his eyes, as if they would erupt at any time and devour everything. The moment he appeared, he brought with him an unparalleled murderous aura, as if he was going to destroy everything in the world. This aura is so powerful that ordinary people would feel fear and tremble all over just by taking a glance at it.
I asked you to pick up your brother, and you still bullied him. Chapter 456: The Iron Law of the World. The visitor is the master of Pluto's palace, Pluto.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the figure that was unrivaled in the world, with a complex look in his eyes.
After thinking for a while, he finally called out, "Uncle."
It's no wonder that Zhou Xingdou hesitated. He and Ming Jiuyao became so familiar with each other so quickly because they were of the same generation. In the past, Ming Jiuyao had kindly suppressed his power to build momentum for himself regardless of whether Zhou Xingdou needed it or not. But as for this uncle, Zhou Xingdou's memory of him is except for the time when Xiantian Dao Sec was crowned and the extremely vague memory of his birth.
To be honest, the two of them are no different from strangers.
When Zhou Xingdou called him uncle, Pluto's expression changed slightly, and his aura suddenly subsided. His deep and terrifying black pupils revealed a bit of warmth at this moment.
It's good to be back.
The suffocating breath of Hades was gone, allowing Yuan Tian to take a breath, and he also hurriedly greeted.
Meet Hades.
At this time, the protector of the underworld also picked up the fallen Ming Jiuyao. He did it with skillful movements and a calm expression, as if he was accustomed to this situation. When a father hits his son, he is naturally careful. Ming Jiuyao was not seriously injured, but was a little dazed. Now that he has come to his senses, his face is red and his expression is no longer stern.
Old man, are you sick? Did I provoke you? How could Ming Jiuyao not be angry after being knocked down in front of his cousin whom he had just gotten to know? He just felt extremely embarrassed. He also said that he bullied Zhou Xingdou. It was obviously Zhou Xingdou who wanted to try, so how could he blame himself? Hades was not at all indulgent towards his own son. He looked at Ming Jiuyao with cold eyes. "Shut up, you are so disrespectful. If you keep talking nonsense, I will put you in hell to reflect on your actions."
Ming Jiuyao was naturally unconvinced, but when he heard the word hell, he couldn't help but shudder and shut his mouth.
Hades did not say anything else.
With a wave of his hand, Zhou Xingdou found that the space around him had changed. Before him appeared a land of green mountains and clear waters that was completely different from the Hades temple. Before Zhou Xingdou could ask any questions, Ming Jiuyao had already explained to his cousin. "The old man's cave magic weapon, we are actually still in the Pluto Palace."
Zhou Xingdou nodded in understanding. "I see."
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou also began to look around the world he was in.
Green mountains and green waters, birds flying, white deer grazing, the scene is full of vitality.
Pluto also looked at the green mountains in the distance and said slowly,
"I didn't expect you to come back so late."
After saying this, Hades sat down on the ground beside the stream, scooped up some water from the stream with his hand and drank it. Zhou Xingdou had 1,000 questions in his mind, but he was not anxious. Instead, he sat on the ground like Pluto and asked this familiar yet unfamiliar uncle.
"Uncle knows that I'm not dead." Pluto nodded. "When your body disappeared, I knew you were fine."
As he spoke, Pluto looked at Zhou Xingdou and said with a gentle smile, "I also roughly know why you are here today."
Zhou Xingdou tilted his head slightly and looked at Pluto curiously. It would be fine if Pluto knew that he was not dead, but how could he know why he came today? Few people knew about his conversation with Tianjizi.
The fact that Tianjizi led a large force to attack Xingtian Alliance was now only known by the 8 great ancestors and Zhou Xingdou's confidants.
How did Pluto know about it? Pluto looked at the stream and said, "Tianjizi should not be underestimated.
You should already know his true identity."
Zhou Xingdou nodded.
"The incarnation of the Chuyuan Heavenly Tao, or he is the Heavenly Tao himself."
Thump.
When Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Pluto was about to scoop up some stream water to drink, but Ming Jiuyao had already taken off his armor and jumped into the stream, splashing countless water.
"Drink my bath water, old man." Ming Jiuyao looked at his father and laughed.
Pluto's face turned pale, and the originally slowly flowing stream suddenly became turbulent. Even Zhou Xingdou was frightened by the force of the rush.
"Wow! Gulu, gurgle, old thing."
Ming Jiuyao was thrown into the torrent by the stream, and in the blink of an eye he was washed away along the stream and disappeared.
Such a scene of loving father and filial son made Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitch.
He felt that the reason why Pluto didn't say a word in Xiantian Taoist sect was that he was afraid that Ming Jiuyao would go crazy. Pluto wiped the splashed stream water off his face and continued as if the scene just now had never happened. "That's right, but in fact, the Heavenly Tao is not that powerful.
It's just very troublesome and tricky. Do you understand what I mean?"
Zhou Xingdou controlled the twitching corners of his mouth and asked patiently, "Uncle, please tell me clearly."
Pluto nodded and continued. "The strength of the Heavenly Tao is related to the level of the world.
The entire world of the heavens is divided into 8 levels, and is also divided into star levels, from 1 to 8 stars."
Zhou Xingdou naturally knew this.
The system divided the world into star levels, so he nodded in understanding. It was impossible for Hades to hide anything from his nephew, so he continued. "There is only one 8-star world in the entire universe, so the 7-star world is actually the peak, and Chuyuan is a 7-star world, and it is the best among them. For example, a 6-star world can only accommodate beings at the peak level of the Great Emperor. If there are beings above the peak level of the Great Emperor, they will be excluded by the world. If they are too powerful, they may even cause the world to collapse. Moreover, if the cultivators in the 6-star world cannot leave the world, then it is impossible for them to break through to a more powerful realm. Although the 7-star world is much more powerful than the 6-star world, it has the same drawback as the 6-star world. which is that it is impossible for a strong person who surpasses the great emperor to be born in the world. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly when he heard this. If the 6-star world doesn't work, why can't the 7-star world work either?
Pluto said calmly. This is an iron law. I can't explain it either. I can only say that going against the innate is too abnormal and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth.
Therefore, apart from the 8-star world, as long as it is within the world will and the way of heaven will not allow such existence to appear. The reason why I say that Tianjizi is difficult is because the 7-star world does not tolerate those who are strong enough to defy the innate level. The heavenly Tao of the 7-star world can expel all beings above the great emperor from the world with just a thought, but the heavenly Tao possesses a power comparable to that of this realm, which is why the heavenly Tao is difficult to deal with. If you are stronger than him, he can expel you. If you are weaker than him, you can only let him rub you. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows were wrinkled into the shape of a Sichuan character.
This is too shameless. The great emperor is equivalent to the 6-star realm, and the rebellious innate is the 7-star realm.
Tianjizi can exert the strength of the peak of 7 stars, and at the same time has the means to expel all 7-star existences in the world.
If he is not invincible in Chuyuan, what is he? Pluto shook his head inside. What do you think? Without this trick, wouldn't heaven be at the mercy of others? Zhou Xingdou now rubbed his head with a headache. But now the matter is done. Tianjizi has already said that he will attack me with all his might in a month. Is it possible that I can only run away? Chapter 457. Uncle will carry it for you. Pluto did not deny Zhou Xingdou's statement. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with the heavenly Tao of the 7-star world is to run away. Pluto sighed and continued. So, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get rid of the harm for you in advance. Moreover, even if we really talk about strength, Tianjior and I are both weaker than Tianjizi. If we were in the Chuyuan, we couldn't hurt him even if we joined forces. The water was flowing like a stream. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but remain silent. After all, he had underestimated Tianjizi. He thought that with Tianjier around and Pluto as his uncle, Tianjizi might not be a threat. But now he knows that Tianjizi has means to expel the emperor, and his own strength is even greater than Tianjior and Hades. And in Chuyuan, as the way of heaven, even Tianjior and Hades cannot hurt him together. To be honest, such an almost invincible opponent is a bit scary. What's more, he is not alone, he has his own immortal force, maybe even more than one immortal force. Whether in terms of power or top combat capability, he seems unable to match Tianjizi. Under such circumstances, the chances of Xingtian alliance winning are almost slim. What's more, it seems a bit ridiculous to deal with the heavenly Tao of the Chuyuan world in the Chuyuan world. There is no doubt that Pluto's words dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Xingdou's confidence. The great power of the stars in the sky that my father left me should have been able to be activated 3 times, but if I unleash it once, with the help of my master, I might be able to send the incarnation of the heavenly Tao to nirvana. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flickered continuously, and he said in a deep voice. As long as Tianjizi dies, even the heavenly Tao will be greatly damaged and will not be able to move freely in a short period of time. There is no need to explain how powerful the power of the stars in the sky is. At the beginning, Tianjizi chased him to the Wuhuan world to kill him, and he was only one step weaker than him by fully reviving the power of the stars in the sky. Such a powerful force naturally cannot be inexhaustible. As Zhou Xingdou's cultivation level becomes higher and higher, he can more clearly sense the power of the stars in his body. According to his calculations, if he wanted to revive the power of the stars in the sky like he did when he fought against Tianjizi, he would need to revive it 3 more times at most. However, even with his cultivation at the peak of quasi-emperor level and the 9th level of Tao realm, coupled with his strong physique, even if he were to fully recover, the damage would probably be great, but he should not die from being unable to withstand the force. In terms of fully reviving the great power of the stars in the sky, he is only slightly weaker than Tianjizi. However, if he could unleash all the great power of the stars in the sky, exchanging 3 revivals for 1 burnout, he might be able to cause Tianjizi to enter nirvana. As the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Tianjizi is the autonomous consciousness of the heavenly Tao.
If the heavenly Tao has no autonomous consciousness, it would be an absolutely ruthless machine. Before Tianjizi regains his self-consciousness, he will no longer be a threat to himself and the Xingtian alliance. But Zhou Xingdou didn't know whether he would die from unleashing the full power of the stars in the sky. But if it really came to a certain point, he would have no choice but to fight for his chance of survival. Moreover, his real cultivation level was only at the quasi-emperor level. Even if Tianjizi expelled any existence above the emperor, it would not have any effect on him. Bang! When Zhou Xingdou was feeling heavy-hearted, he suddenly felt a pat on his head. The force was not strong. A large and warm hand rubbed his head. Then he heard the voice of Hades again. "You bastard, we old ones are still alive, how can we let the younger generation fight first?" Zhou Xingdou was a little uncomfortable with Pluto's sudden intimacy, but the warmth coming from above his head made him feel a little more at ease. But being at peace doesn't mean there are no problems, so Zhou Xingdou asked in confusion. "But as you said, you may be expelled before you even take action." Pluto showed a somewhat confident smile. "I have my own methods. Your focus at that time will be on Tianxin." Tianxin. Pluto nodded. "Yes, I have calculated that the time when Tianjizi chooses to strike you with great force is exactly when Tianxin descends, and then Tianxin will descend into the Tianxin domain. If you want to reach the peak of the quasi-emperor realm by using Tianxin to become an emperor, you must enter the Tianxin realm and isolate yourself from the world. Only when Tianxin belongs to Dingding will the Tianxin realm disappear." Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a chill at this moment. No wonder he made a promise to attack me in a month. If I go to seize Tianxin by then, he will destroy Xingtian League. If I don't, it will suit his wishes. In the absence of a quasi-emperor like himself who could unleash an unstable force with power beyond that of the emperor, and in the absence of Tianjizi's ability to exile the existence of the emperor, it was almost inevitable that Tianjizi would destroy the Xingtian alliance. If he did not try to seize Tianxin, it would be exactly what Tianjizi wanted. In a sense, Tianxin was a part of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Tianxin suppressed an era. If he obtained Tianxin, he would have the capital to fight against the heavenly Tao, or at least he would not be controlled by the heavenly Tao. For example, if Tianjizi uses a method higher than the heavenly Tao to expel the great emperor, if Zhou Xingdou controls Tianxin and becomes the emperor, he can prevent Tianjizi from launching such a method and make Tianjizi fail. Therefore, if one wants to truly settle accounts with the heavenly Tao, one must possess the heavenly heart, or achieve a strength that completely surpasses the seven-star world, otherwise it is almost impossible. What's more, the system has expressed more than once, explicitly and implicitly, that Tianxin is extremely necessary for both the system and Zhou Xingdou. So it is natural that Tianxin Zhou Xingdou would not give up. But if he seizes Tianxin, the Xingtian alliance will surely be destroyed, and most of his trusted subordinates, even relatives and friends, will probably die at the hands of Tianjizi. By then, even if I become an emperor with Tianxin, my state of mind will be shaken." This made Zhou Xingdou's face look a little gloomy. "What a good trick! Don't worry about fighting for Tianxin then. Your cousin will also step into Tianxin's territory to help you fight for it. As for the rest..." The look in Hades' eyes suddenly became deep and terrifying again. "Uncle will carry it for you." "Uncle!" Zhou Xingdou called out to Pluto sincerely. At this moment, he really felt the feeling of family, but he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Tianjizi is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Fighting against him is no less than fighting against a world. His uncle also said that he is not as strong as Tianjizi. Even if Pluto has the means to avoid being exiled, can he really resist Tianjizi? Moreover, Zhou Xingdou does not think that Tianjizi himself is the only emperor above him in Tianjizi's camp. At this moment, Ming Jiuyao had already escaped from the stream and returned to the shore. Ming Jiuyao seemed to know what his father and cousin had just talked about. He also saw Zhou Xingdou's worry and wiped the water off his face. "Don't worry about this old man. He has already reached the Daluotian realm. It's not that easy for him to die." Zhou Xingdou found it a little funny to see his cheap cousin looking like a drowned rat, but he was still a little confused about his words. Daluo Heaven Realm. Chapter 458, The Realm Above the Great Emperor.
Zhou Xingdou had never heard of the term Daluo Heaven Realm before.
Although he could guess that this was a realm above the great emperor, he only knew the fact but not the reason.
In response to Zhou Xingdou's doubts, Ming Zhuoyao looked at Pluto, as if to say, "This old man knows more than me." Hades glared at Ming Zhuoyao, but he did not hide his secrets.
The end of all the heavenly systems is the peak of acquired creatures.
If you want to go further, you can only go back to the innate state and become an innate god or devil before you can go further.
At this point, Hades looked at the underworld guardian who had remained silent behind him. The Three Tribulations Emperor is the pinnacle of the Chuyuan system, and is also the pinnacle of acquired creatures in the heavens.
If you want a breakthrough, you must transform yourself into an innate god or demon.
All the heavens and worlds call this state rebellion against the innate, and it is also respectfully called Daluo in god and demon. Those who have returned to their original nature have already transcended the constraints of a single world and can freely roam in the vast and boundless chaotic realm.
They can easily cross many different interfaces, as if they are not restricted by anything. Moreover, once you step into this realm, it means you have gained immortality.
Even if you are destroyed by a more powerful existence, as long as there are people in the heavens who know of your existence and call your real name, you can be resurrected.
Even if your real name is destroyed, you can gather dust and come back again after billions of years. It can be said to be immortal and eternal.
Zhou Xingdou was shocked when he heard this. He had never thought that above the great emperor, there would be such a state, immortal, eternal and free. When these two words are put together, one can imagine how powerful the state is. Even if you are wiped out, as long as someone chants your true name and knows of your existence, you can be resurrected. Even if your traces and true name are erased, you can still gather together as dust and return after billions of years.
This is far beyond Zhou Xingdou's previous understanding of immortality.
Pluto's words did not stop because of Zhou Xingdou's shock.
To become an innate being means that they have already made their first steps onto the ladder to the pinnacle of the heavens.
At this point, their essence has undergone earth-shaking changes, and is completely different from acquired beings. Even if one is extremely talented and brilliant, as long as he has not reached the level of Daluo, he can only compete with him and will never be able to truly defeat him.
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Unable to cross the border. Pluto nodded and said, "It can be countered, but it cannot be defeated."
No matter how powerful the Three Tribulations Emperor is, no matter how powerful his methods are, he can never defeat Daluo. This is not a simple realm of heaven in the Chuyuan system, it is a realm that cannot be constantly jumped.
For example, the great power of the stars in the sky that you revived is the supreme power of Daluo left by Brother Qingdi, but it still cannot completely defeat Tianjizi. Even if Tianjizi walks out of the Chuyuan world, you will not be his opponent. Zhou Xingdou was silent. It was indeed so. When he had fully revived the power of the stars in the sky, he could clearly feel that his strength was stronger than Tianjizi, but he was still unable to defeat Tianjizi. Until he could no longer bear the power, his true spirit almost collapsed. However, the realm of Daluo also has different levels. It can be divided into the Daluo Xian realm and the more profound Daluo Tian realm. Those who have reached the Daluo Tian realm have left their traces like stars all over the heavens and the myriad worlds. Even if it was suppressed by strong people of the same realm or even more powerful enemies, and experienced annihilation from the Great Way, all its existence and traces in the heavens and all realms would be wiped out. But as long as there is even a tiny trace similar to him in the vast realm of the heavens, the Daluo Heaven realm will be able to return from nirvana and be reborn. This is what it means to be truly immortal and indestructible.
After saying this, Hades looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was already stunned at this moment. The horror of the Daluo realm made him yearn for it.
What are the similar traces to his? Pluto blinked and said with a half-smile. It's that this person looks a bit like you.
If someone accidentally writes or reads your name, even if the original intention has nothing to do with you, or even if they just imagine a figure similar to you in their mind, you can be reborn into nirvana.
Fear.
Only then did Zhou Xingdou understand how terrifying the Daluo Tianjing was.
This kind of existence was almost impossible to be completely killed, and as long as you couldn't kill him, you would have to be on guard against his return for revenge every day. Ming Zhuoyao also interrupted at the right time. So you don't need to worry about this old man. What's more, my grandfather, your grandpa, still has his incarnation in his hands. Even if the Supreme Being wants to completely erase all traces of him through cause and effect, he must first get past my grandfather. Zhou Xingdou nodded secretly. Yes. One Daluo is not scary. What is scary is a Daluo like Hades who has a tyrannical elder. Even if other Daluo who know of the existence of Hades are unwilling to provoke the powerful existence that wipes out Hades, and do not participate in the cause and effect to resurrect Hades, but as the father of the family, it is impossible for him to do so. And thinking of the grandfather who wiped out Tianjizi with ease, Zhou Xingdou didn't think that Tianjizi could overcome this mountain. Even if they were both at the peak of the 7-star level of Daluo Tianjing, even if Tianjizi was stronger than Hades, he couldn't think of destroying Hades in a short time. It has to be said that if all members of a family are Daluo, and there is an almighty being among the elders, then this family can basically walk sideways in the heavens. But Zhou Xingdou suddenly frowned and said, since the Daluo heaven realm is indelible, then shouldn't Tianjizi also be indelible? Being at the same level of Daluo heaven realm, Hades cannot be destroyed. And since Tianjizi is the way of heaven, isn't he even more indestructible? Pluto also nodded in approval. It is true that we cannot destroy him, but with the right means, we can allow him to be resurrected in 100 years, and restore his strength in 1,000 years. Having said this, Pluto looked at Zhou Xingdou with a smile and said, 100 years may be just a blink of an eye for Daluo, but for you, I'm afraid that when he is resurrected, he will no longer be able to threaten you. Zhou Xingdou felt relieved when he heard this. Indeed, for others, 100 years might just be a period of seclusion, but for him, he might have grown to an unknown level. It doesn't even require 100 years. As long as Zhou Xingdou is given 10 years, he will have the confidence to switch roles with Tianjizi and hunt down Tianjizi in Chuyuan. But what he lacks most now is time, and if it weren't for the urgent pressure now, his cultivation would not be able to improve so quickly. Pluto slowly stood up from the ground, his armor still spotless, and looked towards the horizon. So when the time comes, just go and get Tianqin. I will take Tianjizi for you, Zhouya will help you get Tianqin, and the Dark Guardian will lead the Pluto Palace to watch over Xian Dao sect. As he spoke, Pluto turned to look at Zhou Xingdou and said with some complexity, and after obtaining the Heavenly Heart, you may have the opportunity to find the Heavenly Dao Holy Land and meet your parents there. Chapter 459 The Reasons for the Disappearance of Parents. When Zhou Xingdou and Yuan Tian walked out of the Pluto's palace, the air was already filled with the smell of alcohol, the moon was high in the sky, and the night breeze was cool. If there were no other things, his uncle Pluto and cousin Ming Zhouya would really force him to drink 2 more jars of Zuaxian Shao and fight until dawn. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou could finally use his Taoist power to dispel the alcohol in his body and make his mind a little clearer. What he gained from coming to the palace of Pluto today was much greater than Zhou Xingdou had imagined. Although it was only the second time they met since he could remember, the blood ties were unbreakable after all. Zhou Xingdou even felt that the feeling that Pluto and Ming Zhouya had for him could be described as doting. It was like treating a little child, even Ming Zhouya was the same. He was obviously already a perfect quasi-emperor and had the strength to fight for Tianqin, but he was willing to help him fight for Tianqin. And in Ming Zhouya's mind, this seemed to be the right thing to do, not to mention any complaints, he just wanted to hold himself up high. This made Zhou Xingdou feel a little uncomfortable. It wasn't that he hated it, but he felt like he was being treated like a child, which made his scalp tingle. However, he also learned about the general situation of his parents and grandfather from his uncle Pluto. His father is Emperor Zhou Qing, the eldest brother of the 5 emperors of the Zhou family. He is the first of the 5 emperors of the Zhou family to step into the Daluo realm. After entering the Daluo realm, his strength is unparalleled and he is almost invincible even in the Daluo realm. He could even sense from the words that Hades said about his father, Emperor Zhou Qing, that Hades had some admiration for his brother-in-law. And his grandfather was Emperor Zhu, one of the 2 emperors outside the domain. He was a transcendent being who had surpassed the Daluo realm. His mother, Ming Xianyue, was not originally from Chuyuan. It was just that her younger brother, Ming Xianyu, also known as Hades, had trained in Chuyuan and became the master of Hades' palace.
It was when she came to visit him that she met Zhou Xingdou. After experiencing some cliché accidents, Ming Xianyue and Zhou Xingdou secretly fell in love and decided to spend their lives together.
Zhou Xingdou heard from his uncle Pluto that his grandfather, Emperor Zhutian, was very reluctant at the beginning and attacked the Zhou family to teach Zhou Xingdou, who had kidnapped his daughter, a lesson. It seemed that his father was beaten badly by his grandfather. Later, it was his own grandfather Zhou Wuji who came forward and discussed the Tao of the heavens with Emperor Zhutian, and Emperor Zhutian finally agreed to this marriage. Zhou Xingdou and Ming Xianyue were already far apart when Zhou Xingdou was born. At that time, his father Zhou Xingdou was already a powerful man in the Zhutian realm, and his mother Ming Xianyue was also already in the Zhutian realm. Not long after Zhou Xingdou was born, Zhou Xingdou and Ming Xianyue heard that there was a place in the chaos realm where an innate ancestral fruit was born. The innate ancestral fruit can lay the foundation for a newborn baby, making his future worry-free. This is naturally very tempting to Zhou Xingdou and Ming Xianyue, who had just given birth to Zhou Xingdou, and they would not miss such an opportunity. That innate ancestral fruit really existed and it was not false news. At that time, the chaos in that chaotic domain was shaking. Emperor Zhou Qing has control over all the stars in the sky, and Ming Xianyue has absolute power over all the heavens and the way of the universe, but just when the two are about to snatch the innate ancestral fruit, the most mysterious heavenly Tao Holy Land in the heavens suddenly appears and sucks all the Daluo there into the Holy Land. Only a few Daluo who were defeated in advance and retreated to a distance survived. After Zhou Qingdou, Ming Xianyue and a group of Daluo were sucked into the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao, the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao disappeared again. Even if Zhou Wuji and Zhuetian Wang reacted, they could not find any trace of their son and daughter or the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao. The Holy Land of Heavenly Tao is the place where the Great Unified Heavenly Tao is achieved. The Grand Unified Heavenly Way, as the name suggests, is the source of the Heavenly Way of the world. The Heavenly Way governs the world, and the Grand Unified Heavenly Way governs all the heavens. This is an existence second only to the Great Tao of the heavens and chaos. No one knows where the Grand Unified Heavenly Tao is, and naturally it is impossible to know where the Holy Land of the Heavenly Tao is. The reason why I didn't tell Zhou Xingdou was because it would be useless for Zhou Xingdou to know, and knowing the existence of the Unified Heavenly Way is not a good thing. What's more, I'm afraid that Zhou Xingdou will feel that he was the cause of his parents' disappearance and will never recover from the blow. After all, for the Zhou Xingdou in the past, telling him these things was indeed not a wise choice. And the reason why he, after merging with Tianqin to become the emperor, had the opportunity to find the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao was because the product of Chuyuan Tianqin was unique in the heavens and did not exist in other worlds. There are even rumors that Tianqin is related to the Great Unified Tian Tao, and even that among the Tianqin emperors of the Chuyuan period, someone once entered the Tian Tao Holy Land after combining Tianqin and breaking through the Emperor realm. However, the great Emperor Tianqin has died, and the specific details are unknown. Moreover, this is the only known example, so it is just a possibility. As for how to get to the Holy Land of Tian Tao, no one knows. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou no longer has any reason not to fight for that person's heart. Whether for himself or for the parents he has never met, he has to give it a try. But Hades told himself that the fight for the heart of heaven would not be an easy task. Once the heart of heaven descended and the heart of heaven's domain was opened, all the self-proclaimed gods, ancient freaks, self-destructive emperors, and defeated quasi-emperors who had been hiding in Chuyuan would swarm into it. My cousin Ming Jiuyao's blood and physique are not inferior to mine, and are even better than mine. But even so, with his quasi-emperor perfection, he is probably not the top in the battle for Tianqin. Even though Zhou Xingdou's dual systems have been cultivated to the peak level of quasi-emperor, and his strength is overwhelming, this is not an individual battle, but a group battle. For Zhou Xingdou, even if he did not use the full strength of the dual systems, it would not be very difficult for him to defeat his cousin Ming Jiuyao. But what if there are 10 perfect quasi-emperors at the Ming Jiuyao level? If these quasi-emperors bring some auxiliary quasi-emperors with them, they can push Zhou Xingdou to exhaustion. Even if his recovery ability is very strong, he can only be suppressed if he really faces the overwhelming magical powers of the quasi-emperors. If you are even a little slow in the fight for the heavenly heart, someone else might take it away. Although there is time to refine it, no one dares to bet whether some people will grab it and refine it in an instant.
Moreover, Zhou Xingdou would not think that Tianjizi would be unprepared for his fight for Tianqin, and he would definitely set an obstacle for him. At least if Zhou Xingdou was Tianjizi, he would definitely make preparations for both scenarios. When I tried to seize Tianqin, it was a tough battle both in the outside world and in Tianqin's territory. By then, the fighting in the outside world and the fighting in the Tianqin realm will definitely not be something that Zhou Xingdou Xingtian Alliance and Pluto Palace can withstand.
Tianjizi is carried by the King of Hell, but regardless of whether the protector of the underworld and the palace of the King of Hell can keep the Xiantian Dao sect under control, Tianjizi is not alone. Where is Tianji Ancient Pavilion? Where is the great trend mentioned by Tianjizi?
Fortunately, Zhou Xingdou came out this time not just to seek external aid from the palace of Pluto. To fight against those battles below Daluo, he needs to go to the Taisher Dao realm.
Chapter 460, Changes in the Holy Land of the Universe. The First Realm. East Region. Sacred Mountains. Today, the Holy Land of the Universe is already thriving.
20 years ago, the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin Yang Cave Heaven resolved their deadly feud under the mediation of the young master of the Zhou family. The disciples of the Holy Land of the Universe no longer have to worry about being assigned to a bloody battlefield. The elders and deacons also teach their disciples with peace of mind every day, and no longer have the situation where a group of disciples with different characteristics are all handed over to a teacher of mediocre ability. Moreover, after forming an alliance with Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and with the two immortals trading with each other, the economy has also grown by leaps and bounds in the past 20 years. The resources piled up in the sect are already 10 times what they were 20 years ago, and these are the idle resources left after the large-scale training of disciples. This also made most of the two immortals understand a truth: if they work together, both will benefit, but if they fight, both will suffer. If someone now instigates the two immortals to wage war against each other, the first fists they will face will definitely not be those of their enemies, but those of their relatives and fellow disciples. Having experienced the value of peace, no one wants to go back to the days of violence. Especially for those who have just stepped into peace from the collapse of troubled times and are giving birth to the next generation. For them, whoever destroys this peace, they will fight to the death with him, even if it is not for themselves, but for their families and the elderly. Zhou Xingdou also had many feelings when looking at the prosperous Holy Land of the world. Thinking back to when he had promoted peace between the two immortals, the main reason was the idea of unifying the Taisher Dao realm, but he hadn't expected that he had done a good deed by accident. With his thoughts reaching the sky, he even discovered that many families in the sacred mountains had built a shrine for him, and the incense was constantly burning. Zhou Xingdou had been blessed by the Emperor of the Universe and received the command of the Ancestor of the Universe.
He was the same elder as the Holy Land of the Universe.
Naturally, the great formation of the universe could not stop him. Moreover, looking at the peaceful scene in the Holy Land of the Universe, he did not want to show up and break this scene, so he and Yuan Tian concealed their figures and walked into the Universe Fairy Mountain in the center of the sacred mountain range. In just one step, the two figures appeared in front of the Universe Palace.
But Zhou Xingdou did not go too far.
He did not ask Yuan Tian to sneak into the Universe Palace with him. Instead, he asked him to wait outside the palace, and Zhou Xingdou broke into the Universe Palace alone. As soon as I entered the hall, I heard a discussion. The resources on the front line are still sufficient. The evil demons are no longer persistent after the large-scale attack 20 years ago. The outer defense lines have also been completely recaptured. After all, the front line is the only battlefield right now, so we can't be stingy with resources. Tomorrow, the sixth ancestor and I will lead a group of people and resources to the front line to change guards, perhaps allowing the soldiers who fought bloody battles to come back and enjoy a peaceful life. The Holy Lord has heard the news of Emperor Zhou's resurrection, and asked us to quickly wake up the third ancestor and send him to the front line to take his place. However, this time the sixth ancestor is going to the front line to take over, so there is no need to wake up the third ancestor.
Zhou Xingdou walked towards the source of the sound with some curiosity.
He remembered that the Universe Palace was used by Our Lady of the Universe for personal gain and was directly turned into the Our Lady's bedroom. Now that the sound of the ceremony had been heard, the decoration of the Universe Hall had changed greatly. It was estimated that Our Lady of the Universe had returned the Universe Hall to her former son, and was using it as a ceremonial hall again. Zhou Xingdou looked towards the source of the sound and saw a 100-foot-long table with high-level officials of the Holy Land of the Universe sitting on both sides.
The person in the middle, although not Wan Tianzhou, was an old acquaintance who knew his strengths and weaknesses. She was a plump beauty, as gorgeous and luxurious as a statue of a god. Her whole body was covered with a translucent fairy light, her skin was as white as jade, and she was tall and leaning against the magnificent throne. She was dressed in a loose snow-white dress with golden threads. Her lazy sitting posture and round and soft face made her stand out among the powerful people even without the glorious throne. She attracted people's attention at first sight. But amidst the discussions, a hint of impatience appeared between her brows. At this moment, a middle-aged ladylike elder on the 100-foot ceremonial table seemed to have noticed the Mother of the Universe's impatience and said helplessly, "Holy Mother, please say something. When the Holy Lord is not around, you should at least pretend to preside over the meeting. How can you be so rude as soon as the meeting starts?" Not only the middle-aged woman, but many elders at the ceremony table were also extremely helpless with their own Holy Mother. If the Holy Mother of the Universe dared to behave like this in front of the elders, they would have to mobilize the Elders' Council to punish or even remove the Holy Mother from her position. But the Holy Mother now is different. She is the mother of Wan Tianzhou, the current Holy Lord of the revival of the Holy Land of the Universe. 20 years have passed, and Wan Tianzhou has proved his ability and completely suppressed these elders. Almost everyone in the Holy Land of the Universe will respond to his call. With such an important status, who would dare to depose the Virgin Mary of the Universe unless she is tired of being the Virgin Mary? Nowadays, even the ninth ancestor showed some courtesy to the Holy Mother of the Universe. How could these elders dare to punish the Holy Mother of the Universe? A few verbal reminders were already considered a severe punishment. No matter how dissatisfied they were, the worst they could do was to report the Virgin Mary to her good son. They had almost no way to deal with this Virgin Mary who had a special status. The Virgin Mary of the Universe sat up straight, her plump body slightly straightened, and said with a hint of resentment, "How can a weak woman like me preside over a meeting? Those present are all my elders, so how can a junior like me interrupt?" At this time, an old man with a stern face sighed, and said helplessly to his own mother, "Didn't I just say that I didn't agree for you, Holy Mother, to go to the primordial Dao realm? When the Holy Lord comes back, you can go wherever you want, but now as the Holy Mother, how can you run around and go to other Dao realms? If something happens, how are we going to explain to the Holy Lord?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of the Universe raised her eyebrows and looked towards the door of the meeting room, with a hint of teasing in her beautiful eyes. "How dare I blame the elders? I am just blaming that unfaithful man." Zhou Xingdou laughed in silence, looking at the Holy Mother of the Universe who was staring at him, and shook his head helplessly, waved his hand to disperse the veil, and bowed to everyone in the ceremony hall, saying, "Junior Zhou Xingdou, nice to meet you seniors." The moment Zhou Xingdou appeared, his presence was sensed by all the elders present, and their sharp gazes were fixed on his position. But after Zhou Xingdou introduced himself, those fierce gazes disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by surprise and a bit of admiration. Emperor Zhou. The elders who were originally sitting in their seats stood up hurriedly one after another. The old man who sighed just now seemed to sense something and reminded the elders. Zhou Xunzi's aura is so strong that he must have already reached the perfection of a quasi-emperor. How can he still be called a young emperor? At this time, an old woman with white hair and silver hair said hurriedly, "Luoxia Sword Immortal has passed the throne to Zhou Xunzi, and now he should be called Zhou Alliance Leader." After that, the elders hurriedly bowed to Zhou Xingdou and said, "Meet Alliance Leader Zhou." Chapter 461: The Collapse of Rituals and Music. These elders were undoubtedly much older than Zhou Xingdou, but they dared not neglect Zhou Xingdou, who was not even older than their great-grandson, let alone sit in their seats and do nothing by relying on their seniority. Even though the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, the power behind the young man in front of them should not be underestimated. There are only 2 or 3 people here whose cultivation level is higher than Zhou Xingdou. What's more, Zhou Xingdou once mediated the generational blood feud between the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and was blessed by the Emperor of the Universe and held the Ancestor Order of the Universe. The leader of an alliance that is comparable to an immortal force,
the accident that happened to Zhou Xingdou once caused a blood disaster that swept across the entire Chuyuan. The young man in front of them now not only holds great power, but is also known as the most untouchable person in Chuyuan, without a doubt. A person like Zhou Xingdou cannot be neglected in any way, no matter from what angle. After returning the gift, the elders also asked with some confusion. When did Alliance leader Zhou arrive? Why didn't anyone inform the sect that Master Zhou was coming? Do these elders no longer want to work? Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know how to answer. After all, he was sneaking into the Holy Land of the universe. Originally, he thought that there should be no one in the Universe Hall, but he happened to catch up with the meeting of the Holy Land of the universe. Tianzhou was not there either, and he was discovered by the Holy Mother of the Universe when he was hiding his body. I originally came here to give Tianzhou a surprise, but I didn't expect that Tianzhou was not here. I just happened to run into you all discussing matters. Please forgive me. Zhou Xingdou said a little embarrassedly. The elder, who looked like a middle-aged woman, smiled and said, "How can you blame the leader? You have the Universal Ancestor Order, so you can enter and exit the Universal Holy Land freely. If it were someone else who sneaked into the Universe Hall of the Holy Land of the Universe, regardless of whether they had overheard the important matters of the meeting or not, they would be skinned alive today even if they did not die. But if it was Zhou Xingdou, then it wouldn't matter. After all, what was happening today was not top secret. Besides, even if it was top secret, it wouldn't matter to Zhou Xingdou if he heard it. After all, even if they had objections, could they still call for the killing of Zhou Xingdou? I guess by then Zhou Xingdou won't even need to take action, their Holy Lord will teach them a lesson." Zhou Xingdou also exchanged a few words with this group of elders. After all, he still felt a little embarrassed about being caught doing something bad, so naturally he wouldn't be too righteous. The Holy Mother of the Universe was still sitting on the throne, her eyes fixed on Zhou Xingdou's figure with burning gazes. After the greetings were almost over, she immediately ordered him to leave. "My fellow elders, today's meeting is almost over. Since Alliance leader Zhou is here to visit Tianzhou, I will receive him. I also have some private matters to discuss with Alliance leader Zhou alone." The Holy Mother of the Universe emphasized the three words Alliance leader Zhou, and the elders could also detect that the atmosphere between Zhou Xingdou and the Holy Mother of the Universe seemed to be a little off. But they didn't say much. They shouted to Zhou Xingdou to leave and walked out of the ceremony hall together. However, they could still hear the whispers of the elders as they left. "No, you don't carry anyone on your back now. I've heard from the ninth ancestor a long time ago that Zhou Xingdou and Yunlian have an unusual relationship. Now it seems that the ninth ancestor is rarely telling the truth. But the Holy Lord treats Alliance leader Zhou as a brother, and now he is like this. The relationship between them is a bit complicated. We urgently need to find a word that is more destructive than the collapse of rituals and music." These gossips disappeared after the elders left the Universe Hall, but they still made the Holy Mother of the Universe blush and said angrily, "These old guys. They're all talking nonsense." It was obvious that the whispers of the elders were meant for Zhou Xingdou and Holy Mother of the Universe. Otherwise, with the cultivation level of the people present, how could they not hear any whispers unless they transmitted their voices? This is just to remind the two of them not to go too far. Sensing that the elders had left, Zhou Xingdou was no longer restrained. As for the words just now, they had no effect on him except for causing some embarrassment. The Holy Mother of the Universe was still angry at these old guys for talking nonsense and cursing secretly, but suddenly she felt a pair of big hands holding her up. However, she did not struggle, but the resentment between her eyebrows flashed again, and she said in a gloomy tone, "Oh, the great leader still remembers me. I am really flattered." Zhou Xingdou held the Holy Mother of the Universe's legs and back with both hands, lifted her up from the throne, looked at her curvaceous figure and trembling curves, raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "The Virgin Mary is not small at all." Zhou Xingdou hugged the Virgin Mary tightly and whispered fiercely in her ear, "Today, I want to avenge my past." He came here today not only to ask Tianzhou to help him, but also to avenge his previous humiliation. When he was still in the Saint Realm, he almost died at the hands of the Holy Mother of the Universe. Now his blood is as vigorous as the sun, his cultivation has reached the peak of quasi-emperor, with dual systems added, and his skills have been integrated into a punishment sutra.
Why doesn't he come to take revenge?
The face of the Holy Mother of the Universe suddenly became amused. She looked at Zhou Xingdou's confident expression and sneered. If Tianzhou knew that his good brother would bully his mother as soon as he came back, he would probably chase you and beat you up. Although she said this, the Holy Mother of the Universe raised Zhou Xingdou's chin with her jade hand and said provocatively, "Then let this Holy Mother see how much you, a little man, have cultivated over the past 20 years, and whether you can really avenge yourself." Zhou Xingdou smiled and blocked the lips of the Holy Mother of the Universe without saying anything, as if he wanted to reminisce about the past with her.
At this moment, Yuan Tian, who was outside the door, was also discovered by the elders, and was smiling awkwardly to the elders of the Holy Land of the Universe.
As the main diplomatic figure of the Xingtian alliance, Yuan Tian is quite familiar with this group of elders, so he is not besieged by the elders as a villain with ulterior motives.
Moreover, Yuan Tian was a smooth person, and the elders all had a very good impression of him.
Besides, their statuses were not much different, so they started to make fun of him. "Oh, is Yuan Dezhong coming to inspect our work in the Holy Land of the Universe today?"
Yuan Tian smiled awkwardly.
How dare I still want you seniors to give me more guidance." But just as Yuan Tian's words were about to fall, the Universe Palace suddenly trembled twice. Everyone looked towards the Universe Palace and could easily see sound waves echoing in the palace. If they had not been offset by the formation, they would have probably penetrated the entire Holy Land of the Universe. Yuan Tian was stunned for a moment. How could he not know what this meant? He immediately looked at the elders with a bitter face, only to see that the elders of the Holy Land of the Universe all had livid faces. How disgraceful! Outrageous! Ritual music collapses. Following the angry words, all the elders looked at Yuan Tian with unfriendly eyes. Yuan Tian was still extremely bitter at this moment. "I want to say that this is a friendly exchange between my young master and the Holy Mother of the Universe. Do you believe me, elders?" Chapter 462, Wan Tianzhu returns. The night is dark and windy. Yuan Tian said that Zhou Xingdou and the Holy Mother of the Universe were having a friendly exchange, so naturally they were surrounded by these elders and had a good friendly exchange. Yuan Tian, a half-emperor, was kicked in a circle for an hour and his face was bruised and swollen, but this did not stop the anger of the elders. "If I can't deal with Alliance leader Zhou, can I deal with you?" Of course, it is impossible for them to really take action. The elders are just venting their dissatisfaction, and the severity of their actions will naturally vary. Even the bruises on Yuan Tian's face were caused by himself, just to appear more pitiful and let the elders have compassion and let him go. But how could these elders easily stop this kind of friendly exchange? Their attitude towards Yuan Tian was, "As long as you, Alliance leader Zhou, beat our Holy Mother, we will beat you." Yuan Tian had no words to express his grievances, nor could he argue. He knew his young master's nature too well to know without even thinking that Zhou Xingdou was definitely causing trouble for the rituals and music again. But there is no way. Who made him call himself Zhou Xingdou's most loyal servant? Zhou Xingdou is enjoying himself, so he deserves to suffer for Zhou Xingdou. He couldn't really turn against these elders. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these elders were just pretending. It was okay that his own Holy Mother was abducted, but it was really embarrassing to see the music and rituals destroyed in the Universe Hall of the Holy Land of the Universe in front of everyone. He reserved his hands to hit himself, which showed that he respected Zhou Xingdou very much and had a good impression of Yuan Tian. Feeling the punches and kicks coming from all directions, Yuan Tian showed an expression of despair. Based on his understanding of the young master, if there were no special circumstances, he would have to endure the beating all night. Now, only an hour had passed, and it was just the beginning. This was also the first time Yuan Tian felt this. The night is so damn long. But at this moment, a clear and majestic voice sounded. "Elders, what are you doing outside the temple?" The slightly doubtful voice made everyone present pause, except Yuan Tian, who was knocked flying and was in free fall. Bang! Yuan Tian fell to the ground and looked hurriedly towards the source of the sound. But what he saw was a very handsome young man wearing a snow-white Holy Lord crown with golden threads. But this young man has snow-white hair and skin as crystal clear as glass. Although he is a man, he is more beautiful than most women. The elders quickly dispersed and greeted the young man, saying, "Greetings to the Holy Lord." This young man is naturally the current Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Universe, Yuan Tianzhou. Behind him, 36 supreme beings followed. They were the 36 saints who had resolutely followed him, who was only a saint at the time, to charge into the sea of evil demons during the great catastrophe of the universe 20 years ago. Because of what happened in the past, they were personally named as the 36 Dharma protectors of the universe by the Emperor of the Universe, and received offerings and teachings 1,000 times more than before. The ninth ancestor occasionally gave them lectures, and their current status is only inferior to these elders. Yuan Tianzhou walked slowly down into the void, looking suspiciously at the elders who were standing in a human wall to block the view behind them. He was originally stationed at the front line and would have to wait until tomorrow when the third or sixth patriarch of the universe took over defense before he could return. However, when he heard the news that his eldest brother Zhou Xingdou was resurrected, he felt unbearable. Now the evil demon's desire to attack was not strong, so he thought it would not be a big problem to leave half a day in advance, so he returned early with the 36 guardians. But he didn't expect that when he came back, he would see his own elders gathered in a circle in front of the door of the Universe Palace, dancing and gesticulating, which was quite strange. It would be strange if there was no ghost. Yuan Tianzhou's face turned slightly cold, and he shouted at the elders who formed the human wall. "Get out of the way." Today's Yuan Tianzhou is no longer the weak Holy Lord who could not be suppressed by Yuan Qianlong 20 years ago. Even the 9 ancestors of the universe have to obey his orders. His power is unparalleled in the entire Holy Land of the universe. The elders were scolded by Yuan Tianzhou, but they did not take advantage of their seniority. They obediently separated to the left and right, revealing Yuan Tian, who had fallen to the ground in the middle, covered in dust, with a bruised face and nose. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tianzhou raised his eyebrows, looked at the bruised and swollen Yuan Tian with some doubt, and said with some hesitation, "Yuan Tian." But before Yuan Tian could reply, the old man said without blushing or panting, "Yuan Dazhong said that his blood circulation is blocked, so let us help him clear his blood circulation and give him some advice." Other elders also echoed, "Yes, yes. We liked Yuan Tian and gave him some pointers. If the Holy Lord doesn't believe me, you can investigate. Yuan Dazhong's servant only has minor injuries. He can recover immediately if he is willing." Yuan Tianzhou looked at the elders suspiciously, then stepped forward to help Yuan Tian up and asked, "Is it really as the elders said?" Yuan Tian wanted to complain, but he accidentally noticed the threatening looks from the elders and immediately forced a smile. "Of course, I've had some blood and chi stagnation in my recent practice. Thanks to the elders for helping me clear it up, I feel more restrained now." Yuan Tianzhou checked Yuan Tian's injuries and found that they were indeed minor skin injuries, but he was still skeptical and said, "Why did you come to the Holy Land of the universe so late at night? Did my elder brother ask you to come?" Speaking of his eldest brother, Yuan Tianzhou's eyes lit up slightly. Back then, because of Zhou Xingdou's accident, he went crazy and mobilized the entire Holy Land of the universe and other forces to launch the Chuyuan blood disaster. In the end, he stopped only after learning from Chen Nong that Zhou Xingdou might not be dead. But when he really learned that Zhou Xingdou had returned, he was still extremely excited. Even though he couldn't get away at that time, he still happily hosted a banquet for the 3 armies, and the whole army had fun together, drinking 300 cups. The old man immediately answered for Yuan Tian. Alliance Master Zhou has arrived in person and is now communicating with the Holy Mother in the temple. The old-fashioned man emphasized the word communication, but Yuan Tianzhou only heard that his elder brother came to see him. "I know that big brother hasn't forgotten me." Yuan Tianzhou's face immediately showed joy. He handed Yuan Tian over to the guardian behind him and rushed into the Universe Palace in one step. Yuan Tian wanted to stop Yuan Tianzhou, but his attack was in vain. He shouted in his heart, "Maru spicy! Now even if he wanted to remind Zhou Xingdou, it was too late. Wan Tianzhou rushed into the Universe Palace with a look of joy on his face, but as soon as he stepped in, he heard the sound of people hurriedly getting dressed.
This made him feel something was wrong.
He immediately pushed open the door of the conference room and saw that the room was in a mess. The decorative furniture was all over the place, and the tables, chairs and benches were scattered all over the floor.
It was a complete mess. And he also met his long-missed elder brother.
Zhou Xingdou stood beside the throne in the conference room. His noble purple robe was a little wrinkled, as if he had not had time to tidy it up. The Virgin Mary of the universe had red eyes and was half lying on the throne. When the Holy Mother of the Universe saw Wan Tianzhou coming in, her delicate and round face suddenly became hot with embarrassment. She wanted to explain, but found that her mouth was dry and she couldn't make a sound. Zhou Xingdou pulled his clothes and scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly said to Wan Tianzhou,
"Tianzhou, long time no see. Chapter 463 Tianzhou, please listen to my brother's explanation. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my father. Tianzhou, please listen to my brother's explanation. Bah, you bastard, look at the halberd."
When everyone entered the Universe Hall, they heard the sound of quarreling before they saw anyone. Before everyone had time to appreciate the meaning of these words, they heard a loud noise.
Boom!
Zhou Xingdou's panicked figure broke out of the door, followed by a golden halberd.
Wan Tianzhou's face was full of shame and anger, and he chased Zhou Xingdou.
Although he had his doubts about Zhou Xingdou and the Holy Mother of the Universe, when he saw the scene today, he still found it hard to accept it. Who would have thought that Zhou Xingdou actually wanted to be his own stepfather? It would be fine if he did it in secret, as he wouldn't be bothered if he didn't see it, but to do this to his mother in his own Universe Hall, with all the elders knowing, showed that he was not being treated as a human being at all.
Clang!
The halberd came out like a dragon and instantly hit Zhou Xingdou's back, making the sound of metal.
Among the quasi-emperors, Wan Tianzhou is definitely at the top. Holding the golden halberd, even Ming Jiuyao would be weaker than him.
Even Zhou Xingdou would feel uncomfortable if he was hit by it. The more Zhou Xingdou was hit, the more he rolled over, and he felt pain in his back. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious, and Wan Tianzhou could not kill him, so it was not a big deal. Unfortunately, he was in the wrong today, otherwise he would definitely let Wan Tianzhou taste the feeling of being a living target.
But now, I can only give in to my brother. Tianzhou, listen to my explanation.
Wan Tianzhou held the golden halberd in his hand, his face was ashen, but he still stopped.
What do you have to explain? I want to see if you can come up with something. Zhou Xingdou got up from the ground and said seriously.
Since it has already happened, the Virgin Mary and I love each other.
You can't break us up.
Why don't you help us and we can talk about our own affairs from now on? You call me brother, and I call you Zhuer.
Wan Tianzhou's temper, which had just been stabilized, was shattered by Zhou Xingdou's words, and he immediately became furious.
You wish. Swish. The golden halberd appeared again and blasted towards Zhou Xingdou. But before the halberd was halfway out, a jade hand covered with water stains stopped the golden halberd.
The slightly tired and pale Holy Mother of the Universe grabbed the golden halberd and scolded Wan Tianzhou. Zhuer, how can you be so rude to your uncle Zhou? Wan Tianzhou was immediately furious.
He didn't even want the golden halberd anymore and raised his fists to fight Zhou Xingdou.
You really don't want me, your mother, to be happy? If you want to hurt him, hit me first.
But he didn't expect that the Virgin Mary of the Universe would directly block Zhou Xingdou, with a look of heartbreak and a slightly tired and pale face, which made her look extremely pitiful.
Wan Tianzhui's face flushed red, and his fists were clenched tightly.
Mom, you are over 1,000 years old, why are you doing such a trick? You unfilial son, just because I am old, you want to break up the couple and not let your mother be happy. The Virgin Mary wept as she spoke.
Why is my life so miserable?
Not only did I pretend to be married to someone I had no feelings for many years because of you, I also ran around everywhere for you.
Now that you have achieved something, I just want to enjoy my new life, but you want to break it up, woo-woo. Wan Tianzhou was speechless for a moment.
He unclenched his fists and looked at his mother with some resentment. How could he not know how much the Holy Mother of the Universe had paid for him? Therefore, he was extremely filial to the Holy Mother of the Universe. Now, seeing his mother crying bitterly about her miserable life, he was a little panicked and said helplessly,
"How can a son prevent his mother's happiness? Why must it be my eldest brother? And you should at least tell me the truth. How can I accept such a surprise attack?"
When Our Lady of the Universe saw Wan Tianjue give in, her crying suddenly became much quieter.
"You are now the Holy Lord, and you are busy all day long. How can you have time to care about your mother and me? How can I have the chance to talk to you about this?"
Zhou Xingdou felt a little sorry for the Virgin Mary when he saw her like this, and wanted to hold her in his arms to comfort her, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was forced back by Wan Tianjue's extremely ferocious eyes.
Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything either.
After all, speaking at this time would only backfire.
It can only be said that he was unlucky. He didn't know that Wan Tianzhou would come back suddenly. Moreover, he was too engrossed at the time and didn't notice it until the moment Wan Tianzhou stepped into the Universe Palace.
He had no time to sort things out. He still felt a little sorry for Wan Tianzhou, but there was nothing he could do. He was really passive and he couldn't control his emotions. After the Holy Mother of the Universe explained with emotion and reason, Wan Tianzhou had no choice but to accept it, but he still looked at his elder brother with a somewhat unfriendly look. Seeing that Wan Tianzhou had regained his composure, the Holy Mother of the Universe gave Zhou Xingdou a look, suggesting that he should coax her son well, otherwise he would not be allowed to touch her in the future. Afterwards, the Holy Mother of the Universe dispersed the elders who came to watch the fun, and the Holy Mother of the Universe herself wanted to leave some time alone for Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou, so she said that she was a little tired and wanted to go back to rest.
However, the Holy Mother of the Universe did not lie about this.
Her muscles and bones were still a little sore, and she secretly cursed Zhou Xingdou as a beast in her heart. Everyone left one after another, leaving only Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou in the Universe Hall. Zhou Xingdou stood there awkwardly, while Wan Tianzhou sat cross-legged on the ground, hugging his chest and tilting his head, sulking. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and patted Wan Tianzhou on the shoulder.
"Zhou."
But before he could finish, Wan Tianzhou glared at him and interrupted Zhou Xingdou. "I have no objection to you and my mother, but your relationship is yours and has nothing to do with me. Don't try to take advantage of me, or I will turn hostile." Zhou Xingdou also sat on the ground, put his arm around Wan Tianzhou's shoulders and said,
"Oh, don't be angry. The eldest brother was wrong in this matter. We are all good brothers. I really can't do anything about it. I can't control the emotions of the saint." Wan Tianzhou wanted to shake off Zhou Xingdou's arm, but failed. He said angrily, "Can't you refuse? I treat you as a brother, but you actually did such a thing. Even if Yulong and Wanjun were here, you would not be right." Zhou Xingdou said confidently. "Don't be upset, don't be upset. You know me. How can I resist temptation?"
"I was wondering why you don't think highly of the Virgin Mary."
Wan Tianzhou gnashed his teeth. You're making up stories. But in the end, this anger can only turn into deep helplessness.
On one side is his loving mother, and on the other side is his brother who has saved him many times and whom he has befriended since childhood.
The palms and backs of his hands are all made of flesh, what can he do? "I don't care about you. You better keep your relationship secret and don't bring it to the public. I have to save face too." Wan Tianzhou was unable to stop them, but he also couldn't let the two of them do as they pleased. He was the Holy Lord of the Universe after all, and everyone in Chuyuan knew that Zhou Xingdou was his brother. If this matter were to get out, he would really be too ashamed to face anyone. All-day warning. I will ask the elders to keep their mouths shut later, but if you continue to be so disrespectful, I will no longer acknowledge you as my big brother. Chapter 464, The Resentful Wan Tianzhou. Zhou Xingdou naturally agreed with Wan Tianzhou's request and spent a long time trying to comfort his childhood friend. Wan Tianzhou's anger had almost disappeared. Now when he thought of the halberd attack on Zhou Xingdou, he felt a little secretly happy, but he still looked unhappy and said, tell me about it.
Zhou Xingdou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wan Tianzhu's anger had almost subsided. He was a little slow to react to the sudden question.
What are you talking about? My love story with the Virgin Mary. Wan Tianzhu punched Zhou Xingdou's chest fiercely and said with gritted teeth.
Tell me where you've been all these years.
Zhou Xingdou smiled and said. You're talking about this.
I thought you didn't care about my brother's life or death at all. But under Wan Tianzhou's somewhat resentful eyes, Zhou Xingdou stopped joking and told Wan Tianzhou in detail about his time traveling back in time, his experiences in the Four Heavens Holy Land, his time in the Shintian Taoist sect after returning, and his encounter with Tianjizi. Zhou Xingdou's words were not particularly fascinating, and were even very colloquial, but Wan Tianzhou still listened with great interest.
After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Wan Tianzhou sighed. It's really bizarre. After that, Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou strangely and said.
So you didn't come to the Holy Land of the Universe to see me, but to ask for help from the Holy Land of the Universe. Wan Tianzhou's eyes became more and more resentful as he spoke, and his handsome face, which was more beautiful than a woman's, made Zhou Xingdou feel a chill.
He said. Don't be crazy.
If I hadn't run into Tianjizi, the first thing I would have done after returning to the Xingtian League and getting familiar with the situation would have been to look for you in Yulong to see how you were doing.
Zhou Xingdou's words were indeed the absolute truth.
He was not trying to comfort Wan Tianzhou, nor was Tianjizi trying to stir up trouble.
He would definitely go to Taisher Dao Realm first. Wan Tianzhou snorted coldly, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To deal with Tianjizi, those who are too weak are useless, but after all, the outer defense line is now unavailable.
At that time, I can only ask a few ancestors to bring some elders and 36 guardians to help you.
That's enough. Those below the Supreme are no longer of much use and are actually a burden. Zhou Xingdou nodded but did not say thank you. Saying thank you would be a bit far between the two of them. Wan Tianzhou gave Zhou Xingdou a blank look and then asked. You should go to Yin Yang Cave Heaven next.
Zhou Xingdou did not deny it, but asked.
Oh yeah, is that bastard by Yulong in Yin Yang Cave Heaven? I don't want to come back empty-handed again.
After all, if it wasn't a coincidence, Zhou Xingdou would not have been able to see Wan Tianzhou when he came today. Now that the Zhou family has left, the former defense line is supported by the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin Yang Cave.
He also doesn't know whether Bai Yulong is sitting on the front line like Wan Tianzhou. Speaking of Bai Yulong, Wan Tianzhou clicked his tongue. He has a lot of free time. His father has been supporting the front line. He has been in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. He will open a gambling table when he has nothing to do. He will not lose money. Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou and frowned.
But when you got into trouble, it gave him a big shock. Now he has not only kept up with me, but he has even surpassed me in combat power by using the yin-yang grinder.
Zhou Xingdou sighed for a moment before saying. Your progress is too fast.
If I hadn't had some adventures in the Four Heavens Holy Land, I would have been surpassed by you.
Wan Tianzhou is now already at the peak of the quasi-emperor level.
Bai Yulong has caught up with Wan Tianzhou's footsteps, which means that he is also at the peak of the quasi-emperor level.
This inevitably made Zhou Xingdou sigh. He even suspected that he was the cancer of the Chuyuan.
As soon as he left everyone's cultivation, it was like riding a rocket, rising rapidly.
Wan Tianzhou shook his head and sighed. How can we compare with you?
We are already middle-aged among mortals, while you are still a young man of 20. Wan Tianzhou didn't know how Zhou Xingdou had the nerve to say that he and Bai Yulong were progressing too fast, when he was clearly the biggest hang-up, at the age of 20, at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, and with a dual system.
Who would have dared to think about it? Is there any news from the Pantheon? Do Wanjun should have come out of seclusion, right?
Zhou Xingdou felt something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. When it came to age, Zhou Xingdou was afraid that Wan Tianzhou would think of what they had discussed again.
If he got angry again, it would be difficult to deal with. When mentioning the Pantheon, Wan Tianzhou frowned. The Pantheon is very strange.
It was closed 10 years ago.
Yulong and I went to the Pantheon before it was closed. Although we met the master of the Pantheon, we never saw Do Wanjun. The master of the Pantheon was also very vague about the topic of Do Wanjun and was unwilling to answer. It's no wonder that Wan Tianzhou felt strange.
As the little god of war of the Pantheon, Do Wanjun's achievements wouldn't be much worse than Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong after so many years.
How could there still be no news about him? Even the Lord of the Pantheon kept silent about him?
Zhou Xingdou was also somewhat surprised by this, and had some bad guesses in his mind, and said in a cold voice, "If you can get through this disaster successfully, I will go to the Pantheon with you and Yulong to put pressure on the Pantheon master. I will find him alive or dead."
Wan Tianzhou naturally couldn't refuse, but he still said with some concern, "If Do Wanjun is all ready."
Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold, and an extremely destructive and overbearing aura spread out. "Then I will take revenge if there is revenge, and I will kill whoever is involved." Feeling Zhou Xingdou's violent and domineering mysterious aura, Wan Tianzhou's original idea of sparring with Zhou Xingdou faded away. Today, he finally hit Zhou Xingdou with his halberd, and he couldn't let him return it immediately with double the force. Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou chatted for a long time, from the ugly things that happened in their childhood to everything that had happened in the past 20 years. Only when the sky was getting light and the sun was high in the sky did they come back to their senses from their memories. Deep down in their hearts, whether it was Wan Tianzhou or Zhou Xingdou, or Bai Yulong and Do Wanjun whose life or death was unknown, they all valued this friendship very much. Otherwise, if they were just ordinary friends, the matter of Our Lady of the Universe alone would be enough to turn Wan Tianzhou and Zhou Xingdou against each other. How could they be so helpless to accept it like they are now? As for Zhou Xingdou's so-called request for help, there was no word asked in it at all. Even though he had kidnapped the Holy Mother of the Universe, even if Zhou Xingdou did not ask for help, Wan Tianzhou would have taken the initiative to say that he would bring people to help. Even though 20 years have passed, the first simple days of life are indeed the most unforgettable and will last throughout their lives. All good things must come to an end. At least now is not Zhou Xingdou's free time. He still needs to go to the Yin Yang cave. Since Wan Tianzhou has agreed to help Zhou Xingdou, no matter how powerful his reputation as a saint is, he still needs to hold ceremonies in advance, revive the ancestors, and arrange matters. So even though Wan Tianzhou wanted to, he didn't have the time to go to Yin Yang cave with Zhou Xingdou to visit Bai Yulong. Zhou Xingdou originally planned to visit the Holy Mother of the Universe for a while before leaving, but Wan Tianzhou watched him too closely, leaving him and the Holy Mother of the Universe no chance to be alone together, so he had no choice but to leave. "Don't forget, if you hadn't come and I had been beaten to death, you would have been left without a brother, and the Virgin Mary would have been left without a lover." Zhou Xingdou teased Wan Tianzhou before he left, but before he could finish his words, he had already fled with Yuan Tian, leaving Wan Tianzhou alone in helplessness and rage. Chapter 464, The Resentful Wan Tianzhou. Zhou Xingdou naturally agreed with Wan Tianzhou's request and spent a long time trying to comfort his childhood friend. Wan Tianzhou's anger had almost disappeared. Now when he thought of the halberd attack on Zhou Xingdou, he felt a little secretly happy, but he still looked unhappy and said, "Tell me about it." Zhou Xingdou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wan Tianzhou's anger had almost subsided. He was a little slow to react to the sudden question. "What are you talking about?" "My love story with the Virgin Mary." Wan Tianzhou punched Zhou Xingdou's chest fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Tell me where you've been all these years." Zhou Xingdou smiled and said, "You're talking about this. I thought you didn't care about my brother's life or death at all." But under Wan Tianzhou's somewhat resentful eyes, Zhou Xingdou stopped joking and told Wan Tianzhou in detail about his time traveling back in time, his experiences in the Four Heavens Holy Land, his time in the Shantian Taoist sect after returning, and his encounter with Tianjizi. Zhou Xingdou's words were not particularly fascinating, and were even very colloquial, but Wan Tianzhou still listened with great interest. After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Wan Tianzhou sighed. "It's really bizarre." After that, Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou strangely and said, "So you didn't come to the Holy Land of the Universe to see me, but to ask for help from the Holy Land of the Universe?" Wan Tianzhou's eyes became more and more resentful as he spoke, and his handsome face, which was more beautiful than a woman's, made Zhou Xingdou feel a chill. He said, "Don't be crazy. If I hadn't run into Tianjizi, the first thing I would have done after returning to the Xingtian League and getting familiar with the situation would have been to look for you in Yulong to see how you were doing.
Zhou Xingdou's words were indeed the absolute truth.
He was not trying to comfort Wan Tianzhou, nor was Tianjizi trying to stir up trouble.
He would definitely go to Taisher Dao Realm first. Wan Tianzhou snorted coldly, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To deal with Tianjizi, those who are too weak are useless, but after all, the outer defense line is now unavailable.
At that time, I can only ask a few ancestors to bring some elders and 36 guardians to help you.
That's enough. Those below the Supreme are no longer of much use and are actually a burden. Zhou Xingdou nodded but did not say thank you. Saying thank you would be a bit far between the two of them. Wan Tianzhou gave Zhou Xingdou a blank look and then asked, "You should go to Yin Yang Cave Heaven next."
Zhou Xingdou did not deny it, but asked,
"Oh yeah, is that bastard Bai Yulong in Yin Yang Cave Heaven? I don't want to come back empty-handed again."
After all, if it wasn't a coincidence, Zhou Xingdou would not have been able to see Wan Tianzhou when he came today. Now that the Zhou family has left, the former defense line is supported by the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin Yang Cave.
He also doesn't know whether Bai Yulong is sitting on the front line like Wan Tianzhou. Speaking of Bai Yulong, Wan Tianzhou clicked his tongue. He has a lot of free time. His father has been supporting the front line. He has been in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. He will open a gambling table when he has nothing to do. He will not lose money. Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou and frowned.
But when you got into trouble, it gave him a big shock. Now he has not only kept up with me, but he has even surpassed me in combat power by using the Yin Yang grinder.
Zhou Xingdou sighed for a moment before saying, "Your progress is too fast.
If I hadn't had some adventures in the Four Heavens Holy Land, I would have been surpassed by you."
Wan Tianzhou is now already at the peak of the quasi-emperor level.
Bai Yulong has caught up with Wan Tianzhou's footsteps, which means that he is also at the peak of the quasi-emperor level.
This inevitably made Zhou Xingdou sigh. He even suspected that he was the cancer of the Chuyuan.
As soon as he left everyone's cultivation, it was like riding a rocket, rising rapidly.
Wan Tianzhou shook his head and sighed. "How can we compare with you?
We are already middle-aged among mortals, while you are still a young man of 20. Wan Tianzhou didn't know how Zhou Xingdou had the nerve to say that he and Bai Yulong were progressing too fast, when he was clearly the biggest hang-up, at the age of 20, at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, and with a dual system.
Who would have dared to think about it? Is there any news from the Pantheon? Do Wanjun should have come out of seclusion, right?"
Zhou Xingdou felt something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. When it came to age, Zhou Xingdou was afraid that Wan Tianzhou would think of what they had discussed again.
If he got angry again, it would be difficult to deal with. When mentioning the Pantheon, Wan Tianzhou frowned. The Pantheon is very strange.
It was closed 10 years ago.
Yulong and I went to the Pantheon before it was closed. Although we met the master of the Pantheon, we never saw Do Wanjun. The master of the Pantheon was also very vague about the topic of Do Wanjun and was unwilling to answer. It's no wonder that Wan Tianzhou felt strange.
As the little god of war of the Pantheon, Do Wanjun's achievements wouldn't be much worse than Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong after so many years.
How could there still be no news about him? Even the Lord of the Pantheon kept silent about him?
Zhou Xingdou was also somewhat surprised by this, and had some bad guesses in his mind, and said in a cold voice, "If you can get through this disaster successfully, I will go to the Pantheon with you and Yulong to put pressure on the Pantheon master. I will find him alive or dead."
Wan Tianzhou naturally couldn't refuse, but he still said with some concern, "If Do Wanjun is all ready."
Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold, and an extremely destructive and overbearing aura spread out. "Then I will take revenge if there is revenge, and I will kill whoever is involved." Feeling Zhou Xingdou's violent and domineering mysterious aura, Wan Tianzhou's original idea of sparring with Zhou Xingdou faded away. Today, he finally hit Zhou Xingdou with his halberd, and he couldn't let him return it immediately with double the force. Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou chatted for a long time, from the ugly things that happened in their childhood to everything that had happened in the past 20 years. Only when the sky was getting light and the sun was high in the sky did they come back to their senses from their memories. Deep down in their hearts, whether it was Wan Tianzhou or Zhou Xingdou, or Bai Yulong and Dou Wanjun whose life or death was unknown, they all valued this friendship very much. Otherwise, if they were just ordinary friends, the matter of Our Lady of the Universe alone would be enough to turn Wan Tianzhou and Zhou Xingdou against each other. How could they be so helpless to accept it like they are now? As for Zhou Xingdou's so-called request for help, there was no word asked in it at all. Even though he had kidnapped the Holy Mother of the Universe, even if Zhou Xingdou did not ask for help, Wan Tianzhou would have taken the initiative to say that he would bring people to help. Even though 20 years have passed, the first simple days of life are indeed the most unforgettable and will last throughout their lives. All good things must come to an end. At least now is not Zhou Xingdou's free time. He still needs to go to the Yin Yang cave. Since Wan Tianzhou has agreed to help Zhou Xingdou, no matter how powerful his reputation as a saint is, he still needs to hold ceremonies in advance, revive the ancestors, and arrange matters. So even though Wan Tianzhou wanted to, he didn't have the time to go to Yin Yang cave with Zhou Xingdou to visit Bai Yulong. Zhou Xingdou originally planned to visit the Holy Mother of the Universe for a while before leaving, but Wan Tianzhou watched him too closely, leaving him and the Holy Mother of the Universe no chance to be alone together, so he had no choice but to leave. Don't forget, if you hadn't come and I had been beaten to death, you would have been left without a brother, and the Virgin Mary would have been left without a lover. Zhou Xingdou teased Wan Tianzhou before he left, but before he could finish his words, he had already fled with Yuan Tian, leaving Wan Tianzhou alone in helplessness and rage. Chapter 466, Each has its own ups. Seeing that Bai Yulong was no longer crazy, Zhou Xingdou untied the rope that was hanging him and let him down. His 3 childhood friends all have their own quirks. Wan Tianzhou acts like a woman when he is gloomy and resentful, and sometimes he can be terrifyingly stupid. Bai Yulong always loses every time he gambles and he loves gambling very much. Moreover, he speaks without thinking and his mouth can make people angry. As for the missing Dou Wanjun, he liked to pretend to be profound. He would stop talking at any time and often shut up halfway through speaking, pretending to be a hermit. But speaking of it, the most eccentric of the 4 was Zhou Xingdou, who even died and was reborn. The first thing Bai Yulong did after being put down was to quickly take out the wound medicine and apply it on his face. He applied it and muttered to himself, "My handsome face cannot be disfigured. I don't have a wife yet." Fortunately, Bai Yulong's medicine was effective, and although Zhou Xingdou hit him hard, he did not beat him to death. Not long after applying the medicine, Bai Yulong's face recovered, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "As long as you have that mouth, you won't be able to find a wife, whether your face is restored or not." Bai Yulong obviously only remembered the food but not the beating. As soon as he recovered from his injuries, he forgot about the miserable beating he had just received. He said confidently, "What are you talking about? Can't I find a deaf person?" Zhou Xingdou was also blocked by Bai Yulong's words. "You know what, you really don't know, what he said really makes sense." Zhou Xingdou didn't plan to continue chatting with Bai Yulong, otherwise it would probably take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. So he straightened his face and tried to get to the point. "I came here this time because..." But just as Zhou Xingdou opened his mouth, Bai Yulong interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Needless to say, I already knew it. I just asked Yin Yang Cave Heaven to help. Don't worry, although I am only the son of God, I can still make the decision on this matter. I have already made arrangements." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly, a little curious. "How did you know so quickly?" Bai Yulong stood up and said with a wink, "As soon as I received the news that Big Brother had returned, I asked Yuan Tian about it. Not only did I know that Big Brother came here to ask for help, I also knew that Big Brother was not dead because he had returned to the past." Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly when he heard this. "Yuan Tian, this guy spreads everything." Bai Yulong also hurriedly explained to Yuan Tian, "It's not his fault. He didn't reveal it originally. I told him. If he didn't tell me, I would have asked him about it later. Instead of wasting your breath, it would be better for him to say it for you." Zhou Xingdou did not refute after hearing this. Bai Yulong was indeed right. He had said these things many times in the past few days, repeating some things over and over again. He was a little tired of talking about them. But looking at Bai Yulong's proud little expression, Zhou Xingdou felt like hitting him. It was really difficult for him to talk to Bai Yulong calmly. However, in this case, it seemed unnecessary for Zhou Xingdou to come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Bai Yulong knew everything and had already arranged for Yin Yang Cave Heaven to assist Qingtian Alliance. So, if he came here except to beat Bai Yulong up, it would be a wasted trip. But when I think about it carefully, it seems to be worth it to beat Bai Yulong. The feel is still as good as before, and my heart is extremely refreshed, as if I have experienced a baptism. After chatting with Bai Yulong for a while, Zhou Xingdou suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Yulong. By the way, do you remember when I returned to Taisher Daoyu, you brought a group of geniuses to welcome me? Bai Yulong was stunned for a moment, then asked. That time you were charged a toll? What happened? Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and said. Do you remember there was a woman among them? Her name should be Du Yu. Du Yu is, naturally, the son of Destiny who once took over Wan Tianzhou's body, and Du Buhui's true daughter of Destiny? Zhou Xingdou had never taken it seriously before, and he didn't have time to deal with Du Yu during that period. Since he was at the same gambling table with Bai Yulong, even if they were not very close friends, they were in the same circle, so it was natural that he couldn't not know who he was. She, the goddess of the Baihua sect, has always been obsessed with you. She even cried bitterly after you got into trouble. If you didn't know her, you would think she was your lover. As he spoke, Bai Yulong's smile turned a little mean. Brother, why did you suddenly think of her? Could it be that you have fallen in love with her? Zhou Xingdou ignored Bai Yulong's sly smile and said slowly. I have obtained a divine palace, and I need 18 divine maidens like you to guard the palace in order for it to work effectively. Bai Yulong took a breath of cold air. What temple needs 18 women to guard it? The Yinpa Temple. Although Zhou Xingdou also felt that Bai Yulong's name for the Temple of Creation was very vivid, he still glared at him. After all, he could hold a music party, but others could not say that they were holding a music party. Bai Yulong was horrified by Zhou Xingdou's glare and changed his words. She's so obsessed with you, if you just beckon her, she'll follow you. As he spoke, Bai Yulong seemed to react, and immediately looked at Zhou Xingdou in surprise and said. You don't want me to find you 17 more Destiny daughters, do you? Zhou Xingdou had to admire Bai Yulong's train of thought. He rolled his eyes at him and said. Can you find her if I ask you to? You don't even know what Destiny's true girl is. If I ask you to find someone, you'll probably just bring me a bunch of good people. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou didn't ask him to help find someone, Bai Yulong breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. After all, although he could roughly understand what Destiny's true lady meant, it was really too difficult for him to find her. After all, the Baihua sect is a sect affiliated with the Yin Yang Cave Heaven. If I don't remind you, don't you think that I am not giving you face, big brother? Zhou Xingdou said unhappily. After all, Du Yu is the goddess of the Baihua sect? Who would be willing to let someone abduct a goddess who has been trained for so many years? Although reporting it to the Yin Yang Cave Heaven will not have any substantial impact on herself, it is somewhat immoral after all. Bai Yulong pouted. The Baihua sect only has this one goddess, and the sect master is planning to pass the throne to Du Yu. You might as well not tell me and sneak in with a mask on to kidnap Du Yu. That would be easier to do. Zhou Xingdou shook his head. I'm not a bandit or a rapist. Even if I rob someone, I'll do it openly. Why would I do it secretly? Bai Yulong's eyes widened. He didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to take his joke seriously. He quickly said. Don't do that. If you openly rob someone's treasures and magic weapons, it's not shameful. But if you openly rob someone's goddess, it would be extremely embarrassing. I, your brother, am still going to get married. Once your bad reputation is exposed, no fairy will dare to get close to me in the future. Zhou Xingdou spread his hands and said indifferently. That can't be helped. I've already told you that if you can't come up with a solution, I'll just rob you by force. Bai Yulong waved his hands quickly. No, how about this? I'll go to the manhwa sect with you right now, and I'll talk to the sect master. You can coax you down, and see if we can resolve this peacefully.
Chapter 467, Manhwa Sect. 100 Flowers.
Named after 100 flowers, one can imagine that this sect is mostly composed of women, and the skills and magical powers they practice allow them to make 100 flowers bloom when they attack, using flowers, plants and trees to hurt the enemy. But this does not mean that the manhwa sect is weak. Although it is not as good as the immortal and super first class, it is also a top-notch existence among the first-class sections. Among the territories of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, it can be ranked in the top 5. The main gate of the manhwa sect is located in a valley. The area within 100 miles is covered by a sea of flowers. The fragrance of flowers fills the sky and the earth. With every breath, thousands of exotic aromas bloom in the nose, which is fascinating. Let me make it clear first. Do you and I are friends after all? You need to explain the pros and cons to you in advance and then ask her if she is willing. Manhwa sect is here. Bai Yulong paused and said to Zhou Xingdou beside him. Zhou Xingdou shook his head and smiled. I understand. If she doesn't want to, I can take away her destiny and marry her off to someone else. I'll give her some compensation then. Zhou Xingdou had no ill feelings towards Yu, and was somewhat curious about this beautiful and kind-hearted woman who regarded him as an idol. Even if it wasn't for Bai Yulong's sake, Zhou Xingdou would never do anything to humiliate someone who had a great liking for him and could cry bitterly because of his misfortune. Anyway, I am not short of luck now, and I have a deprivation card in my hand. If Yu is unwilling to be the true lady of the palace, then I will give her some benefits and it will not be a problem to graft the luck of the true lady of destiny to the beauties in the spirit hall. Although Bai Yulong was curious about Zhou Xingdou's suggestion of depriving his destiny and grafting someone else, he did not ask much. He just asked with a hint of request in his eyes. That's fine. Don't cheat me, your brother. So much nonsense, why don't you go and knock on the door? Boom! Zhou Xingdou impatiently hit Bai Yulong on the head, causing Bai Yulong to grimace in pain. I know. I am your slave, okay. Bai Yulong said unhappily, covering his head. After saying that, Bai Yulong took a step forward and instantly arrived at the valley entrance of Manhwa sect. He looked at the stunned gatekeeper disciple, stood with his hands behind his back and said, I am Bai Yulong, why don't you quickly open the sect gate and inform your sect leader and elders to come out to welcome you? No matter how stupid or dumb the disciples of Manhwa sect were, it was impossible for them not to know who Bai Yulong was. They hurried forward to greet him and quickly notified their own sect leader and elders to come and greet him. Within 30 breaths, brilliant rays of light rushed out from the valley at a high speed and landed in front of Bai Yulong and Zhou Xingdou. The brilliant light faded away, revealing dozens of figures. All of them were good-looking and well-dressed. The women could all be called beauties, and the men were all handsome men. The instant these dozen figures appeared, the room was filled with an even richer floral scent that was almost pungent. The leader of these people was a beautiful lady in palace dress who still had some charm. She was graceful and elegant. She bowed to Bai Yulong and said, I am Feng Ningyu, the leader of the Manhwa sect, and I am here to meet the Jade Dragon God's son. Immediately afterwards, the elders behind her also came to pay their respects to Bai Yulong one by one, with a very respectful attitude. After all, Bai Yulong is no longer the playboy-like son of God he once was. He already has the ability to succeed the position of Yin-Yang Cave Master, but he just doesn't want to. What's more, their Manhwa sect is a subordinate force of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Even the sect leader has to treat Bai Yulong, the son of God, with respect and dare not neglect him in the slightest. Now in front of these subordinate sects, Bai Yulong was still relatively stable, not going crazy like he did in front of Zhou Xingdou, and said gently, Master Feng, this isn't the first time we've met, there's no need to be so polite. However, he did not dare to forget his elder brother beside him, otherwise he might have another brain explosion. He pointed to the side and said, I don't think I need to introduce this person. You should know him. Following Bai Yulong's guidance, Feng Ningyu and a group of elders only then discovered Zhou Xingdou's existence. It was not that they deliberately ignored him, but although Zhou Xingdou was standing there, he seemed to be there and not there. Without Bai Yulong's guidance, they would not have noticed Zhou Xingdou's existence.
Feng Ningyu followed the instructions and looked at Zhou Xingdou's face.
Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed,
Zhou Xunzi.
When Feng Ningyu said this, everyone from the Baihua sect present was shocked and turned their eyes to Zhou Xingdou.
I didn't know that Master Zhou was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me, Master Zhou. Feng Ningyu bowed as the sect leader, his expression both surprised and delighted.
Zhou Xingdou may not have a very good reputation in Taichu Daoyu, but he is at the peak of his career in Taishu Daoyu. Not to mention other things, he mediated the war between Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Holy Land of the Universe, bringing peace to the war-torn Taishu Dao realm. This merit has to earn the respect of countless forces in the Taishu Dao realm.
Zhou Xingdou looked calm, raised his hand and said,
I am here with Yulong as well, so there is no need to be polite, Sect Master Feng.
Feng Ningyu felt relieved when she saw Zhou Xingdou was so calm.
She smoothed her hair and hurriedly said,
Zhou Xunzi, please come in.
It is a real sin to keep you waiting outside for so long. Bai Yulong was a little unhappy when he saw that Zhou Xingdou had stolen the limelight, but he did not forget the main business and asked Feng Ningyu,
Where is Du Yu? Isn't he in the sect?
You are. As Feng Ningyu spoke, she looked at Zhou Xingdou, then at Bai Yulong, as if she was thinking about how to start the conversation appropriately. Bai Yulong guessed something in his mind, and said with a strange look on his face,
It's okay, just say whatever you want to say, my brother doesn't mind these. Feng Ningyu looked at the elders beside him.
They were unwilling to speak for Sect Master Feng.
Feng Ningyu could only sigh and said, Yuer has been depressed ever since she learned about Zhou Xunzi's accident 20 years ago.
She has stayed indoors and said that she wants to remain a widow for 100 years for Zhou Xunzi.
Bai Yulong exclaimed. Fuck. Zhou Xingdou was somewhat moved upon hearing this and said, He is a lovelorn fellow.
Feng Ningyu carefully raised her eyes to observe Zhou Xingdou's expression, and hurriedly explained.
Please don't blame Yuer, Zhou Xunzi.
She has regarded you as her idol since she was a child.
She has no intention of cursing you or disrespecting you.
During these 20 years, except for Zhou Xingdou's relatives and friends, almost everyone else thought that Zhou Xingdou was really dead. No one expected that Zhou Xingdou would be resurrected. Bai Yulong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, He must be secretly happy in his heart, how could he blame you? In Bai Yulong's opinion, his appearance is only slightly worse than Zhou Xingdou's. How come there is no woman willing to remain a widow for 100 years for me?
Not fair.
Zhou Xingdou rolled his eyes at Bai Yulong. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have already flicked his finger on Bai Yulong's head. But polite words still need to be said.
Master Feng, you are overthinking it. Xingdou is honored and how could he blame you?
But Feng Ningyu said hesitantly, I have a request, I hope you can agree to it, Mr. Zhou.
Tell me about it. Feng Ningyu lowered her body even lower, and said with a hint of pleading in her voice,
I beg you to see Yuer and help the poor child resolve his problem.
Chapter 468 Who are you?
In a pavilion within the Baihua sect, a woman dressed in white and with a mourning band on her head was kneeling in front of a portrait, lost in thought. The portrait depicted an extremely handsome young man with a bright appearance, clear eyes, and thin brows. There was a vertical wrinkle between his brows, and he was wearing a purple cloud armor with a thunder dragon. He looked like a fierce god in the world, or an immortal who had descended to earth. The portrait is framed by hundreds of sacred flowers, and in front of the painting is a small copper incense burner with 3 sacred sandalwood sticks burning slowly in it. The pavilion is well ventilated, but filled with thick sandalwood and lingering smoke, which shows that this portrait has been burned continuously, which is why there is such a scene. Other things that can be seen everywhere in the house are exquisite clay sculptures and wood carvings, all of which depict the same person, but with different expressions and movements. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was holding the formation plate given by Feng Ningyu and sneaking into the pavilion through the ventilation window.
As soon as he entered the pavilion, Zhou Xingdou was dumbfounded. Because the person in the portrait was none other than Zhou Xingdou. The other portraits and statues that can be seen everywhere are images of Zhou Xingdou at different periods of his life. Zhou Xingdou can even find a picture of him beating up Wan Tianzhou when he was a child. The painting is so vivid that it even makes Zhou Xingdou feel itchy in his fists. Not only that, Zhou Xingdou also saw a replica of the damaged Thunder Emperor armor, a replica of the Thunder Emperor's throne that he had taken away somewhere, and even a replica of the prison sword. These imitations are neatly placed throughout the pavilion, and judging by how clean they are, they probably need daily maintenance and cleaning. At this time, Zhou Xingdou also looked at the woman kneeling in front of his portrait. She is fragrant, delicate, and pretty, and must be a beautiful girl of her time. But her beautiful eyes were slightly red and her face looked haggard, which made people feel very pitiful. Zhou Xingdou showed up in front of the portrait, looked at the portrait that looked like a real scene inside. It's a bit unlucky to make a wreath for a living person like me. Unexpectedly, Diyu only raised his eyes to glance at Zhou Xingdou, then lowered his eyes again and said, "Master, you don't need to change Zhou Xunxi's words to persuade me. I have made up my mind to remain a widow for 100 years for Zhou Xunxi. Even a minute or a second less will not count as 100 years." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly, finding it a little funny. It seems that the still charming sect leader Feng has disguised himself many times to persuade his disciples, but it seems that Diyu saw through his trick every time? However, Zhou Xingdou did not explain, but followed Diyu's words and asked, "You and Zhou Xunxi have no connection at all, and he may not even remember who you are. Is it worth it to be a widow for him who is already dead?" Diyu's face was cold, but her eyes sparkled. Whether he remembers or not is his business. I am willing to remain a widow for him. That is my business. There is no such thing as worth it or not. Zhou Xingdou continued to ask. Then don't you know that Zhou Xunxi has many women around him, many of whom don't even have a legitimate relationship with him? He is a passionate and heartless man. Why would you sit here for 100 years for such a man? Diyu seemed extremely dissatisfied with Zhou Xingdou's words and immediately retorted, "Which upright man doesn't have many wives and concubines? When I was young, the Du family was home to a small family. The head of the family married 20 wives and concubines, and there were countless concubines. Zhou Xunxi, who is of such status, has only 2 hands to count his concubines. He must be a man of love." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou exclaimed in his heart that Duyu's words made sense. It turned out that he was actually a person who loved love. He couldn't help but look up to Diyu a little more. "You are a wonderful woman, but it's a pity that I never took the time to meet you, so you have been sitting here for me for 20 years. Hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Diyu was slightly stunned. She understood that her master would never say such words. But before he could raise his head to take a closer look, an extremely handsome face was already 2 inches in front of her nose, and a magnetic and deep voice accompanied by hot air blew in her face. "But, why do you, such a wonderful woman, think I will die?" "Woo!" Diyu's face shrank back, but his haggard complexion turned red in an instant, and he said in disbelief, "Who the hell are you?" Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou stopped teasing Diyu, stood up straight, his purple robe fluttering, vertical lines flashing in his heart, and stood in front of Diyu with his hands behind his back, like a living god. "I am the young master of the Zhou family, leader of the Xingtian alliance, Zhou Xingdou." Buzz. Diyu suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, and his originally calm mood was instantly disturbed. Looking at the handsome man in front of him who looked like a god, he was stunned for a moment as if the pause button was pressed. Looking at the stunned Diyu, Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Miss Du, you still don't believe it? Now the news of my resurrection has spread throughout Chuyuan, and as far as I know, I should be the real Zhou Xingdou." Diyu was not as surprised or frightened as Zhou Xingdou had imagined, but her whole body turned red in an instant. That's right, everything was red, not just the cheeks, but also the ears, the neck, and the slender hands, all of which turned red with shame in an instant, and the boots on the feet were bent and dug into the floor. Shame. Endless shame overwhelmed Diyu. She had already believed that the person in front of her was Zhou Xunxi, the one she had been dreaming about. However, the timing and place of the meeting were not quite what she had imagined. Just as Zhou Xingdou said, although Diyu admired and was obsessed with Zhou Xingdou didn't know all this. Now his idol appeared in front of him, and his room was full of traces of Zhou Xingdou, while he, an unknown person, was still a widow for Zhou Xingdou. How could do you not feel ashamed?
Zhou Xingdou burst out laughing, and instantly realized that Duyu was a bit like He Gong, who loved dragons but was not as good as him, and also understood his shame. But now it seems that as a person who is in love with this fan, I should take the initiative to ease the embarrassment of this fan.
Wow!
Duyu, whose face was flushed, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and felt a little dizzy because Zhou Xingdou's strong arms had passed through her legs and back and held her horizontally in his arms.
Duyu's body was not stiff, and even felt a little weak.
Moreover, Duyu's figure is not plump, but she has a perfect slender and well-proportioned figure, neither thin nor fat, just the right size.
Jojo Zunzi, this. Duyu was already unmatched, and even confusion could be seen in his eyes.
Zhou Xingdou put his cheek close to Duyu's nose, and their lips and teeth were only a tiny distance away. Every time he breathed, the fragrance of flowers that belonged only to Duyu filled his nose, making him addicted. Why, you're willing to be a widow for me, but you don't want me to hold you in my arms. Compared to Duyu, who was already flushed, Zhou Xingdou's temperature was already icy cold, but the words he spoke close to his lips still made Duyu breathe heavily.
No, woo.
Before Duyu could finish her stuttering words, Zhou Xingdou had already kissed her slightly sweet and fragrant lips.
This sudden kiss made Duyu's confused eyes instantly clear.
She put her arms around Zhou Xingdou's shoulders and took the initiative to kiss him on the lips.
Chapter 469, Palace Guardian Goddess.
After a long time, their lips and teeth parted. Duyu woke up from her dream and stared at Zhou Xingdou's face infatuatedly.
Am I dreaming?
Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth and arched his lips and said,
How about you try it again and see if it feels real?
Duyu, whose face was already red, was extremely embarrassed. Even though she had lost her first kiss and was teased by Zhou Xingdou like this, it was natural that her skin color would not change. She just stared at Zhou Xingdou with her beautiful eyes, unwilling to move away. But the current situation seems as far away as a dream to me.
Zhou Xingdou sighed inwardly.
Although he didn't want to ruin the girl's happiness, he still decided to tell her the purpose of his visit today. I came to the Baihua sect to find you. I have a fortune palace that needs someone like Miss Du to guard it.
Of course, this is not mandatory. Miss Du can.
Zhou Xingdou said slowly that by doing this, he was already taking advantage of Duyu, so it would be better for both of them to set a goal first. But before he could finish, Duyu interrupted with her beautiful eyes flickering.
I do. I haven't even mentioned the harm. I'm willing to pay any price.
Looking at Duyu with a determined look in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou was a little at a loss, because all this made him feel that it was a little too easy and he was a little uncomfortable. However, looking at the traces of himself all over the room, Zhou Xingdou felt somewhat relieved. Duyu's obsession with himself is probably not much different from those who planted the manhwa slave seal. But even if Duyu is unconditionally willing, Zhou Xingdou must explain the harm clearly. To guard my fortune temple, even though you have almost lost your absolute freedom, you need to guard the temple or stay by my side most of the time, and your life is in my hands. Even if I allow you to go out, you cannot leave the creation palace for more than 49 days, otherwise your true spirit will dissipate.
Do you turn a deaf ear to these malpractices?
There is no such thing as absolute freedom in this world.
For me, being able to be with Zunzi is my greatest freedom. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Duyu with some emotion.
He had indeed had many women in this life, but apart from the one who had been branded with the manhwa slave seal on her mind, Duyu was the first one who was so unconditionally obsessed with him? This made Zhou Xingdou speechless. After a few moments of silence, he quietly pulled out one hand and held it in the air.
Buzz!
In an instant, a miniature and exquisite palace of creation appeared in Zhou Xingdou's palm. The moment the palace of creation appeared, a mysterious, ancient and magical aura enveloped the place, attracting Duyu's gaze, which was obsessed with Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's expression turned serious, and he looked at Duyu and said,
Duyu, I'll ask you again, are you willing to be my palace maiden?
There is only one word difference between the palace guarding lady and the palace guarding lady, but the difference is huge. Even now, Zhou Xingdou has only had a rough idea of the temple of creation. There are 18 palace guarding positions in the shrine, including 1 palace guarding celestial maiden, 6 palace guarding real maidens, and 11 palace guarding slaves. Among them, the palace guarding goddess and the palace guarding true girl directly inherited Zhou Xingdou's cultivation and even his combat power. If all 18 palace guardians gather together, the palace guardian goddess will have 80% of Zhou Xingdou's combat power, and the true woman will have 60% of Zhou Xingdou's combat power.
But it is different for the slaves guarding the palace. Although their cultivation is related to Zhou Xingdou, it is always 3 small realms lower.
For example, Zhou Xingdou is now at the peak of the 9th transformation of the quasi-emperor, while the slaves guarding the palace are only at the initial stage of the 9th transformation of the quasi-emperor. Moreover, the strength of the palace guarding slave is also related to himself, and he will not have the abnormal combat power of Zhou Xingdou.
Their status is also very different.
The palace guarding goddess is equivalent to the controller of the palace of creation, second only to Zhou Xingdou. She can even use the power of the palace of creation without Zhou Xingdou's control and directly command the 6 palace guarding goddesses and 12 palace guarding slaves. If Du had not been so infatuated with him, Zhou Xingdou would have only planned to take her in as the palace guardian lady, and would choose the position of palace guardian heavenly lady later.
Du still did not waver? I am willing and I will never regret it.
As he spoke, Du stretched out his jade finger and pointed at the palace of creation in Zhou Xingdou's palm.
Boom!
The palace of creation was shaking violently at this moment, and the divine light of creation followed Du's fingers and covered her whole body. The moment the divine light of creation covered Du's whole body, the light was swept into the palace like a stream of water. A panel also appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou.
Creation Temple 1/18. Goddess of Fortune, 1/1. 50% combat power. True Woman of Fortune, 0/6.
30% combat power.
Slave of Fortune, 0/11. Early stage of Quasi-Emperor's 6th transformation. Zhou Xingdou looked at the panel and finally understood why the Creation Temple was so perverted. Since it can allow the system to generate a panel, then this palace of creation is more of a part of the system than a magical palace. Of course, it is not that easy to transform Du into the palace guarding goddess. The palace guarding goddess is equivalent to allowing Du to be reborn in the palace of creation and become a part of the palace of creation. This transformation takes time, but fortunately Du is willing, so the transformation is much faster, only 12 hours. And if Zhou Xingdou forces the unwilling Destiny Girl into the palace of creation, the transformation will take at least 7 days. In fact, this is already a very fast time. Even for Zhou Xingdou, who is very time conscious, this time is not considered long. There are 18 palaces guarding the creation, and for every 6 transformations, the palace of creation will be upgraded by 1 level, and the people guarding these palaces will also be upgraded. Only when all 18 palaces are gathered can the palace of creation play its true role. Zhou Xingdou studied it for a while, then closed the panel. Then he looked at the room full of his own portraits and traces, shook his head slightly, and waved his sleeves gently. Wow! In an instant, the entire pavilion was empty, and all the items were collected by Zhou Xingdou into the room belonging to the goddess guarding the palace in the palace of creation. It's a pity that Du Buhui's immortal soul was taken away by the system, otherwise he would have gone crazy after seeing today's scene, and his expression would have been very interesting. It was too easy to accept Du, but the only destined girl who was so obsessed with and worshipped him as an idol was probably Du. The remaining 17 gave him a headache. Zhou Xingdou wanted to fill up the palace of creation before Tianqin appeared, which would definitely be a huge help in Tianqin's area at that time. Du, who has added 80% of his strength, is probably only 1 level weaker than the top quasi-emperors like Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong. With such strength, he is absolutely qualified to directly participate in the fight for Tianqin. However, Bai Yulong hadn't negotiated terms with the Baihua sect yet, and he had already kidnapped Du. This was a bit abrupt, and if they failed to reach an agreement, the situation would be awkward. So Zhou Xingdou chose to run away. Anyway, I have consulted Du's opinion and informed Bai Yulong in advance, so let Bai Yulong worry about the rest. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou felt that doing so was the best choice. He sent a message to Yuan Tian, who was still in the Yinyan cave heaven. Then Zhou Xingdou instantly activated the 2 realms infinity and disappeared in the pavilion. Chapter 470. A Bad News.
Now that Zhou Xingdou has visited the three immortal places related to him, namely, the Palace of Pluto, the Holy Land of the Universe, and the Yin Yang Cave, there are no other forces that Zhou Xingdou needs to visit. It is impossible for the other immortals to help me, let alone lend a helping hand.
It would be a blessing if they don't become Tianjizi's enemy by then.
Possessing the magical power that connects the two worlds, even though the Taishu Dao realm and the Taichu Dao realm are extremely far apart, it doesn't take Zhou Xingdou too long to return to the Xingtian Alliance.
The first thing Zhou Xingdou did when he returned to the Xingtian Alliance was to gather everyone at the Zhoutian Palace. This call is different from the last hasty call.
The founders and masters of the 7 holy halls all came forward upon hearing the order.
The 4 servants of the Zhou family stood under the high seat. Shouyu and Yuji also appeared, representing the finance hall and the martial spirit hall respectively.
The 4 servants of the Zhou family also brought a phoenix throne in advance and sat slightly below Zhou Xingdou's right hand, allowing Luo Hani to sit down.
Ningyu stood beside Luo Hani's phoenix throne like a protector.
Originally, Master Wei on Zhou Xingdou's right had also prepared a phoenix throne, but Tian Zhou'er did not show up, so it was not used. With the master away, Luo Hani sat on the phoenix throne with the demeanor of a mistress, dignified and proper.
I have made some progress during my trip.
The Pluto Palace has agreed to keep an eye on the Xiantian Dao sect for the Xingtian Alliance.
The Pluto will also help us fight against Tianjizi.
The Holy Land of the Universe and Yin Yang Cave Heaven will also come to help the Star Sky Alliance survive this disaster. Zhou Xingdou sat on the throne, his face calm but his voice majestic. But the news he brought slightly eased the heavy atmosphere in Zhoutian Palace, and Master Wei even breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou knew that during the time he was away from the Xingtian Alliance, they must have received some bad news. But before Zhou Xingdou could ask, Wu Fatian, the founder of the Xinwu Holy Hall, stepped forward and reported to Zhou Xingdou. Some news came from the Shadow Secret Patriarch and the Shadow Secret Temple yesterday.
Master Wu, please speak. They discovered in Tai Daoyu that the ancient Tianji Pavilion has been getting along very closely with the Qian family these days. Many high-ranking officials from Taishu Temple, Sun Holy Land, and Taiyin Holy Land entered and exited the ancient Tianji Pavilion today.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. The Qian family is the new Taoist whom he killed in Xiantian Taoist sect, the Qian family that Qian Tianquan mentioned before his death. Zhou Xingdou had no scruples at the time. Even though Qian Tianquan clearly stated that he was the young master of the Qian family, he did not hesitate to kill him completely. Because the Qian family had long since fallen into decline, although it was still an immortal family, it was already the lowest of the lowest. It was said that if the current head of the Qian family had not had some abilities, the family would have long fallen out of the ranks of the immortals.
Moreover, the Qian family is located in the Taisu Dao realm, which is extremely far away from the Taichu Dao realm.
The fallen immortal Zhou Xingdou is indeed qualified to look down on them, so there is no hesitation in killing Qian Tianquan. But Taishu Temple, the Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon are not as dilapidated as the Qian family.
Taishu Temple and Tianji Ancient Pavilion both exist in Tai Dao realm, but they are not as low-key and mysterious as Tianji Ancient Pavilion. Taishu Temple is known to be the best in supernatural powers.
Moreover, this title is not only claimed by Taishu Temple itself, but most people in Chuyuan highly recognize the title of Taishu Temple. The former Zuanjizi was the one who surpassed his peers in Taishu Temple and was known for his supernatural powers. No one dared to challenge him, and that's how he became famous in the early Yuan dynasty. Speaking of power, Taishu Temple is ranked among the top 3 immortal forces in the minds of most people in Chuyuan.
No matter from which perspective, Taishu Temple is a huge building.
The Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon, which divided the world into 2 parts in the Taiji Dao domain, were also extremely ancient and prosperous immortal forces that a poor family like the Qian family could not challenge. The 3 families are ever prosperous, and with the mysterious Tianji Ancient Pavilion, even if we put aside the impoverished Qian family, they are still a force that makes people despair. It's no wonder that everyone felt so heavy just now. Even Zhou Xingdou felt a heavy heart when he heard this. The medicine-burning master beside Wu Fatian also stroked his beard and echoed.
The Qian family is almost certain to help Tianjizi.
They urgently need a victory in the immortal war to stabilize their shaky immortal status.
Tianzhu Patriarch seemed to be very disdainful of the Qian family. The Qian family is just a poor family, not to be feared.
Even if they are really pulled out, I am not afraid of them in the heavenly punishment holy hall.
Patriarch Gaian clenched his fist and said.
The important ones are Taishu Temple and the two holy places of Sun and Moon. However, now that the young master has sought the help of the universal Holy Land in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, there is still a chance of victory.
That's not the case.
Although Taishu Temple and the Sun and Moon Holy Lands are not weak, it is still unknown whether they can really help the Tianji Ancient Pavilion.
We can't draw a conclusion now.
Master Wei suddenly refuted what Gaian Patriarch said and continued slowly. And even if Taishu Temple, Sun, and Taiyin Holy Land were really persuaded by Tianjizi, with their ancient and immortal caution, they would never fully help Tianji Ancient Pavilion. It is even possible that even if they agreed to Tianjizi, they would just send some insignificant cannon fodder to make a show and get some money. Zhou Xingdou listened to Master Wei's analysis and felt that it made some sense.
Most of the immortals on all sides acted on their own interests. Even if Tianjizi came to attack the Xingtian alliance, it would definitely be a thankless task.
Master Wei is right, but the Star Alliance still needs to prepare for the worst. Zhou Xingdou tapped the armrest of the throne, his eyes flashing with destructive thunder. From now on, we must prepare for war as much as possible, open the Zhou family's treasury, fully arm the Star Sky Alliance, arm every supreme being and even saint, and fill the storage rings with precious medicines. No matter which force they are from, if they dare to come, I will tear off a piece of their flesh. Zhou Xingdou's low but majestic words resounded throughout the Zhoutian Palace, inspiring everyone to echo his words. The Divine Refining Hall will now stop other operations and focus on refining war puppets. The self-destruction of these war puppets alone will be enough to make them suffer. Damn it, who will destroy our Xingtian alliance? Even if we can't defeat them, we will fight to the death to kill them and make them fall into immortality. After everyone's extreme remarks ended, Zhou Xingdou asked about the current preparations, but they were nothing more than formations and traps. As the defending party, the Star Sky Alliance has a natural advantage as it has the advantage of geographical location. The 8 holy halls are fearless and each has its own specialties. In fact, in terms of power, the Star Sky Alliance is no weaker than any immortal hall in Chuyuan. Even if 2 immortals attacked, Zhou Xingdou would not be afraid at all. But facing Tianjizi, to be honest, Zhou Xingdou really didn't know how much power he could summon, and he didn't even have the idea of winning. The meeting did not last too long. After all, the date was getting closer and the time was getting shorter. They had too much to do. It is not an easy task to fully arm the Star Sky Alliance and make it impregnable in just 1 month. After a while, only Zhou Xingdou, Luo Hani and Ning Yuze were left in the hall. Chapter 471. Can Aunt Ning help me? Don't worry, you've gotten through so many difficulties, and this time will be no exception. Luo Hani gently stroked Zhou Xingdou's cheek with a gentle smile on her face. Zhou Xingdou, who was sitting on the throne with an expressionless face, suddenly smiled slightly at this moment, held Luo Hani's delicate hand and said, "Who told you I was worried? I'm just a little tired lately." Ningyu looked at Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani and made a rare joke. "If you're tired, just let Hani help you. She has lost her appetite for the past 2 days since you were away." Ning Yu's words made Luo Hani's cheeks turn red in an instant. But I didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to look at Ning Yuze and say, "Hani can't handle it by herself, can Aunt Ning help me?" The moment he finished his words, Zhou Xingdou felt a pain in his ear. Luo Hani's jade hand had twisted Zhou Xingdou's ear and almost rotated it 180 degrees. Zhou Xingdou's bold statement also frightened Ning Yuze, causing him to cough twice uncomfortably, pretending not to hear anything and saying, "Ahem, you two are being affectionate, Auntie Ning won't disturb you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yuze turned around and ran out of Zhoutian Palace at almost escaping speed. Wu Fatian and Master Wei, who were still communicating outside the Zhoutian Hall not long after the meeting, also saw Ning Yuze fleeing in panic and asked in confusion, "Why is she running so fast? Is there something wrong with the law enforcement hall?" "It shouldn't be, but I saw her face was as red as fire just now. Could it be that she was mad at the young master?" In the Zhoutian Palace, Luo Hani pinched her waist and looked at Zhou Xingdou angrily. I knew you, this pervert, had bad intentions towards Aunt Ning.
Now you don't even want to betray me, right?
Zhou Xingdou rubbed his ears that were twisted red by Luohani, then quickly hugged Luohani into his arms and explained.
I'm just joking because the atmosphere is awkward. How could Luohani still believe Zhou Xingdou's words?
He snorted coldly.
Humph.
I was the first one to arrive, but my master became the headmistress.
Now you want to hook up with Aunt Ning, and you still want me to sit in the back row. Zhou Xingdou held Luohani's legs, and put his face against Luohani's chest, saying like a child. No way, Aunt Ning will definitely be ranked after you. Before he could finish his words and wait for Luohani to react, Zhou Xingdou covered Luohani's lips and teeth. Woo! And you said you didn't have any thoughts about Aunt Ning.
After a round of comforting, Luohani shrank into Zhou Xingdou's arms with a look of grievance on her face, but she was not really aggrieved, it was just that the feeling was still there.
It's not that I don't agree, you should at least let me know first. I can't bear to see Aunt Ning leave either.
Instead of letting Aunt Ning get married, it's better to keep the wealth within the family and become one family. Luohani pinched Zhou Xingdou's palm, her crystal eyelashes drooped, and she spoke with a slightly frowned brow. In her heart, she can't live without Zhou Xingdou, but also Ning Yuze.
Zhou Xingdou is a lover, and Ning Yuze is a non-blood-related relative.
For Luohani, both of them and Master Tianzhou are very important and are irreplaceable people in her life.
In fact, Ningyu had many suitors in Taichu Dao domain, but they were all secretly beaten back by people from Xingtian League, or even Fahai, Yuan Tian and others.
Ningyu probably doesn't know that the reason these suitors are insincere is because they will be beaten to death if they continue pursuing them. What he would never have expected was that the mastermind behind all this was Luohani, who had always been sticking to him like a junior. Luohani admitted that she was selfish in this regard, but she could not accept that a strange man took her Aunt Ning away from her.
But I can't let Ning Yuze live out her life alone.
If I think about it carefully, it would be more acceptable for Ning Yuze to become my sister. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows were also twitching, and he quickly pulled out his hand that was pinched by Luohani and put it on her forehead. Is this still his stingy senior sister? Could it be that he is talking nonsense because he has a fever? Bang! Luohani slapped Zhou Xingdou's hand that was measuring her temperature and said unhappily. I'm not sick. I'm telling the truth. If you don't want to, I'll let Aunt Ning find a suitor to marry, so as to save time.
No, let's talk about this later. Let me kiss you twice first.
Zhou Xingdou naturally couldn't excitedly agree on the spot, even if he was really excited in his heart, otherwise his sister-in-law would probably feel jealous in her heart even if she didn't say it. The moon is high in the sky, and it is already the second watch. The cold white moonlight illuminates a courtyard of the Xingtian Alliance. This courtyard is very small, and compared with the surrounding divine pavilions and jade palaces, it stands out from the crowd. Because this is a small farmyard, it is extremely simple and plain, even inferior to the courtyards of ordinary rich people. And no one could have imagined that there lived a quasi-emperor among them. There was no floor in the yard, only compacted dirt and lush weeds, and in the quiet night, the sound of chopping wood could be heard constantly in the yard.
Snap! Rock!
Ningyu was wearing a coarse linen shirt and sitting on a simple wooden stool, but even so, it was difficult to hide her plump figure. Sitting on the stool actually highlighted her curves. She held a small axe in her hand, constantly raising the logs, then chopped them down with one axe, splitting the logs into 8 pieces and throwing them into the pile of firewood that was already as big as a small mountain. Although he was chopping wood, Ningyu seemed a little absent-minded. If she had been in her old temper, she would have dared to draw her sword and teach this little bastard a lesson if Zhou Xingdou had teased her like that.
Bang!
Ningyu swung the axe vigorously, but it seemed that he used too much force and chopped the log into pieces. But Ningyu didn't care at all, still immersed in Zhou Xingdou's words, and said angrily.
How could you say that, you little brat? Crunch!
At this moment, a creaking sound was heard, and Ningyu instantly came back to his senses. He shot his sharp eyes towards the wooden door and shouted coldly.
Who?
Crunch crunch. The wooden door slowly opened a crack, and a head popped out.
Aunt Ning, don't panic, it's me.
Zhou Xingdou tiptoed through the gap and entered the courtyard. Seeing that the person coming was Zhou Xingdou, Ningyu's body tensed up, but she pretended to be calm and indifferent and said,
"What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Crunch. Zhou Xingdou closed the door gently, then looked at Ningyuza and said, "Ah. It's not even the third update yet. It's the second update now,"
Zhou Xingdou said with some surprise. "Besides, wasn't it Aunt Ning who asked me to come here?" Ningyuza stood up from the stool with her plump figure, her eyes glaring, her eyebrows raised.
"When did I ask you to come to my place? Aunt Ning, didn't you cough twice when you left? Wasn't that a hint for me to come find you at 2 p.m.?
As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou walked towards Ningyuza, but he didn't expect Ningyuza to quickly take 2 steps back and said angrily,
"What a hint, little brat! If you come any closer I will tell Han Yi." Chapter 472, Master of Playing Stupidity. Ah. Isn't that right?
I thought Aunt Ning felt sorry for me and hinted to me to ask you for help tonight in order to prevent Han Yi from misunderstanding. Zhou Xingdou had an innocent look on his face, and his handsome face really made women feel pity for him. Ningyu wanted to get angry, but she found that she only felt ashamed.
"You're making trouble, aren't you? No matter how much I love you, how can I help you like that?"
But before he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou took advantage of the situation and stepped closer to Ningyuza. He hugged Ningyuza with his strong arms, tilted his head on his broad chest, and said like a spoiled child,
"I knew Aunt Ning still cared about me. Woo! Zhou Xingdou, what are you doing?"
Ningyu never expected that Zhou Xingdou would be so bold. She acted angry in an attempt to scare Zhou Xingdou away, but Zhou Xingdou kept his face buried in her chest and could not see her anger at all.
"Let go. I'm going to get angry. 1, 2.
When Ningyuza was about to count to 3, Zhou Xingdou suddenly looked up, looked into Ningyuza's angry eyes, and showed a weak expression.
"Does Aunt Ning hate me?"
Ningyu looked at Zhou Xingdou's handsome face, which was still childish, and was a little distracted for a moment, but she did not forget to deny it. I don't hate you, it's just that you are like this I feel uncomfortable. But you were obviously avoiding me. You stepped back when I came in just now. You were obviously afraid that I would do something to you."
"No, I didn't."
But at this moment, Ningyu felt something was wrong. She was still hugged by Zhou Xingdou, and her heart felt uncomfortable under his pressure.
She immediately reacted.
"Don't change the subject and act pitiful, just let me go."
"Let go if you want."
Zhou Xingdou let go of Ningyuza in a fit of anger, but before Ningyuza could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Zhou Xingdou fall with his head tilted back.
Thump!
Zhou Xingdou's divine body and immortal bones were so heavy that they smashed the ground 3 times. Ningyu hurriedly tried to pull Zhou Xingdou up. "You are the leader of the alliance now, not a child anymore.
How can you lie on the ground and throw a tantrum?"
But with Zhou Xingdou's current strength, if he doesn't want to get up, Ningyu really can't help him.
"Get up quickly." Zhou Xingdou lay motionless on the ground, imitating Wan Tinzhou's resentful expression, and said bitterly,
"The world hates me, the heavens punish me, my relatives stay away from me, and now even Aunt Ning hates me.
What's the point of me still being alive? I might as well let Tianjizi slap me to death with one palm."
The love was so deep that Zhou Xingdou even shed 2 tears.
How could what he said be false? Grandpa Uncle Qin left junior high school without saying a word.
He had died and returned to the past. After going through numerous difficulties, he returned to Chuyuan, but he had nothing to do with Xiantian Taoist sect anymore. Before he had a chance to catch his breath, he found that it was already 20 years later. Tianjizi was calling for his death, and the incarnation of heaven was threatening to destroy him with the general trend.
Now that I am being pretentious, I can't help but feel a little sad.
Zhou Xingdou's words made Ningyuza stunned for a moment. Looking at the face that she had watched grow up, she felt a little sad in her heart, and the anger on her face disappeared in an instant. She forgot that the child had not lived through those 20 years. For him, only a few months had passed and he was now just a young man who had just turned 20. But he has to bear the life and death of an immortal force, and play against the heaven at the top of the sky, the top of the world. Seeing the 2 tears shed by Zhou Xingdou, Ningyu couldn't help but feel distressed.
I don't dislike you at all. I know you're having a hard time, but some things are just not good after all.
Zhou Xingdou said nothing, just lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, staring blankly at the night sky. Ning Yuza was also a little panicked, and even after pulling several times, Zhou Xingdou still couldn't be shaken.
Please get up quickly, the ground is cold.
But Zhou Xingdou still said nothing.
Ning Yu was helpless.
She seemed to see Zhou Xingdou's childhood again. She didn't care about the dust and sat on the ground, stretching out her plump thighs, and said helplessly,
I give you credit. Put your head on Aunt Ning's lap and don't let your head get stupid.
As he spoke, Ning Yuza stretched out his hands to lift Zhou Xingdou's head.
This time it went extremely smoothly.
Zhou Xingdou's body was no longer unshakable, and Ning Yu had already lifted Zhou Xingdou's head onto her soft thighs before she even had to exert any strength.
Ning Yu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, you are just bullying Aunt Ning because she is old.
I should have chopped off your head a few years ago.
Zhou Xingdou was enjoying his lap pillow and no longer pretending to be dead. Aunt Ning is not old.
In my eyes, Aunt Ning is very beautiful. I love her to death. Ningyu burst out laughing, her neat short hair swaying slowly, and she shook her head and said,
Well, just flatter me. I don't want to bother with a little brat like you.
But Zhou Xingdou moved his head at this moment, found an angle where he could look Ning Yuza in the eye, and said very seriously,
Aunt Ning doesn't understand me? When have I ever flattered anyone? Why do I need to flatter anyone?
Ningyu lowered her eyes and looked at Zhou Xingdou, but her face showed no expression.
You really want me to help you?
At this point, Zhou Xingdou was no longer sleepy, his eyes flickered and he asked quickly,
May I?
Ning Yu's lips curled up in a cunning arc.
If you can get Han Yi to agree, I can do it too.
In Ning Yu's opinion, Luo Hani would naturally not agree, and she also felt that Zhou Xingdou did not have the courage to mention this to Luo Hani. Instead of letting Zhou Xingdou continue to pester her, it would be better to give him a difficult problem to block his way. After all, she was also afraid that she would be shaken by Zhou Xingdou's entanglement.
After all, this kid knew her weakness of being soft-hearted and not hard-hearted too well.
Real.
Certainly. As soon as the word is spoken. It's hard to catch up with him.
Ning Yu gave a definite answer very generously, feeling proud of her smart decision. Her expression immediately returned to seriousness and she said,
So hurry up and get up.
You've been so panicked that you forgot that your head is cold now. Zhou Xingdou was reluctant to leave the soft knee pillow, which made Ningyu feel at ease. He just let the pillow rest on his thigh, which was within her acceptable range. But at least Zhou Xingdou did not stand up completely, but turned around and put his arms around Ning Yu's tight slender waist.
Ning Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly said, What are you doing? Didn't you say you need Han Yi's consent? Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Ha? It was Han Yi who asked me to come.
Ning Yu's eyebrows were raised, her face was stern, and she opened her lips slightly to say something, but she didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to be one step faster and blocked her red lips with his mouth.
Woo!
Ningyu widened her eyes, unable to believe that Zhou Xingdou dared to do this. But when their eyes met, she saw strong love in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. For some reason, her defenses collapsed in an instant, and she could only close her eyes with a little humiliation.
Ha, Aunt Ning, you are so immature that you knocked my teeth. Stop making noise. Do you still want to kiss me?
Relative.
Chapter 473, Get Out of Here.
A sleepless night, the garden is full of spring colors. Zhou Xingdou was sleeping on the floor in the messy farmyard, and in his arms was the extremely disheveled Ning Yuza. When spring comes to old trees, the aged wine can be drunk. Although she is not young anymore, Ning Yuza should have just come out of her boudoir after last night, and her skin has become more delicate.
Get out of here. It's already dawn.
Although Ning Yu was held in Zhou Xingdou's arms, her brows were already frowning, but there was a hint of the charm of a married woman between her brows.
Zhou Xingdou was neither angry nor annoyed.
He had figured out Ning Yu's true colors last night.
His cold and arrogant expression was just an act. he couldn't do anything to him at all. Don't worry, let me kiss you again."
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou gently lifted the shoulder that Ning Yuza was resting on and brought Ning Yuza's stern yet somewhat rosy face to his mouth. Ning Yuza glared at Zhou Xingdou with her eyes, but she did not avoid him. After being kissed by Zhou Xingdou a few times, she said impatiently,
"Didn't you kiss enough last night? Hurry up and get out of here, Han Yi will be here soon."
Zhou Xingdou didn't care at all, and took a few bites of Ning Yuza's lips while he was scolded.
"It's okay, Han Yi won't mind." "I mind." Ning Yu looked at Zhou Xingdou's shameless appearance and seemed to be really angry.
"You have no shame, but I still have it.
If you don't get out of here, don't expect me to help you anymore." Seeing that Ning Yuza was really angry, Zhou Xingdou didn't dare to mess around anymore.
He could only reluctantly let go of Ning Yuza. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Ning Yuza still lying on the ground unable to move, so he raised his eyebrows and asked,
"Aunt Ning, do you need me to carry you back to bed?"
Although he was asking, Zhou Xingdou reached out and picked Ning Yuza up without waiting for Ning Yuza to answer.
Bang!
But Ning Yuza didn't expect that. He raised his hand and slapped Zhou Xingdou's hand, and said with a fierce look,
"I just want to lie here. I'll be really angry if you don't get out of here."
Zhou Xingdou withdrew his hand helplessly, knowing that Ning Yuza still needed time to digest their current relationship. If he really made her angry, she might not let him touch her anymore. He could only blink his eyes and kiss Ning Yuza on the mouth. Before Ning Yuza could get angry, Zhou Xingdou hurriedly fled, leaving only the echoing in the courtyard.
"Auntie Ning, have a good rest. I'll come to see you in the evening." After Zhou Xingdou left, Ning Yu also breathed a sigh of relief.
Even though she had been rude to Zhou Xingdou just now, she felt extremely ashamed in her heart. After being captured by this brat, how could Ning Yu not feel awkward being alone with Zhou Xingdou after she woke up?
Alas!
Ning Yu sighed sadly, and just as she was about to use her arms to prop up her body from the ground, she felt sore all over and almost fell down again. This is also the reason why she didn't let Zhou Xingdou help her up and asked Zhou Xingdou to get out quickly.
She might have difficulty standing now.
If Zhou Xingdou found out, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? At the same time, Zhou Xingdou was secretly observing Ning Yuza outside the farmyard. It was not until Ning Yuza barely got up and struggled to move himself into the house that Zhou Xingdou felt relieved and left the farmyard.
Zhou Xingdou knows very well what his own strength is.
Even the Holy Mother of the Universe who had once defeated me has now been defeated and begged for mercy, let alone Aunt Ning, the little girl who just came out of the boudoir.
Zhou Xingdou shook his head and used the Two Realms invincibility technique to leave.
Inside the dungeon of Zhuxing Palace, a beautiful woman in a phoenix robe sat dazedly in front of the dressing table. Although it is called a dungeon, it is actually more like a boudoir. The red gauze curtains, jade lamps, and soft beds are all furniture that ordinary people cannot touch. However, the closed stone door and the ceiling formations outside the house restrict the freedom of the people inside, giving it a bit of the flavor of a prison cell. Zhou Xingdou was outside the dungeon at the moment, with the round and beautiful Princess Ironfan beside him, who was talking to him about the situation in the dungeon. After all, she is the master's woman. Even though she has sinned, she has not been treated harshly. In the past 20 years, she has even lived a better life than some disciples of the 8 sacred halls. Zhou Xingdou listened to Princess Ironfan's words. His divine eyes looked through the numerous ceiling formations and walls at the only prisoner in the Zhuxing Palace dungeon, the former queen of Dian, Yushuhua. But now she looked a little haggard, as if she had neglected most of her hair. The fiery red phoenix crown did not hold all her hair together, and the wisps of hair on both sides of her graceful figure hung down, making people feel pity for her. The golden phoenix robe that once displayed her nobility now looked a little old and no longer radiated the brilliance of a jewel, as if a treasure had become defiled. Back then, the Zhou family's followers massacred the Great Yan dynasty, leaving only the Great Yan queen alive. Zhou Xingdou naturally did not waste her and kept her in his pocket. Unfortunately, not long after the Wanhua slave seal was planted, while he was on his way to the Taisher Dao realm, Huo Lingtian unexpectedly became the son of destiny, influencing Yushuhua and making her a person of great luck, which directly rendered the Wanhua slave seal ineffective. Later, he thought that Huo Lingtian had sent messages for him through the Luo family, and he tried to escape from Zhou Xingdou's control with the help of both inside and outside forces, but was thrown into the dungeon by Zhou Xingdou. But before they could deal with it, Zhou Xingdou traveled to the Four Heavenly Holy Land because of the Xiantian tribulation. No one else dared to deal with Yushihua without Zhou Xingdou, so Yushihua had to stay in this level for 20 years.
20 years is enough for an ordinary woman to grow old and ugly. But for Yushihua, even though she was in the Holy Realm, she still looked young. However, after 20 years of isolation and depression, she became extremely haggard. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and said to Princess Ironfan, "Open the cell door and see her." After all, she was a woman who had a relationship with Zhou Xingdou. Even if he was as ruthless as he was in the past, he couldn't bring himself to kill her. What about Zhou Xingdou now that he has seen through himself and his character has changed drastically? Princess Ironfan nodded. She had always been in charge of the Zhuxing Palace. All the seals here were made by her. She could remove the seals with a wave of her hand. Zhou Xingdou also took a step forward and pushed open the heavy stone door. Yushihua, who was originally sitting in front of the dressing table, did not have any big reaction when the stone door was pushed open. Even when Zhou Xingdou walked into the luxuriously decorated cell, Yushihua just turned around and smiled sadly. "Have you finally decided to kill me?" Zhou Xingdou walked over to the dressing table, frowned at Yushihua who was sneering sadly, and said, "When did I say I was going to kill you?" He didn't seem to have the impression that he wanted to kill Yushihua, but he did say that he wanted her to suffer every day. But Yushihua acted as if she didn't hear anything. She closed her eyes, raised her head and exposed her smooth neck, and said with a sad smile, "Kill me, there is nothing left for me to miss." 20 years of isolation from the world have worn away Yushihua's attachment to the world. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou tilted his head and hummed suspiciously. "Ha? You don't care about your child anymore." Chapter 474, Attraction of Destiny. Yushihua was slightly startled, and opened her eyes instantly, but suddenly sneered. "I'm afraid Tian'er would have died in your hands a long time ago, you devil." Zhou Xingdou's face turned cold, but he was patient after all. "Don't worry, if I kill him, I will definitely bring his head to you. I won't cheat on a weak woman." Upon hearing this, Yushihua clenched her jade hands under her phoenix robe into fists instantly. Her phoenix eyes widened as she looked at Zhou Xingdou's trembling figure and said, "Is Tian'er really not dead?" Princess Ironfan was extremely dissatisfied with Yushihua and snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you. How can you be worthy of being deceived by the master?" Yushihua's face changed drastically. She stood up hurriedly and looked at Zhou Xingdou with longing in her eyes, as if she was about to plead for mercy. But before Yushihua could speak, Zhou Xingdou raised his palm, and a pocket-sized version of the Creation Palace appeared in his palm. "Since you have served me before, I will give you two choices. Belong to me again and become my true palace maiden. In the future, I will spare Huo Lingtian's life so that you and your son can be reunited. Or..." At this point, Zhou Xingdou's expression turned extremely cold. "You can also choose to be locked up here forever. I will immediately find Huo Lingtian and chop off his head, so that you and your son can be reunited in another way." After all, his patience was limited. If Yushihua showed any remorse, he would not suggest spending some time talking to her, but judging from her expression, she was already adopting a non-violent and non-cooperative approach. However, there was one thing that surprised Zhou Xingdou a little. That was that just outside the dungeon, the system reminded him that Yushihua was already a person of destiny at the level of the Lady of Destiny. 20 years ago, Yushihua was only considered a person of great luck, but now she has advanced to the level of a woman of destiny. You have to know that Yushihua has been imprisoned for the past 20 years. It is impossible that she has gained this good fortune on her own. It can only be the result of Huo Lingtian's return. This made Zhou Xingdou curious about Huo Lingtian. This prince of the lost country seems to have some stuff. He must have achieved a lot now and has gathered a lot of luck. For Yushihua at this moment, there was no need to consider these two choices at all, she knew which one to choose. In fact, from the beginning to the end, she only had one choice. "Can you really let Tian'er go and reunite us mother and son?"
Yu Shuhua looked at Zhou Xingdou with expectations in her eyes. Zhou Xingdou held up the palace of creation, his eyes indifferent.
If you think you are my woman, I won't lie to you.
This time Yu Shuhua did not hesitate and knelt on the ground with a plop.
I am the master's woman, and I will always be. Zhou Xingdou's brows relaxed, and a divine light instantly shot out from the palace of creation, bringing Yu Shuhua into the palace. Princess Ironfan looked at Zhou Xingdou with some confusion at this moment. My lord, are you really going to let Hua Lingtian go? Zhou Xingdou looked at the fortune palace in his hand, with a slight smile on his face. Then it depends on her performance. However, Zhou Xingdou did not lie to Yu Shuhua. He was not afraid of even the way of heaven, so how could he be afraid of the person with luck in a certain world? Even if he could help Yu Shuhua become a person of destiny, what could it do? If he could meet Hua Lingtian, he wouldn't mind draining away Hua Lingtian's luck, breaking up his destiny, castrating him and implanting a slave mark on him, so that he could become a puppet warrior of the Star Sky Alliance. It would not be impossible to reunite the mother and son at that time. Maybe Hua Lingtian could bring himself a few women to fill the palace of creation.
There is still a long way to go to fill the palace of creation. There are only 2 of the 18 palace guardians, and it is still a long way from perfection. It would be great if everything came to our doorstep like the 4 heavenly Holy Land.
Zhou Xingdou thought so.
Although he has an exploration card, the world of Chuyuan is so vast that it would take an unknown amount of time even if he tried one place after another.
But before I could stop thinking, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Ding!
Feeling the host's powerful willpower in the flaws of the luck card, for the sake of the host's user experience, the luck exploration card will be deleted.
Ding! The system will delete the Luck Seeker exploration card.
As compensation, the cards in the host's warehouse will become Destiny Attraction cards.
Destiny Attraction card, not for sale.
After use, it will attract the destiny to meet the host within 7 days.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the introduction of the Destiny Attraction card, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said to the system. Oh, so generous now. Ding! This is what the system should do.
I have to say that this sudden change in the system is of great use to me.
Moreover, he did not suffer any loss at all.
He once had 13 luck exploration cards in his warehouse, but now all of them have become Destiny Attraction cards. It can be said that he made a big profit. The only pity is that this card is not for sale. Otherwise, with Zhou Xingdou's now steadily increasing luck value, it would not be a problem for him to get not only 18 Destiny Daughters, but even 108. However, attracting such a miraculous effect as Destiny is probably not an easy task for the system. It is better not to drain the system dry.
13 Destiny Attraction cards are enough. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou opened his panel. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, melting the only one, the best in the world. Realm, 5-star semi-peak, dual system. Luck value, 532-1405, over 5.32 million.
Origin of the Great Tao, Punishment Sutra. Number of times you travel through the heavens, 0. System Warehouse, Destiny Attraction card *13, Innate Luck Stripping card *3, Luck Clearing card *1. Looking at the drastic changes in the panel, Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned. He didn't check the panel much, as this was the first time he opened it after integrating the skills. However, he didn't expect that the panel had changed so much. His former talents, Heaven Punishment Body, Absolute Sword Vein etc. all disappeared without a trace, leaving only one line of words, melt the only, the ultimate in the universe.
But just this one sentence alone has surpassed the talents of every person before by many times.
The pinnacle of the heavens, this already represents one's own talent. Having reached the top of the heavens, one no longer needs to rely on other physical strength, bloodline, etc. to appear powerful.
Zhou Xingdou also took a breath of cool air.
It seemed that the integration of martial arts techniques brought him much more than he had imagined. Not only did he integrate the martial arts techniques, but he also integrated his own talents. The column for skills and techniques has also disappeared, replaced by the origin of the Tao and the Punishment Sutra. The column for the number of times the skills have been fused has also disappeared. His luck value has now reached over 5 million and is still rising. This was something Zhou Xingdou had not expected. It seemed that the giant spirit in Fahai had been working hard recently.
They might have found the lair of evil spirits.
However, the most important thing for Zhou Xingdou now is the Destiny attraction card that has been transformed by the system. Although not every card will necessarily attract the Girl of Destiny, but even if it is the Girl of Destiny, it is not a loss, as you can still get some luck points and rewards to compensate. Almost instantly, Zhou Xingdou took out 13 Destiny attraction cards and used them at the same time. He doesn't have the patience to wait for everyone one by one, so it's better to do it all at once.
Chapter 475 Waiting. The Destiny attraction card does not take effect immediately after use. It still takes time to attract, so Zhou Xingdou can only wait patiently these few days. For Zhou Xingdou, who is at the top of the dual system 5.5-star realm, although time is tight and the task is heavy, he does not need to practice at all.
If he is not careful, he might break through the Emperor realm. Even if he kills himself at that time, it will inevitably cause great harm to himself and affect his condition. It is better for him to comprehend the world and add more symbols of humanity. So in the following days, apart from harassing his master every day for asking for a kiss and being beaten out, Zhou Xingdou spent most of his time with Luohani and Ning Yuza. After all, Zhou Xingdou had just become close to Ning Yuza, and he stuck to Ning Yuza almost every night. However, with Zhou Xingdou's powerful fighting ability, Ning Yuza couldn't resist at all. Luohani was even more frightened and almost avoided Zhou Xingdou. In the end, she even set a trap for Ning Yuza, who was closest to her, just to make her share the disaster. Of course, Zhou Xingdou agreed with this wholeheartedly. Of course, Zhou Xingdou still felt sorry for his senior sister and Aunt Ning, which led to all the members of the Wuhuan Hall moving into the Zhuxing Palace, making it a veritable harem. Du Yu and Yushu Hua also successfully transformed during this period? As the goddess of creation, Du Yu was indeed as stated on the panel of the Palace of Creation. Not only did she synchronize Zhou Xingdou's cultivation, but she also had 50% of Zhou Xingdou's combat power added to her. Yushu Hua occupies one of the 6 positions as the true ladies of fortune, and also synchronizes her cultivation with Zhou Xingdou, becoming an addict at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, increasing Zhou Xingdou's combat power by 30%. It's just that the Creation Temple cannot allow them to cultivate dual systems like Zhou Xingdou did. What they synchronized was the realm of Zhou Xingdou's primary system.
And the battle power enhancement is indeed real.
The two of them can even use the ultimate secret of their Thunder Emperor's magic, the 4th level of Thunder.
Ordinary quasi-emperors are no match for them at all.
After her transformation, Yushu Hua became even more obedient to him, but she would still mention Huo Lingtian occasionally. Seeing that Yushu Hua was so sensible, Zhou Xingdou agreed without hesitation. However, Qing Yanjing has now started to retreat, so Zhou Xingdou can only stroll around with Princess Ironfan in his spare time. Occasionally, he will ask Li Xiuru and Yu Ji to go with him to Yogu and Lu's house to reminisce the past. And the waiting time during this leisure period lasted for 7 days.
Zhou Xingdou was soaking in the large hot spring in Zhuxing Palace.
In the hazy mist, Yu Ji, who was dressed coolly, was rubbing his back, and Li Xiuru was kneeling in the hot spring, feeding him spiritual fruit. Zhou Xingdou was tilting his head, looking at the 7 beauties, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, from the Wuhuan girls group in the hot spring center, dancing in the mist. This extravagant life made Zhou Xingdou feel that he had become somewhat decadent, and he decided to give up spiritual fruits starting tomorrow. But there was nothing he could do. Although he was the leader and the Star Sky Alliance was about to face a disaster, he had indeed done everything he could and arranged everything he could. The general policy has been decided, and Zhou Xingdou has nothing to do with other execution and affairs. Master Wei even said bluntly, if the young master has to take care of everything himself, what use is there for us? The master played tricks on him every day, while Luohani and Ning Yu helped Princess Ironfan design a secret formation to avoid him.
Qing Yanjing was also stimulated by Princess Ironfan's cultivation and went into seclusion to seek a breakthrough to become the emperor. Xiudyu's finance department is the busiest now. Even if he is willing to give up his work for Zhou Xingdou dare not let the finance department stop working. Although Du Yu and Yushu Hua have completed their transformation,
it will take time to fully integrate Zhou Xingdou's terrifying combat power in his rapidly rising realm. So Zhou Xingdou could only let Yu Ji and Li Xiuru serve him, and chat about life with the beauties in the spirit hall. But at this moment he was still a little dazed, because today was exactly the 7th day since the day he used the 13 Destiny attraction cards, but there was still no movement. This made Zhou Xingdou doubt whether the system was trying to trick him by changing the name of a useless card. But think about the system's past behavior. If it says within 7 days, then it will most likely be before the last second of the 7th day. After all, this is not the first day that the system has been using this minimum time limit. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou opened his mouth slightly. Li Xiuru, who was kneeling beside Zhou Xingdou, hurried closer and stuffed a priceless spiritual fruit that looked like a grape into Zhou Xingdou's mouth. Yu Ji also stretched out her slender fingers and grasped Zhou Xingdou's shoulders and kneaded them slowly, smiling coquettishly.
Master, is the strength appropriate?
I have recently been practicing the heaven-punishing claw of the heaven-punishing holy hall.
Good. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly.
With his physique, most people could not press him.
However, Yu Ji was thoughtful.
Last time he said that her strength was a little light, so she practiced claw skills. He could reward her later. But it's true, the heaven-slaying claw is first-rate for attacking, and I didn't expect it to be quite good for loosening shoulders as well. It seems that the old saying is true, different paths lead to the same destination, and even if the heaven-slaying holy temple declines in the future, I won't starve if I open a foot massage shop. Just as Zhou Xingdou was happily enjoying the bubble bath, he suddenly sensed something and instantly raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of joy.
Finally here. You've made me wait for so long. I have to show you what I can do.
At the same time, outside the Star Sky Alliance, 5 magnificent flying boats broke through the void and slowly sailed into the territory of the Star Sky Alliance.
Almost at the same moment, Tianin's figure appeared outside the Zhutian Alliance.
Looking at the 5 magnificent flying boats, the aura of the 3 Tribulations Emperor burst out instantly, and countless phantoms of mythical beasts flowed on his animal skin hunting coat.
One more step and you'll die.
The violent voice resounded throughout the world. The figures of the 7 great ancestors appeared in an instant, surrounding the 5 magnificent flying boats. 3 light wheels of wind, fire and thunder rose above the heads of each of them, blocking the retreat routes of these flying boats.
3 Tribulation Emperors blocked the retreat route, and an Emperor of Divine Arrows, who was at the top of the Emperors, blocked the way. The 5 flying boats finally stopped moving, but raised divine flags.
Xian family.
Holy Land of the Sun. Holy Land of the Moon. Taishu Temple. Master Wei looked at the flags on the flying boat with a gloomy expression.
The moment Master Wei finished speaking, the star array in the center of the Star Alliance began to operate with a roar, and its mighty power filled the heaven and earth like an infinite ocean.
As the star array was operating, countless connected and inlaid sky-covering arrays suddenly lit up one by one.
The ancient and terrifying array patterns spread throughout the entire Star Alliance, protecting the heaven and earth in all 4 directions, as solid as a rock. Yu Ji looked at the flying boat that was not mentioned by Master Wei and asked in confusion.
What does the Forbidden God flag on the flying boat mean? I don't think I've heard of it.
I don't know, but they probably won't come to fight us. These 5 flying boats can't hold a force that can contend with the Star Alliance.
Master Wei's eyes flickered.
With his experience, he had no idea what kind of force this Forbidden God was. At this moment, a melodious and ancient voice came from the flying boat with the flag of Taishu Temple at the head of the 5 flying boats.
Don't be nervous, everyone. We are not here to destroy your Zhutian Alliance today. Chapter 476 5 Daojie Emperors. What a big mouth. The Patriarch of Tianzhu had a temper that could easily explode, and he attacked directly at this moment. The 3 light wheels of wind, fire and thunder flashed with infinite light. The brutal power of the Emperor of Daojie tore through the sky and earth, turning into a torrent that blasted towards the flying boat of Taishu Temple. A white-haired figure walked out of the flying boat of Taishu Temple, with 3 halos of wind, fire and thunder flashing above his head. Facing the imperial power of the Dao disaster that was tearing apart the heaven and earth, he pointed out with 2 fingers in an instant. Here. His finger was like a diamond, pointing at the torrent of Daojie Emperor's power.
In an instant, it was like a snake beating stick hitting a vicious snake's vital point. The violent Daojie Emperor's power of Tianzhu Patriarch dissipated silently in an instant. After revealing the imperial power, the white-haired figure looked towards the Tianzhu Patriarch, and the melodious and ancient voice sounded again. Bailey Shah, it's time to control your temper. How could Tianzhu Patriarch bear this humiliation? He was furious and was about to step forward to seek revenge, but he was stopped by an arm covered with hideous scars. It's just a trick, Master Fanchu, if you want to die, I can help you do it. Wu Fatian stopped Tianzhu Patriarch with one hand, looked up at the white-haired figure with a stern expression and contempt in his eyes. The digital model composed of countless runes flashed in Yuchi Li's eyes. He looked at this scene and said slowly. The Tianzhu Patriarch did not use any magical powers, he only used the Daojie Emperor's power to attack, so it was very crude. The old Taoist Fanchu used a trick to cut off the support of the Daojie Emperor's power, which showed that the difference between the two was huge. Master Wei shook his head and stared. After all, he is the Three Tribulations Emperor of Taishu Temple. He should not be underestimated. Even if Tianzhu Patriarch attacks with all his strength, he may not be able to gain any benefit. When Taoist Fanchu heard Wu Feixian's words, his face became much more serious. Although Bailey Shah, the founder of Tianzhu, was a great emperor who had also passed through the 3 levels of Taoist calamity like him and was also very powerful in attack, he was not afraid of Bailey Shah. But it is different for Wu Fatian. Although the Shenwu sect is extremely weak, the Shenwu founder is known as the immortal martial god and is a truly fearless person. Once, 5 evil demon emperors led their troops to encircle Wu Fatian. Even though Wu Fatian was attacked by the evil emperor's weapon first, he still fought his way out with his head on his shoulders, and from then on he achieved the name of immortal martial god. Even though Taoist Fanchu believed that he had extraordinary supernatural powers and profound cultivation, he did not dare to say that he could get out of such a situation alive. Humph! Immortal martial god? I was just thinking of testing whether you are truly immortal. A heavy and powerful imperial voice resounded from the sun god ship, and a strong man with muscles as strong as an iron tower stepped out from it, looking at Wu Fatian with the gleaming sun in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou came silently to Master Wei's side, looked at the iron tower-like man and asked, "Who is this person?" Master Wei was not surprised by Zhou Xingdou's appearance, but looked at the strong man and said, "The Liang Emperor from the Sun Holy Land, so it seems that the one from the Taiyin Holy Land should be the Xianin Emperor." When Guyang Zushur saw Emperor Liang, he could no longer sit still and started to curse. "Get lost, I've been annoyed with you guys from the Holy Land of the Sun for a long time, Liang, you bastard, fight me." The eyes of Emperor Liang were filled with restlessness. He looked at Patriarch Guyang angrily and said, "How dare you yell at me, defeated general?" As if afraid that Zhou Xingdou didn't know the relationship, Master Wei quickly explained. Emperor Liang and Patriarch Guyang became emperors at the same time. Their paths collided and they have never gotten along. It's interesting, but are they here to get killed? Zhou Xingdou's expression was calm and he didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, he joked with Wei Fuzi and the others. Because he knew that it was impossible for Tianjizi to come and kill him in advance. After all, although Tianjizi was confusing right and wrong and was not a human being, he still had some integrity. After all, even if he was not trustworthy, Tianqin had not yet arrived. Besides, an emperor who has survived the triple calamity is strong, but even if there is a triple calamity emperor on this divine ship, there are only 5 of them. Even without Tianyin, the Xingtian alliance still has 7 ancestors, so the advantage lies with him. At this moment, the situation in the sky was tense. The aura of Wu Fatian and Bailey Shah locked the old Taoist Fanchu tightly, making him extremely alert and not daring to move. The auras of Patriarch Guyang and Emperor Liang have already collided, and the distance between their attacks is just a matter of seconds. Just as the fight was about to start, a stern woman stepped out of the Taiyin divine ship of the Taiyin Holy Land and looked at Liang. "Liang, have you forgotten what we are here for?" Then the stern woman bowed to the 7 ancestors and Tianyin. Her voice was icy yet pleasant to the ear. "My fellow Taoists, we are not here to fight with you. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now." Zhou Xingdou looked at the stern woman. He was born with a pair of broken eyebrows, very delicate facial features, long flowing hair, tall stature, and the aura of a master. But there is a drawback: her chest is flat, and not even as big as that of Emperor Liang. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and complained to Master Wei.
This is Emperor Xianin.
Why is his chest so flat? It's as if he has no chest at all.
How well did Master Wei know about unofficial history and rumors? He didn't even need to think before explaining.
I heard that he followed the martial arts path when he was young, so he was killed if he got in the way.
So cruel. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but show admiration. This Emperor Xianin was indeed ruthless. No wonder Emperor Liang listened to her and retreated obediently. Above the sky, Wu Fatian snorted coldly. He was too lazy to give face to Emperor Xianin. If it came to ruthlessness, it was still unclear who was the werewolf. Humph.
Xianin, you guys took the Shenzhou and rushed straight to our Xingtian League, and then said that you were not fighting with us.
Do you believe me when I tell you this?
Tianyin, who had said nothing at the beginning, now grabbed the wooden bow behind him and said with a fierce eagle-like look. The two old guys on the Shenzhou, please show up, or I will shoot down your Shenzhou. As Tianyin finished speaking, a hunched figure walked out from the Shenzhou with the words Forbidden God written on it. This was an extremely old man, with a ghostly face covered with wrinkles.
An aura of decay constantly emanated from him.
Although there were 3 halos of wind, fire and thunder on his head, they were flickering like a candle in the wind, about to go out.
The existence in the Qian family's divine ship also appeared soon after. He was also an old man, but not as haggard as the old man just now.
However, his head was not like the other 4 people. There was only a flaming halo on his head, and it was not very strong.
Wu Fatian looked at the withered emperor who was like a candle in the wind and the useless person of the Qian family, and sneered.
Tisk, Xianin, I believe what you said. A useless person whose lifespan is exhausted and who has only survived 1 Dao tribulation at such an old age, even if you 3 are added, there is no need for other people to take action.
I and Tianyin can make sure you never come back.
If it were someone with strong blood and energy like Liang or Fanshu, they would naturally not be able to tolerate such remarks. However, the withered emperor who walked out of the Forbidden God ship said nothing, with a cloudy look in his eyes.
He remained silent and did not make any movement.
The Emperor Jie of the Qin family was a little angry, but he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only grit his teeth and endure it.
Chapter 477: A Disagreement. Forbidden God? Withered? Could it be the dying emperors in the forbidden area?
Master Wei looked at the withered figure that was like a candle in the wind, his eyes flickering. Everyone focused their attention on the emperors who came out of the 5 Shenzhous, but Zhou Xingdou was more concerned about the beings that had never appeared in these Shenzhous. If Zhou Xingdou's guess is correct, the destined people he attracted using the 13 destiny attraction cards should be among these Shenzhous. At this moment, Taoist Master Fanshu from the Taishu Temple above the sky also spoke.
We are definitely not fighting with you.
Today we are protectors of the way, and we have brought the younger generation to block the door of your Xingtian League. As he spoke, Master Fanshu's gaze penetrated through the numerous obstacles and fell on Zhou Xingdou, who was beside Master Wei. I wonder if Alliance leader Zhou dares to show up and see us.
Of course. Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a step forward and appeared in the sky outside the Xingtian Alliance. Even if there are 3 great emperors of the 3 tribulations at their peak on the opposite side, what does Zhou Xingdou have to fear? He didn't think these people dared to attack him in front of the Star Alliance. The 7 ancestors in Tianyin were not just for show. Today, Zhou Xingdou no longer needs to deliberately set up a formation or create strange phenomena. He just needs to stand there and he will be the focus of the world. Whether it was the Taoist Fanshu, Emperor Liang, Emperor Xianin, or Emperor Kubai who was like a candle in the wind, the moment Zhou Xingdou appeared, they all focused their eyes on Zhou Xingdou. Good physique. Emperor Liang looked at Zhou Xingdou and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Taoist Fanshu stared for a while, then slowly said.
The power is condensed and flawless, and the aura is powerful.
You are worthy of being a member of the Zhou family.
Your foundation is impeccable.
Even the stern Emperor Xuanin's eyes were full of admiration at this moment.
Zhou Xingdou didn't feel anything about the enemy's praise. He just put his hands behind his back, glanced at everyone, and said indifferently, "Everyone, since you are here to block the door of the Star Alliance, there is no need to be polite. Show your moves." Zhou Xingdou would not be naive enough to think that the emperors of these immortal forces brought their juniors to block the door just to exchange ideas. According to the news from the Shadow Secret Holy Hall, there is no need to say more about the Qian family, and Taishu Temple, the Sun Holy Land, and the Moon Holy Land have had a lot of exchanges with the Tianji Ancient Pavilion recently. Now these three immortals with unclear attitudes have appeared together with the Qian family, and are blocking the door of the Xingtian Alliance. There is no need to explain their stance. But at this moment, he couldn't find fault with them. After all, bringing talented juniors to block the gates of other sects was an old tradition of Chu Yuan. Although it was impolite, it would not lead to a fallout. Therefore, even though Taoist Fanshu said he wanted to block the door, the seven ancestors in Tian'an were not angry, because this was a very common thing, and if they fought over it, they would end up in trouble. Taoist Fanshu was not annoyed. He stroked his snow-white beard and said, "We have brought 12 juniors with us to set up a formation here today. Anyone from the Star Sky Alliance, as long as they are not at the Great Emperor level, can enter the formation to break it. Of course, Alliance leader Zhou can also try." Upon hearing this, Wu Fatian immediately became angry. "You mean, not only can we set up the formation with 12 people, but our Xingtian Alliance can only send one person? I think you, Fanshu, are here to bid for yourself today." The Qian blood in Wu Fatian's body vibrated violently. In a thousandth of a second before he finished speaking, he took a tiger step, took a step forward, and used the power of the Tao Tribulation to counteract the boundless Qian blood, and punched the old Taoist Fanshu. Almost at the same time, Tian'an drew out the divine bow behind him, and the bow was drawn to a full moon. As the teeth-grinding sound of the bow being drawn rang out, 4 divine arrows that were determined to pierce the sky gathered on the divine bow. Pour! Hiss! 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 4 divine arrows were shot out, piercing through the void of the past. The shadows of the true spirits of the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, appeared on the arrows. A great murderous intent stirred time and space. The 4 divine arrows were shot at Emperor Liang, Emperor Xianin, the withered old man, and others respectively. At this time, Wu Fatian's killing fist had already reached the old Taoist Fanshu. Taoist Fanshu didn't expect Wu Fatian to be so violent and to attack him immediately after a disagreement. However, he was not a man of undeserved reputation. He reacted quickly and pointed out with his left hand while stroking his beard. He pointed out the killing punch, but it was not as easy and pleasant as before. The power at his fingertips was wiped out by the endless killing intent in the punch before it could be released. But this finger also blocked Wu Fatian, allowing him to concentrate his magical power in his right hand. Just as Taoist Fanshu was about to use his right hand's magical power, a violent voice rang out from behind him. "Punish the heaven!" But he didn't know when the founder of Tianzhu, Bailey Shah, would appear behind the Taoist Fanshu. The 3 halos of wind, fire, and thunder above his head were whistling to the extreme, and he slammed a claw towards his back. Very spicy. Taoist Fanshu's eyes were twitching wildly at this moment. It was difficult for him to deal with Wu Fatian alone. How could he withstand the sneak attack from Tianzhu Patriarch, the 3 Tribulations Emperor who specialized in killing? Ah! A scream rang out before the old Taoist Fanshu did. The emperor of the Qin family who had survived the disaster had half of his body smashed by Tian'an's Xuanwu arrow and fell from the sky in an instant. Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianin combined the power of the sun and the moon and pushed the sun and moon artifacts to their limit to withstand the blue dragon's divine arrows and the white tiger's divine arrows. Although the withered old man was not as unlucky as the emperor of the Qian family, he did not feel well when facing the divine arrow shot with all his strength by Tian'an, the supreme emperor. His arm that had blocked the Suzaku divine arrow had been burned to charcoal. Old Biden. Instead of hiding in the grave and waiting to die, you dare to show your head and seek death. I, your grandfather Tian Bei, will send you to hell. Before he could suppress his disordered breath,
he saw a giant palm like a celestial monument that smashed through the layers of void and slapped him as if to shatter him.
The Emperor Xianyin and the Emperor Liang looked extremely unhappy.
They were about to rescue the Taoist Fanshu and the Emperor Kubai, but the four ancestors Guiyang, Taodai, Fenyao and Xinlian had already surrounded them and gave the two emperors a knowing smile. And all this happened in a flash, and even Zhou Xingdou had to try his best to see the changes in that instant. This made him raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought he was quite aggressive, but he didn't expect that the seven ancestors were even more brave than him.
They didn't even give Taoist Fanshu a chance to explain and started fighting directly. Moreover, these seven ancestors cooperated very well. When Tianyin shot out the four symbols divine arrows to seal Liang, Xianyin and others, they immediately took action and chose their opponents. On the contrary, the Emperor of Qian family was a bit pitiful. Apart from the arrow shot by Tianyin, the seven ancestors didn't take him seriously at all. Even the Emperor Kubai was targeted by the ancestor of Tianbei, but no one took a look at the Emperor of Qian family from beginning to end. However, his performance was no wonder that the seven ancestors did not take him seriously. He could not even block Tianyin's arrow and had half of his body shattered. He did not even have the strength to fight. No wonder people looked down on him. And the current situation is that Wufeixian and Patriarch Tianzhu besieged the Taoist master Fanshu, Patriarch Tianbei beat up the Emperor Kubai, the four patriarchs Guiyang, Taodai, Fenyao and Xinlian circled and kicked the Emperor Liang and Xianyin, and Tianyin sat in the rear with a bow. Only Zhou Xingdou, the newly appeared leader, fell into an awkward situation where no one cared about him before he had a chance to show off. Chapter 478 The King of Destiny. Puff! Taoist Fanshu spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated explosively, but he still couldn't shake off the two emperors who became emperors through martial arts. Wu Fatian and Bailisha sandwiched him in the middle, and the speed of their fists and claws was simply unmatched by any magical powers. We came here to exchange ideas and learn from each other, but you attacked us. Do you have any shame in the Star Alliance? Taoist Fanshu shouted angrily, and his snow-white beard was already stained red with blood. He no longer looked like an immortal from before. Bullshit, don't think I don't know that you have discussed this with Tianjizi. You must have come up with some trick to harm my young master. After saying this, Patriarch Tianzhu struck Taoist Master Fanshu's back with another claw. However, Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin were not as noisy as Fanshu. The Three Tribulations emperors came out to block the door, and they were already prepared for the Star-Sky Alliance to turn against them. There was no point in saying more. What's more, the four great ancestors joined forces to circle and kick the two of them, so they had no chance to speak. Of course, the one who suffered the most was the withered emperor, who was already short of life and had exhausted his blood and energy. No matter how powerful he was in his prime, now he was confronting the extremely powerful Tianbei ancestor, and with one of his hands disabled, he was almost being kneaded like dough. The reason he was not beaten to death now was because the ancestor of Tianbei was afraid that he would self-destruct, so he kept some energy to guard against him. One can imagine how terrifying the fight between 11 Three Tribulation Emperors was. The world here has almost turned into nothingness, the sky has collapsed and the earth has sunk, the sun and the moon have lost their light, and the aftermath alone is enough to make Emperor Zhou Xingdou feel numb. Zhou Xingdou also discovered 5 Shenzhous. While everyone was attracted by the battle between these 11 peak beings, they were fleeing outside with the aftermath of the battle. But how could Zhou Xingdou not notice it? Most of his attention was focused on these 5 divine ships. After all, his 13 destiny attraction cards could not be wasted. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed with interest, and he launched the two worlds boundary without hesitation. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy wave suddenly erupted, causing him to disappear from the spot. When Zhou Xingdou appeared again, his figure was already blocking the way in front of the 5 Shenzhou ships that were fleeing in panic. But Zhou Xingdou was seen with his hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree, like an insurmountable mountain, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. My lords, since you have come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhou Xingdou's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried an irresistible majesty. As his words fell, the mysterious and overbearing power of punishment suddenly awakened like a long-sleeping beast.
In the blink of an eye, endless darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the originally bright sky turned pitch black. Then, thick black lightning as big as dragons and emitting an extremely destructive aura fell from the sky and transformed into ferocious black thunder dragons, pouncing towards the 5 Shenzhou ships with their fangs and claws. These inky black thunder dragons entangled Shenzhou at an astonishing speed, causing Shenzhou to completely lose its ability to move, and it was even difficult to generate any power. Seeing that they could no longer escape, a low threatening voice came from the Taishu Temple Shenzhou, the leader of the 5 Shenzhous. Zhou Xingdou, you should think carefully about our identities.
Stopping us will not benefit your Xingtian alliance.
Zhou Xingdou was not disturbed by this so-called threat and said calmly.
Too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. Do you want to surrender yourself, or do you want me to invite you out?
If Taishu Temple, Taiyin Holy Land and Sun Holy Land still have unclear attitudes, Zhou Xingdou might give them some face.
But now that they have joined the Qian family in blocking the door to the Xingtian alliance, what else does he have to worry about?
At this time, a delicate and angry voice sounded from the Qian family's Shenzhou.
Why should we be afraid of him? We will set up the 12 Destiny battle formation and destroy him. An angry shout also rang out from the Sun Holy Land's Shenzhou. It is still unknown who will win. Noisy. Zhou Xingdou showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth and opened his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Bang! Snap! Snap! Boom!
Those ink-black thunder dragons suddenly let out terrifying thunders, and the bodies of the thunder dragons that were entangled with the Shenzhou suddenly exerted force.
Countless huge thunder pillars like buckets slammed into the 5 Shenzhous, making the 5 Shenzhous overwhelmed and cracked and disintegrated in an instant.
The 5 Shenzhou ships disintegrated, and exactly 13 figures rushed out from them in an instant.
In Zhou Xingdou's ears, the system's continuous reminders rang like a tide. Ding! The son of Dao Realm is found, the Taoist of Taishu Temple, Lingshu. Ding!
The true girl of destiny is found, the Taoist girl of Taishu Temple, Yushu.
Ding!
The son of destiny is found, the son of the Holy Land of the Sun, Yang Wudi.
Ding!
The true daughter of destiny is found, the holy maiden of the Holy Land of the Sun, Shi Linger.
Ding!
The child of destiny is found, the holy son of the Taiyin Holy Land, Night Sha Call.
Ding!
The true girl of destiny is found, the holy maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land, Lang Ruoro.
Ding!
Found the Taoist goddess, the goddess of the moon and the sun, Shi Yir. 13 system prompt sounds rang in his ears, making Zhou Xingdou's head buzz and he scratched his ears. In fact, he doesn't care who these people are, the sons of Dao Realm, the sons of destiny, they are all his leaks. The so-called destined woman is nothing more than his tool.
But when the last prompt sounded, Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Ding!
The king of destiny, the young master of the Forbidden God Alliance, and the crown prince of Dian, Huo Lingtian, have been discovered.
This discovery made Zhou Xingdou almost laugh out loud.
It's true that if you don't take the road to heaven, he will break in from the door to hell. Originally Zhou Xingdou was wondering where this forbidden god came from, but he didn't expect that it was an old acquaintance, the greatest philanthropist of Chuyuan, who came to give him benefits. Zhou Xingdou's eyes immediately locked onto the 3 figures that escaped from the forbidden god boat. He ignored the 2 breathtaking girls and looked at Huo Lingtian, who was shrouded in a black robe, and laughed.
My good prince, you are here to bring me benefits again. Huo Lingtian took off the hat of his black robe, revealing a face full of hatred with veins throbbing. He looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was clenching his fists as hard as he could, with black flames erupting from his body. Zhou Xingdou, today is the day you die.
After saying this, the black robe on Huo Lingtian's body burned to ashes, revealing a face that had experienced countless life and death crises, with endless hatred erupting from his eyes.
Everyone, follow me to form the 12 Destiny battle formation and destroy this demon for Chuyuan. Good. The other 12 destinies did not hesitate.
Each of them took on a destiny, and stood in a mysterious position with Huo Lingtian as the center.
Buzz.
The formation has not yet been completed, but the endless will of heaven is spreading across the sky, and the magnificent and ruthless power of heaven is overwhelming the world. After feeling happy, Zhou Xingdou tilted his head slightly to look at this wonderful battle formation and gave Huo Lingtian a grateful smile. Then, Zhou Xingdou raised his right hand, and a small and exquisite palace of nature appeared in his palm.
Chapter 479 Come to the Bowl.
Master Wei and the others hid in the sky, observing Huo Lingtian and the others, staring at them for a moment. Strange, although these people have good talents and high status, their cultivation is not high. How could they possibly summon the will of heaven? Yuchili looked at the magnificent will of heaven, with endless symbolic models flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid it's not just God's will.
If they are allowed to form a complete formation, I'm afraid they will be able to summon the Eye of Heaven. By then, they will be able to sweep almost everyone under the Great Emperor.
When Chen Nong heard about the Eye of God, he was startled and said quickly,
Then why don't you take action?
Yuchili was so interested in looking at the magnificent Tianyi that he could hardly take his eyes away.
Why panic? We are closest to God's will. Even if something happens, we will be the first to be hit.
Master Wei also looked at Huo Lingtian and the others with a burning gaze, and said with a Confucian spirit rising from his body,
No hurry, I always feel it's not that simple.
A group of saints and saintesses, such a big boat, are there really only these few people? At this moment, Huo Lingtian's aura suddenly rose, and under the blessing of heaven, a lot of terrifying sacred heavenly fire appeared on his body. These heavenly fires intertwined with the black flames on Huo Lingtian's body, forming a black and white flaming dragon that surrounded him, making him look like a dragon-raising god.
Zhou Xingdou, today I will take back everything I lost. Not only Huo Lingtian, but also the 3 destiny girls from the Qian family looked at Zhou Xingdou with anger.
Zhou Xingdou, I want you to pay the price for killing my brother.
Tianquan, I will avenge you today.
You harmed my nephew, and I will punish you today. There were 3 maidens of destiny, 1 big and 2 small.
Zhou Xingdou didn't recognize any of them and couldn't even call out their names.
He could only tell from their hateful words that they seemed to be Qian Tianxuan's aunt, sister, and childhood sweetheart.
Zhou Xingdou was speechless.
Qian Tianquan was not even considered a man of destiny, but after he killed him, 3 true ladies of destiny appeared. He was also convinced.
Are there so many destinies now?
This made Zhou Xingdou wonder whether Tianjizi abused his power for personal gain and mass-produced this group of Tianming. At the same time, mysterious power burst out from the 12 people with destiny, and these powers were perfectly connected to each other through their mysterious positions. After the 13 people were closely connected, they saw the magnificent will of the sky boiling.
Huo Lingtian also laughed loudly at this time, his smile full of joy. Ha ha, Zhou Xingdou, you have missed the best opportunity to stop me from waiting. Today I will show you what is an unstoppable force.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian with disdain, looking at him and saying,
Stupid.
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. He gently shook the palace of creation in his hand that exuded an endless mysterious aura, and locked his deep gaze on the 3 destined true women of the Chen family who looked like they wanted to kill him 1,000 times.
Come to the bowl.
Zhou Xingdou's voice was as plain as water, but it contained an absolute will. These 5 simple words were like a thunderclap exploding in the air, making the eardrums of everyone present buzz. What was even more shocking was that when Zhou Xingdou uttered the last word, the 3 goddesses of the Qian family who were in the Tianming battle formation trembled violently. The eyes that were originally full of murderous intent, and even the desire to eat Zhou Xingdou alive, became dull and lifeless in an instant. Immediately afterwards, their bodies were suddenly shrouded in a layer of mysterious light, and the light seemed to burst out from their bodies, wrapping them tightly. Suddenly, the 3 of them turned into 3 rays of light, like meteors across the sky, and rushed straight towards the mysterious palace in Zhou Xingdou's palm.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
With 3 slight buzzing sounds, the 3 destined daughters of the Qian family were sucked into the palace in Zhou Xingdou's palm without any resistance. This sudden change caused the destiny battle formation that was about to be formed to collapse instantly. Before Huo Lingtian and his companions could recover from their extreme shock, they immediately felt the backlash brought about by the breaking of the battle formation. Their bodies looked as if they had been hit hard, blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, and everyone's face turned as pale as paper, without any blood color at all. At the same time, The magnificent wool of heaven that was originally surging and blending in the sky collapsed like a high-rise building that had lost its support. Countless brilliant and colorful rays of light burst out in all directions, then gradually dimmed and disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The whole world was silent, with only the slight coolness brought by the breeze blowing across their terrified faces.
Tisk, that's it.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the palace of creation in his palm, then looked at Huo Lingtian with contempt in his eyes. From the very beginning, Zhou Xingdou never took Huo Lingtian and these so-called destinies seriously. Because among them, the ones with the highest cultivation, Huo Lingtian, Ling Su and Qi Yi, are only at the first 3 transformations of the quasi-emperor.
The weak ones, like Qin Tianquan's childhood sweetheart and sister, are only at the saint level, not even great saints.
It is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to take such useless people seriously. The reason why I was hesitating was that I just wanted to see where they got the confidence to attack and kill me. Unfortunately, the 12 Destiny battle formation may be truly mysterious, but for Zhou Xingdou, it can be broken with just one hand. His palace of creation, after Diyu returned to her position as the goddess of creation, had the function of a human race bag. Any woman whose cultivation is weaker than Zhou Xingdou's can be taken into the palace of creation with just a thought, and the other party will have no chance to resist at all. Because this is not the power of a magic weapon, it is more like a rule, which is basically impossible to avoid or escape. After shaking the palace of creation in his hand again, Zhou Xingdou looked at the Taoist girl in Taishu Temple, Yushu. Yushu's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. He didn't care about the weakness caused by the backlash on his body. He instantly used his magical power to escape into the sky. Unfortunately, all this was in vain.
Zhou Xingdou didn't even move.
He just stood there and patted the temple of creation. The next moment, the light that was escaping towards the sky suddenly changed direction at a strange angle and rushed into the palace of creation in Zhou Xingdou's hands without any surprise. The other women present watched the scene, their legs became weak with fear, their bodies were shaking constantly, and a deep despair enveloped their hearts.
Can't beat, can't escape.
Zhou Xingdou was too lazy to talk too much, let alone appreciate the beauty of these holy goddesses. After all, there would be plenty of time to appreciate or savor them in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou pretended to be in the palace of creation and pointed at the Sun Saint Qi Linger, the Moon Saint Ling Ruoro, and the somewhat difficult to pronounce Sun and Moon Saint Qi Yi one by one. As 3 more rays of light rushed into the palace of creation in Zhou Xingdou's palm, the 13 destinies who had just formed the Destiny battle formation with high spirits were now reduced to only 6 people, and most of them died directly.
Chapter 480, Star Alliance is short of dogs.
Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry about these 6 people, because he really wanted to chat with Huo Lingtian.
However, Lingxiu, the transcendent Taoist of Taishu Temple, was extremely angry at this moment.
His once calm eyes were now blood red.
You beast, give my sister back to me. Boom!
With a rumbling sound, billions of ancient runes condensed around Ling Su's body. Billions of ancient runes flashed and fought against each other, performing hundreds of terrifying and unparalleled magical powers, all bombarding Zhou Xingdou. Hundreds of extremely terrifying magical powers made the sky and earth glow with brilliant light and the might of God surge.
Zhou Xingdou's figure was directly submerged by this huge amount of magical powers. Crash!
The terrifying magical power was constantly destroying everything, but Ling Su did not stop. Instead, he continued to condense his magical power and blasted it out, as if he wanted to cut Zhou Xingdou into pieces.
Well!
A long sigh sounded from the center of the magical power filled with terrifying fluctuations.
You don't understand at all.
Your elders asked you to fight me not because you are qualified to fight me, but simply because of destiny. Zhou Xingdou's voice came from far away and gradually approached, with ups and downs, and the last voice stopped behind Ling Su. Ling Su's hair stood on end, fear flooded his blood-red eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, he was greeted by a jade palm as clear as glass that clasped his face. It just so happens that the Star Alliance is in need of dogs right now, and you guys have quite a lot of talent, so you're just the right fit. Zhou Xingdou held Ling Su's head, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but what came out of his mouth was an extremely cold sentence.
Strip off.
Although the system has not been upgraded again, there have been huge changes since I integrated the exercises and condensed the Punishment Sutra. Today's luck stripping cards have no limitations.
As long as Zhou Xingdou is willing, he can strip any entry.
And what he wanted to strip away was precisely the luck entry of the son of Lingshu Daoyu, which was also the foundation of Lingshu. As the word peel off was uttered, an incomprehensible mysterious light burst out from Zhou Xingdou's hand that was clasped on Ling Su's head.
A.
Ling Su let out a creepy and miserable cry, as if this matter was very painful for him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, a huge roar sounded behind Zhou Xingdou. The Sun Saint's son and the Moon Saint's son, who had been secretly accumulating strength to prepare for a decisive move, suddenly attacked at this moment.
They both shouted.
The light of the sun, the moon, the primordial birth, the death, the return to the abyss. A big sun and a full moon burst out from the dantian of the two people respectively. The big sun was scorching, and the full moon was shining. The collision between the sun and the moon seemed to generate some kind of magnetic force, and they began to rotate against each other.
As it spun at high speed, the lunar divine light from the full moon and the lunar divine light from the sun merged violently, condensing into a ray of sun and moon calamity light that shot out violently, shooting towards the back of Zhou Xingdou's head. Master Wei, who was above the sky, looked at the sun and moon that were swallowed up wherever they passed inside. Using the skills to cultivate the effects of the sun and the moon, integrating the Taiyin divine light and the Taiyang divine light, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, and thus simulating the Dao body robbery light of the sun and moon Dao body, the research of the Sun Holy Land and the Taiyin Holy Land for so many years was not in vain. Yuqi Li was also amazed. This method is indeed amazing. I will try to analyze it and come up with a similar method.
As he spoke, the symbolic model in Yuqi Li's eyes operated to the extreme, as if he wanted to dissect the rotating sun and the sun and moon calamity light.
Only Chen Nong said in a panic. No, aren't you worried about the young master?
But Chen Nong didn't expect that his worries would be met with a cold stare from Master Wei. Have you forgotten the young master's bloodline, or have you forgotten whose family's servant I am?
The sun and the moon are also stars.
Buzz buzz buzz. Along with a deafening roar, the light of the sun and the moon surged like a torrent, carrying endless power and pressure, fiercely washing over the world, as if nothing could stop its progress even by a little bit. However, facing such a horrifying attack, Zhou Xingdou merely frowned slightly, then slowly turned his head, staring calmly at the rapidly approaching sun and moon calamity light. At this moment, the Ziwei blood in his body suddenly seemed to be ignited and boiled instantly. A majestic and boundless purple energy gushed out from his body, and the surrounding air seemed to become distorted as it could not withstand the pressure. Zhou Xingdou's meridians all over his body started to circulate the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra at a high speed, and he couldn't help but let out a roar as loud as a bell.
Evil creature!
Following this angry shout, the originally menacing light of the sun and moon suddenly stopped in front of Zhou Xingdou in the blink of an eye as if time had stopped.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's eyes were shrouded in thick purple mist, and it seemed as if a dazzling Ziwei Emperor star was constantly flashing in it.
At the same time, the purple vertical line on his forehead that looked like it was born also began to glow faintly. Suddenly, the purple robe left by Zhou Xingdou's mother burst into countless colorful starlights, which quickly intertwined together to form a vast and boundless picture of the stars in the sky. Wearing this robe of stars in the sky, Zhou Xingdou looked like an almighty emperor who controlled the stars in the world. He shouted to the sun and moon in a low voice with great majesty.
How dare you deceive your master?
This sentence was like a thunderous explosion, resounding through the sky, making the world shudder with fear. It also made the countless stars in the universe tremble at the same time. Even the light of the sun and moon seemed to tremble at this moment, emitting waves of mournful cries that were imperceptible to others.
Boom! The big sun and the full moon sacrificed by the holy son of the sun and the holy son of the moon suddenly exploded again, as if to atone for the crime of deceiving the king with their own destruction. The holy son of the sun and the holy son of the moon were almost stupefied. The big sun and the full moon were things with which their lives were intertwined. They were created by combining the essence of the big sun and the breathing soil of the moon. But now, the sun and the moon, with which their lives were intertwined, had brazenly destroyed themselves without their orders. Unfortunately, before they could shout in anger, the backlash from the destruction of the sun and the full moon corroded their entire bodies.
Combined with the backlash from the interruption of the 12 Destiny battle formation, their blood vessels burst directly, and they all turned into bloody people falling to the ground, dyeing a large area of the sky and earth red. At this moment, the light from Zhou Xingdou's palm that was clasping Ling Su's head dissipated, and Ling Su stopped wailing and fainted directly. Zhou Xingdou casually struck out with the Wanhua slave seal and threw the Taoist disciple of Taishu Temple to the ground like a dead dog. But Zhou Xingdou felt an inexplicable anger in his heart for some reason. He looked at the wailing sun and moon Jieguang in front of him and felt upset. Roll! With a slap, the sun and moon were turned into gorgeous fireworks. And now, his pair of eyes that sparkled like the purple star emperor looked at Huo Lingtian and the two Destiny true women who were treating Huo Lingtian beside him, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely disdainful arc. Chapter 481, Huo Lingtian's Complete Failure. As the main formation master of the 12 Destiny battle formation, Huo Lingtian suffered much more backlash than others. It can even be said that most of the backlash was borne by him. So after the Destiny battle formation was forcibly broken and interrupted, the others were able to recover in a short period of time, but Huo Lingtian was still unable to move, so the two Destiny true women beside him did not have time to heal themselves, and they hurried to heal Huo Lingtian. And now, among the 13 Destinies who were once so high-spirited, only these 3 can stand up. Zhou Xingdou tilted his head and slowly walked towards Huo Lingtian's direction. His speed was not fast, it could even be said to be extremely slow, and each step was extremely heavy, but it caused beads of sweat to appear on the smooth foreheads of the two Destiny true women who were healing Huo Lingtian. Click! 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 The sound of every step sounded like a death knell in the hearts of the 3 people. While waiting for Zhou Xingdou to come closer, one of them, a cold-looking woman with a pretty face and snow-white clothes, could no longer bear the huge despair and pressure, and stopped healing Huo Lingtian. Thump! Please let me go, I was just dragged here to make up the numbers, I know I was wrong, I beg you to have mercy. The woman knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou, her face full of extreme fear and her voice full of sorrow, looking so pitiful. The other type of woman stopped what she was doing, but she did not beg Zhou Xingdou for mercy. Instead, she looked at the woman kneeling and begging beside her in disbelief, and said angrily, "Xue Binghe, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." She couldn't believe that Xue Binghe, who once looked down on thousands of geniuses and was as cold as a fairy, and even made her admire her even though she was obviously a love rival, was now kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy from her enemy. Huo Lingtian felt even more heartbroken. He felt his blood rushing up, his disordered breath became more rapid, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. When he pursued Xue Binghe, he had put in countless efforts in his heart. After being made difficult by Xue Binghe in various ways, he finally got the so-called test qualification from Xue Binghe, who was observing his character by his side. This scene undoubtedly shattered the image of Xue Binghe in Huo Lingtian's mind as an aloof, icy fairy who was not afraid of power. Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised. Is this the kind of person the Destiny girl is? Please, spare me. I can be your mistress. Huo Lingtian is basically a eunuch. He is inhumane. My body is still pure and innocent. Xue Binghe thought that Zhou Xingdou's surprised him meant hesitation, so he quickly knelt on the ground, with his tail raised high, and was shaken by his begging. Zhou Xingdou put on an extremely playful smile and said to Xue Binghe, who was begging for mercy, "Relax your mind and be honest and let me take you into the palace. I will not kill you, but I will also spare you the pain of the flesh." Okay. Master, please take Binghe under your seat. When Xue Binghe heard that his life could be spared and that he would be spared physical pain, he immediately surrendered and wagged his tail even harder to beg for mercy. The other Destiny true girl looked at the shameless Xue Binghe, clenched her fists, looked extremely fierce, and cursed. "Xue Binghe, you are shameless. Lingtian treated you with respect and never dared to neglect you, yet you surrender to the enemy today." Ice River Puff. Huo Lingtian couldn't stand such stimulation and suddenly vomited a mouthful of pus and blood. But maybe it was God's mercy, but the vomiting of pus and blood actually calmed his disordered breathing a little, and his body seemed to be able to move again. Although he despised Xue Binghe's character, he had nothing to complain about. If he was willing to submit, it would help reduce the time for the transformation of the Creation Palace.
Zhou Xingdou shook the palace of creation in his palm and begged for mercy. Xue, with a fawning face, was instantly taken in. Afterwards, Zhou Xingdou did not waste any more words. He looked at the woman who was glaring at him and took her into the palace of creation. Since then, 9 of the 13 destinies have all been won by Zhou Xingdou. In this way, Zhou Xingdou no longer needed to hold up the palace of creation. He closed his hands and put the palace of creation away. At the same time, he also made the palace of creation begin to transform the destiny girl who was taken into the palace. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also looked at Huo Lingtian, but now Zhou Xingdou's face was calm. Looking at this first good man of Chuyuan, he sighed. Lingtian, you always give me great surprises. Huo Lingtian's help to him was quite significant. The crown princess who came to him as compensation allowed Zhou Xingdou to complete the first system upgrade. Even the land beneath his feet was given to him by Huo Lingtian. The Star-Sky Alliance was even established on the ruins of the Great Yin dynasty. Even through the feedback of luck, his mother Yeshua directly became the second guardian of the Creation Palace. If you really count it, except for Duyu, plus the 9 Destiny Real Girls and 18 Palace Guardians today, Huo Lingtian sent 10 of them to Zhou Xingdou by himself. He really made me cry. He deserves the certificate of the greatest good man of Chuyuan awarded to him by Zhou Xingdou. But unexpectedly, Huo Lingtian was not angry, and there was no hatred in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Xingdou, even though the girl next to him had been taken by Zhou Xingdou. Tisk. Suddenly, Huo Lingtian laughed. Ha 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 ha, ugh, cough. The violent laughter affected Huo Lingtian's broken body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. When people are sad and angry to a certain extent, their emotions will get out of control. While vomiting blood, Huo Lingtian laughed with tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha, ugh. Zhou Xingdou, you win, ha ha ha, ugh, you can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. Huo Lingtian, who was out of control and laughing and crying, made him lose the desire to play with the dog. After all, compared to this, Zhou Xingdou would find it more interesting if Huo Lingtian was cursing in hatred but could do nothing about it. Boring. The smile on Zhou Xingdou's lips disappeared, and he lowered his palm and slightly arched it, and Huo Lingtian was instantly sucked into his palm. After all, Zhou Xingdou was very curious about Huo Lingtian's title of the so-called King of Destiny. Strip off. When the cold voice sounded, Huo Lingtian instantly felt an intense discomfort. It was a feeling of being deprived of everything, an invisible force tearing and pulling at his body, squeezing his flesh, tugging at his soul, and making him howl like a wild beast. Ah. The process was still smooth, but stripping away Huo Lingtian's luck entry as the King of Destiny was indeed much slower than stripping away Ling Su's luck entry as the Son of Dao Realm, which also caused Huo Lingtian to endure much greater pain than Ling Su. After stripping off his identity as the King of Destiny, Zhou Xingdou still succeeded in applying the manhwa slave seal. After all, the ideological stamp of the manhwa slave seal is too useful. Even if someone helps them to unlock the manhwa slave seal in the future, the ideological stamp solidified in the depths of their souls, minds, and true spirits will make them become their own slaves. Chapter 482 How dare you hurt my child? Afterwards, Zhou Xingdou also deprived the bloody-looking son of the sun and son of the moon of their destiny, and planted the manhwa slave seal on them. Zhou Xingdou did not torture Huo Lingtian or the other 3 people. He even shot out 4 nirvana fires to stabilize the injuries of the 4 people so that they would not die from their injuries. The manhwa slave seal has been planted. As long as the slave seal is not broken in a short period of time like Yeshua, the 4 of them will be among the most loyal people in the world. For this reason, Zhou Xingdou single-handedly marked the manhwa slave seals of 4 people, so that if their manhwa slave seals were shaken for some reason, he would be able to discover and deal with it in the first time before it was broken. After all, although these people are just small fry in front of me now, they were once blessed with destiny and are the successors of the immortal forces. It is better to be cautious. But this also made Zhou Xingdou feel a little emotional. Just because Lin Fan was the son of destiny, he had to be extremely cautious, and even had to pretend to be nice and make all kinds of plans to eliminate him. There are now 13 destinies, among whom there is the son of Tao Realm, who is at a higher level than the son of destiny, and the king of destiny. But in his hands now, they are no different from chickens and dogs.
It can't even be considered a battle at the beginning, but rather a unilateral toy made of him by Zhou Xingdou.
Rustling.
A tiny voice was heard. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou was immersed in his own thoughts, completely unaware that danger had quietly arrived. Just when he was distracted by emotion, an extremely strange ghost figure appeared behind him silently like a ghost. The ghostly figure was like an evil ghost crawling out of the netherworld, emitting a creepy aura. Its appearance was so abrupt that even Master Wei and others in the sky were unable to detect any clues in advance. And in this instant, the ghost figure that suddenly appeared raised a huge spike that was flashing with eerie black light without hesitation, and stabbed it towards Zhou Xingdou's back with the force of thunder.
This stab contained endless murderous intent and determination, as if it was intended to kill Zhou Xingdou.
Buzz! 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 As the big thorn fell, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and a deep and mysterious black light instantly swept across the sky and earth like a tide. At the same time, 3 dazzling halos of wind, fire and thunder suddenly appeared above the ghost's head, interweaving and rotating with each other, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The huge thorn in the ghost's hand concentrated all the power at the tip and released it without reservation. However, when this fatal blow accurately hit Zhou Xingdou's robe that was shining with bright starlight, the situation changed unexpectedly. The giant thorn that was indestructible in the past did not penetrate the flesh and pierce the heart as easily as usual this time. On the contrary, there is an unprecedented feeling of emptiness and powerlessness. It was as if the stab did not touch any entity at all, but simply pierced into nothingness. Yuqi Li was the first to notice this scene and shouted loudly.
How dare you!
But it was Yuqi Li's loud shout that made Zhou Xingdou come back to his senses. He turned his head back with some confusion. It seemed that if it weren't for this loud shout, he would not have felt that anyone was attacking him from beginning to end. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou seemed fine, the ghost pulled out a big thorn and stabbed it at Zhou Xingdou's forehead when he turned his head.
Boom! Boom!
At the same time, 2 ghost figures with 3 halos on their heads walked out from both sides of Zhou Xingdou, and above the sky, 2 old figures with 2 halos on their heads stopped Master Wei. Looking at the 2 old figures who looked withered but had extremely strong auras, he finally realized that his guess was right. Fan Su Liang and others, as well as the 13 geniuses at the time, were just the introduction. Their real purpose has never been to block the door of the Star Sky Alliance, nor to let the 13 destinies form a formation to deal with Zhou Xingdou. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when everyone was relaxed after Zhou Xingdou easily defeated the 13 geniuses and let the 3 Jia emperors hiding in the dark deliver the final killing blow.
Master Wei was extremely upset.
He had guessed this long ago, but he ultimately underestimated the other party's determination to kill. He had never thought that the other party had hidden 3 great emperors who had survived the triple calamity, and had also deliberately left behind 2 great emperors who had survived the double calamity to stop him and the others. Now, even if he immediately revived the dormant Confucian and Taoist emperor heart and reached the level of a Confucian and Taoist saint emperor comparable to the 3 tribulations emperor, it would be difficult for him to come to Zhou Xingdou's rescue. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was still full of questions. It was not until he saw the blurry ghost shadow and the huge black light piercing towards his forehead that he roughly understood what had happened. But just as the dazzling black light was about to pierce his forehead and the ghost emperors on both sides pounced on him like hungry tigers, Zhou Xingdou's expression suddenly changed amazingly. This change is not limited to the superficial expression or the change of facial expression caused by muscle twitching, but a profound transformation that cannot be accurately described in words, which comes from the inner temperament and facial muscle habits. It was as if the familiar face no longer belonged to the same person. Although the face still looked like Zhou Xingdou, the feeling it gave was completely different. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou's eyes became unusually bright and full of spirit, like the bright stars in the night sky. Deep in his eyes, the Ziwei Emperor star was spinning at an extraordinary speed, emitting a heart-pounding light. At the same time, the huge thorn, which was originally so powerful and unstoppable, suddenly stopped in mid-air at this critical moment, as if it had been cast under a spell. Then, a deep and majestic voice like thunder came out from Zhou Xingdou's mouth.
How dare you hurt my child?
This sound was like a loud thunder, shaking the past-time and space.
The endless pressure contained in it made everything in the world seem to solidify at this moment.
The moment this voice sounded, the faces of Master Wei and others were filled with great shock and endless ecstasy. And when time stood still, Zhou Xingdou slowly and steadily raised his broad palm. His palm seemed to contain endless mysteries, as if the stars in the vast universe were quietly moving in it, and each star was shining with dazzling light. They were intertwined and fused with each other, forming a brilliant universe in Zhou Xingdou's palm.
Boom boom boom.
Zhou Xingdou's palm suddenly slapped out, and his body turned at a mysterious angle. Wherever the stars in the sky passed through his palm, there were bursts of heart-pounding space-time explosions. The sound seemed like the roar of a giant beast from ancient times, or like the loud noise caused by countless stars exploding at the same time, making people feel an irresistible, terrifying atmosphere. In a flash, a terrifying palm containing the stars in the sky hit the head of the Ghost Emperor who was standing behind Zhou Xingdou.
Bang!
All that was heard was a dull crash that resounded through the sky, as if a towering mountain had collapsed. Under this earth-shattering palm strike, it suddenly exploded like a ripe watermelon. Scarlet blood and broken brains splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying.
Chapter 483, When I return, I will destroy your sect.
This scene seemed slow, but from the moment Zhou Xingdou threw out his palm to the moment Ghost Emperor was slapped to death by that palm, it only took a matter of inches. In this small space, an emperor who held a sharp weapon took advantage of the opportunity, survived the threefold calamity, the most top-notch existence in the Chuyuan, fell. Zhou Xingdou did not seem to stop, but looked to his side, and the deep and majestic voice like thunder sounded again. The twisted reptiles in the dark dare to show up in the world.
Bang! 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 As the last word fell, a series of deafening noises were heard. In an instant, the three calamity emperors on both sides and the two dry and decayed mysterious beings that blocked Master Wei and the others suddenly exploded without any warning, turning into balls of dazzling scarlet blood mist that filled the air. Master Wei, Yuqili, and Shen Nong were so excited at this moment that their bodies began to tremble violently. This intense emotion even made their throats tight and trembling, but they could only let out hoarse laughter of joy.
Zhou Xingdou slowly raised his head and looked at the boundless sky. His deep and majestic voice, like a dark thunder, resounded throughout the entire Chuyuan. How dare you plot against the son of Emperor Zhou Qing?
Boom!
The entire primordial universe of stars was trembling and emitting an endless buzzing sound at this moment, as if they were angry at the owner of the voice.
Taishu Temple, wait for me to return and destroy your sect.
Zhou Xingdou stepped on the ground, shaking the world for billions of miles, and shouted in the direction of Taishu Temple. Immediately, Zhou Xingdou's deep eyes, which were shining like the purple star emperor, seemed to look through endless time and space towards the Taiji Dao realm, and he let out a low roar like an emperor.
Lord of the Sun, Lord of the Moon, do you want to kill your master? And you? Tear. He raised his hand and tore apart the eternal sky that covered the entire world. This scene was like the collapse of heaven and earth, jaw-dropping.
As the sky was torn apart, an unprecedented and terrifying scene appeared before the world. It is a vast, brilliant and splendid vein of heaven's will, as dazzling as the stars in the universe. And within this context, there is a pair of cold, ruthless, majestic eyes of God, revealing an indescribable majesty and indifference.
You thought I didn't dare to kill the sky.
Before the great voice fell, the stars in his palm began to boil. He slapped his palm toward the sky, and the stars turned into a torrent that rushed toward the sky and slammed into the eye of the sky that was revealing a ferocious image.
Buzz. Boom. Grumble. The boundless rumble, the world-shaking roar, and the endless wailing from above, these three sounds mixed together and resounded throughout the universe.
It made countless peak beings tremble, the forbidden areas sealed themselves off, and the immortals secluded themselves from the world.
Wherever Su Dichao passed, the evil demons from outside the domain that attacked the defense line fled in an instant. Dominate the universe. Pressure on the world. It even made the old servant of the Zhou family burst into tears. The 8 great masters roared to the sky. Tianzhou woke up in shock.
The sky weeps blood, dyeing everything in the world red.
The great ease.
Among the numerous pavilions of the Tianji ancient pavilion, Tianjizi, who was sitting on the treasure platform, suddenly opened his eyes as if he had suffered a serious blow. The immortal eyes that were once ruthless and desireless were now filled with scarlet bloodshot. After golden blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, he fell from the platform and landed heavily on the ground. In the center of the Tai Chi Dao domain, the earth was shaking. It seemed that an extremely terrifying existence was reviving in the unknown depths of the ground.
Boom!
A brilliant red sun and a gentle silver moon emerged from the ground, and an ancient voice mixed with anger sounded. The Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon, those who are in charge now, please come and see me. The gaze returns to the beginning. The figure who single-handedly suppressed the world, with his hands behind his back, slowly descended from the sky. The Emperor's shining eyes looked at Master Wei and others who were crying. The remaining power can only severely damage the way of heaven. What is coming will still come.
Xingdou, I'll leave it to you.
Master Wei, with tears in his eyes, bowed to Zhou Xingdou and said tremblingly.
Master Qingdi, rest assured, we will definitely protect the young master. Zhou Xingdou showed a look of pity.
Alas, with all the power of heaven, I am still trapped in the prison of heaven.
Alas.
A sigh, full of regret and reluctance.
The boundless magic power on Zhou Xingdou's body receded like the tide.
The Ziwei Emperor star in his eyes slowly disappeared, and the purple robe reflected by the stars in the sky also returned to its original state.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The 7 ancestors in Tian'an came here with excitement on their faces, and their eyes were constantly looking for the figure that had just dominated the world. Master Wei looked at the excited faces of the few people and poured cold water on them.
Don't look for him anymore. Lord Qingdi has not returned.
He just returned temporarily through the hands of the young master. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at his palm with a confused look on his face. His consciousness was not asleep just now, and he was very clear about everything that happened in the outside world. At that time, he was wrapped in warmth and had a sense of security, and he didn't need to worry about anything.
Father. Zhou Xingdou murmured.
This was the first time in his 3 lifetimes that he felt what it was like to have a father. It was as if a towering mountain was protecting him firmly and shielding him from all external winds and rains.
I will seize Tianqin and rescue you,
Zhou Xingdou said with a firm look in his eyes. At the same time, in an unknown space and time, on a towering mountain range, a man in a green robe was sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain. This man was 90% similar to Zhou Xingdou, but his face was more mature. At this moment, he was holding an ancient scroll in his hand, slightly lost in thought.
Bang!
A crystal jade hand suddenly slapped the green-robed man on the head, followed by a slightly irritable jade voice.
Are you deaf? Can't you hear me calling you to eat?
But the owner of the jade hand was a fairy in white clothes as white as snow, but at this moment she was pinching her waist in anger, looking at the man in green robe ferociously. The man in green robe rubbed his head. He was not angry, but smiled gently.
I just saw our child. Bang!
The green-robed man's words earned him another slap from the fairy.
You are getting old and confused. We are now trapped in the Holy Land of Heaven, not in Chuyuan.
The man in green robe rubbed his head and explained with a gentle smile. The power of the Sun Star Lord and the Moon Star Lord stimulated the bloodline inherited by the stars and the power of the stars in the sky that I left behind, allowing my consciousness to briefly descend on my son and crush a few reptiles to death. The fairy in white suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her voice trembled a little.
Are you telling the truth? Did you really see Xingdou?
The man in green robe nodded seriously, and then showed a little relief. He's very good, better than I was back then, very strong. The fairy in white showed a hint of maternity on her face.
My son is definitely better than you. Then, the fairy in white continued to ask questions in the mountains. Does Xingdou look like you or me? That must look like his father, me. Isn't it a little bit like me? Nice skin like yours. Does he have a girlfriend now?
Yes, but...
Chapter 484 Huge Harvest.
Although the battle was won, there was not much joy among the people. First, no one had expected that hidden in those divine ships were 3 great emperors who had survived 3 calamities and 2 great emperors who had survived 2 calamities.
If Zhou Xingdou's father Zhou Xingdi had not suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou, the consequences would have been disastrous. The second reason was because of Emperor Zhou Qing. Everyone originally thought that Emperor Zhou Qing had returned, but in the end they found out that it was all in vain, and they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Before the real battle even started, their leader was nearly beheaded. Although it was because Zhou Xingdou was too reckless to chase the 5 Shenzhou ships alone, it was also because of the failure of others to protect him. Master Wei started the meeting and criticized the 7 ancestors in Tianyin in front of Zhou Xingdou, scolding them harshly. This also made Zhou Xingdou very embarrassed, and he promised that he would not be so aggressive in the future. However, the harvest this time is not small. Taoist Fanxiu, Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin were all captured alive. After all, after Emperor Kubai was killed by Master Tianbei, the situation became 7 against 3. There was also Tianyin, the top archer among the emperors. Even if they wanted to escape, it would be in vain. But they seemed to be unaware of the emperor who was hiding in Shenzhou and launching a surprise attack. It is indeed difficult to imprison the 3 tribulations emperors. Even if the cultivation of the 3 is sealed, someone of the same realm emperor is needed to watch over them. Zhou Xingdou originally proposed to kill them, but he did not expect that the master of Taishu Temple would come in person and guarantee that Taishu Temple would no longer be involved in the affairs of Tianji Ancient Pavilion. He also offered a large amount of resources and an imperial weapon to redeem Taoist Fanxiu, as well as Taoist Lingxiu and Taoist Yushu. It's just that Taoist Fanxiu and Lingxiu are not so bad. After all, their imprisonment has somewhat hindered the power of the Star-Sky Alliance. Lingxiu was also deprived of his destiny and planted with the Wanhua slave seal. But it is impossible for Yushu. After all, Yushu has been taken into the Palace of Creation by himself, so how can you return him to Taishu Temple? Seeing that Zhou Xingdou's attitude was extremely tough and there was no room for turning back, the master of Taishu Temple had no choice but to compromise. After all, his emperor ancestor had awakened from his slumber today, so he gave him a good beating without saying a word. He also said that if he could not quell the anger of the Star-Sky Alliance, he would not need to come back. The temple master couldn't even protect himself, so how could he protect the Taoist girl? Being able to redeem Ling Su was already a pleasant surprise, and he was actually very happy. But for Zhou Xingdou, it is certainly impossible for him to lose. Taoist Fanxiu obtained a huge amount of resources and an imperial weapon for the Xingtian Alliance. As for Ling Su, Zhou Xingdou was eager for him to return to Taishu Temple, and it would be best if he could become the abbot of Taishu Temple in the future. That would only benefit him and not harm him. Compared to Taishu Temple, the attitudes of Taiyin Holy Land and Taiyan Holy Land are much more interesting. The visitor is not the holy master of the 2 holy lands, but an ancestor who is older than Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin. Instead, they brought the edicts of the 2 first ancestors of the Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon, which roughly meant that the 2 holy masters who colluded with outsiders to harm Zhou Xingdou had been executed. Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin were accepted into the Star-Sky Alliance and forgiven, and the fate of the holy sons and daughters was left to Zhou Xingdou. And after the 2 ancestors have cleared out the spies planted by Tian Dao and those traitors in the Tai Chi Dao area, they will come in person to give Zhou Xingdou an explanation. Zhou Xingdou was a little confused about this, and Master Wei didn't know much about it either. After all, he and Tianyin and other servants had joined the Zhou family not long ago. However, thinking back to what my father said when his will descended upon me, I roughly guessed something. It is estimated that the star god who founded the Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon has some relationship with the Zhou family, and they may even be in a superior subordinate relationship. Otherwise, Emperor Zhou Qing would not have mentioned the word killing the master. Compared to Zhou Xingdou, Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin were even more confused. They had just fought with the people from Xingtian League, and in the blink of an eye, they became members of Xingtian League? Although they were unwilling, Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin could not refuse the edict of their own ancestors, because the power cultivated by the Holy Land of the Sun and the Holy Land of the Moon, to be precise, were the power of the 2 ancestors. Unless they can break through the acquired barrier and enter the Daluo realm of reversing the innate, otherwise, as long as the 2 ancestors are willing, they can directly become hollow emperors who cannot use the power of the moon and the sun. Emperor Liang and Emperor Xianyin were naturally placed in the Patriarch Hall.
After all, even though they had half-joined the Star-Sky Alliance to atone their sins, the 7 ancestors still didn't trust them very much and needed to keep them around for observation. After doing all this, it was already late at night, but Zhou Xingdou did not return to the land of gentleness to rest. Instead, he went to a room in the holy temple of burning medicine. Huoling Tian, the holy son of the sun Yang Wudi, and the holy son of the moon Yi Lingtang were all seriously injured. Zhou Xingdou was naturally too lazy to treat them, so he asked Fengyao Holy Hall to take them away for treatment. This was a room with 4 beds. Ling Su was originally there, but after his injuries stabilized, he was taken away by the abbot of Taishu Temple. Although the bodies of Huoling Tian and others have not fully recovered at this moment, they are no longer in danger under the treatment of the doctors of the Fengyao Holy Hall, at least it does not affect their movements.
Huoling Tian and the other 2 had already woken up by now.
They sat in the room looking at each other, but no one spoke. When Zhou Xingdou appeared in the room, the 3 of them hurriedly stood up and knelt down.
Greetings, my lord.
For those who had just been implanted with the Wanhua slave seal and whose thoughts had not yet been completely imprinted, although they did not have the extreme and fanatical worship like Yuji and Li Shouru, they could not have any bad thoughts about Zhou Xingdou. Ruo Lingtian clearly felt that he should hate Zhou Xingdou, but every time this feeling appeared, it was suppressed by an invisible emotional force, making him feel extremely weird. Moreover, a sense of loyalty and admiration for Zhou Xingdou suddenly arose in his heart, and these emotions could not be stopped at all, constantly and subtly influencing his memory and emotions.
Just kneel down and listen. No need to get up.
Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't need to be polite to the 3 of them, and he didn't come here to cultivate feelings with his slaves. He was not here to find Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang, but had some questions to ask Huoling Tian. Huoling Tian, Yang Wudi, and Yi Lingtang had no complaints.
They knelt on the ground and said yes.
Huoling Tian, I'm very curious, how did you go from being a useless person to where you are now?
Zhou Xingdou looked at Huoling Tian and asked his doubts.
At the beginning, he not only castrated Huoling Tian, but also completely destroyed Huoling Tian's Dantian.
Later, Dayan was destroyed.
It stands to reason that it was already good enough for Huoling Tian to be alive.
How could he recover his cultivation in a short period of time and achieve great luck? And in just these 20 years, how did he manage to evolve his destiny and become the King of Destiny, who was more advanced than the son of Dao Realm? And suddenly he became the young leader of the Forbidden God League?
If someone said that there was no one helping Huoling Tian, Zhou Xingdou would never believe it even if he was beaten to death.
Chapter 485 Lingyun Heavenly Lord. Huoling Tian couldn't help but answer Zhou Xingdou.
Because when Lingyun, the Lord of Chaos Cult, woke up after the fall of the Great Flame, he found another voice in his head. It was he who helped me get to where I am today.
Chaos Cult? Lingyun God? Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered what Ling Sanqiu had said. The person on Huoling Tian's body is one of the 12 lords of the Chaos Cult. He originally led 7 gods and 24 dark lords to invade Chuyuan, but was killed by Uncle Qin in the tunnel. However, a remnant soul of this Lord of Heaven was carried away by the turbulence of time and space, and by accident entered Chuyuan. Now it seems that this is the Lingyun Lord mentioned by Huoling Tian, the one who was killed by Qin Ming. Zhou Xingdou actually had no idea about the Chaos Cult. He asked, "The god of Chaos Cult? What kind of status is this?"
Huoling Tian raised his head and said slowly,
"The core of the Chaos Cult, apart from the leader, are the 2 Chaos Dharma Protectors and the 12 Chaos Lords. These are the core members. In addition, there is the nominal position of Chaos Lord. Although the position is higher than that of Heaven Lord, it is actually a nominal position. Below it is God Lord, but he is not in the core. Below that is Dark Lord. After that, there is not much difference between them and ordinary believers." Zhou Xingdou nodded secretly when he heard this. It seemed that the Lord of Heaven was indeed extraordinary. The leader of the Luo family, who was hidden in Chuyuan, was just a Dark Lord. Even though Ling Sanqiu was such an important figure, when he joined the Chaos Cult, he was only given the position of God Lord. As the core of the Chaos Cult, this Lingyun Lord might be difficult to deal with. However, Zhou Xingdou was also somewhat curious about how Huoling Tian knew all this. How do you know this? Huo Lingtian did not dare to hide. Lord Lingyun regards me as his successor.
If it weren't for the fact that all parties launched the primordial blood disaster after the Lord's accident, Lord Lingyun would have taken me to the chaos cult by now. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian and raised his eyebrows slightly.
He actually values you so much. Huo Lingtian nodded and said.
Both my name and his have the word Ling in it, and he just happened to be resurrected in me, so I think all this was arranged by chaos, and he thinks highly of me. Zhou Xingdou did not take it as a joke when he heard it, but looked at Huo Lingtian deeply, because in the world of cultivators, coincidence is sometimes the arrangement of fate. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou couldn't see through fate, so he could only ask. Has this Lingyun heavenly lord been resurrected? After all, if Lord Lingyun was still with Huo Lingtian, it would be impossible for him to let Huo Lingtian say these things. Moreover, when he saw that things were not going well, he took Huo Lingtian away, so Huo Lingtian might not be caught by him. Yes, when the world tunnel was blocked, people associated with the evil demons and the chaos cult were being killed everywhere. We had no choice but to escape into the restricted area and seek the protection of those dying emperors. Lingyun Tianzhu does have a way to lure these forbidden areas to proclaim themselves emperors by using the chaos divine religion's ability to increase lifespan, and to make those forbidden area emperors voluntarily take out their treasured resources to help Lingyun Tianzhu rebuild his soul and body.
Huo Lingtian said without hiding anything.
He didn't say that he was willing to submit to Zhou Xingdou, but he definitely couldn't be unfaithful. He said everything that Zhou Xingdou hadn't asked.
However, Lord Lingyun did not lie.
He did allow some forbidden area emperors to extend their lifespans, some even allowing them to live out a second or third life. However, these emperors whose lifespans were extended seemed to be controlled by him and could not resist his orders. Using this method and the teachings of the chaos cult, Lord Lingyun conquered many forbidden areas and eventually formed the current Forbidden God Alliance. The 5 emperors who attacked and killed the Lord today were from the Forbidden God Alliance. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath. Only then did he understand the origin of the Forbidden God Alliance and was even more surprised at the methods of the Lord of Chaos. You must know that the emperors in the restricted area are all withered ones, or emperors who cannot find the elixir of immortality, and emperors who have not survived the catastrophe of the Tao. There are also emperors who have used the elixir of immortality to live a second life, but whose second lifespan has run out and they still cannot break through. It can be said that there are a lot of difficult and complicated cases. Lord Lingyun could actually extend their lives, even if the price was extremely high. After all, it was better than waiting to die. How strong is the Forbidden God Alliance? Zhou Xingdou continued to ask. Huo Lingtian frowned slightly. Originally it was not bad, but the great emperors who successfully extended their lifespans and whose cultivation reached the level of overcoming the triple calamity have almost all died today.
There should be only 1 or 2 left.
There should be some great emperors who successfully extended their lifespans, but not many.
In today's battle, the Forbidden God Alliance dispatched almost all of its top combat forces, but they did not expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway, and Zhou Xingdou suddenly used cheats to kill them all in seconds. What is the strength of Lingyun Tianzhu?
It should be only at the level of a great emperor who has survived 2 Dao tribulations.
Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly.
It seemed that the threat posed by the Forbidden God Alliance was not that great. Most of their men were old, weak, sick, and disabled.
Although the Lord Lingyun had exquisite means, his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of calamity.
But then, Zhou Xingdou said with some confusion.
How did the Forbidden God Alliance get in touch with Tianjizi? Given Lingyun Tianzhu's Chaos God cult background, shouldn't Tianjizi kill them as soon as possible?
Huo Lingtian shook his head and asked in the same puzzled manner.
I don't know much about this matter.
I only know that one day Tianjizi suddenly came to the Forbidden God Alliance and negotiated with Lingyun Tianzhu for a whole night.
I don't know the details.
Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly upon hearing this. Even Huo Lingtian didn't know, then the other people in the Forbidden God Alliance probably didn't know either. The 2 of them probably reached some kind of deal in secret.
Was your operation arranged by Tianjizi?
This time, Zhou Xingdou was no longer asking Huo Lingtian himself, but also asking Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang. After all, he didn't think Tianjizi would do this. Although he despised Tianjizi very much, he had already set a date for a decisive battle with him, so he would not resort to these tricks. After all, Tianjizi said that he would use his great strength to strike at Xingxinmenming and destroy Zhou Xingdou's heart. But now such a despicable thing to do is not in line with the strategy of destroying the heart.
What Zhou Xingdou didn't expect was that Huo Lingtian, Yang Wudi, and Yi Jingtang gave him two answers. Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang nodded in agreement.
Yes. But Huo Lingtian shook his head slightly. It was not Tianjizi's order. After Huo Lingtian finished speaking, before Zhou Xingdou could speak, Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang had already spoken.
How dare you lie? If Tianjizi hadn't spoken, how could we immortals come to block the door and provoke you?
Huo Lingtian respected Zhou Xingdou, but he had no good face towards Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang.
He smiled contemptuously and said,
Tianjizi has been in seclusion to recuperate in order to be in perfect condition for the future war, so how could he give orders to you? That order was a fake one from the head of the Qian family and the Lord of Lingyun, in order to completely tie you to the chariot of the Tianji ancient pavilion. Otherwise, why do you think the Qian family only produced one great emperor who is about to die, and the younger generation is a bunch of Saint Realm trash?
Chapter 486. It would be great if you were always here. Huo Lingtian's words left Yang Wudi and Yi Jingtang dumbfounded and extremely angry.
Lingyun Tianzhu disagreed with Tianjizi's words of killing the heart. He felt that since the master's cultivation level was not at the level of a great emperor, how could he not kill himself? So he and the head of the Qian family hit it off and decided on this plan. If something really happens to the Lord, then Taishu Temple, the Sun Holy Land, and the Moon Holy Land will no longer be able to escape responsibility, and they will no longer be able to work without contributing.
Huo Lingtian explained to Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou nodded. Huo Lingtian's statement coincided with his guess. Even if the Qian family is in decline, they should not be unable to produce an emperor who has survived the triple calamity. Although the three daughters of the Qian family had helped him a lot this time, their status in the Qian family was definitely not core. Given the current situation of the Qian family, it is impossible that Qian Tianquan is the only heir, otherwise Qian Tianquan would never be sent to the Qian Tian Dao sect. These three women seem to be here to make up the numbers. It would be best if they were fine, but it wouldn't be too sad if they died.
The Forbidden God Alliance is composed of decayed emperors, and as the god of the Chaos cult, although he extended the lifespans of these decayed emperors, he probably just used them as tools.
The death of so many emperors may not be as painful as the death of one emperor of the Qian family.
But Yi Jingtang sneered at Huo Lingtian when he heard this. Then why did the Forbidden God League send you?
Aren't you the young leader of the Forbidden God League? Yang Wudi also followed Yi Jingtang's words and mocked. I'm afraid it's no longer useful and has been abandoned as a pawn by Lingyun Heavenly Lord.
Zhou Xingdou also felt that what the two said made sense, and then looked at Huo Lingtian again. Huo Lingtian naturally scoffed at what Yi Jingtang and the others said, but he couldn't hide it from Zhou Xingdou. After glaring at the two of them, he explained to Zhou Xingdou. Because I am needed to lead the battle formation, the 12 Destiny battle formation is actually the formation that Tianjizi left behind for the master, and this time it was just deployed in advance. If the formation is formed, it would be best if my lord died in the formation. Then the Emperor of the Forbidden God Alliance hiding in the dark will take me away. If the situation like today happens again, then we will find an opportunity to let the hidden Emperor sneak attack the master. The Three Tribulations Emperor can almost kill the Quasi-Emperor 9 in an instant, so we will have time to evacuate by then.
Zhou Xingdou also nodded secretly.
If it weren't for his father's will that suddenly descended upon him, the Forbidden God Alliance would probably have succeeded today. A sneak attack by three Tribulations Emperors, killing a peak Quasi-Emperor, even if that was an amazing Quasi-Emperor, was already a foolproof plan.
It's a pity that I happen to be an outlier.
Because Zhou Xingdou is no longer stunning, but rather an unreasonable cheat, with all kinds of mechanical deities and mysterious existences that cannot be measured by realm. However, Huo Lingtian raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Xingdou, and said in a low voice. And it was I who took the initiative to come here, because I had a blood feud with the Lord. Although Huo Lingtian talked about the deep blood feud, his eyes were extremely calm, as if those hatreds had nothing to do with him anymore.
Yan Wudi and Yi Jingtang didn't think there was anything wrong with Huo Lingtian.
After all, they were all people who had been planted with the Wanhua slave seal, so they naturally didn't think that Huo Lingtian still hated his master.
Zhou Xingdou expressed his understanding of this.
Indeed, it would be abnormal if you knew about the revenge for the murder of your wife, the hatred for the abduction of your mother, and the blood feud for the extermination of your clan and did not come. At this point, Zhou Xingdou sighed.
Since you have brought me benefits many times, I will let you meet your mother.
He really wanted to thank Huo Lingtian, who always gave Zhou Xingdou a big gift regardless of his own safety at the critical moment.
Moreover, Zhou Xingdou also promised Yu Shuhua not to kill Huo Lingtian and let the mother and son reunite.
As Zhou Xingdou spoke, he raised his hand and called out, and a ray of light of good fortune flashed in the room. A plump figure wearing a phoenix crown walked out of the light.
Who else could it be but Yu Shuhua?
Ever since she knew that Huo Lingtian was not dead and became the goddess of creation, she has been very obedient to Zhou Xingdou. Under Zhou Xingdou's favor, Yu Shuhua's face was no longer haggard, and the fiery red phoenix robe on her body was no longer old-fashioned, but shining again, highlighting her elegance and grace. Yu Shuhua was suddenly called out by Zhou Xingdou. She was a little confused and thought that Zhou Xingdou was angry again. When she was about to say something, she saw Huo Lingtian kneeling on the ground. This made Yu Shuhua tremble.
Honor. Is that you?
Huo Lingtian also looked up at Yu Shuhua, tears suddenly flickered in his eyes. Mother, I disobeyed my master and made you suffer. Zhou Xingdou was not interested in this scene.
You two can chat.
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou left the room. One of them had been planted with the Wanhua slave seal by him, and the other had become the guardian of the creation palace. It was impossible for both of them to betray him, and naturally they would not run away. Now, Huo Lingtian had told him almost everything he knew.
Although there were many ups and downs in today's battle, the overall situation has been reversed.
Taishu Temple withdrew from the fight, the Sun Holy Land and the Moon Holy Land had become Zhou Xingdou's side, and most of the top fighters of the Forbidden God Alliance died.
Now, he already has the support of 5 immortal forces, the Holy Land of the Universe, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, the Palace of Pluto, the Holy Land of the Sun, and the Holy Land of the Moon. As for Tianjizi's side, the Qin family is a declining aristocratic family, and the Forbidden God Alliance is nothing but dead bones in a tomb. The only threats are Tianjizi and the mysterious Tianji Ancient Pavilion.
This made Zhou Xingdou feel a lot more relieved. With the support that the Xingtian Alliance has now obtained, even if Tianjizi still has a trump card, it is impossible to form an absolute suppressive trend. What's more, today his father borrowed his body to unleash infinite power to tear open the sky and injure Chuyuan Tiandao.
Father, is this your power? Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh.
Emperor Zhou Qing didn't even show up in person, but his will descended upon Zhou Xingdou, and he completely reversed the adversity facing Zhou Xingdou.
Save yourself from desperate situation in an instant.
This one sentence of threat made Taishu Temple, which was known to be the best in magical powers and ranked among the top immortal forces, give up and withdraw. Just one sentence caused the Sun Holy Land, the Moon Holy Land, the immortal forces that controlled the entire Dao realm to defect. The ultimate enemy, Chuyuan Tiandao, who had never been seen in person, was severely injured by one palm strike by Zhou Xingdou.
Dominate the world with invincibility.
This made Zhou Xingdou feel curious and respectful towards his father, whom he had never seen, but more of it was excitement and blood boiling.
He wanted to show up right then and there and tell everyone in the world. See? This is my dad. He also wanted to tell the world that he, Zhou Xingdou, was not an abandoned child. But he couldn't do that because Emperor Zhou Qing had not really returned and was still trapped in the Holy Land of Heavenly Dao. He has now reunited Yu Shuhua and Huo Lingtian, mother and son. But when can he be reunited with his parents?
Zhou Xingdou looked up at the starry sky, and there seemed to be mist rising in his eyes.
Father, it would be nice if you were always here. Chapter 487-11 Palace Guardians. Zhou Xingdou did not sigh for too long. After all, the situation had been reversed, and thinking too much would be useless. Instead of being sad here, it is better to fight for that wish and find a way to enter the Holy Land of Heaven to rescue your parents.
The harvest of the Creation Temple today can be described as extremely bountiful. The number of people guarding the palace has skyrocketed from 2 to 11, a full 9 more.
Zhou Xingdou also quickly opened the panel and took a good look at it. Creation Temple 11/18. Goddess of Creation, Du, 1/1. 60% combat power. True Lady of Creation, Yushu Hua, Shi Yir, 2/6. 40% combat power. Slaves of Fortune, Qian Mangli, Qian Tianmang, Luo Shangjuan, Yushu, Shi Linger, Lang Ruoruo, Shuebinghe, Xiao Xiao, 8 out of 11. Early stage of the 7th transformation of the Quasi-Emperor.
Although the number of people has not reached 12, it has exceeded the 6 people in the first stage. The combat power blessed by the Goddess of Creation and the True Goddess of Creation has increased by 10%, and the realm of the Slave of Creation has also increased by 1 level, becoming the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor. All the destinies Zhou Xingdou collected today, except for that of the Sun and Moon Saint Shi Yir, were placed in the position of Slaves of Creation. This was not Zhou Xingdou's choice, but an independent arrangement by the Palace of Creation. It seemed that the Palace of Creation felt that it was a bit of a waste to put Shi Yir's talent in the Slave of Creation. After all, the realm of the True Woman of Creation is directly synchronized with Zhou Xingdou, and her combat power is an enhancement rather than a replacement. This means that they have basic combat power. The higher the basic combat power, the more powerful they will be when blessed by Zhou Xingdou. This also means that although Du has added 60% of Zhou Xingdou's combat power, if there is someone among the true women of creation who is gifted, she may be stronger than Du, and it is not impossible that her combat power exceeds that of Zhou Xingdou, who is not in the single primary system. However, except for Shuebinghe, who surrendered voluntarily, all the others were forcibly taken into the Palace of Creation by Zhou Xingdou, and the transformation would not be that fast. Fortunately, the time for this conversion is not cumulative, but is carried out simultaneously, so all conversions should be completed within 7 days. Moreover, there is still a lack of 7 palace guardians for the Creation Palace to be complete, which is still not a small number. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou came to the Hall of Stars. He also has the destiny entries of Huo Lingtian and others in his hand. Although they are entries of King, Sun and the like, Zhou Xingdou still wants to try whether he can put these entries into women to see if there will be any change. If successful, with these 4 entries, the number of guardian palaces in the Creation Palace will reach 15. And he is not short of women. Every woman in the Spirit Hall is loyal to him and can be used as a test. But Zhou Xingdou was troubled as to who to choose. Because being the guardian of the Palace of Creation is a bit inconvenient, there is a time limit as long as you step out of the Palace of Creation. Although Yuji and Li Shoyun are good, Zhou Xingdou doesn't really want them to be the palace guards, because if Taishan and Qing Yanjing are not around, they can be used as servants to amuse him.
The same goes for Lu Yanran. That leaves only the beauties brought out by the world of martial arts. The Pope, Ain, and Xiao Rou were Zhou Xingdou's original choices, but the 3 have not returned yet. Fortunately, I have 4 entries, but I can try it first. After some selection, Zhou Xingdou finally chose Tang Yuehua. In the world of martial arts, this girl is considered a waste, but she came to the fore in Chu Yuan and became the most talented person besides the Pope, Ain, and Xiao Rou. Of course, she is also the one who knows how to please Zhou Xingdou the most, and is also the softest woman in the Spirit Hall. Zhou Xingdou took out the destiny entry of the Son of Destiny and injected it into Tang Yuehua's body. Fortunately, the entry did not fail to merge. As Zhou Xingdou guessed, it turned into the Destiny Lady entry in Tang Yuehua. As one of his own, Zhou Xingdou naturally included Tang Yuehua in the ranks of the true women of creation. Because of Tang Yuehua's injection, the Creation Palace has reached the level of 12 palace guardians, and thus its strength has risen to another level. After doing all this, Zhou Xingdou sent Yuan Tian to the outside world to find Ain and others, and by the way, he also retrieved the information of the people collected today from the Shadow Secret Temple. The 3rd daughter of the Qian family and Zhou Xingdou's guess were correct. Qian Mengli was Qian Tianquan's aunt. She had loved Qian Tianquan very much since childhood, and their feelings even went beyond family affection. Qian Tianmeng is Qian Tianquan's sister, but she is not like a sibling to Qian Tianquan because her aptitude is very poor. She was able to reach the saint level because Qian Tianquan saved the elixirs and gave them to Qian Tianmeng. Luo Shangjuan is not a member of the Qian family, but a daughter of a first-class family bordering the Qian family's territory.
She and Qian Tianquan are childhood sweethearts, and they have been engaged for a long time. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly.
He had wiped out Qian Tianquan in one fell swoop.
If the deceased Qian Tianquan had a spirit in heaven, he would probably die with his eyes open. There is not much to say about the Taoist girl of Taishu Temple, the saint girl of Taiyin Lung Ruoro, and the saint girl of Sun Shi Linger.
They all follow very normal paths as saints.
Xue Bingha and Xiao Xiao is an extremely cliched story of beautiful women. Unfortunately, Huo Lingtian is inhumane and is still a virgin. However, Qi Yi, who was assigned to the true girl of creation by the Palace of Creation, is quite interesting. She and Shi Linger are half-sisters, both daughters of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Sun.
The reason why Qi Yi is unique is related to her mother. Her mother is the Holy Mother of Taiyin Holy Land.
Moreover, Taiyin Holy Land is not like the Universal Holy Land where there are both the Holy Lord and the Holy Mother at the same time. This is because this is a different gender title for the leader of the Taiyin Holy Land, and it is not a position like that of the Universal Holy Land. The Holy Mother of Taiyin is the ruler of the Holy Land of Taiyin. Qi Yi, the child of the union of two immortal rulers, should be considered an illegitimate child and should not be tolerated by either immortal. But Qi Yi happened to be very ambitious and inherited his father's sun holy body and his mother's moon holy body from birth. With two holy bodies in one body, if they were properly integrated, she could possibly achieve the legendary Sun and Moon Taoist body. The significance of the Sun-Moon Taoist body to the Sun Holy Land and the Moon Holy Land is too great, and even her inappropriate identity makes her the most suitable person to become the Sun-Moon Taoist body. This also made Qi Yi leap from an illegitimate daughter to the treasure of the two immortals, and naturally she was called the Holy Lady of the Sun and the Moon. Zhou Xingdou, who possesses the Fatian Dao body, knows best how powerful the Zhou Dao body is. It can only be said that Zhou Xingdou really found a treasure this time. After reading this information, Zhou Xingdou checked his luck value again, and it has now exceeded 6 million. 6 million may seem like a lot now, but it is still a long way from unlocking Princess Iron Fan's shackles. 100 million luck points would be impossible to collect in a short period of time even if Fahai and others worked themselves to death. However, the reason why Zhou Xingdou asked them to kill the evil demons to collect luck points for him was not that he expected to collect enough luck points to unlock Princess Iron Fan's shackles. He had other plans. Chapter 488 10 Supreme War Slaves. Zhou Xingdou opened the luck value mall for the first time in a long time and turned to the column of Supreme War Slave. Once upon a time, the price of a Supreme War Slave at 100,000 luck points was prohibitive for him, but now it seems like nothing. 6 million luck points to buy other things will not play any role in the future decisive battle, but it is different for the Supreme War Slave. Even if he draws a figure of the three pure ones Buddha level, he does not have enough luck to restore them to their heyday, but as long as they can unlock certain shackles and reach the level of an emperor who has survived the triple calamity, that will be enough. As long as it is still in the world, Daluo is not the protagonist of this battle. The real battlefield is below Daluo, and the Three Tribulations Emperor is the core. Of course, the prerequisite is that my uncle can handle it. But since Pluto dares to take it, the problem shouldn't be too big. Besides, Zhou Xingdou has no control over Daluo, and he can only make a fuss about the number of emperors. Even if one's luck is really bad, it is not a loss to get a few creation lords and quasi-emperors. Of course, Zhou Xingdou couldn't possibly throw all of the 6 million luck points in, but he didn't need to be too stingy. System, purchase 10 Supreme War Slaves. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme War Slave *10. Now that he has money, Zhou Xingdou is confident and says, use them all at once. Ding! Received the host's request. Because the number of Supreme War Slaves drawn at one time is too large, the system will use a broadcast instead of a summoning scene. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Heavenly God General, Clairvoyance. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Heavenly General, Shunfenger. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the God of Thunder, Lei Gong. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the god of lightning, mother of lightning.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the god of wind, Fengpa.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the god of rain, Yubo. Zhou Xingdou was a little stunned when he heard this.
Did he poke the heavenly palace in the wrong place today?
Out of the 10 draws, 6 were actually gods from heaven. It's not that he thinks they are bad, but they are too good. If it were in the past, Zhou Xingdou would have laughed his ass off. But in the current situation, these people are still a little short of the mark. They are almost the same as the giant spirit god.
Although they are happy, the joy is not much.
But just before Zhou Xingdou felt a little disappointed, the system's voice sounded again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the great god of the 3 altars and the marshal of the central altar, the third prince Neza.
The great god of the 3 altars and sea assembly.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to be surprised, the system's voice sounded again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the great marshal of demon subduing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king of the high divine sky, Li Jing. Zhou Xingdou's toes tightened at this moment.
Li Tianwang holding a pagoda. It was so juicy that you could just pull it out in an instant? Although Zhou Xingdou thinks about the 3 pure ones and the 4 imperial gods, Buddha and Guanyin every day, it is just a thought. But Neza is different.
He is the 3rd prince after Sun Wukong and Erlangshen, a great god who only kills and does not rescue, a senior official of the heavenly court, and the most powerful permanent fighter of the heavenly army. Although he weighs 97 kilograms of lotus root powder and 3 kilograms of rebellious bones, his strength is definitely first class. Not to mention Li Jing, let's talk about the tower in his hand. The 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Exquisite Tower is owned by Neza's biological father, a treasure of the Buddhist world, and was personally bestowed by the ancestor of all Buddhas, the ancient Buddha Dipankara. It is blessed by the relics of all Buddhas and can subdue demons and ghosts, and even gods and immortals when necessary. It possesses unparalleled power, and even a god of war like Neza will be suppressed by this tower. Zhou Xingdou was ecstatic. Not to mention the other 6 priests, any one of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king and Neza was worth the ticket price of 1 million luck points today. However, Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry to call out the 2 people's panels, but waited for the system to announce the remaining 2 supreme war slaves to be drawn.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Yellow Wind Ridge Tiger Monster, Tiger Vanguard. Originally, the 3 words Huangfangling made Zhou Xingdou almost ready to celebrate, but the 3 words Hu Xianfeng suddenly brought him down. I originally thought it was the great sage Huangfeng, but unexpectedly it was actually a Tiger Vanguard. This thing only eats the Destiny Man as takeout, but if it really encounters a divine general like the giant spirit, it can be killed with 1 axe.
There is no potential to be tapped at all.
It is a compliment to it to appear among the supreme war slaves. To be honest, it may not be able to beat Xiao Zhuanfeng. Now that there is only one last one left, Zhou Xingdou can't help but feel a little excited.
What if this Tiger Vanguard is the system's first praise and then suppression? Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the catfish spirit, Ben Borba.
You will also be given the catfish spirit, Babo Urban.
Oh my god, Zhou Xingdou's heart was finally at peace. Ben Borba, Babo Urban, and they're even selling it in a buy one get one free bundle. Not to mention how weak these 2 are, they're simply incapable of doing anything helpful, and are more likely to cause trouble. However, although I was not satisfied with the last 2 draws, with Neza and Li Tianwang here, the rest were already free gifts, so I didn't feel bad about it.
Thinking of this week, Xingdou couldn't wait to call up Neza's panel. War Slave, Neza the 3rd Prince. Realm, Perfection of Creation, Plus.
Identity, Great God of the 3 Altars and the Sea Assembly, Great Marshal of the Central Altar. The limit of what the Supreme War Slave can extract is the perfection of the Creator.
Even a being like Neza is not immune to this.
However, it is indeed impossible to exchange Neza in peak condition with 100,000 luck points, and Zhou Xingdou would not have such extravagant hopes.
Now it is enough.
But Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry to untie the shackles for Neza, but asked the system. System, have you settled the bill for me?
Ding, what does the host mean?
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and asked.
I won't settle accounts with you about those Destiny True girls.
After all, they are still useful to me. But Huo Lingtian and the others should be settled with this host. But I always remembered in my heart that he didn't mention it before, not because he forgot, but because he didn't find the opportunity.
Ding. Their luck is all in the entries taken away by the host. The system didn't get a single cent. How can it settle the bill for the host? Did I beat them before I took them away? Ding. Hit. Do they still have luck? Ding. It's gone. What's your full name? Ding. The system of seizing fortune from the heavens. Did I seize my luck? Ding. Got it. Then why don't you pay me?
Zhou Xingdou spread his hands, indicating that the system should be more efficient. The system seemed confused by the question and was silent for a while, but after a while it said in a low voice.
Ding. But the system didn't get anything?
Zhou Xingdou said with a serious face. That's your problem, you have to solve it yourself.
The system fell silent again in an instant.
Zhou Xingdou sighed slightly when he saw this. System, you don't want your heart, which you were so happy to have, to be snatched away by others, right?
Chapter 489 The Lion Opens His Mouth.
The system has been around for so many years, and it has never thought that there would be a day when it would be threatened by the Japanese. But he seemed to understand that if he didn't shed some blood today, his capitalist host would not let him go, so he could only say helplessly.
Ding. Host, just tell me what you want.
Zhou Xingdou also immediately opened his mouth and said loudly.
It's nothing.
I will free Nezet and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King from all their shackles for free.
How can the system possibly agree? Ding.
Host, don't go too far. These two are both innate godlike beings.
Neza needs at least 100 million luck points, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King also needs 80 million luck points. Even if the host kills 10 Kings of Destiny, it will not be enough.
Hearing the system's words, Zhou Xingdou frowned, not because of the system's rejection, but because of the system's words about unlocking the luck value of Neza and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King.
Neza only needs 100 million, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King only needs 80 million. You have to know that Princess Ironfan needs 100 million luck points.
Although Zhou Xingdou likes Princess Ironfan very much, Princess Ironfan's strength is not even comparable to Neza, and she is much inferior to the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Even the Bull Demon King, the great sage Pingtian, was nearly beaten to death by this father and son. The system seemed to sense Zhou Xingdou's suspicion, and in order to prevent Zhou Xingdou from suspecting that he was corrupt, the system immediately explained.
Ding. Princess Ironfan herself is not very powerful. She is half immortal and half mortal, between acquired and innate.
Just 5 million luck points are enough to unlock her strength. But the key point is the banana fan in her hand. The completely unsealed banana fan is an innate spiritual treasure, almost equivalent to a daluo, and even more miraculous than a spiritual treasure.
After listening to the system's explanation, Zhou Xingdou also understood. The banana fan is indeed worth the price. After all, its effect is too abnormal. As long as there is no wind-fixing bead, Sun Wukong will be blown away. Although there were reasons why Sun Wukong was reluctant to kill him, it was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the banana fan. In this way, Zhou Xingdou also raised his eyebrows and said to the system. How about I take a step back and you completely unlock the iron fan, and we can talk about Neza and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King later? The system immediately refuted. Ding. Impossible.
The system can only help the host to unseal all the war slaves summoned today, except for the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and Neza, and unseal the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and Neza to the peak state of 6 stars. After saying this, the system seemed to be afraid that Zhou Xingdou was not satisfied yet, so it explained.
Ding.
Host, don't underestimate these little priests in heaven. Although they are not daluo, they are also considered to be the best among the acquired strong men.
Otherwise, how could they be conferred the title of God?
What the system didn't expect was that Zhou Xingdou agreed immediately, with a sly smile on his face.
Okay, thank you, system. The system suddenly understood. Very spicy. Got fooled.
Zhou Xingdou knew that the system would never agree to his proposal, because it was not a matter of whether the system was willing or not, but whether the current system could do it. Therefore, his original purpose was not to allow the system to completely unblock Toda-bearing Heavenly King in Neza.
This is the house demanding effect.
When making a request to the other party, you can first make an unreasonable request, and then make a relatively small request to him, her. This way, the other party will agree to your second request because of the guilt caused by refusing the first request.
Of course, the system is still quite practical. Zhou Xingdou doesn't even need to take the initiative to propose simpler requests. He will directly state the bottom line requirements he will accept. Even this bottom line requirement far exceeded Zhou Xingdou's psychological expectations. After all, Zhou Xingdou originally thought that the system could unlock Neza and Toda-bearing Heavenly King to the level of 3 Tribulations Emperor for free, but he didn't expect that now all the gods such as Thousandly Eyes would be unlocked. Seeing that the system was hesitant because of the loss, Zhou Xingdou urged. Hold on, once Tian Xin gets it and I'm done with it, I'll give it to you.
In one sentence, clear the system hesitation.
Ding.
The host must keep his word.
Zhou Xingdou said helplessly. Can I still deceive you? Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xingdou began to make announcements. Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the Heavenly God General has unlocked all the shackles and reached 1 Tribulation Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the Heavenly General Shunfenger has unlocked all the shackles and reached 1 Tribulation Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the Thunder God, for unlocking all the shackles and reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the Goddess of Lightning, for unlocking all her powers and reaching 3 Tribulations Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the Wind Goddess, for unlocking all the shackles and reaching 3 Tribulations Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, Yubo, the God of Rain, for unlocking all the shackles and reaching 3 Tribulations Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the great God Neza of the 3 altars and seas, for unlocking his cultivation to the peak of the Emperor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, for unlocking his cultivation to the peak of the Emperor. The system prompt sounded like a tide, and Zhou Xingdou took a breath when he heard it. Although Thousandly Eyes and Wind-hearing ears were only on the same level as the giant spirit, the 4 gods of thunder, lightning, wind and rain were beyond expectations. The Mother of Lightning, the Mother of Wind, and the Master of Rain are all at the level of great emperors who have survived the triple calamity. However, Lei Gong is one step higher than them. He is the pinnacle among the great emperors, having reached the state of perfect integration of the 3 calamities, the pinnacle of the emperor. You know, in the entire Xingtian League, only Tianyin and Wu Feishan can barely step into the pinnacle of the emperor, the true peak realm of the acquired realm. And the system did not break its promise. Nezet and totally Tianwang also directly recovered to the peak realm of the emperor. Zhou Xingdou couldn't wait to summon out the gods. Buzz. 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 There were 10 consecutive buzzing sounds, and figures stepped out from the void one after another. The first to appear were Qianlian and Shunfenger. One of their eyes was as big as a light bulb, and one of their ears was as wide as a fist. They wore armor that was not much different from that of the giant spirit, and looked quite majestic. Next came the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Lei Gong has a red face and a bird's beak, his chest and abdomen are exposed, he has a pair of wings on his back, his feet are like eagle claws, he is tall and strong, he holds a hammer in one hand and an awl in the other, and looks very ferocious. The Mother of Lightning, on the other hand, is a kind-looking woman holding 2 mirrors. As the name suggests, Fengpa is an old woman holding a windbag and wearing a cloth dress. If you didn't know, you would think she is the old woman who farms in the mortal world. Yubo is an old man with a white beard dressed as a scholar, with long eyebrows hanging down to his chin. The 6 heavenly priests were all aglow with precious light. Although their appearances were different, they all exuded a mighty divinity. Immediately afterwards, a peerless aura filled the place. Zhou Xingdou looked towards the source of the aura and saw a red silk flash.
Boom!
An extremely fierce will descended upon the world, and a figure that looked down upon the world suddenly appeared in the world. He was a handsome boy with feminine appearance. Miraculously intelligent, with graceful bones and a beautiful appearance. She is truly the son of the unicorn from heaven, and indeed the phoenix fairy in the mist in clouds. She is barefoot in a lotus dress, steps on a windfire wheel, with the Hun Tianling wrapped around her body, the Qian Kuan ring slung diagonally across her chest, and her strong jade arms embrace her. She looks down at all living beings at a 45-degree angle, and her evil eyes are filled with arrogance and disdain.
Chapter 490. It's him.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up, and an old ballad seemed to ring in his ears.
It's him! It's him! It's him!
A golden light flashed beside Neza. A majestic man in a dark blue 7-treasure battle armor appeared, standing tall like a pine tree, wearing a scarlet battle robe, with his right hand covering the sword at his waist, his left hand holding up an exquisite pagoda, and his feet on auspicious clouds. Just standing there, one can feel the might of millions of heavenly soldiers overwhelming the world.
The moment the two appeared, they attracted everyone's attention.
But the two of them stood still, as if they were in a stalemate about something, which made Zhou Xingdou frown slightly. Swish! The wind and fire under Neza's feet disappeared as they spun around. The beautiful boy came to Zhou Xingdou, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, raised his head, and a solemn childish voice rang out.
Neza greets His Majesty.
Seeing Neza walk down first, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king seemed to be relieved. His majestic figure walked down from the auspicious clouds, and he knelt on one knee 3 feet below Neza in front of Zhou Xingdou. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, pays respect to His Majesty.
Zhou Xingdou now understood what was going on and found it somewhat interesting.
I'm afraid Li Jing wanted Neza to go ahead so as not to leave him with a filial son on his back, while Neza wanted Li Jing to go ahead to see if there was a chance to give this unfilial father a knife. Neza and the pagoda-bearing heavenly king bowed down, which made Lei Gong and the others come to their senses, and they also bowed down to Zhou Xingdou.
Small gods, pay your respects to your majesty.
As for the brothers Hu Xianfeng and Ben Borba, they were already trembling with fear in the temple surrounded by gods, and they huddled on the ground, not daring to speak.
Everyone, please stand up. Zhou Xingdou was smiling happily at this moment.
2 Tribulation Emperors, 3 Tribulation Emperors, 3 Supreme Emperors, are undoubtedly enough to take the power of the Star-Sky Alliance to a higher level. What's more, these are not ordinary emperors, they were all former gods, some were even important ministers of heaven and gods of war in heaven. Li Jing and Lei Gong Zhou Xingdou were not sure, but Neza was definitely the true pinnacle among the acquired creatures, the invincible one. With 3 heads and 6 arms, magical weapons all over his body, and a sanctified body, it is hard to imagine that if Daluo does not come out, no one can be his opponent. After settling Neza, Li Tianwang and others, Zhou Xingdou felt much more at ease. He no longer cared about the so-called great trend that was about to come and was no longer worried about the Xingtian alliance. He also used up the remaining 5 million luck points to free Princess Ironfan from her shackles. Although he failed to unlock the shackles of the banana fan, the half-step to Daluo, which is 1 step in the innate and 1 step in the acquired, is definitely worth the cost of 5 million luck points. Therefore, Princess Ironfan also made time to serve Zhou Xingdou well. Although Princess Ironfan was not very familiar with Neza and Li Jing, she knew them. After all, these two almost killed the Bull Demon King. She was also amazed that they became Zhou Xingdou's subordinates. Neza and Li Jing were also amazed. After all, Princess Ironfan was once the wife of Bull Demon King. They wondered if it would be embarrassing if His Majesty summoned the Bull Demon King in the future.
For Zhou Xingdou, there is no such worry. If she is really summoned, he will be doing his duty to Princess Ironfan even if he doesn't do it in front of Old Cow. Not long after, Yuan Tian, who was sent by Zhou Xingdou to find Ain and others, came back and successfully brought the 3 women back. It's a pity that they still haven't been able to break through to the quasi-emperor level after going out here, but Zhou Xingdou doesn't care about it. After all, he originally planned to accept the 3 of them into the Palace of Creation. The remaining luck entries of the King of Destiny, Son of Dao Realm, and Son of Destiny were also injected into the bodies of the Pope, Ain, and Xiaorou in turn.
Everything went as smoothly as before, and the number of Zhou Xingdou's fortune palace had reached 15, and it only lacked 3 destiny true women to be complete. Unfortunately, the destiny girl is not so easy to find, and Zhou Xingdou is too lazy to look for her. The 15 palace guards plus his cousin Ning Zhuoyao, Wan Tianzhou, and Bai Yulong should be enough for Zhou Xingdou to sweep across the Tianqin area and seize that Tianqin. The days that followed were somewhat ordinary. It was impossible for Zhou Xingdou to take the initiative to attack Tianjizi as he had not yet expanded to such an extent. With the addition of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, to attend to military affairs, there was no need for Zhou Xingdou to ask about it. He could only return to his Zhuxing palace and live an extravagant life, which was probably one of the few free and easy days he had. On this day, Zhou Xingdou was fighting in the martial arts training ground of Wuhuan Hall. He lay on the throne with a lazily look on his face as he watched the twin lotuses Zhu Yuzhu and Zhu Yuyun sparring on the stage.
Both of them were wearing tight black hollow leather jackets and dark purple high-heeled boots.
One was cold and glamorous, while the other was noble and charming.
Both women walked in a nimble manner and their bodies were extremely flexible.
Their slender bodies twisted and dodged in various ways during the competition, and the lines of their muscles were visible under the tight leather jackets as they were pulled by various movements.
Zhou Xingdou looked on indifferently.
He felt his skin was wrinkled from soaking in the hot springs these days. He could only come to the Wuhuan Hall to watch the beauties compete with each other, which was also pleasing to the eye. Qian Mengli and Qian Tianmeng half knelt at Zhou Xingdou's feet, one on the left and one on the right, massaging his thighs. The visitor was also extremely beautiful.
Although Qian Mengli was Qian Tianquan's aunt, she actually didn't look very old.
She was just taller and fuller looking, but she was still a queen.
But Qian Tianmeng is not bad either, with delicate eyes and slender waist, she is very charming.
The Creation Palace had transformed all 15 palace guardians a few days ago. Although Qian Mengli and Qian Tianmeng were like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, it was also a blessing in disguise.
They have now leaped from the Saint Realm to the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor.
The transformation of the Creation Temple is somewhat miraculous. It is not like the Wanhua slave seal, which imprints the ideology and regards Zhou Xingdou as the only true god and worships him fanatically. Instead, they have independent consciousness and still remember their hatred towards Zhou Xingdou, but they cannot betray Zhou Xingdou, cannot hate Zhou Xingdou, and can only obey.
Zhou Xingdou didn't care what these palace guards who were forcibly taken away thought. It didn't matter anyway. He didn't love them. They were just tools. If it weren't for the so-called destined girl, and the good thing of synchronizing Zhou Xingdou's cultivation, it would never be their turn in this lifetime. Try harder, haven't you eaten?
Zhou Xingdou looked at Qian Tianmeng with lazy eyes and spoke indifferently. Qian Tianmeng gritted his teeth in his heart, but he could only say yes respectfully with humiliation on his face, and increased the strength of the massage on his hands.
Boring. This is what Zhou Xingdou thought.
He waved his hand, and Luo Shangjuan, who was serving tea on the side, put down the teacup, sat sideways on the throne, and was embraced by Zhou Xingdou. If the war was not approaching, Yu Ji and Li Xiuru would have gone into seclusion to practice, and Zhou Xingdou would not have bothered to look at the ugly faces of Qian Mengli, Qian Tianmeng, and Luo Shangjuan. Of course, there was also some thought of revenge on Qian Tianquan, who replaced his position as the Taoist son and was slapped to death by him. But just as Zhou Xingdou was enjoying his extravagant life, a somewhat cold and indifferent voice sounded in his ears.
Disciple, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Chapter 491 I Won't Fall Again.
When Zhou Xingdou heard the celestial sound, his body stiffened instantly. In just a moment, Qian Mengli, Qian Tianmeng, and Luo Shangjuan were taken back to the Palace of Creation. At this moment, all the laziness in his eyes disappeared. He suddenly stood up straight and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a peerless and cold immortal figure, so beautiful that all living beings were intoxicated by it, and the sun and the moon were eclipsed by it, just like the Queen Mother of the West had come to the world. The person who came was none other than his master Tianzhou. Tianzhou was still wearing the dark fairy robe and walked barefoot. Every step she took made the ground ripple with golden waves like water. She slowly walked towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou hurried forward, like a waiter welcoming guests in a teahouse, and trotted to Tianzhou's side.
Zhou, if you have anything to say, why don't you just let me come to see you? Why do you have to come to see me in person?
As he said that, Zhou Xingdou was about to hold Tian Zhou's hand.
Tian Zhou was neither hurried nor slow, with a calm and indifferent look, and glanced at Zhou Xingdou with her bright eyes. Now you don't even call me master.
But she did not avoid Zhou Xingdou's hand, allowing him to support her arm and help her sit down in front of the throne. Zhou Xingdou chuckled, secretly told Zhu Yuzhu and Zhu Yuyun to stop and leave, then squatted beside Tian Zhou and said in a slightly flattering tone, "Call, master's wife, master's eldest lady."
Boom!
When the familiar knocking sound was heard, Zhou Xingdou gasped in pain and quickly stopped talking. He could only think to himself that his master was too difficult to deal with. Tian Zhou raised a hint of helplessness at the corner of her mouth, glanced at Zhou Xingdou with her bright eyes, and said slowly,
"I don't know who you learned this from. Seeing that I'm not behaving myself properly now, can't you just behave yourself?"
But Zhou Xingdou was not afraid this time. He raised his head and said,
"To be true is to never express love? Then aren't you afraid of missing out?"
This time, Tian Zhou was indeed speechless. It was not because she couldn't argue with Zhou Xingdou, but because she didn't want to argue with him about this, for fear that this disciple would cheat again and cry until her legs were covered with snot.
I had no choice but to turn my head away. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and serve tea to the master. Okay. I'll serve you some tea.
Zhou Xingdou agreed readily and picked up the teacup beside him.
However, he did not hand it directly to Tian Zhou.
Instead, he put it to his mouth and drank it in one gulp, then moved closer to Tian Zhou with his mouth puffed out.
Zhou Xingdou hummed and arched his mouth towards the fairy master's mouth. Tian Zhou almost laughed at Zhou Xingdou's anger when she saw this scene.
If it were someone else, let alone a man, even a woman or a child would surely die today. But facing this disciple who always acted weird, Tian Zhou did not slap his ugly face away, but looked at Zhou Xingdou with a half-smile and said,
"Do you really want to be my teacher?"
Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up, and he hummed and nodded frantically, almost spilling the tea in his mouth.
"Okay, but only this time."
Tian Zhou closed her eyes with a smile, as if waiting for Zhou Xingdou to serve her tea. Zhou Xingdou was ecstatic and quickly kissed Tian Zhou's red lips with his pouting mouth. His breathing became rapid and excited. But, just when Zhou Xingdou's red lips were only 1 millimeter away from Tian Zhou's, and his eyes were shining wildly, a soft jade hand blocked his forehead and pulled the kiss back half an inch.
"How dare you kiss me? You are so bold and you are betraying your teacher and ancestors."
Tian Zhou looked at Zhou Xingdou indifferently, biting her red lips lightly with a hint of playfulness. Zhou Xingdou secretly cursed Tian Zhou in his heart for being despicable and shameless, and actually gave him a challenge. But he was no pushover. Their faces were already close. Although Tian Zhou blocked his forehead to prevent him from getting closer, he could raise his chin and arch his mouth. Before Tian Zhou finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou raised his chin and kissed her, instantly blocking her red lips tightly.
"Woo!"
Tian Zhou glared angrily with her bright fairy eyes, and used her jade hand to push Zhou Xingdou away, but the light touch on her mouth and the sound of pop still made her feel extremely ashamed. Too much trouble. She was a great daluo, but was successfully ambushed by her disciple who was only a quasi-emperor. This undoubtedly made her feel ashamed and angry. But before she could trouble Zhou Xingdou had already flipped in the air and landed next to Tian Zhou again, and asked with a look of smug delight, "How is the tea I serve you? Is it sweet?" But the next second, Zhou Xingdou couldn't laugh anymore. Because a huge sword light was reflected in his pupils, blocking his vision, and then everything went dark. "Call." Zhou Xingdou suddenly opened his eyes, breathing rapidly, and sat up from the throne with a swish and hurriedly touched his body. Fortunately, it's still here. This made Zhou Xingdou feel instantly relieved, but he could still feel some pain in the back of his neck. Before Zhou Xingdou could rub his aching neck, Tian Zhou's voice rang in his ears. "Is it still sweet?" Zhou Xingdou shuddered immediately. It's not sweet anymore. But as he spoke, Zhou Xingdou felt a little aggrieved. "Just talk to me nicely. Why are you hitting me?"
I'm most afraid of pain. But what he got in return was Tianzhou's cold reprimand. Then why did you risk your life to chase after that Shenzhou? If your father hadn't held back, I wouldn't have been able to save you in time.
Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned, and the pain in the back of his neck seemed to ease a little. How could he not understand now that Tianzhou came to him this time because she cared about him and blamed him for putting himself in danger?
I know I was wrong. I won't do it again next time.
This made Zhou Xingdou realize that he was in the wrong. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Tianzhou's face, like a child who had done something wrong. Tianzhou's voice still rang out, and her icy words even seemed to be melting a little.
If something happens to you again, what will happen to the Xingtian League? What will happen to Hani? What will happen to me? What will I do? Zhou Xingdou was speechless.
Thinking of his master, senior sister, Aunt Ning, etc., who had waited for him for 20 years, he closed his eyes in shame and clenched his fists, but apologized weakly.
Sorry. Nothing will happen to me again, believe me. Lift your head.
Zhou Xingdou slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, only to see that Tianzhou was already in front of him. Her incredibly beautiful face was only half an inch away from him. But what Zhou Xingdou didn't expect was that the unattainable face that looked like the goddess of the 9 heavens was actively approaching him, and the delicate and cold red lips were imprinted on his lips and teeth. Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes wide, but his hands unconsciously wrapped around the slender waist that he had longed for. He closed his eyes again and felt this moment with all his heart. After a long time, their lips parted, and Tianzhou looked at her disciple without any shyness.
She just said calmly, "If you still want to kiss me, then don't take any more risks and don't make me wait for you."
Zhou Xingdou looked at his master and smiled. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and lifted his hair. He raised his hand and held the wind, his eyes full of vigor and vitality. "I will not fall again, because the wind that rises will make me stand above fate."
Chapter 492 today. This day.
Above the center of the Star Alliance, Zhou Xingdou sat on the throne. The star array below and the thousands of top-killing arrays inlaid with each other had revived to the extreme at this moment, and the monstrous murderous intent enveloped the entire world. The 8 great ancestors stood in the void at the gate of the Star-Sky Alliance, standing tall like pillars of heaven, supporting the sky. Behind them, elite soldiers from the 8 holy temples came out. All of them wore armor corresponding to their realm, armed themselves to the teeth, and divided into military formations.
Waves of murderous aura were almost solid.
Beside Zhou Xingdou, the 4 servants of the Zhou family, Fahai and Yuan Tian, guarded him in the center. Princess Ironfan, who was in her prime, stood by Zhou Xingdou's side. The pair of green-bladed immortal swords showed for the first time the spirit of an immortal blade, as if to pierce the sky. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king stands on auspicious clouds and holds a pagoda in his hand while sitting in the center of the army. Today, he is the most important coach besides Zhou Xingdou, commanding all the forces of the Star Alliance. No one had any objection to this, not even the 8 great ancestors, because this pagoda-bearing heavenly king had managed to integrate the elite troops of the 8 holy temples into an army in just 10 days. The giant spirit also returned to the service of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king and slowly stroked the Xianhua axe in his hand. Zhou Xingdou's fingers kept tapping on the armrests of the throne, as if he was trying to hide his excitement and anxiety in this way.
In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Today is the day of the decisive battle that Tianzhi mentioned. For this day, Zhou Xingdou and even the entire Xingtian Alliance have been preparing for a month, just waiting for this day to arrive. Maybe Zhou Xingdou felt that he was ready before, but when the day really came, it was difficult for him to have blind confidence. His eyes were always fixed on the world that was still in a daze, as if he was trying to find a trace of light through the endless darkness and confusion. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the long-awaited ray of sunlight pierced the dark sky like a sharp sword. But this day seemed to be cloudy, with the sky covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The sun rose from the east with difficulty, casting a few sparse rays of light, but there were more layers of dark clouds. At first, no one realized there was anything unusual about these clouds and they were just ordinary dark clouds. It was not until the rolling black clouds began to press in from the horizon that everyone realized those so-called dark clouds.
It turned out to be a huge warship that was densely packed and covered the sky. At this moment, everyone in the Star Alliance couldn't help but feel shocked. The huge warships, as majestic and magnificent as towering mountains, were connected end to end, stretching endlessly like an endless black tide, engulfing everything in front of them. Even though they were far away, the tremendous pressure brought by this scene was like a heavy hammer, hammering everyone's heart.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of rumbling war drums rang out in the Star Sky Alliance. The 8 great ancestors released their halos at this moment, and the aura of the 3 Tribulations Emperor suppressed the world. Tianyin drew out the divine bow behind him, and the Emperor's ultimate will soared into the sky. Master Wei took a step forward, and the Confucian and Taoist Emperor's heart revived instantly, entering the state of Confucian and Taoist Saint Emperor, and the overwhelming Confucian spirit swept across the world.
Li calculated the rune model to the extreme.
He moved his 5 fingers and held up the formation plate with one hand. The formation plate reflected the thousands of formations of the Star Sky Alliance, causing all the formations that had revived to the limit to resound together. Chen Nong tightened the hoe in his hand, and Fahai threw away his cassock, revealing his strong physique and connected with Yuan Tian's rising Taoist spirit. Xiao Xuanfeng waved the big flag of the Star Sky Alliance in his hand vigorously and wandered among the various military formations. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li also concentrated his tiger eyes and his spirit reached the extreme point. At this moment, the huge black warship slowly stopped 10 miles away from the Star Sky Alliance. Then, monks like locusts flew out from them, forming a square formation like the sea, as if they were waiting for something. Zhou Xingdou clenched his fists, and not only him, but all those with sharp eyesight in the room widened their eyes. Because in that sea-like formation of cultivators, the aura of quasi-emperors alone amounted to hundreds, and that of supreme ones was even more than thousands. The number of holy realms below it is even more numerous than before.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Hundreds of halos, symbolizing the calamity of the Tao, illuminated the dark crowd at this moment, and walking out from them was a majestic immortal figure with immortal light like a waterfall.
10 miles is not a big distance even in the eyes of a saint, let alone Tianjizi. But Tianjizi didn't seem to be in a hurry.
His majestic figure penetrated through the numerous obstacles and looked at Zhou Xingdou. His ruthless immortal voice resounded through the ears of everyone in this world.
Zhou Xingdou, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn.
Zhou Xingdou suppressed the shock in his heart and stood up from the throne, neither sad nor happy, extremely indifferent.
It's you who's stubborn, not me. Tianjizi, you are obsessed with appearances.
Even so, there is no point in saying more. At this point, both sides knew that there was no going back, but Tianji showed a look of compassion. Just because of your one wrong thought, countless people who should not have died will be buried because of you today.
At this moment, a scholar holding a folding fan beside Tianjizi took the first step forward.
In an instant, nearly half of the emperors under the hundreds of light wheels beside Tianjizi took this step together with the scholar.
Dozens of emperors. Among them there are some great emperors who have survived 2 levels of Tao calamity.
These great emperors, who were rarely seen in the first 100 years of the Yuan dynasty, are now gathered in one place at the same time, just for the same enemy.
This is something that the world cannot believe. Zhou Xingdou's expression also became somewhat gloomy.
The Sun Holy Land, the Moon Holy Land and the Taishu Temple have withdrawn, so why does Tianjizi still have so much power?
More than 100 great emperors, hundreds of quasi-emperors, thousands of supreme beings, and saints like locusts. Such a lineup is enough to destroy any immortal of Chu Yuan with ease. Is this the trend that Tianjizi mentioned?
Zhou Xingdou didn't dare to imagine how powerful Tianjizi would be today if his father had not used his body to intimidate Taishu Temple and Taiyin and Taiyan Holy Lands to withdraw. Behind the scholar holding the folding fan were dozens of great emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors, who descended in front of the Star Alliance formation with a mighty pressure that made the heavens and the earth tremble.
But he did not act immediately.
He just suddenly opened his folding fan and said slowly, I am Qian Mengdao, the head of the Qian family.
If you surrender now and pledge your loyalty to the Qian family, you will be spared the death penalty.
The 8 ancestors had cold expressions on their faces. If it were in the past, they would have probably charged into the battle formation. But now, without the order from the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, they could only clench their fists and coldly watch Qian Mengdao show off his might. However, the momentum of dozens of great emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors made some people in the 8 holy halls waver. At this time, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King who was in charge of the central army had a cold expression on his face, and his majestic voice resounded throughout the 3 armies.
Anyone who violates military orders and flees before the battle will have his true spirit slain. After all, it was the army trained by the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King who stabilized the formation with just a word, and no one escaped. But Tota Heavenly King knew better that these people were not the heavenly soldiers they once were, and simple military orders could not completely stabilize the morale of the army.
Chapter 493 Charge. Where is Neza?
I will be here.
Wow! In an instant, blazing red silk was flying all over the sky, and in the center of the Hun Tian silk, Neza, the 3rd prince, appeared in the world, wearing lotus clothes, holding a red lotus fire spear in one hand and a Qianquan circle in the other. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King waved his hand. Charge the formation and kill the general.
Yes, sir. Neza shouted coldly.
Facing dozens of emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors in front of the formation, he did not show any fear. The windfire wheel under his feet turned rapidly in an instant, and turned into a fire lotus that rushed quickly towards Qian Mengdao, who was spreading evil words to deceive the people.
Bold. Qian Mengdao's face darkened. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to recruit some elite warriors for the Qian family.
After all, there were dozens of emperors behind him, including 3 calamity emperors. With such a devastating force, not only did no one on the opposite side surrender, but he also only sent a young boy to charge into the battle and kill the general. He was not taken seriously at all. Since that was the case, Qian Mengdao stopped talking, folded his folding fan in an instant, clapped it in his hand, and ordered. Crush the evildoer who charged into the battle formation into pieces and shock the enemy's morale. Swish. 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 At Qian Mengdao's command, dozens of emperors behind him burst out with boundless imperial power that shook the heavens and the earth, and rushed towards the fire lotus that was coming to kill them.
Boom!
The fire lotus exploded at this moment, shaking away dozens of emperors who were rushing over. A red lotus fire spear shot out from the raging red flames and pierced through an emperor who was unable to dodge. The eyes of dozens of emperors trembled wildly.
An emperor died in the encounter.
This made the emperors dare not be careless anymore. They summoned their imperial soldiers and rushed forward. But then the red lotus fire spear picked up the pierced emperor and smashed him to pieces. The red flames dissipated, and a god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Neza no longer had the image of a beautiful young man, with red lips and silver teeth showing. His eyes were gleaming with lightning, and the Azura-killing elephant was revealed in those 3 heads. He has a ferocious face and each of his 6 arms holds a sword. The demon-slaying sword, the demon-chopping knife, the Qianquan circle, the demon-subduing pestle, the Hun Tianling, and the fire-pointed spear. The 6 magic weapons were fully displayed, and Neza used them skillfully with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Dozens of resurrected imperial soldiers attacked, but they could not get within 3 feet of the 3rd prince. At that time, the embroidered belt danced in the wind and flew red flames, and the brocade robe reflected the sun and released flaming lotus. He carried 6 kinds of magical weapons and sword and changed his movements in an endless manner. Dozens of great emperors revived their imperial weapons, and nearly 100 quasi-emperors used their magical powers to attack, but it was difficult to hurt the 3-day guardian of the evil Neza.
What a majestic aura it was!
The soldiers who were originally shaken were now excited and no longer afraid. The 8 great ancestors looked even more excited, as if bugs were crawling on their bodies. They hated that they were not Neza, who had to kill dozens of great emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors in order to defeat them. They all looked at the head coach Li Jing.
Heavenly King! We are willing to help the 3rd prince break through the enemy lines.
Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, raised his hand to ask the 8 great ancestors to calm down.
He looked at the children charging into the battle array and said in a dignified and somewhat dissatisfied tone, Neza! How dare you neglect your duty and not use your full strength? Don't forget that your mission is to kill the general.
As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention the 8 great ancestors, even the dozens of great emperors on the opposite side froze in their tracks.
This is not even considered their full strength? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Neza, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, grew 2 more arms, holding a ball in one hand and a fire wheel in the other. In an instant, he swept away the dozens of emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors who were besieging him and soared into the air. Then, a fierce boy shouted. Hundreds of billions of weapons rained down. Neza, who soared into the sky, exerted his strength with his 8 arms, and revealed his 3-headed Azura elephant. In his hands, there were swords to slay demons, knives to chop demons, circles of heaven and earth, pestles to subdue demons, silk ribbons to mix with the sky, spears to wield fire, balls and wheels of fire. The moment the 8 magic weapons were thrown out, they suddenly split into thousands and millions of identical individuals, and the densely packed magical weapons rained down on the enemies below. Boom! 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 Under one pouring rain, the sky and earth turned into a sieve full of holes. Even if the emperors reacted and resisted with all their might, it was still unknown how many of them were killed and how many were seriously injured. Nearly 100 quasi-emperors were killed under the rain of hundreds of billions of weapons, and most of them had no trace left, and were annihilated from the world. Shock. At this moment, almost everyone present was shocked, even Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that he had overestimated the strength of Neza the Third Prince. He was able to charge into the formation of dozens of great emperors and nearly 100 quasi-emperors alone and remain invincible. This was far beyond Zhou Xingdou's imagination of Neza. However, they did not expect that a rain of hundreds of billions of weapons would directly wipe out 1/3 of the emperors, and nearly 100 quasi-emperors were almost all killed, leaving only a few scattered ones with their breaths left. Call out. While everyone was shocked, Neza, stepping on wind, fire and thunder, appeared in front of Qian Mengdao at some point. The 8 magic weapons returned to the hands of the 8-armed Neza and he blasted them out with all his might, determined to kill the general. When Qian Mengdao faced the sudden attack from the 3-headed and 8-armed Neza, the third prince, the hairs on his body stood up in an instant. The feeling of being on the verge of death surged in his heart, and his eyes were filled with fear. Buzz! But at this critical moment, an old, hunched figure stood in front of Qian Mengdao and blocked the fatal blow. Qian Mengdao was panting heavily, his whole body was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had died once, but looking at the old, hunched figure, he was still surprised and said, Ancestor. The only existing ancestor of the Qian family, he is also the guardian god who blocks most of the storms for the Qian family, and he is cultivated to the pinnacle of the emperor. However, the Qian family's guardian god, who was unable to block the attack, actually had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, the Qian family's guardian god did not retreat or waver, because behind him was the hope of the Qian family's revival, so he looked at the invincible Neza and just shook his head and smiled. I'm old, not as good as young people. Neza sneered. The Qian family's guardian deity was extremely disdainful of the young man's address to him. Your life is coming to an end. Even if you risk your life, it will be no use. I never thought I could defeat you, but I can hold you back with my life. The Qian family's guardian god's eyes darkened, he made a hand seal, and he and Neza disappeared in an instant. At this time, Tianjizi seemed to be getting impatient, and a majestic voice rang out. Zhou Dehuan, you have lost your last chance to surrender. Your time is up. He didn't think Qian Mengdao could break through the Star Alliance's defenses, so he used more tests and attacks. Now that Qian Mengdao has proved his incompetence, Tianjizi will no longer continue this boring turn-based system. Kill! With a boiling immortal roar, powerful warriors swarmed out like a tide of locusts. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king fixed his eyes, stopped the 8 great ancestors who wanted to rush forward, waved his command flag and shouted. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Attack! The god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the goddess of wind and the goddess of rain, who had been hiding in the sky for a long time, now revealed their true forms. Lei Gong struck the iron cone with all his might, the round mirror in the hand of Dianmu flashed, Fomi opened the wind bag, and Yubo waved his wide sleeves. Boom! Crack! Hoo! Woo! Wow! The violent storm, torrential rain, loud thunder and sudden lightning formed a scene of world destruction,
sweeping towards the powerful ones who were attacking like locusts.
Chapter 494, War Begins.
The wind is bone-cutting, the rain is blood-melting rain, the thunder is earth-shattering thunder, and the lightning is sky-piercing lightning. One supreme emperor, plus three tribulation emperors, 4 gods who control the power of nature. The power unleashed by the cooperation of each other is far beyond ordinary, and immediately made those strong men who attack like a tide unstable and suppressed by wind, rain, thunder, and electricity.
But how could Tianjizi's side not have strong men? In just a few breaths, several 3 tribulations emperors reacted and blocked the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Hodo Kumoru.
Under the order of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, the elites of the 8 holy temples sacrificed the poison pills refined by the burning medicine temple and threw them at the oncoming black tide. The poison pill exploded into poisonous miasma, but it still couldn't stop the oncoming black tide.
Fire the fire thunder ball. Red iron balls were released one after another and exploded instantly when thrown into the black tide.
The poisonous miasma just now also triggered a chain reaction, exploding together with the fire thunderball, causing flames and mushroom clouds to rise continuously in the black tide.
But this still doesn't have much effect against enemies like locusts.
As for the emperor who was rushing in the front, these poison pills and fire thunder pills were of no use to him as they were already within reach.
8 great ancestors. Take action.
The 8 great ancestors had been impatient for a long time, and now hearing the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King finally give the order, they laughed and rushed towards the attacking emperor.
Giant Spirit. Fa Hai. Yuan Tian.
Lead the elite troops of the 8 sacred halls to attack as the vanguard.
Yes, sir.
The giant spirit rushed to the front with the sound of wind, activated the giant spirit form, was 100 feet tall, and rushed towards the surging enemy army waving the Xianhua axe.
Fa Hai transformed into a mighty dragon and stood back to back with Yuan Tian to challenge the powerful enemy.
Zhou Xingdou also looked at the 4 servants of the Zhou family at this moment and said,
"Don't worry about me, just do it yourself."
Tianyin pulled the bow to a full moon at this moment, and shot out 10 arrows, shooting down 10 emperors. Master Wei rushed into the encirclement of the 8 great masters and emperors, his words followed the law, and Confucian ideas flew everywhere.
Yuji Li turned the formation disc and strangled the enemies approaching the Star Sky Alliance one by one.
Chen Nong summoned 7 ferocious plant wives to help the giant spirit who was entangled by the strong man break free. Zhou Xingdou, on the other hand, crossed the army and looked Tianjizi in the face.
Zhou Dehuan, I will send you to hell. Tianjizi's immortal shadow finally moved, overcoming the endless fear and wielding his immortal palm to seize the leader.
But Zhou Xingdou never wavered from the throne from beginning to end, and just watched everything calmly.
Boom!
In just 1,000th of a second, a big hole appeared in the void, and endless energy and blood burst out from the heart.
Jinshi's punch was blasted out from it and hit Tianjizi's side. Tianjizi's immortal shadow instantly retreated.
Ah, Tianjizi, Brother Qingdi's palm strike really hurt you badly.
You have become weaker.
The figure of Hades walked out of the void, and the space was shattered into powder under the unbearable pressure. The glittering powder set off this unparalleled figure.
Pluto, you dare to attack me. Tianjizi stopped his figure from breaking through the space, his face angry.
But just as he finished his words, a fairy sword from the Star Sky Alliance cut through the sky and stabbed towards Tianjizi, who had just stopped.
How could Tianjizi fall into the trap again?
He slapped out with one palm, and the unstoppable fairy sword carrying infinite fairy light was actually knocked back and trembled slightly. Tianzhou also stepped out of the void at this moment, holding the immortal sword that was blasted back by Tianjizi. Her immortal face was extremely cold.
Tianjizi, if you had not been seriously injured, I might not be sure that I could put you to sleep, but now it's 2 against 1.
Even though Tianzhou is only at the Daluotian realm, her sword power is no less powerful than that of the Daluotian realm. So I advise you to just seal yourself for 100 years to save yourself from suffering.
Hades clasped his fists and sneered at Tianjizi. But Tianjizi laughed at this moment. You think I can't guess that you'll make a move later?
As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and 5 majestic innate gods and demons stepped out from the void. Together with Tianjizi, the terrifying aura of the 6th Daluo was beyond description.
Tianjizi sneered.
Emperor Zhou Qing can scare Chuyuan Daluo, but he can't scare Daluo of the entire universe. The Hades, who had been mocking Tianjizi, suddenly became solemn, and Tianjia's eyes became colder and colder. Outsiders cannot comprehend the Daluo realm, but these two can. As the auras of these 5 innate gods and demons descended, he realized that 2 of them were not much different from himself, and were probably also in the Daluo heaven realm. As for the other 3 Daluo Xian realm masters, they are also enough to drink a pot. This made Hades curse in his heart. Damn it, what a price did Chuyuan Tian Dao pay to actually invite 2 Daluo Tian realm and 3 Daluo Xian realm masters? Daluo is not a cabbage. If one wants to ask the 5 Daluo from outside the domain to take action, the price to pay is immeasurable. Even the heavenly Dao will probably have to empty its own funds. Whether it was Zhou Xingdou or Pluto, they both underestimated Chuyuan Tiandao's determination today. Zhou Xingdou also frowned slightly, because at this moment not only was Pluto at a disadvantage against Tianjizi, but even in the battle between the Emperor and the cultivators below, the Xingtian Alliance was also at a disadvantage. If this continues, the Star Sky Alliance will probably be destroyed today. But now, the sky has not yet opened, how can Zhou Xingdou not worry? Oh, it's so lively. At this moment, a vicissitudes of life and a teasing voice sounded in Tianjizi's ears. Both Tianjizi and Pluto looked towards the source of the sound instantly. 2 tall figures appeared in the void. One of them was wearing a golden robe, with a dignified face. He continued with a slight smile. Tianjizi, for such a grand occasion, you didn't invite me, the holy land of the universe. Aren't you giving me no face? Next to the person who spoke was a tall figure with a gloomy face and a pair of yin-yang pupils. His eyes were now fixed on the 5 outer territory Daluo, and his tone was extremely cold. Since when did the Daluo from outside the domain dare to come to my Chuyuan and act so presumptuously? Tianjizi looked at the 2 figures with his celestial eyes. Emperor of the universe, Emperor of Yin and Yang, do you want to wade into this muddy water? Emperor Ancestor of the universe glanced at Zhou Xingdou at this moment, then said helplessly. I can't help it. My holy land owes young Marshal Zhou a favor, so an old man like me has no choice but to repay the favor. Otherwise, I will be spurned by the younger generation. The Yin-Yang Emperor still had a gloomy look on his face. I don't have as many reasons as old man Huanyu. I just can't stand seeing outsiders acting so recklessly in my hometown. After saying this, the Yin-Yang Emperor didn't care about anything else at all. He instantly summoned the Yin-Yang Life and Death Grinder and slammed it towards the 5 Daluo from outside the domain. How brave! Court death. Not only will I be insolent in your hometown today, but I will also destroy your lineage after I kill you. The 5 Daluo from outside the domain had been pointed out several times by the words of the Yin-Yang Emperor, and had long been extremely displeased with the Yin-Yang Emperor. The 2 Daluo in the heavenly realm and the 3 Daluo in the mysterious realm ignored everyone else at all, and used their innate Daluo divine power to kill the Yin-Yang Emperor together. Emperor Ancestor of the universe shook his head slightly and said speechlessly, You are still so irritable. If you had a good temper like me, you wouldn't have been cut off from your chance of transcendence so early. But after saying this, he suddenly remembered that his chance of transcendence seemed to have been cut off by someone, and he suddenly became more furious. He raised his hand and attacked Tianjizi, cursing. God, what the hell? Chapter 495 I just want Zhou Xingdou to die. Amidst the bloodbath on the battlefield below, a golden halberd cut through the darkness and instantly killed a quasi-emperor who was about to kill the supreme of the Star Sky Alliance. Wan Tianzhou had a stern expression on his face, and he raised his halberd and rushed forward. Behind him, the 36 guardians and the elders formed a golden torrent with him, and they cut a bloody path through the locust-like enemy army and broke the unparalleled military force formed by countless phalanxes. Damn it, how come you're one step ahead of me again? I won't gamble next time. On the right wing of Tianjizi's army, Bai Yulong's angry roar was heard, and behind him, the Yin-Yang cave heaven poured out in droves, and wheels of Yin-Yang mill circled between heaven and earth, reaping countless flesh and blood. In the battlefield of the emperors, the 8 great emperor ancestors and Master Wei were unable to cope with all the tasks. Each of them had to fight at least one emperor who was 3 tribulations deep, 3 emperors of the second stage and 5 emperors of the first tribulation deep, and there were even quite a few emperors who had not yet passed the Dao tribulation. They were already covered with many wounds that were difficult to heal. Except for the madman Wu Fatian, who kept shouting what a pleasure, everyone else looked unhappy. Although Tianyin is strong, it is impossible for him to kill the 3 tribulations emperor instantly. Now, he is being entangled by 3 tribulations emperors who are good at body refining. Yuchili took advantage of the danger of the formation to trap and kill 10 tribulations emperors, thus relieving a lot of pressure for everyone.
Moreover, everyone discovered that these people's methods were unlike those of the great immortals of the Chuyuan dynasty.
Their various strange magic skills were unheard of and extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King also kept swinging his sword and charging, the pagoda in his hand kept humming slightly, and 2 extremely powerful emperors were trapped inside it. The 8 ancestors of the universe are here to help. The 13 yin-yang heavenly ancestors, under the order of the Emperor Ancestor, are here to help the Emperor Station of the Starry Sky Alliance. 22 great emperors rushed into the battlefield of great emperors. Among the 22, even the weakest ones, the 8th ancestor of the universe and the 13th ancestor of yin and yang, were great emperors who had survived the 2nd level of Dao calamity. Their assistance undoubtedly directly reversed the situation.
Zhou Xingdou could only clench his fists and pray for everyone.
He originally wanted Princess Ironfan to take action as well, but Princess Ironfan was worried about her own safety and was unwilling to leave his side. With Zhou Xingdou's strength at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, he could not help at all in this war. It could even be said that his sitting on the throne was his greatest help to the Star Alliance at the moment. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven have arrived, and the Star Sky Alliance has survived the most difficult period and is no longer being suppressed.
And above the heavens, the battle for Daluo has already begun.
Tianjizi has the advantage in numbers, so it is naturally impossible for them to launch any means to expel Daluo. The situation now has become that Pluto, Emperor Yin and Yang, and Tianzhou are facing off against the 5 Daluo from outside the domain, while Emperor Universe is attacking Tianjizi like a mad dog. But Daluo is Daluo after all, and they are both in the Daluo celestial realm, so they cannot be suppressed in a short time. The 2 Daluo celestial realms from outside the domain directly entangled the Hades and the Yin-Yang Emperor, causing the 3 Daluo Xian realms to besiege Tianzhou herself.
Tianzhou held the immortal sword upside down, and each of her swords demonstrated the ultimate level of swordsmanship.
However, facing the 3 great masters from outside the domain, she was still unable to resist and was constantly blasted back. Zhou Xingdou's heart tightened, but unfortunately the great power of the stars in his body had been exhausted after his father's arrival. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless to help Tianzhou.
"I'll help you."
At this moment, 2 great sounds, one yin and one yang, rang out from the sky. A sun and a moon came roaring and crashed into the 3 Daluo from outside the domain. The power of the sun and the moon continued to be released, and they blasted the 3 Daluo to make them vomit blood. Sun Star Lord, Moon Star Lord. Tianzhou's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of relief in her words. The sun and the silver moon blasted the 3 Daluo back, revealing their true appearance. The Sun Star God has a bird's head, a human body, and eagle feet. He has a pair of red wings on his back and exudes a burning breath. The moon goddess is indeed a feminine goddess, wearing a star crown on her head, red shoes, a white gauze dress, and holding a silver moon jade wheel in her hand. The arrival of the Sun Star God and the Moon Star God directly balanced the situation. 6 Daluo faced off against 6 Daluo. It was impossible for either side to win in a short period of time. But this balance is obviously not in the favor of Tianjizi. Those 5 Daluo from outside the domain were hired at a price, and it is impossible for them to fight for him.
As soon as his side became apparent, he had no doubt that these Daluo would immediately abandon Tianjizi and leave Chuyuan.
Thinking of Tianjizi blasting away the mad dog-like emperor of the universe, he looked at Zhou Xingdou and said hello several times. Well, Zhou Duhuan, you really are worthy of being the source of the catastrophe. The great trend that I have spent so much effort to create still cannot shake you. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows.
He had to admit that Tianjizi's plan was very thorough.
If it weren't for the intervention of Emperor Huanyu and Emperor Yinyang, Taishu Temple would have been scared off by Emperor Zhou Qing. The Taiyin Holy Land and the Sun Holy Land turned against them, and the Sun Star Lord and the Taiyin Star Lord were awakened by Emperor Zhou Qing. Zhou Xingdou didn't know how he could win in such a situation. So he didn't answer, but just looked at Tianjizi solemnly.
At this moment, Tianjizi's expression turned grim.
But for the sake of countless people in the world, I am willing to bear the infamy for eternity, just to get rid of this great trouble of yours.
Emperor, I will give you the entire Tai Dao realm.
I will no longer interfere with life and death in the Dao realm, and the heavenly Dao will no longer stop the evil demon, but I want him to be torn into pieces.
Tianjizi gritted his teeth and spoke every word as he stated the conditions that shocked everyone.
In an instant, an ominous atmosphere surged up from heaven and earth, and 3 peerless demon shadows appeared in the sky. Each of them had a cold and pale face, and their facial features were not distorted, but they made people feel extremely uncomfortable.
Good. The man led by the 3 peerless demon shadows raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if responding to Tianjizi. Buzz.
Black light covered the sky, and the Emperor stretched out one hand to push back the Emperor of the universe. 2 demonic shadows rushed towards Hades and others, and the balance of victory tilted again. The Emperor of the universe retreated violently, blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth, and he shouted angrily. You are colluding with evil, Tianjizi, you are acting presumptuously against the way of heaven.
The faces of Hades and Yin Yang Emperor also turned extremely ugly in an instant, and Yin Yang Emperor was even more furious. You hand over the lives of the people in a domain to the evil demon. The evil demon will take over the original source, and all living things will fall. How can you have the nerve to say that you are doing this for the people of the world? Tianjizi's face was grim. Nothing matters anymore, I just want Zhou Xingdou to die.
Zhou Yan cried out inwardly, oh no, and cursed Tianjizi in his heart for being mentally ill. Not only did he Feng Tian Dao collude with the evil demon, it even gave 1/9 of the world's land to the evil demon, just to kill itself.
Zhou Xingdou really didn't understand whether Tianjizi had been kicked in the head by a donkey.
But at this moment he stood up from the throne, narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianjizi, and said in a serious tone. The heavenly Tao that has lost control, now it seems that you are the great tribulation of the first origin.
And Tianjizi showed a crazy look.
Zhou Xingdou, even if you spread lies to confuse the people and confuse right and wrong, today I will eliminate you, the source of the great calamity for the world.
Chapter 496 I understand. Ha ha ha, I get it.
Zhou Xingdou suddenly burst into laughter. He understood now, understood why it was the source of the catastrophe. Ha ha, Tianjizi, you have always regarded me as the source of the catastrophe, but don't you know that you yourself are the catastrophe of Chuyuan?
Zhou Xingdou laughed loudly. He had been annoyed and doubtful. Could it be that he was really in great trouble? Could it be that I would really cause great suffering to all the living beings in the Chuyuan world?
And now he completely understood that, yes, he was indeed the source of the great catastrophe that Tianjizi mentioned. However, the catastrophe itself has not yet happened, and that person who was obsessed with wiping out this person who has gone against the will of heaven has gone mad and is willing to bring evil spirits into Chuyuan's heavenly way.
At this moment, not only Zhou Xingdou and others were angry about Tianjizi's collusion with evil demons, but also the strong men in Tianjizi's camp.
Qian Mengdao couldn't believe his ears at this moment, and shouted to the sky.
Tianjizi, Tai Daoyu doesn't belong to you alone. It is also the Tai Daoyu of my Qian family. How dare you, how dare you! Ah! If the Tai Dao domain is ceded to the evil demon, will his Qian family still have a way to survive? So what is the purpose of all this he is doing now?
Qian Mengdao felt that a certain belief in his heart collapsed, and his face was distorted to become extremely hideous.
But Tianjizi turned a deaf ear to all this and even smiled. Who is the great calamity? We will know for sure after you die. Tianjizi slapped the attacking emperor ancestor of the universe with his palm and said to the emperor beside him. Go ahead.
I will stop the emperor of the universe and use your power of chaos to completely wipe out this scourge.
Can.
The emperor smiled slightly, took a step forward, entered the Xingtian alliance as if it were an empty place, and came in front of Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's body sank and even trembled slightly at the ominous and powerful aura. The evil demon emperor, who was comparable to the Daluo Heaven Realm and even stronger than the Daluo Heaven Realm, was not a match for Zhou Xingdou just by standing there.
But the emperor did not make a move.
He looked at Zhou Xingdou carefully with an interesting look in his uncomfortable eyes.
I've heard my child talk about you. You are a great talent who can fight against him in the same realm.
Zhou Xingdou supported his shaky body and asked in a low voice.
Your child?
Emperor Zun said with great interest. His name is Yi Bai, and he has been wanting to fight you again for the past 20 years.
Yi defeated.
Zhou Xingdou remembered the name at this moment. During the evil demon calamity in the universe, the evil demon who was comparable to the great sage had fought with him and they were evenly matched. At that time, Yi Bai did not bother me. After asking my name, he left, as if he still hoped that I would fight him again next time. But he didn't expect that Yi Bai was actually the son of this terrifying existence in front of him. Unfortunately, if it were any other time, I would let you go for my son's sake, but Tianjizi's asking price is very high.
Emperor Zun looked at Zhou Xingdou and laughed in a low voice.
So I can only feel sorry for my child and kill you before he does.
While Emperor Zun continued to speak, Tianjizi became impatient. Emperor, why don't you do it? Swish. Princess Ironfan took the opportunity to take out her palm leaf fan and fan the emperor. But how could a palm leaf fan that had not been completely unsealed possibly fan the emperor? Emperor Zun said happily. It's pretty cool. After I kill him, I'll kill you. Don't be in a hurry.
Then he stopped hesitating and raised his arm to take action. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou lowered his head and uttered a clear and loud voice.
Finally. I finally found you.
The emotions in this voice were complex. There seemed to be suppressed ecstasy, and tears of joy at having achieved a goal after going through untold hardships. And Zhou Xingdou in front of the emperor suddenly changed his appearance and turned into a sickly, pale and handsome man.
The man was wearing a green robe and a dark-colored robe. There was a black vertical line between his eyebrows.
A terrifying power was flowing through the vertical line, which even shocked the emperor.
Zhou Yangye.
The emperor's originally smiling face turned cold and angry at this moment, and the words he spoke were almost a growl. However, he did not expect that a mighty man wearing armor and a red cloak, with a heroic and slightly rough look, suddenly appeared on his right side and cursed impatiently.
You're yelling, you bastard.
This person also had a vertical line between his eyebrows like Zhou Yangye, but that line was red.
Zhou Chitty.
The emperor widened his eyes, looking at the man in the red cloak in disbelief, with a hint of fear in his words.
The emperor is so impressive.
The 4 emperors of the Zhou family have come together to deal with you.
You can burn incense to thank them for this.
Behind the emperor walked out a gentle and handsome man in white tights, with a white vertical line between his eyebrows that made people feel uneasy. When this man smiled, his eyes narrowed, which made the emperor feel cold in his heart. Although he was just frightened just now, at this moment the emperor was terrified.
Zhou Baidi.
But before the emperor could tremble, another extremely cold voice sounded.
4th brother, what you said is not right.
He won't have the chance to turn around and pray for the good fortune. A cold man in golden armor walked out, tilted his neck, and made a series of bone-cracking sounds.
Zhou Linghuang.
The moment the man in golden armor appeared, all the emotions and fear on the emperor's face disappeared, replaced by a feeling of powerlessness and resignation. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou scratched his face, looking at the 4 men who surrounded the emperor in confusion.
That's right. These are Zhou Xingdou's 4 uncles, the 4 emperors of the Zhou family, Zhou Chitty, Zhou Linghuang, Zhou Baidi, and Zhou Yangye. Zhou Xingdou's father had 5 sons, named after the 5 ancient colors: blue, red, yellow, white and black.
Originally, his 3rd uncle and 5th uncle should be called Emperor Huangdi of Zhou and Emperor Haidi of Zhou. But they thought the name was ugly, so they changed it to Zhou Linghuang and Zhou Yangye.
Zhou Xingdou didn't know when his 4 uncles came.
In fact, the last time he saw his 4 uncles was when he was a child in the life before he was reborn.
He hadn't seen them since he left the Zhou family. The emperor was in mixed feelings at the moment. As long as Emperor Zhou Qing was missing, the 5 emperors of the Zhou family would be gathered together. However, if these 4 emperors showed up to deal with him alone, he would not even have a chance to escape, let alone win. Emperor Zhou Bai looked at the helpless emperor, his smiling eyes shining slightly as he said, "Emperor, why don't you try to resist? Maybe if we fail, you will really run away." The emperor said nothing, but glanced at Zhou Bai calmly, then sat on the ground and said bitterly, "Instead of struggling, it is better to save your energy so that you can recover faster from the chaos later." Emperor Zhou Bai showed his white teeth and grinned. "It's okay, don't be sad. At worst, we'll see each other again in a million years. By then, remember to stay calm and live a few more years to avoid being caught by us again." Emperor Zhou Qi snorted coldly at this moment. Why waste so much time talking? If he doesn't commit suicide, I will help him. Before Zhou Qi finished speaking, the figure of the emperor had already begun to become blurred. Wow! A gust of wind blew by, and the emperor, who was arrogant and unruly when he appeared and controlled the balance of power, disappeared from the world. Chapter 497: The 4 Emperors of the Zhou Family. At this moment, time seems to stand still. From the time the 4 emperors of the Zhou family appeared until their death, they just stood there. In fact, they do not have the blood and energy that can crush the heaven and earth like Hades, nor do they have the fairy light like a waterfall like Tianjizi. They seem like ordinary people passing by, just stopping to talk a few words, full of relaxation. Even Daluo Zhan above stopped at this moment. The extraterritorial Daluo, who had just suppressed Hades, Tian Zhor and other Daluo with the joining of 2 peerless demon shadows, stopped at this moment and no longer pursued the victory. Buzz! 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 Then there were 5 buzzing sounds. The 5 great masters from outside the domain invited by Tianjizi suddenly tore through the space and time in front of them and fled, as if staying on any side would be in great danger. Are you crazy? Those are the 4 emperors of the Zhou family. No matter how great the benefits Tianjizi gives you, you must be alive to receive them. Unless the Supreme One comes out, who in Daluo dares to provoke the 4 killer embryos of the 4 emperors of Zhou family? They are all beings who have destroyed the 6-star world. As for the 2 peerless demonic figures, they were covered in black light and disappeared into Chuyuan the moment the 4 emperors of Zhou family appeared. Those seemed to be the Daluo from the Zhou Yuan world. Zhou Bai looked at the place where the 5 extraterritorial Daluo disappeared and said with a smile. Zhou Xingdou just came back to his senses at this time, and bowed to the 4 emperors of the Zhou family and said, "Second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle." Zhou Bai also looked at Zhou Xingdou in surprise. "Oh, my good nephew, I thought you were hiding because you were afraid that your uncles would harm you." Zhou Qi, Zhou Linghuang, and Zhou Yangyi also looked at Zhou Xingdou at this moment. Although their expressions were different, the teasing look in their eyes was the same as that of Zhou Bai. Zhou Xingdou's cheeks rarely turned red, he scratched his head awkwardly, and said with some shame, "I was ignorant when I was young, so please bear with me, uncles." But at this moment, the words of Hades in the sky came down. "The 4 of you are wasting your time. Take this opportunity to wipe out Tianjizi together." In the Daluo battlefield, it has now become 6 against 1. Pluto, Tianzhou Yin Yang Emperor, Sun Star Lord, and Moon Star Lord did not choose to chase and stop the enemy when they escaped, but turned to fight Tianjizi, who was fighting with the Emperor of the Universe. Now the 6 Daluo are targeting Tianjizi alone. Although they are suppressing him, it is impossible to wipe him out in a short period of time. That was why Hades urged the 4 emperors of the Zhou family to act together, hoping to destroy Tianjizi before he could launch means to expel Daluo. Emperor Zhou Qi shook his head. It's useless. Tianjizi has already prepared his methods. It's too late even if we take action now. Just as Emperor Zhou Qi said, a divine will suddenly surge between heaven and earth. Boom! The might of heaven exploded like thunder, and the force of world repulsion burst out at this moment like a volcanic eruption. Tianjizi resisted the attack of the 6 Daluo, his face looking extremely ferocious.
He didn't expect that after all his efforts to build up a powerful force, emptying his family's coffers to invite 5 great masters from outside the domain, and even colluding with the evil emperor, he still couldn't defeat them all and was resolved one by Zhou Xingdou.
Ah! 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 All of you get out of Chuyuan. Tianjizi was covered in blood and let out a long howl towards the sky. Buzz! All the great Luos were immediately rejected by the world, and even their figures seemed out of tune with the entire world at this moment. Whether it is Tianzhou, the original creatures such as the Emperor of the Universe and the Emperor of Yin and Yang, or the Moonstar Lord, the Sunstar Lord, and even the 4 emperors of the Zhou family. Their figures became distorted in an instant. This distortion did not cause them any harm, but it was stripping their existence of its original essence. Zhou Xingdou was a little dazed as he looked at the 4 uncles with distorted figures. Even the 4 emperors of the Zhou family are not immune to this? The 4 Zhou family emperors did not show much expression. Zhou Chidi looked at Zhou Xingdou with a slight smile on his face. Xingdou, seize that heart. Zhou Linghuan's stern face showed many emotions. You've really grown up, but you're not as cute as you were when you were a kid. Your face was chubby back then. A smile also appeared on Zhou Yangya's sickly pale face. Your Xingyue is still in my Luotian, don't forget to get it later. Zhou Baidi made a face at Zhou Xingdou, then shook his head and said with a smile. Your uncles are incompetent, so your father and mother are relying on you. But before he could finish his words, the 4 emperors of the Zhou family were completely separated from the Chuyuan world. At the same time, Tianzhou, Sunstar Lord, Moonstar Lord, Universe Emperor, and Yin Yang Emperor, who were fighting with Tianjizi, were also expelled and disappeared in an instant. Only Hades was still standing there, his body wrapped in a layer of despair, isolating himself from any approach of God's will. Tianjizi stood in the sky covered in blood, looking at the motionless Hades in disbelief and said, How is it possible? How could you still be here? Pluto sneered. My Juishinmai specializes in destroying the will of heaven. Before he finished speaking, Pluto attacked Tianjizi again without further ado. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly surged in Zhou Xingdou's heart. This made him raise his head involuntarily and look straight towards the center of the sky. Almost at the same moment, Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong seemed to have telepathic connection and felt the same indescribable calling. They all stopped what they were doing and stared at the mysterious center of the sky. Wow! 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 A shocking scene took place. Countless golden lights appeared in the sky and earth, and these lights continuously surged towards the center of the sky like a surging tide. These golden lights intertwined and merged with each other, gradually converging into a huge vortex. This vortex is as unfathomable as a black hole in the universe, and the surrounding space and void are distorted by its powerful gravity. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a peaceful and low hum, the whole world seemed to tremble. The vortex suddenly began to spin rapidly and completed an amazing reversal in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden tunnel appeared in front of everyone, like a passage leading to an unknown world, exuding endless mystery. Looking at the golden tunnel, Zhou Xingdou's brows furrowed and he understood instantly. Tianxin territory. He had waited too long just for this moment, so how could he hesitate now? Swish! The 2 worlds boundless was activated instantly, and Zhou Xingdou rushed into the golden tunnel. Then, Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong shook off the enemies around them, leaped forward, and turned into 2 beams of light that rushed into the vortex. Immediately afterwards, beams of light surged from all over the Chuyuan realm, and streams of light converged towards the golden tunnel like mad. And it's not just the Chuyuan realm. The same golden tunnel appears above every realm of Chuyuan. Countless unknown beings broke out of the seal, and the majestic quasi-emperor aura surged among the immortals and major forces, pointing directly at the golden tunnel. Chapter 498 Tianxin Realm. After rushing into the golden tunnel, Zhou Xingdou only felt that his vision was blocked by white light. When his vision recovered, he found that there was nothing around him. Is this the Tianxin Realm? Looking at the void beside him, Zhou Xingdou tried to tear it open, but found that it was as if nailed to death. Even his strength at the peak of the quasi-emperor level could not shake it.
Even the gap between the two worlds cannot be activated here, let alone move, and one can only walk by speed.
It is somewhat similar to the 3-day domain.
Zhou Xingdou observed this Tianqin realm. It was similar to the realm of the Great Palm Heavenly King when he was in the Four Heavens Holy Land. It was just more advanced than Zhang Santian's realm, and even the two realms were useless to it. Swish! 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 Suddenly, 3 figures flashed in the void mist around Zhou Xingdou. Just as Zhou Xingdou was staring in on guard, 3 figures walked out of the void mist, revealing their faces in breath. One of them wore a golden robe, one wore a black and white Taoist robe, and one wore exquisite armor.
They were Wan Tianzhou, Bai Yulong, and Zhou Xingdou's cousin, Ming Jiuyao.
When the 3 saw Zhou Xingdou's figure, they were obviously happy and hurriedly gathered around him.
Wan Tianzhou smiled and said,
"Brother, you run too fast.
I almost can't keep up with you."
Bai Yulong seemed to have some complaints about Zhou Xingdou. He sits high on the throne, unlike us who have to fight in the enemy's camp.
Wan Tianzhou looked at Bai Yulong in surprise.
Normally, the person Bai Yulong feared the most was Zhou Xingdou, so how could he dare to complain today?
And then everyone knew the reason.
Bai Yulong snorted coldly and glared at Zhou Xingdou. "Last time he ran away with you, causing me to be blackmailed by the Baihua sect for a huge sum of money." Bai Yulong's complaints actually relieved Zhou Xingdou's heavy mood after coming to a strange place.
He laughed and scolded. "Don't push me.
Now that you have captured Tianqin, let my cousin introduce you to a Taoist partner from the Pluto Palace." Although Ming Jiuyao was not familiar with Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou, they knew each other. Moreover, since his cousin had asked, he did not refuse. "I do have a junior sister who is talented and good-looking, but her hearing is not very good.
If you are interested, I will introduce you two to each other."
When Wan Tianzhou heard that his ears were not working well, he couldn't help but give Ming Jiuyao a thumbs up, and then said to Bai Yulong,
"That's a match made in heaven. Yulong, you must seize this opportunity. This is your only chance to be single." Bai Yulong glared at Wan Tianzhou, but was also a little moved and asked Ming Jiuyao, "How does he look? Is he better looking than Tianzhou?" Ming Jiuyao looked at Wan Tianzhou, thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. My junior sister is a petite and cute type, and it's hard to compare her with Wan Tianzhou." Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong's eyes suddenly lit up. "Loli?
Brother-in-law, please introduce her to me."
Zhou Xingdou shook his head helplessly upon seeing this.
Bai Yulong could only rely on introductions from others, otherwise, no acquaintance would be worthy of him, as they basically knew his true character.
And if my hearing was not bad, I really wouldn't be able to stand him.
But at this moment, figures began to flash in the empty mist around Zhou Xingdou and others, and at first glance there were nearly 10 of them. Ming Jiuyao stopped joking, and the green armor on his body flashed with a strong blood and energy light.
He said, "It seems that quite a few people have entered the Tianqin territory this time. There are so many people in our area alone. Anyway, except for the 4 of us, everyone else is the enemy, so let's just attack."
Bai Yulong said indifferently.
Excluding Zhou Xingdou, the big shot, whether it is Bai Yulong, Wan Tianzhou, or Ming Jiuyao, they are all among the top quasi-emperors. Even without Zhou Xingdou, the 3 of them would be enough to sweep away most of the quasi-emperors in the Tianqin realm. Buzz!
The yin-yang mill of life and death was instantly summoned by the white jade dragon and rolled towards the 10 quasi-emperors in the mist in the void. Screams rang out in the void fog, and the blood mist instantly mixed with the fog, making the fog become scarlet and weird. Even Bai Yulong didn't expect that it would be so easy to wipe out 10 quasi-emperors, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said,
"That's it? This is not even as good as the most common quasi-emperor peak.
I'm afraid this is not a cultivation level that was forced up using secret techniques." Bai Yulong was very clear about his own combat power. It was impossible for him to wipe out all the 10 quasi-emperors who had been promoted normally to the 9th level with one blow. He would have to kill them one at a time at least.
Wan Tianzhou was also amazed and guessed.
I'm afraid it was a certain force that provided assistance to itself in its bid to seize the Tianqin candidate. It happened to be teleported to our vicinity after entering the Tianqin realm. But Ming Jiuyao frowned slightly at this moment, looked around and said, "Something seems to be wrong with the Tianqin realm this time."
Zhou Xingdou didn't know much about the Tianqin realm.
Seeing Ming Jiuyao say this, he asked,
"What's wrong?"
It was also the first time for Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong to enter the Tianqin realm.
Naturally, they didn't understand these things and just listened attentively. There used to be a Tianqin emperor in the Pluto Palace. I recently looked up the information of that Tianqin emperor. The Tianqin realm he entered was like a chaotic fighting arena. Dozens of top quasi-emperors entered and soon they started fighting in a mess.
In just a quarter of an hour, Tianqin descended. Ming Jiuyao looked at the mist all around him, which seemed like an endless void, and continued. But we have been here for a while, and apart from the 10 rubbish quasi-emperors just now, no one else has appeared, not even a top quasi-emperor.
This is a bit unusual.
Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's face darkened slightly. He observed the void fog around him and discovered that the fog seemed to block all means of detection.
Even with his ultimate power, he could not detect anything outside the fog.
At this moment, Bai Yulong exclaimed, "What is that?" Zhou Xingdou's gaze instantly shifted to the direction that Bai Yulong pointed, but he saw a golden sculpture appearing in the void filled with fog.
The sculpture was very delicate and lifelike.
It held a round shield in its hand and was wearing armor, half bending over the shield, but it just stood there without any sign of launching an attack.
Wan Tianzhu looked at the shield sculpture and asked doubtfully,
"What is this thing, a product of the Tianqin realm?"
Zhou Xingdou looked at the sculpture with narrowed eyes and said, "It might be some kind of test."
As Zhou Xingdou expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a melodious and ancient voice that could not be distinguished between a man and a woman was heard.
"Break through the shield to enter the next level." It seems that the Tianqin realm this time is very different from before. Could it be that because too many ordinary quasi-emperors have entered, a barrier has been formed to prevent the weak from taking advantage of it?
Ming Jiuyao's face did not look good, because the changes in his mind field made all the information he had looked up in advance invalid.
Bai Yulong grinned. "It doesn't matter. Is there a weak one among us? The level can't hold me back, so I'll try this shield first." Wan Tianzhou also agreed with Bai Yulong's words. After that, the golden halberd in his hand appeared and struck out. Chapter 499 Different Tests.
The halberd came out like a mad dragon striking the sky, carrying with it the might of the vast universe and the terrifying power of a quasi-emperor, and slammed into the round shield.
Clang!
There was a sound of metal clashing, and the tip of the golden halberd pierced through the round shield directly.
Instantly, the melodious ancient sounds sounded again. Pass.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Tianzhou disappeared without even having time to say anything, and the shield that was pierced also returned to its original state at this time.
Seeing Wan Tianzhou pass so easily, Bai Yulong immediately became eager to try and said, "It looks simple enough."
Zhou Xingdou did not stop him, but stared at the round shield in a daze, trying to find out the secret. After saying that, Bai Yulong had already summoned the yin-yang mill and crushed it towards the round shield.
Boom!
A loud noise was heard and Bai Yulong's expression changed.
Because of the great grinding of yin and yang, the round shield was completely intact.
This made Zhou Xingdou and Ming Jiuyao look surprised, because they could sense that the power of Bai Yulong's attack was definitely not weaker than Wan Tianzhou's previous halberd.
Wan Tianzhou pierced through the shield with his halberd, but under Bai Yulong's attack, the round shield was completely intact. When Bai Yulong came to his senses and wanted to launch the yin-yang grinder attack again, the sculpture of the shield glowed faintly, and the round shield suddenly shot out a beam of light at Bai Yulong, blasting him away in a hurry. "Good fellow, you can still attack, come again."
Bai Yulong suddenly felt extremely ashamed. He quickly steadied himself and was about to use all his strength to drive the yin-yang mill to grind forward, but was stopped by Zhou Xingdou.
"Stop first. This kind of attack is ineffective against a shield, and it will rebound 120% of the force you use to attack it."
Zhou Xingdou understood a little bit at this time, and grabbed Bai Yulong's arm and said.
Bai Yulong stopped and asked in confusion, "How can it be ineffective? The day has passed easily."
Ming Jiuyao also saw something and said slowly. If I'm not mistaken, this shield should only be effective against concentrated penetrating attacks. Although your yin-yang great grinding is powerful, the power is too dispersed. Not only will it be absorbed by the shield, it will also activate the sculpture behind the shield to counterattack. Bai Yulong looked confused and asked. No, from the beginning to the end, Tianzhou only used his halberd once, and I used my move once.
How did you tell? Zhou Xingdou looked at Bai Yulong as if he was a fool. How could he have cultivated to this level if he didn't even have such good eyesight? However, Zhou Xingdou didn't have time to teach Bai Yulong a lesson at the moment. If he wanted to pass the level, he would need to be quick. It's just a guess. Let me give it a try. If it works, it means we guessed correctly, and you can use this to break the shield and pass. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou grabbed fiercely in the air, and the long-lost spear of the gods condensed in his hand. Zhou Xingdou now has no shortage of means of attack, but in terms of concentrated power and penetrating power, no moves can surpass the spear of the gods, an advanced version of the spear of the underworld. Call out. Zhou Xingdou swung his arms and threw the spear of the gods in his hand with all his might. The music of the gods started playing out of thin air, and the spear of the gods burst out with the will to penetrate everything and pierce the round shield. Clang! The sound of golden swords rang out like 1,000 days of day, and the spears of the gods pierced through the round shield in an instant. Snap! As the spear of the gods pierced through the round shield, the shield instantly shattered. The melodious ancient sound sounded. Pass! Then Zhou Xingdou felt a flash of white light before his eyes, his body felt lighter, and when he opened his eyes, he had arrived in another void. This void was not much different from the previous one, but Zhou Xingdou did not see Wan Tianzhou who had passed the level here, nor did he see any other people. He was the only one in the entire void. Are there any more levels? Zhou Xingdou muttered as he looked at the empty mist around him. But before he could finish his words, an extremely fast beam of light shot out from the mist and shot towards Zhou Xingdou. It was so fast that even Zhou Xingdou could barely dodge it. Even though he has an unparalleled physique, Zhou Xingdou would not be stupid enough to use his physical body to confront this beam of light of unknown origin. After dodging the beam of light, the melodious ancient sound also sounded. After dodging 18,000 extremely bright arrows, you can enter the next level. Escaped. Zhou Xingdou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't use his physical body to resist, otherwise he would have failed. But when he heard about the 18,000 sky-high light arrows, he was still shocked. Although the light arrow just now was caught off guard, its speed was so fast that it was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge it. Ever since he acquired the magical power of connecting the two worlds, Zhou Xingdou has never honed his speed, and he is afraid that this time he will have a difficult time. Whoosh! 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 While Zhou Xingdou was still thinking, 3 extremely bright arrows had shot out from the mist, blocking his left and right paths. Wow! How could Zhou Xingdou dare to be negligent? He used the divine elephant prison suppressing power to transform its power, and instantly activated the strongest speed method. He instantly grew the advanced devil wings, which became the sacred wings. The appearance of the sacred wings made Zhou Xingdou's speed increase dramatically, and he actually avoided the blockade of 3 extremely bright arrows. But Zhou Xingdou still didn't dare to be careless, because there were still 17,996 Zhutian light arrows that had not appeared. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After finding the trick, Bai Yulong and Ming Jiuyao could no longer be blocked by the round shield. They both penetrated the shield and entered the next level. But the place where they were teleported was different from Zhou Xingdou's. Although it was also a void, Wan Tianzhou, who had passed the level, had been waiting there for a long time. Wan Tianzhou saw Bai Yulong and Ming Jiuyao and asked hurriedly, "How did you get through, big brother?" Bai Yulong was stunned by Wan Tianzhou's question. "That's not right. Big brother passed the test faster than us. We should ask you." But before they could think about it, a melodious ancient sound came out from the void. Work together to resist 1,800 extremely powerful sky-high light arrows that are as powerful as a full-strength attack from a peak quasi-emperor, and you can enter the next level. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
As soon as he finished speaking, arrows of extremely bright light shot out from the mist. Each one was comparable to a full-strength attack from a peak quasi-emperor. Even the three of them did not dare to be too careless. Wan Tianzhou danced the golden halberd tightly, blocking the attacking Zhutian light arrows. But Bai Yulong's face turned bitter. He was not good at defense, but seeing Ming Zhouya, who was full of energy and armor, his eyes lit up and he immediately hid behind Ming Zhouya. Turning his sight back, Zhou Xingdou easily dodged the last ray of light arrow. 18,000 light arrows sounded like a lot, but they could not be shot down by the overwhelming volley. Zhou Xingdou summoned his sacred wings, which were so fast that it was almost like an instant. Even if thousands of arrows were fired at him, he would not be hit by a single leaf. It must be said that the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing power played a great role in the checkpoint of the Chuyuan Realm. But the first level tests attack, the second level tests speed, what does the third level test? Zhou Xingdou thought to himself. At the same time, the melodious ancient sound also sounded. Pass. Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned white again and he disappeared. Chapter 500, Awesome, Cousin. As Zhou Xingdou expected, the scene of the third level was exactly the same as the first two levels, and there was still no sign of other people. Even Zhou Xingdou felt a little bored with this empty void. The third level requires you to survive hundreds of attacks comparable to those of an emperor. If you survive, you can enter the next level. A melodious ancient sound rang out at the right moment, and Zhou Xingdou's expression, which had just been a little boring, became solemn. 100 attacks comparable to the great emperor? Is this a test for Emperor Zhuandi? If one can withstand one attack from the great emperor without being seriously injured, he is already the best among the quasi-emperors. If one can withstand 5 attacks without dying, he is a genius among the quasi-emperors. If one can withstand 10 attacks, he is already the top among the quasi-emperors. As soon as the third level opens, there are hundreds of attacks comparable to those of the emperor. Even a freak like Zhou Xingdou, who has an extraordinary physique, will have to suffer a lot. He now only hoped that these attacks, which were comparable to those of a great emperor, were not from an emperor who had survived the Tao tribulation, otherwise even he would not be able to withstand it. Boom! Before he finished his thoughts, the power of the emperor condensed in the mist, and a beam of light slammed towards Zhou Xingdou. But Zhou Xingdou's expression relaxed, because the power of the emperor in the mist was not the power of the Daojie emperor. As long as it is not the power of the Daojie emperor, he cannot be wiped out in a short period of time. Even if the attack is strong, he still has a chance to recover. But when Zhou Xingdou raised his arms to block the oncoming beam of light, his expression suddenly changed. A burning pain surged up from his forearm, and his figure was knocked back 3 feet by the powerful force. After the beam of light dissipated, Zhou Xingdou turned over his forearm and took a look. Through the illusory purple robe, he could see that his forearm had turned a little black, with spots of blood oozing from his flesh. Boom! 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 But this test obviously would not give Zhou Xingdou a chance to rest. 5 beams of light bombarded Zhou Xingdou's body from 5 directions. Zhou Xingdou also reacted instantly, and the battle robe of gods was activated. A layer of God's barrier was like a majestic battle robe, blessing Zhou Xingdou. The battle robe of the gods is the third level of the divine elephant prison suppressing power, the strongest method of protection, and an advanced variation of the protection of the god of the underworld. With the blessings of all gods, you will be immune to all attacks and will not be defeated by any disaster. Buzz! 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 5 beams of light bombarded the battle robe of the gods on Zhou Xingdou, splashing endless ripples and roaring without moving. This was the first time that Zhou Xingdou used the battle robe of the gods, because there were almost no battles that required him to use the protective method. Either he crushed the opponent, or the opponent was so strong that no matter what he did, it would be useless. But the effect of this first use was unexpectedly great. 5 beams of light that were comparable to the Emperor's full-strength attack were unable to shake the god's battle robes. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. If all his strength had not been converted into penalty force, this level of consumption would have directly drained half of his strength. But now with the blessing of punishment power, plus his strong recovery ability, as long as there are not too many beams of light at once, he can even get through this level smoothly.
Compared to Zhou Xingdou's terrifying trial, Wan Tianzhou and others had it much easier.
In the second level, after Wan Tianzhou discovered that Ming Zhouyao could take on the Jiatiangwang arrow with his body and armor, the scene changed to Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou hiding behind Ming Zhouyao to preserve their strength, while Ming Zhouyao, acting as a meat shield, was shot and trembling all over. There were 1,800 extremely bright arrows, and Ming Zhouyao received at least 1,000 of them with his physical body. If the armor was not an ordinary item and Ming Zhouyao had an abnormal physique, I'm afraid that Hades would have killed him and Zhou Xingdou would have had to burn paper for this cousin he had just recognized. Fortunately, they managed to get through this without any danger. Ming Zhouyao was dizzy from the shock, and his body and face were covered with bruises. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but gasp for air. Seeing that there was no movement, Bai Yulong quickly poked his head out from behind Ming Zhouyao and found that another Wuji Tianguang arrow was coming. He patted Ming Zhouyao's shoulder with joy. "That's awesome, cousin." In order to shorten the distance, Bai Yulong also followed Zhou Xingdou and called Ming Zhouyao cousin. After all, it was indeed a bit unkind to use someone as a meat shield. Ming Zhouyao had no intention of paying any attention to Bai Yulong, even though the world in front of him was shaking constantly. Wan Tianzhou was somewhat more prudent than Bai Yulong. He quickly took out a few pills of medicine and fed them into Ming Zhouyao's mouth, and asked, "Brother Zhouyao, are you okay?" The cool medicinal power dissolved in his mouth and flowed to his entire body, finally clearing Ming Zhouyao's concussed mind. As the Prince of Hades in the Pluto Palace and the oldest person among the crowd, Ming Zhouyao waved his hand lightly and said easily, "Nothing, just a little bit of wind and frost." "That's good, that's good. My cousin is so awesome. If I had your body, I would be able to walk sideways in Chuyuan in the future." Bai Yulong praised me without asking for any money. Wan Tianzhou also praised. Brother Zhouyao has already reached the end of Quasi-Emperor in terms of body training, which makes Tianzhou ashamed. With a pass. The three figures also came to a new void. Ming Zhouyao was a little embarrassed by Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou's praise, so he said generously, "After all, I am older than you. If there are any more attack levels later, just hide behind me." As soon as Ming Zhouyao finished speaking, Yu Yang Guin began to explain the conditions for passing this level. The third level requires you to survive 10 attacks comparable to those of an emperor. If you survive, you can enter the next level. After the conditions for passing were explained, Ming Zhouyao's generous expression suddenly froze. Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou also looked at Ming Zhouyao at the same time. The meaning of this naturally needed no explanation. After being held up as a human shield by Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou to block a beam of light, Ming Zhouyao's teeth were almost broken from the pain, and his toes in his combat boots were curled up with a series of bone cracking. But Bai Yulong's rainbow fart followed closely. "My dear cousin, this is amazing. The Emperor's full-strength attack left him unscathed. He is definitely my idol." This forced Ming Zhouyao to suppress his expression, preventing himself from twisting in pain, and to put on a stern look. Wan Tianzhou was still the representative of conscience, because he found that Ming Zhouyao's thigh was twitching with pain, and he immediately said, "Brother Zhouyao, if you can't hold on any longer, just tell me." Having just received Bai Yulong's praise, how could Ming Zhouyao say that he couldn't hold it in? He said stubbornly, "It's okay. It's not as bad as the beating my old man gave me." But when the next beam of light came, Ming Zhouyao felt as if he saw his dead relatives waving at him, and thought to himself, "Cousin, your two brothers are unreliable." At this time, Zhou Xingdou had easily blocked the last beam of light. Although the battle robe of the gods was torn like a sieve, he did not suffer much damage and did not even look at the answer. Pass. When the sound of past rang out, Zhou Xingdou breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but think that if Wan Tianzhou and the others had to undergo the same trial as him, they would probably be a little sad. For example, in this level, even if his cousin comes, he will lose half his life. I hope my cousin is smarter and won't force himself if things really don't work out. Chapter 501, Incomplete Ancient Book. After passing the level again, Zhou Xingdou arrived at the same piece of void. The only difference from before was that after waiting for a while, this time neither the test nor the melodious ancient sound appeared. Zhou Xingdou was still a little confused. Could it be that he had already passed the level? But there was no other figure around him, nor did he see the so-called Tianqing coming. But just as Zhou Xingdou explored the fog and returned empty-handed, a golden light condensed in the center of the void. Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up instantly. He reached out to grab the golden light, but when he looked back, it was not Tianqing, but an incomplete ancient book.
Why do you say incomplete? Because the cover seemed to be corroded by something, only half of it was left, and it was very thin. Just by holding it in the hand, you could tell that there were not many pages inside. Could it be some ancient technique? Zhou Xingdou frowned, and seeing that there was no more movement in the void, he opened the incomplete ancient book. After turning over, Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a moment. This is a yellowed page of a diary. The words in many places are blurred, but some words are still barely readable.
Master is right. My path has indeed become the way of heaven. With the great palm and the authority of the heaven realm, I have become the way of heaven. Zhou Xingdou was shocked and hurried to read on. I became, but found that there is no heavenly Tao in the heavens. I am the first heavenly Tao, and the four heavens, but the ruler of the heavens seems to be a world called Zhuti. The there found me and said that I brought balance to the world of the heavens, and respected me as the great unified heavenly Tao.
The first page also ends here. Although many paragraphs are incomplete and the remaining paragraphs are also vague, Zhou Xingdou can still determine them. This is the diary left by his disciple, Xiao Tianzhua. Although it was incomplete, the information left on the first page alone was enough to make Zhou Xingdou's mind explode. It was expected by Zhou Xingdou that Xiao Tianzhua would become the heavenly Tao of the four heavenly Holy Land, but he did not expect that Xiao Tianzhua would actually be the first heavenly Tao in the heavens.
And the ancestral land was also mentioned.
The world dominated by the heavens is the ancestral land. Who there found Xiao Tianzhua and respected him as the great unified heavenly way?
And my uncle said that the heavenly Tao Holy Land is the place where the great unified heavenly Tao was achieved.
So the four heavenly Holy Land is the heavenly Tao Holy Land? His own parents were trapped in the place where his disciple attained enlightenment?
Zhou Xingdou felt his mind was a little confused. Knowing that Xiao Tianzhua is the unified heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao Holy Land is naturally controlled by Xiao Tianzhua, then why did he imprison his master's parents? Zhou Xingdou couldn't figure it out, so he quickly turned to the next page.
My wife and I have been looking for Master.
We found the Chuyuan world that Master mentioned, but this world is not as powerful as Master said. It is just a 5-star world like the four heavenly Holy Land.
Master is not here either. I feel so lost. Master, where are you?
Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou felt uncomfortable. He wanted to cross the past and the future to tell Xiao Tianzhua the truth, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. I found thee in the ancestral land and asked him to help find the Master, but I saw a figure here who looked very much like the Master, and even had the same blood as the Master, and told me that it was Ziwei, who governed the Duji in the sky, examined the numbers of disasters, and ruled Fengdu in the sky, restraining the ghosts and demons.
He was the existence second only to in the ancestral land. In the ancestral land? Looks like me? Shares the same blood as mine?
Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned.
Who was Xiao Tianzhua looking for in the ancestral land?
The text was unrecognizable, like a tangled mess. But when talking about someone who was very much like himself, the word Ziwei remains. This reminded Zhou Xingdou that the Zhou family was not native creatures of Chuyuan, but came to the Chuyuan world after reaching a deal with the heavenly Tao.
As for where they came from, no one told them.
Now it seems that the Zhou family might have come from that ancestral land, and Xiao Tianzhua said that the figure looked very much like his own, so he might be the ancestor of his Zhou family. He governs the Dipper above and examines the numbers of disasters, and governs Fengdu below and restrains the ghosts and demons. In addition to the word Ziwei, there are also all kinds of past events. Even if Zhou Xingdou was stupid at this moment, he could still guess who this ancestor who looked so much like himself was. I'm afraid he is one of the four imperial gods in the mythology, the Emperor Taihuang of Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji. Xiao Tianzhua was looking for that person and said that Ziwei Emperor was the second only to him, so it was obvious who that person was.
The only one who can suppress Emperor Ziwei is Emperor Tian. The ancestral land is probably the heaven.
It is the prehistoric times. Zhou Xingdou felt a little numb, and was afraid to think further, so he quickly looked down.
I know. Master comes from the future.
An extremely short sentence, completely preserved without any damage.
But Zhou Xingdou felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously, muttering, "It's good to know, it's good to know." The information on the second page also stops here. The rest of the information is either incomplete or completely unclear, and the text on it is not enough to form useful information. Zhou Xingdou did not stop and immediately turned to the third page. Master Huang and I have come to the Chuyuan world again. I enlightened a congenital being here and named him Tianjizi. I also taught him some insights on the heavenly Tao, hoping that he can quickly become a heavenly Tao and allow Chuyuan to be upgraded to 6 stars. Zhou Xingdou was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that Tianjizi was actually related to Shao Tianzhua? Why did this beast keep targeting me? Is he repaying kindness with hatred?
But unfortunately, only this section of the page is complete. The rest is not blurry, but covered by an indelible stain, making it impossible to read the information below. Zhou Xingdou hurriedly flipped through the pages, but found that after the third page, the entire ancient book was completely damaged. At least hundreds of pages were torn apart, leaving only one page of fragments.
But this one page of fragments, just the beginning, made Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrink.
The great Tao has gone mad, the ancestral land has been shattered, died.
Ziwei has also died, all are dead.
But the road finally became quiet. It was so weak that it could no longer. I was just really tired and wanted to fall asleep, but Master Huang seemed very panicked, but told me to hold on. She said that as long as I held on, Master would appear.
The avenue is crazy? The ancestral land is broken? How could the avenue be mad? Isn't the ancestral land the only 8-star world in the heavens? Why did the ancestral land break apart? Are the Emperor of Heaven and Emperor Ziwei dead? All dead?
When Zhou Xingdou read this passage, he felt like it was an explosion of information.
The avenue went mad, and the people of the ancestral land died in order to restore the avenue to normal, but was the ancestral land also shattered in the process?
Zhou Xingdou could only think of piecing together such an explanation, but why did Dedeo go crazy and what was the reason? Zhou Xingdou couldn't guess, and it was impossible for him to guess.
Chapter 502 Clearance.
Zhou Xingdou hurriedly looked down, and the following paragraph was unexpectedly extremely complete, but there seemed to be something wrong with the writer's state. The words were crooked and disorganized, but fortunately he could barely understand it. I slept for a long, long time. When I woke up this time, I found that there were no ancestral lands in the heavens.
There seemed to be more reptiles. They seemed to be called chaos demons?
They were similar to the great demons in the 4 heavens Holy Land.
I am really tired. My awake time is getting shorter and shorter. Why are there so many reptiles in my world? They make me feel so uncomfortable. My master's wife is missing, and so is old Lu.
General Jiang and Jade King seem to be cleaning up those reptiles. I hope that the next time I wake up, these reptiles can be cleaned up.
My mind is so confused, I feel like I'm going crazy. There are more and more crawlers. I really want to kill them, but why am I so tired? They are so weak, I could kill them with just a wave of my hand. No. No.
No, Jiang is about to die, and Jade Heavenly King said that I killed him, but I just woke up, and they all bullied and blamed me.
Master, when will you be born? I miss you so much. If you were here, they would definitely not dare to scold me.
At this point, there was no further follow-up to this ancient book, and Zhou Xingdou became more and more silent. Even without looking at the content, just from the writing style, the words, and the scribbled handwriting, he could tell that Shao Tianzuo's condition was becoming increasingly abnormal. Even if it were just this paragraph, one could almost think that the writer had gone crazy.
Zhou Xingdou read some paragraphs very carefully. He read every word and sentence several times.
Some parts made him feel painful. His own disciple Shao Tianzuo, who wanted to unify the heavenly way, might be a little crazy.
Liu Beilian loves Xiao Tianzhua the most and would never leave him unless he has to.
As Yu Tianwang was his slave, it was impossible for him to lie to Xiao Tianzhua.
If she said that Xiao Tianzhua killed General Jiang, it might be true. But based on this incomplete information alone, Zhou Xingdou couldn't make an accurate judgment.
The great Tao went crazy, and then the source of the great unified heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao of all heavens, went crazy.
Why are they going crazy? And what could make them go crazy? And there is the Queen of Desolate Sky. Where is she?
Because he had met Yin Xingxi before, Zhou Xingdou felt that something might have happened to the Queen of Desolate Sky, but she was definitely not dead.
But why did she watch Xiao Tianzhua go crazy and disappear without a trace?
Zhou Xingdou let out a long sigh. He had received so much information today that his emotions were a little overwhelmed. But now he is very calm. First, he got the information that his disciple Xiao Tianzhua was the master of the great unified heavenly Tao, and that the heavenly Tao Holy Land was the former 4 heavenly holy lands. He also guessed a lot of information about the Zhou family and their ancestral land. This ancient book only has 4 pages, and even 3 of them are incomplete, but what it contains is enough to shock the entire heavens. But it was such an ancient book that he was able to obtain it in the Tianxin realm. I'm afraid that the information related to Tianxin and the Great Unified Heavenly Way is not groundless.
But who put this thing here? Was it placed here intentionally for me to see, or is there some other purpose? The more you know, the more you don't know.
Zhou Xingdou has a deeper understanding of this sentence. He shook his head and suppressed the countless questions in his mind. Thinking about these overly lofty questions at the moment was not a good thing for him. Now that he knew all this, he should hurry up and seize the heavenly heart, and find a way to enter the heavenly Tao Holy Land with the help of the heavenly heart.
Some questions might be answered in time. Wow!
Just as Zhou Xingdou closed the ancient book and was about to put it in his arms, the ancient book suddenly dissipated like ashes. It dissipated so quickly that even Zhou Xingdou had no time to react, let alone the chance to stop it. But fortunately, I have already read the useful content, so disappearing is not necessarily a bad thing.
Pass the test and enter the battle for Tianxin.
A melodious ancient sound also sounded quietly at this moment, and Zhou Xingdou's figure disappeared as soon as the words fell. This scene not only appeared in Zhou Xingdou, but also in Wan Tianzhou, Ming Zhouyao, Bai Yulong, and others. But the difference is that even though they had already completed the 3rd level test, they were not teleported away immediately, and the sound of passing the test was suddenly heard after they rested for a while.
Swish! 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 Swish!
Zhou Xingdou, who was being teleported away, had just felt his body was stable and the white light in front of his eyes had not yet dissipated when he heard the sound of teleportation ringing in his ears.
When his vision returned, he saw a gilded arena in front of him that was 1,000 feet long and wide.
This time it was no longer an independent space, and there were still many figures appearing on both sides of the arena. Zhou Xingdou also saw Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong at this moment. It's just that the 2 of them walked in a strange way.
Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou walked one in front and one behind, and there seemed to be something placed in the middle.
Zhou Xingdou rubbed his eyes, which were a little blurry due to the white light, and looked carefully.
He was shocked to see a stretcher between the 2 of them, and lying on the stretcher was his cousin Ming Zhouyao.
Bai Yulong also spotted Zhou Xingdou, dragged a stretcher and hurried to Zhou Xingdou, saying in surprise,
"Fuck, brother, I finally see you, I thought you were dead again."
Zhou Xingdou's ears automatically filtered out Bai Yulong's last words, and looking at Ming Zhouyao, who was half dead on the stretcher, he asked doubtfully,
"What happened to my cousin?
With his physique, you too should be lying on the stretcher."
Ming Zhouyao sat up in shock from his dying illness, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said, "I'm fine. It was just an attack from the Emperor. I will recover after a short rest."
But after he finished speaking, blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Bai Yulong and Wan Tianzhou speechlessly. Seeing that the 2 of them avoided his gaze, he already knew the general idea. My cousin looks stern, but he is actually an honest man.
I'm afraid he is being used as a human shield by these 2 guys. But after all, they are all brothers. And seeing Ming Zhouyao like this, he probably felt that he had not suffered any loss. He just glared at the two of them, then patted his hand on Ming Jiuyao's back and injected the fire of nirvana and life essence into him. Zhou Xingdou's nirvana fire comes from the divine phoenix immortal elixir. Although it is not as good as the immortal elixir to revive the emperor, it is indeed very effective in healing the emperor, surpassing most of the top-grade medicines. Coupled with a huge amount of life essence, just as Ming Jiuyao said, in less than a moment he became full of energy again and jumped off the stretcher. Seeing this, Bai Yulong immediately flattered her. "My dear cousin, you are awesome. You recovered so quickly from such a serious injury."
"I am really."
But unfortunately, before the filming was finished, he was hit on the head by Stephen Chow and immediately became quiet.
But the melodious ancient music followed.
"Those who seize the heaven's heart will go up to the arena, and those who are still standing on the arena will be favored by the heaven's heart."
Chapter 503 Tianqin Arena. This is almost the same as before, but why are there so many levels this time? Tian Xin even has to wait until there is only one person left on the stage before appearing. Ming Jiuyao said with a frown.
Bai Yulong scratched his head and said, "Maybe there are too many people entering the Tianqin realm this time, and their qualities are too mixed, so this change has occurred."
Zhou Xingdou said nothing.
He felt that the changes in the Tianqin realm might be related to him. However, after the melodious ancient music ended for a while, still no one jumped onto the stage. After all, the first person to step onto the stage will definitely become the target of public criticism. At present, when the strength and even number of the enemy are unclear, the first step onto the ring is almost a stepping stone.
Bai Yulong also spoke again and looked at Ming Jiuyao.
"Cousin, you have thick skin and tough muscles.
Otherwise, you go first. Then they will rush over and beat you up. We will take the opportunity to sneak attack them." The corner of Ming Jiuyao's mouth twitched. Those who passed the 3 tests were almost all top-notch quasi-emperors. If they rushed forward, it would be even more difficult to resist than the emperor's light column at the 3rd level. However, he also felt that Bai Yulong's method was good, so he had to bite the bullet and nodded.
"Good." At this time, Zhou Xingdou grabbed his cousin and shook his head.
"No, I have a backup plan.
I'll go first." He didn't want to burn paper for his cousin. With 3 levels of filtering, there wouldn't be too many people involved in the battle for Tianqin.
Even the enemies might not have as many palace guards as those in the Fortune Palace. Without so many distractions, he was not afraid of anything at all. Wow!
Zhou Xingdou leaped onto the ring, but he didn't expect that before he could stand firmly on the ring, 9 figures rushed towards him from all directions. Fists, palms, swords, knives and other magical powers roared at this moment. Zhou Xingdou summoned the battle robe of the gods in an instant, and boundless punishment force condensed on his fist, which he blasted towards the sky. This punishment force filled with destruction spread across the ring, and all magical powers were destroyed the moment they touched the punishment force. The 9 figures were also swayed by this strange force and retreated one after another. They landed on the stage and looked at Zhou Xingdou with serious expressions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wan Tianzhou, Bai Yulong and Ming Jiuyao took the opportunity to attack. Their golden halberds were like dragons, their yin and yang mills were rolling, and their killing punches with blood and energy like the sun all blasted towards the top quasi-emperor closest to them. The quasi-emperor had a keen sense and spotted the 3 people at the first moment, but the 3 equally top quasi-emperors attacked him the moment he landed, and it was impossible for him to avoid them. He was directly knocked out of the ring by the 3 powerful forces.
The top quasi-emperor was knocked out of the ring.
He wanted to come up, but found that his body had been teleported out of the Tianqin realm.
He immediately cursed at Wan Tianzhou and the other 2.
"You are despicable and shameless.
I am the demon breaker from the demon realm. Don't let me find out the identities of the 3 of you." Ioa.
As Pajingma was teleported out of the Tianqin territory, Wan Tianzhou and the other 2 looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces.
Is this child stupid? Is a single demon realm qualified enough to threaten the Holy Lord of the Universe, the son of Yin and Yang, and the Prince of the Underworld?
The other 8 quasi-emperors were also intimidated by the move of Wan Tianzhou and the other 2, and quickly moved away from them, fearing that they would be their next target. Unexpectedly, the three men ignored them and walked to Zhou Xingdou.
Anyone who can make it this far is either a powerful warrior or a sharp thinker. One of the quasi-emperors immediately shouted. The four of them are in the same group. One of the Dragon Queen quasi-emperors also shouted instantly.
Everyone, if the 8 of us don't join forces, I'm afraid that after risking our lives to survive this test, we will end up becoming their wedding clothes. When they heard that he had risked his life to survive the test, everyone else looked unhappy. They thought that this test was different from the previous ones, and after passing the 3rd level, they immediately either ambushed and killed their companions, or forced others to withdraw from the Tianqin realm. Who knew that in the end it would be a battle for Tianqin? At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was sorting out the information from the system beside him, looking at the dragon girl and muttering. The goddess of dragon luck, Ao Run, the ancient freak of the Demon King Palace. This was the first time Zhou Xingdou had heard of the goddess of dragon luck, but it seemed that she could also be included in the Palace of Creation. Then he looked at the other 2 female quasi-emperors among the 8. One is a doomed star who killed the great Emperor Hunshao himself. His strength is not bad, but his appearance is not outstanding, only average, and he looks like he has facial paralysis.
One is the goddess of fortune, the daughter of Emperor Brahma, Fan Huahong. She has a deep aura and looks like a female emperor.
These 3 special destinies are exactly the 3 slaves of creation that Zhou Xingdou's Palace of Creation is lacking, making the Palace of Creation complete. Although it is a bit of a waste for these 3 special destinies to become slaves of fate and their realm has declined instead of risen, it doesn't matter anymore.
At this moment, the remaining 8 top quasi-emperors also formed an alliance due to the gathering of Zhou Xingdou and the other 4.
But Bai Yulong and the others were smiling and showed no fear at all.
Wan Tianzhou even twisted his neck, holding the golden halberd upside down, and said with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes.
2 for each person, no one can snatch them.
Zhou Xingdou shook his head. No, I want 3. The dragon girl and the other 2 women are mine.
Ming Zhoudiao and Bai Yulong looked at Zhou Xingdou strangely, while Wan Tianzhou glared at Zhou Xingdou fiercely.
However, no one had any objection to this. Bai Yulong smiled and said. Then I will reluctantly not fight with you. I will beat the one with the knife. Ming Zhoudiao nodded and chose his opponent. Let me handle the 2 fist fights.
Naturally, these 8 top quasi-emperors were very angry at Zhou Xingdou's arrogant behavior of dividing up their power on the spot.
Each of them is nearly invincible among the quasi-emperors.
No matter which era they are in, they are strong candidates to compete for the heart of heaven. However, the other party treats them like pigs.
How can everyone not be angry?
But when he was angry, a golden halberd came and picked up a sword and a spear, 2 top quasi-emperors. Following closely, a killing punch as powerful as the sun came, taking away the 2 quasi-emperors with 1 punch and 1 palm. Bai Yulong rushed over holding the yin-yang grinder in one hand and the yin-yang sword in the other, but before he could choose his opponent, the quasi-emperor wielding the sword snorted coldly, flew towards Bai Yulong and slashed with his sword. This also exposed Ao Run, Hunshao and Fan Huahong to Zhou Xingdou, so they no longer needed to be specially selected. Zhou Xingdou walked slowly towards the 3 people, but unfortunately, all of them had the cultivation level of the peak of quasi-emperor, so he couldn't take them directly. As for the 3 special deities, he was not confident in letting the other 3 deal with them. After all, if the 3 wanted to escape, Bai Yulong and others would not be able to stop them. Once he escapes from the ring, it won't be easy to find the 3 of them. Get started. The dragon girl Ao Run let out a dragon roar, and the 3 special destinies immediately rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. Facing the attack from Ao Run and others, Zhou Xingdou simply snapped his fingers. Swish! Swish! Swish!
In an instant, 15 graceful figures appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, the lowest of whom was at the 9th transformation level of Quasi-Emperor. Chapter 504, Qinpu, the successor of the ordinary sword. 15 statues guarding the Palace of Creation appeared at the same time, and Diu took the lead and blasted Ao Run, the strongest of the 3, with a 4th-level thunder strike. Yushu Hua made hand seals and summoned a fire phoenix. The sun and moon goddesses Qi Yi clapped her palms, and the power of the sun and the moon burst out, fighting against the fire phoenix, and together they crashed into the heavenly evil star Hunshao.
The Eastern Pope's scepter turned into a gun, and his small and soft legs were like divine whips, lashing the void with explosive sounds, and the two of them attacked Chuyuan goddess together. Tang Yuehua stroked the void with her 10 fingers, and infinite sound waves enveloped the three people, affecting their actions. A led the three daughters of the Qian family, Yushu, Qilinger, Lang Ruoruo, Shuebingha, and Xiao Xiao, 8 slaves of creation, to form a trap that enveloped the three, making it impossible for the three with special destinies to escape. Zhou Xingdou looked at all this, tilted his head slightly, and imagined the palace of creation. He really didn't expect that the palace guard of the creation palace would be so useful. Looking at the situation, even if he didn't take action, there would probably not be any big problems.
But Zhou Xingdou was not going to waste time. He lifted up the temple of creation and seized the moment when Ao Run and Du showed a flaw in their fight. He moved his sacred wings, condensed thousands of penalty forces, and punched Ao Run in the back. The force of the punishment was so terrifying that even a man of Zhou Xingdou's physique would be seriously injured instantly if he was hit by such a punch. Even though Ao Run is a dragon girl, Zhou Xingdou's physique has already surpassed that of a real dragon of the same level. How can she be immune?
This punch directly turned Ao Run back to his original form, a pink real dragon. Unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou took the opportunity to punch its reverse scale again, smashing it to pieces, and then grabbed the dragon horn and stuffed it into the palace of creation. Afterwards, Zhou Xingdou did the same thing again, sneaking attack on Han Xiao and Fan Huahong, severely injuring them, and took them into the palace of creation.
Since then, the 11 slaves of creation, 6 true maidens of creation and 1 celestial maiden of creation have all been achieved. As long as Ao Run, Han Xiao and Fan Huahong are transformed, the palace of creation will be complete. The rest of the people were dumbfounded at this moment. The fight between them had just begun, and Zhou Xingdou had already taken down Ao Run, Han Xiao, and Fan Huahong. Now, among these quasi-emperors who formed a temporary alliance, only 5 were left in a short while. Not to mention that Zhou Xingdou is now free, the 15 quasi-emperors he summoned from somewhere are enough to give them a hard time. Moreover, after seeing how Zhou Xingdou took Ao Run and others into the Palace of Good Fortune, several people suddenly wanted to retreat. They thought it was better to live a miserable life than to die. Besides, who knew what would happen if they were taken into the Palace of Good Fortune? Whoosh! 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 For sounds of breaking through the air were heard in an instant. The 4 top quasi-emperors stopped struggling, escaped from the arena, and were teleported out of the Tianqin realm. However, the quasi-emperor who wielded the sword did not escape with the 4 others. Instead, he shook off Wan Tianzhou and came to Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou looked at the man with some confusion, but did not take any action. He was very curious why this man did not run away but rushed towards him. Not only Zhou Xingdou, Wan Tianzhou, Bai Yulong and Ming Zhouya were also very curious about this suicidal behavior and surrounded him one by one. 3 top-notch quasi-emperors and 15 ninth-level quasi-emperors surrounded the man in the middle, and the top quasi-emperor who wielded the sword also had some sweat on his forehead. This man was wearing linen clothes and his sword was just an ordinary wooden sword, which looked ordinary. I am the disciple of the immortal sword master, Chen Pu. I know I am powerless to fight for the heavenly heart this time, but I cannot disobey my master's order. I want to end the dispute between the immortal and the immortal with Zhou Zunzi. Chen Pu held the wooden sword in his hand and looked at Zhou Xingdou and said with difficulty. Zhou Xingdou also suddenly realized that he indeed did not know Chen Pu, but he still knew Fan Jianxian. One of the 3 great sword immortals of Chu Yuan, he is as famous as his master and mother, and is undoubtedly the strongest person in the sword domain. But he was in no mood to compete with Chen Pu, and just said lightly. With my fighting power, you are no match for me. Let's go. What Zhou Xingdou said was indeed true. Since he had cultivated his dual systems to the peak level of quasi-emperor, he had no rivals below the great emperor. But Chen Pu shook his head. Not in terms of combat power, but only in terms of swordsmanship. I will pass on the 9 forms of ordinary sword to you, and I invite Zhou Zunzi to compete with me in the 3 forms of absolute sword. Bai Yulong also wanted to watch the fun and not mind the trouble. An ordinary sword cannot enter the Tao of sword, and an absolute sword cannot destroy it.
However, an ordinary sword's transformation into an ordinary one also has no effect on an absolute sword.
This is fair. Big brother, let's give it a try. But Zhou Xingdou's next words made Chen Pu fall silent.
I don't know the 3 ultimate sword moves, and I'm not even proficient in the Luoxia sword canon.
I haven't even mastered the sword technique yet.
Chen Pu was slightly stunned.
He really didn't expect this.
Zhou Xingdou is obviously the son of Zhu Jiangxian and the first disciple of Luoxio Jiangxian.
How could he not know the 3 moves of Zhu Jian and not even have the sword skills to reach the level of Tao?
But when I awakened the absolute sword meridian, I learned a sword technique.
I'd like you to appreciate it.
As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou stretched out his hand, borrowed by Yulon Xingyang's sword, held the sword horizontally, and slashed out with the Fatian sword.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sword of punishment, which was endowed with the power of punishment, revealed its unparalleled might at this moment. The extremely powerful true meaning of punishment penetrated the void, passed by Chen Pu's side, and left an indelible crack on the ring.
Chen Pu's expression became dull at this moment.
The moment Zhou Xingdou drew his sword, he felt an endless sense of death. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that his intuition told him that his 9 styles of ordinary sword could neither break nor block Zhou Xingdou's sword. Zhou Xingdou returned the sword to Bai Yulong, and then asked calmly,
"Do you want to compete again?"
Chen Pu shook his head dejectedly, said nothing more, walked out of the ring, and disappeared into the Tianqin area.
Bai Yulong clicked his tongue. "TSK, I thought Big Brother would chop him to death." Zhou Xingdou shook his head.
"The Red Sky Sword Slave has helped me before. I have no grudge against the Fan Sword Immortal and the Sword Domain.
There is no need to kill them all."
Bai Yulong looked at Zhou Xingdou in surprise, then laughed and said,
"It's time for us to go."
"Tianqin is a bargain, Big Brother." After saying that, he jumped out of the ring without any reluctance. Ming Jiuya and Wan Tianzhou also nodded to Zhou Xingdou, jumped out of the ring with Bai Yulong, and disappeared into the Tianqin area. Zhou Xingdou also waved his hand and took all the women back to the Temple of Creation, and then put the Temple of Creation away as well. After doing all this, Zhou Xingdou raised his head and waited for Tianqin to come. The extra tests in this battle for Tianqin did create a good environment for himself. There were no massive battles among quasi-emperors, and with the help of Ming Jiuya and others, it could be said that he didn't have to put in any effort at all. This time, the melodious ancient music was no longer heard, and Zhou Xingdou was the only one left on the ring. After a while, the entire Tianqin area began to vibrate, endless heavenly will continued to fall from above, unknown congratulatory music sounded, and suddenly a beam of light appeared in the sky and shone on Zhou Xingdou.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
A golden hexagonal crystal slowly fell from the beam of light, containing endless great meaning that made Zhou Xingdou tremble.
Chapter 505 Tian Xin. Tianqin.
Although it is called Tianqin, it is not in the shape of a heart. The golden hexagonal crystal-shaped sky slowly descended, and Zhou Xingdou was wrapped in a great will. In an instant, he felt as if he was one with the way of heaven, and the veins of heavens will above the sky blossomed in his heart.
Boom! The state of Zhou Xingdou's suppression was suddenly broken by Tianyi at this moment.
A mysterious message poured into Zhou Xingdou's mind like a torrent. The majestic and ruthless will of heaven continued to rise around him, filling the entire void.
But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou's consciousness was a little fuzzy. Tian Xin circled in his mind, trembling slightly, and uttered that ancient, heavy, and extremely majestic voice. Use the essence to lead the spirit, and use the spirit to transform the image. Zhou Xingdou murmured subconsciously. Supreme power in the blink of an eye. The ancient and profound voice sounded again, this time asking, "How many particles does a human body consist of?" Zhou Xingdou answered again.
The human body is made up of 840 million particles.
If their potential is awakened, each particle will be as powerful as an elephant.
He was too familiar with these passages, because this was exactly one of the foundations of his enlightenment, the mantra of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. Without waiting for the voice to sound again, Zhou Xingdou recited the rest of the formula. All awakened, comparable to divine elephants, destroying heaven and earth, roaring down the sky, holding the sun and moon in their hands and picking the stars, all in a moment.
There are countless types of elephants. The giant elephant becomes young and turns into a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant becomes green and turns into a primordial elephant. The primordial elephant becomes strong and turns into a divine elephant. This is the great achievement. Buzz. 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 The moment Zhou Xingdou finished reciting the mantra, the heart of the sky began to buzz instantly. Zhou Xingdou only felt the world spinning, and at that moment, his consciousness was pulled into the center of the sky. When Zhou Xingdou regained consciousness, he found that his consciousness appeared in the snow-white spiritual space. Before Zhou Xingdou could react, a shadow condensed in front of him. When Zhou Xingdou saw the phantom, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Tenzhou!" That's right, that shadow was Zhou Xingdou's disciple for countless years, Xiao Tianzhua. However, the shadow of Xiao Tianzhua no longer had the childishness he once had, and his once resolute eyes had become weathered and turbid. However, Xiao Tianzhua's shadow didn't show any change in expression due to Zhou Xingdou's exclamation. "Master, if I'm not mistaken, it should be you. After all, in the entire universe, even if it's not you, the only one who knows about the divine elephant prison suppressing power should be related to you. What you see now is not my disciple, but the image of my disciple in the heart of heaven." Image? Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a moment, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looked at the shadow of Xiao Tianzhua in a daze. For him, the last time he saw Xiao Tianzhua was just a month ago, but for Xiao Tianzhua, countless tens of thousands of years had passed. But it is impossible to say that he is not at all touched to see his once innocent and determined disciple become so weathered now. But the next sentence that Xiao Tianzhua said left Zhou Xingdou frozen in place. "And if Master sees my photo, it means I'm already dead." Speaking of this, Xiao Tianzhua's Lu Ying smiled, his smile filled with bitterness. "It's a pity that I never got to see Master again. Master, please forgive me for my unfilial behavior." Bang! 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 The familiar sound of kowtow rang out, causing Zhou Xingdou to unconsciously shed a tear. Zhou Xingdou touched his tears in a daze, and his breathing became a little disordered. "You are the great unified heavenly Tao, how could you die? How could you die?" Zhou Xingdou was unwilling to accept the news of Xiao Tianzhua's death, and growled at the shadow. He stepped forward to grab Xiao Tianzhua, but the shadow was like air and his hands fell empty. However, Xiao Tianzhua's voice sounded again, and he said with relief, "Master, don't be too sad. Master's wife and Lao Lu should still be alive. Moreover, my death is a foregone conclusion, just like the destruction of the ancestral land. No one can stop it." Zhou Xingdou also understood that Xiao Tianzhua could not hear him, so he closed his eyes in pain and clenched his fists until they made crackling sounds. He only wanted to know who killed his disciple. "You don't have to worry about my dead master. I have done too many wrong things in the chaos over the years. Jiang will die because of me, and Yu Tianwan will also die because of me." When Xiao Tianzhua said this, his voice became a little hoarse. This reminded Zhou Xingdou of the diary. The image of Xiao Tianzhua was probably left after the diary was written. At that time, he was still crazy and Jade King was not dead yet. Xiao Tianzhua continued, "I can't tell Master too much. I was awake for too short a time. I want to make a break with it. When the Master saw this photo, it proved that I had definitely failed. This was also the purpose of this photo." From this moment on, Xiao Tianzhua's eyes became resolute again. "Although I failed, I still have a backup plan. The power of the unified heaven will operate on its own, and my death will take away all the pollution. This Tianqin will teleport Master to the heavenly Tao Holy Land, which is our heavenly Holy Land. When the time comes, Master will go to our former home and take away my power. Master, you must take my power and go to the depths of chaos. Only with my power can you enter the depths of chaos and see its true appearance. Only Master can suppress it and save the heavens." Speaking of this, Xiao Tianzhua's eyes seemed to penetrate the years and fell on Zhou Xingdou at this moment. He smiled gently, just like the high-spirited young man he once was, and said with a smile, But I really want to see Master again. Bang!
Everything came to an abrupt stop, and the image disappeared in an instant, as if the figure had never appeared. Zhou Xingdou's consciousness returned to his body, but the surging power from becoming the Emperor of Tianxin made it difficult for him to show a trace of joy.
Shao Tianzhua is dead. Before he died, he left his power in the Holy Land of Heaven, and let himself go to the depths of chaos with that power, because only he could suppress it and save the heavens? Sadness and self-mockery are two emotions entangled in Zhou Xingdou's heart. Joke. I have been an ordinary person for a lifetime, a madman for a lifetime, and a villain for a lifetime. Tell yourself now, let yourself save the heavens? If this isn't a joke, what is? But Zhou Xingdou had no way to refuse, because he wanted to know everything, and he wanted to meet the person who killed his only disciple. It took a long time for Zhou Xingdou to calm down. Feeling the surging power in his body and the three light wheels of wind, fire, and thunder above his head, Zhou Xingdou finally understood why the creatures of the Chuyuan were so obsessed with Emperor Tianxin. Once one breaks through the Emperor realm, one will automatically pass through the 3 levels of Tao Calamity and enter the pinnacle realm of the Emperor. Moreover, you are connected to the will of heaven, share the authority of heaven, and become an invincible existence that replaces heaven in the primordial universe. Who can not be tempted? Chapter 506 Heavenly Tao Holy Land. Tianxin and Zhou Xingdou's mind seemed to feel that the time had come. A dazzling light flashed out from the hole between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows, wrapping him up completely and disappearing into the void with Zhou Xingdou. At the moment Zhou Xingdou disappeared, the Tianxin realm shrank in an instant, and the golden power from the major Tao realms madly gathered towards the Taichu Tao realm. At this moment, the void has been broken on the battlefield of the Star Sky Alliance. Except for the Star Sky Alliance surrounded by a large formation, there is no longer any land or space as before in the mountains and rivers. Only pieces of nothingness remain. The battle between Tianjizi and Pluto was still fierce. Even though he sensed that Tianxin had fallen, Tianjizi still had no intention of stopping, because he understood that he had no way out. The current Tianjizi no longer has the majestic figure with immortal light like a waterfall. The long battle with Hades has made his immortal robe tattered, and there are many wounds on his body that are constantly oozing golden blood. His hair is disheveled and he looks extremely hideous. Hades was not in a much better condition. His armor was already in tatters, revealing his blood-soaked body. The flesh on his fists was already a little blurred. Haha, Tianjizi, you are doomed to fail. My nephew has already captured Tianxin. Today we will see who will be defeated. Hades laughed loudly, and then started coughing violently. Every cough was accompanied by fragments of internal organs and blood. However, Tianjizi, with disheveled hair, seemed possessed and shouted stubbornly, I will not lose. I am the way of heaven. I will not. But before Tianjizi finished his words, the gathered golden power suddenly appeared behind Tianjizi, transformed into a spear and stabbed into Tianjizi's back. Tianjizi widened his eyes in disbelief, and vomited blood from his mouth as if it was free. But what shocked him even more was that the spear contained the power to restrain the way of heaven, cutting off his will and the advice of heaven. How is it possible? Boom! At this moment, the spear ignited its invisible fire and devoured Tianjizi. The figure holding the spear also appeared at this moment. The man shouted, I am Lu Balian, a war slave under the command of Alliance leader Zhou. I obey the command of the unified Heavenly Tao and eliminate the will of the Chuyuan Heavenly Tao. I will become the new Chuyuan Heavenly Tao. At the same time, when Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a wilderness. The severe headache made him gasp for air, and he shook his head before he could barely wake up. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Zhou Xingdou got up from the ground. Fortunately, his cultivation as Emperor Tianxin was still there. After adjusting his breath for a while, the severe headache disappeared. Although the surrounding environment was very unfamiliar, Zhou Xingdou was not panicked, because he knew that it was Tianxin who teleported him to the Tiandao Holy Land, which was also the original 4 Heavenly Holy Land. The system has never calculated how many years have passed from the time Zhou Xingdou left the 4 Heavens Holy Land to the current Tiandao Holy Land. It was obvious that over such a long period of time,
the topography of the four heavenly Holy Land had undergone tremendous changes. Even Zhou Xingdou could not tell where he was for a moment.
Boom!
Just when Zhou Xingdou was about to use his one thought to investigate, he suddenly heard a loud roar. This made him look towards the source of the sound, but he saw several figures fleeing among the flashing black light.
But the existence chasing these people in the black light does not look like human.
It was because although he had initially assumed human form, his appearance was extremely hideous, his skin was ancient blue, and his skin had a purple color like that of a dead person.
Zhou Xingdou had seen this kind of creature in the Holy Land of the universe.
He remembered that it seemed to be an evil demon king, who was eventually killed by Commander Xingyo.
Zhou Xingdou had no good feelings towards evil demons. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the evil demon king in an instant. Zhou Xingdou is no longer the shrunken existence he used to be. Even if he had not achieved the pinnacle of Tianqin Promotion Emperor, the evil demon king could only be slaughtered by him, let alone now?
An extremely simple punch was thrown out, the penalty force was splashed randomly, the black light shattered, and the evil king was crushed.
The system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the king-level chaotic creature and obtaining the luck value, 100,000.
Zhou Xingdou no longer cared much about the 100,000 luck points.
After all, the current luck points had very limited effects on him, and even the supreme skills were useless to them. He has reached the pinnacle of acquired realm. Even if it is a very powerful spiritual creature, as long as it is not an innate creature, it is almost the same as eating weeds. The scene where Zhou Xingdou smashed the evil king to pieces with one punch also made the humans who had just been chased by the evil king widen their eyes in shock, but they were more filled with gratitude and trance after the disaster. After coming to their senses, the two of them hurriedly bowed to Zhou Xingdou.
Junior Lu Qing. Junior Gong Jian. Thank you for your help, Senior.
Hearing the two voices,
Zhou Xingdou remembered that there were two humans behind him, and he couldn't help but look back. There was nothing special about these two people. Judging from their aura, they were just entering the quasi-emperor level. It was no wonder that a single evil demon king could chase them so hard that they ran away in panic. Stand up, I have questions for you. Zhou Xingdou wiped his hands and said to the two of them.
Hearing Zhou Xingdou's response, Lu Qing and Gong Jian, who were looking down, also said quickly.
Excuse me, Senior. I will tell you everything I know.
As they spoke, the two of them raised their heads. But the moment they saw Zhou Xingdou's face clearly, their eyeballs suddenly swelled and their faces were filled with horror. Seeing the expressions of the two, Zhou Xingdou touched his face in confusion, wondering if something had changed in his appearance. But at this moment, Lu Qing's expression changed from horror to ecstasy, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xingdou, his mouth stuttered with excitement.
Stars, Stars Emperor.
Gong Jianza knelt on the ground with a plop and shouted excitedly.
The legend is actually true.
The Star Emperor of Desolate Sky has come back to rescue us.
Zhou Xingdou frowned.
Star Emperor, it's true that he was the Star Emperor of Desolate Sky, but that was countless years ago, and people in the Four Heavens Holy Land still remember him.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the excited Lu Qing and Gong Jian, frowned and asked. How do you recognize me? Lu Qing looked at Zhou Xingdou with blazing eyes and said enthusiastically.
In every city and every temple in the Holy Land of Heaven, there are statues of you.
The name of the Grand Master of the Unified Heavenly Tao, the ancestor of the Heavenly Tao, and the Star Emperor of the Desolate Sky is known throughout the Holy Land of Heaven. Everyone knows it, and it will never be extinguished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou did not ask any more questions. This might be related to Shao Tianzhua and the others. However, the title was indeed correct. He was indeed the master of the great unified heavenly Tao, and could also be considered the ancestor of the heavenly Tao. After all, if you really count it, it was he, the man from the future, who went back to the past and first proposed the theory of the way of heaven, and then it was put into practice by Shao Tianzhua. Chapter 507 Wang's Eye. You just said the legend is true. What legend? Zhou Xingdou asked doubtfully. Gong Jian quickly explained. When the great unified heavenly Tao was finally awake, it spread the news to the world that the Star Emperor of Desolate Sky would descend upon the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao in the future,
and in order to clean up the pollution of the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao, he would connect the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao with the heavens and save all living beings.
Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and looked at Gong Jian curiously. Even the great unified Heavenly Tao can't save you, so you believe that I can save you? Lu Qing also helped explain at this moment.
Many people did not believe it at first and thought it was just a legend. But decades ago, a being who looked very similar to you, Star Emperor, suddenly descended on the Heavenly Tao Holy Land and directly seized a piece of pure land for us.
That's when we began to believe it.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked.
Extremely like me? What's his name? Gong Jian blurted out.
Everyone respectfully calls him the Supreme Green Emperor, and everyone says he must be the dear messenger of the Star Emperor.
Blue Emperor.
Zhou Xingdou was excited and continued to ask.
Do you know where the Qing Emperor is?
Lu Qing and Gong Jian looked at each other and said with some embarrassment. It should be in the desolate sky region, but we don't know exactly where it is. The Supreme Green Emperor and those great gods will only show up in times of crisis.
However, Lu Qing and Gong Jian also quickly provided a solution.
But we can take you, Star Emperor, back to desolate Heavenly Emperor City to see the High Priest first.
He might know where the Supreme Green Emperor is. The Green Emperor is definitely his father.
He came to the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao decades ago and was also called the Green Emperor.
He is extremely similar to himself.
There would be no such coincidence in the world.
Where are we now?
Zhou Xingdou understood that there was no time to rush, so he asked the two of them.
Lu Qing quickly replied.
This is the Supreme Heaven Realm, but it is not far from the desolate Heaven Realm. Now 2 of the 4 Heaven Realms of Heaven have fallen into the hands of the evil demons, leaving only the desolate Heaven Realm and the ancient Heaven Realm. However, only the desolate Heaven Realm is completely under human control, and the ancient Heaven Realm is only a part of it.
Gong Jian sighed at this time.
Originally, we were about to lose the desolate Sky Realm. Fortunately, the Supreme Green Emperor and other great gods descended several decades ago and were able to defend the desolate Sky Realm and recapture some of the territory of the ancient Sky Realm. Even if Lu Qing and Gong Jian didn't say anything, Zhou Xingdou could guess the general situation.
If the evil had not been rampant to a certain extent, how could there be an evil demon king in the world who would hunt down humans recklessly?
However, Zhou Xingdou was still somewhat curious and asked.
Since this is the territory of the evil spirits, what are you two doing in the Heaven Realm?
We were sent here to investigate the situation and prepare for a counterattack in the future.
However, we accidentally alerted an evil demon king and were chased here.
As Lu Qing spoke, a look of guilt appeared on his face. After all, if Zhou Xingdou hadn't appeared, he and Gong Jian would have died.
But even if they were not dead now, the mission would have been considered a failure. After all, the demons are not unintelligent creatures.
Once they are discovered this time, it will be 1,000 times more difficult to track them down next time.
Fortunately, the great master of unified Heavenly Tao, the ancestor of Heavenly Tao, Emperor Huangqingxing has arrived, and the hope of Heavenly Tao Holy Land has come.
Thinking of this, the two looked at Zhou Xingdou with increasingly fiery eyes, which made Zhou Xingdou feel a little uncomfortable.
He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he frowned and said, You provide me with the location, and I will take you back to desolate Heavenly Emperor City. You take me to see the High Priest.
Upon hearing this, Lu Qing hurriedly provided Zhou Xingdou with the coordinates of the desolate Heaven Dynasty. Now that the sun and the moon have changed and the space has been flowing, the coordinates that Zhou Xingdou once remembered have long since changed, so he needs Lu Qing to provide him with new coordinates.
After getting the coordinates, Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate. He grabbed Lu Qing and Gong Jian's shoulders and activated the 2 worlds infinity to leave.
The figures of the 3 people flashed again, already above the desolate Heaven Emperor City. Looking at the desolate Heaven Emperor City, Zhou Xingdou had a lot of thoughts in his mind. The desolate Heaven Emperor City today was not much different from before, and many places still used the bricks and tiles of the buildings that he had built with the void creations. However, in the center of the desolate Heaven Emperor City, there is a tall sculpture. The sculpture is dressed in a luxurious purple robe, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the world. He looks so majestic and sacred that one cannot take his eyes away. Zhou Xingdou also took a closer look because the sculpture was of himself. At this moment, Lu Qing and Gong Jian, who were teleported back to Desolate Heaven Emperor's city by Zhou Xingdou, came to their senses and hurried to a thatched house next to the sculpture and shouted at it. "High Priest, wake up! Wake up!" At this time, the people around them also recognized Lu Qing and the other two, and hurried forward to grab them, covering their mouths and scolding them.
"What are you doing? How can you easily wake up the High Priest?"
Zhou Xingdou had a fairly good understanding of the cultivation system of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land, and was a little surprised by the grand occasion of the Desolate Heaven Imperial City today. The seemingly ordinary people walking beside the sculpture are at least at the refining heaven level. The aura of those who covered their mouths has surpassed the starting state of the Four Heavens Holy Land.
They are probably the end of the Tao that was once untouchable.
As Lu Qing and Gongjian struggled with their mouths covered, an old and loving voice rang out from the thatched cottage.
"What are you doing? Why are you covering the babies' mouths? Waking me up is not a bad thing."
Then an old man walked out of the thatched hut. His hair was all snow-white and his beard hung down to his chest. However, the unfathomable aura around him made people realize that he was extraordinary. The moment the old man appeared, all the powerful men around him knelt down instantly. And this kneeling was not due to coercion, but out of respect for the old man from the bottom of their hearts.
"I have met the High Priest."
Of course, Zhou Xingdou would not follow the crowd and kneel down. Apart from his parents and grandfather, there were few people in this world who were worthy of his kneeling. Zhou Xingdou stood out in the crowd, his head tilted slightly as he looked at the high priest with curiosity. He felt that this man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. The high priest also noticed Zhou Xingdou at this time and looked up, but this look made him stunned. The high priest's body was shaking with excitement at this moment, his hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease. He looked at Zhou Xingdou with tears in his old eyes, and knelt down with a plop. "Old slave king is free, welcome the return of the Star Emperor." The high priest's sudden kneeling made everyone tremble with fear and they quickly avoided him, and they also discovered Zhou Xingdou at the same time.
"Star Emperor?" Everyone except Lu Qing and Gong Jian showed expressions of horror.
Their eyes kept moving between the sculpture and Zhou Xingdou's face, and their expressions slowly changed from horror to ecstasy.
"King Zizai?"
Zhou Xingdou searched his memory, but still had no impression of this name, so he couldn't help but ask.
"Have you seen me?"
The high priest was very excited and explained.
"When the Desolate Heaven dynasty was rebuilt, Lord Jiyang chose me to join the dynasty.
I once admired the face of the Star Emperor from afar."
Zhou Xingdou had some impression of this.
When he was about to leave, General Jiyang and Jade King selected a group of people to become the vital force of the Desolate Heaven dynasty. However, he did not pay attention to these people at that time, so he felt familiar but could not remember.
Chapter 508 Once.
After Zhou Xingdou's identity was confirmed, people from the entire Desolate Heaven Emperor's city immediately gathered to watch and kneel down, and even became fanatical. If the high priest Wang Zizai had not spoken out to stop them, Zhou Xingdou would have found it difficult to escape for a while. In order to prevent others from disturbing Zhou Xingdou, Wang Zizai had to invite Zhou Xingdou into the thatched cottage. After respectfully serving Zhou Xingdou tea, he slowly said, "After the death of Lord Jiyang Tianzhang and Lord Yu Tianwang, the Desolate Heaven dynasty almost disbanded. Coupled with the rampant evil spirits, only a few people have survived from that era to the present. It's great to see you, the Star Emperor, again." Speaking of this, Wang Zizai murmured with some distress. "It's a pity that they can't see it." Zhou Xingdou sighed. This was inevitable. Even if there was no limit on lifespan, it would not be easy for someone who was not innate to live from that era to the present. After all, even General Jiyang and Jade King were dead. However, Wang Zizai has survived to this day, which is equivalent to a living fossil, and he definitely knows a lot. After Wang Zizai was depressed for a while, Zhou Xingdou asked, "What happened after I left?" Wang Zizai immediately perked up after hearing this, and with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, he began to tell the story. The information was similar to what Zhou Xingdou saw in the diary. No accidents occurred after he left, and Xiao Tianzhua also successfully achieved the heavenly way with the authority of the fourth heaven realm. And the vague name in the diary, just as Zhou Xingdou guessed, was the Emperor of Heaven.
The ancestral land also had another name, Hongwang.
Because Xiao Tianzhua is the first heavenly Tao among the heavens, this philosophy is enough to benefit the heavens, so he has received tremendous blessings from the heavens, and those who achieve heavenly Tao in the future will all be under his command. He was also revered by the Hongwang heavenly court as the great unified heavenly Tao. Naturally, the four heavenly Holy Land was no longer closed after it became the heavenly Tao Holy Land. During this period, it has been thriving and has always been searching for Zhou Xingdou's traces and the Chuyuan world. But suddenly one day, Xiao Tianzhua ordered not to look for it anymore. It was unknown how many years had passed before the Tao suddenly went mad. Wang Zizai was not clear about the specific details, but he only remembered that the entire heavens were shaking. The heavenly court came out in full force to suppress the Tao, but rivers of blood flowed and they were unable to resist the Tao at all. Finally, the Emperor of Heaven and the three pure ones and the four imperial gods sacrificed themselves and encouraged the entire ancestral land to bombard the avenue, which suppressed the avenue and put it into a period of weakness. But the price of doing so was that the ancestral land was destroyed, countless creatures of the ancestral land died, and the Emperor of Heaven, the three pure ones, and the four emperors all completely disappeared. Originally, although the heavens paid a heavy price, they finally settled the matter. Even though there was no heaven anymore, the unified heavens balanced the heavens. When the heavens balanced the world, the destruction of the ancestral land in heaven did not affect the operation of the heavens. But one day, Xiao Tianzhua suddenly became weak without any warning. The Queen Mother Huangtian invited many beings to investigate, but they could not find out the reason. Xiao Tianzhua also fell into a long sleep, but would occasionally wake up for a long time. With the suppression of the Empress Huangtian in the Tiandao Holy Land, there was no chaos. However, when Wang Zizai came out of seclusion one day, he found that the Tiandao Holy Land was in turmoil. Xiao Tianzhua had awakened at some point and continued to bring disasters, making the people of the Tiandao Holy Land live in misery. Fortunately, this time Queen Huangtian quickly woke up Xiao Tianzhua, but strangely, Xiao Tianzhua didn't remember what he had done, he just felt very tired. Seeing that Xiao Tianzhua's symptoms were becoming more and more serious, Queen Huangtian could only go out to find a solution after Xiao Tianzhua fell asleep again. But during this period, the demon abyss in the center of the Tiandao Holy Land mysteriously revived, and countless monsters that had never been seen before rushed out, and later people called them evil demons.
Fortunately, the Holy Land of Heaven is no longer what it used to be. Even without the Queen of Wilderness, it can still keep the evil demons at bay. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tianzhua appeared again this time and brought disaster to the Holy Land of Heaven, causing the evil demons to become more arrogant, directly breaking through the defense line and invading the four major realms. What's even more bizarre is that this time Xiao Tianzhua attacked Liu Balian and directly drove him out of the Tiandao Holy Land. He also locked the Tiandao Holy Land again, no longer allowing anyone to enter or leave. But when Xiao Tianzhua woke up, he still didn't remember having done those things, and he became even weaker. Until one day, Xiao Tianzhua killed Ziyang Tianzhang and then killed Yu Tianwang, who accused him.
After that, Xiao Tianzhua appeared for the last time. He was extremely sober that time. He told Wang Zizai and the world the prophecy that Zhou Xingdou would come back to save him, and then disappeared after clearing away the evil demons in the Tiandao Holy Land.
Since then, it has never appeared again.
Later, the Holy Land of Heaven became what it is today. The demon abyss is still there, and the evil demons are still rampant. Wang Zizai also fought against the evil demons with generations of cultivators in the Holy Land of Heaven to guard the last piece of pure land in the desolate sky realm. Wang Zizai finished saying everything, and several hours had passed, while Zhou Xingdou listened carefully and quietly. After all, Wang Zizai was also one of the people trapped in the heavenly Tao Holy Land. Even though he lived long enough, the information he provided was not rich enough and he could only complete some of the information in the diary. But he had no idea why Xiao Tianzhua went crazy, or where Queen Huangtian and Liu Balian had gone. However, Zhou Xingdou still felt a lingering fear when Wang Zizai confirmed the destruction of the ancient world that he was familiar with. And it made him doubt the system. All the creatures in heaven came out and almost died, the ancestral land was shattered and all the living beings in it were buried together.
Then why can his system summon Princess Ironfan, Neza, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and others? And the Zhou family, it is almost certain that the Zhou family is the bloodline of Emperor Ziwei. How could they escape this disaster? And why did they come all the way to Chuyuan? There is no answer to your imagination, and the system is almost mute when it comes to such questions. Perhaps if he finds his father, he can solve these doubts, so Zhou Xingdou immediately asked. I heard from Lu Qing and the others that a Green Emperor came decades ago to help you reverse the situation. Yes, that was about 40 years ago. At that time, the power of the evil spirits increased, and I could no longer hold on alone. Most of the desolate sky territory was occupied. But at this moment, the Holy Land of Heavenly Dao suddenly swallowed up nearly 10 Daluo who were more powerful than this old slave. These people were originally attacking each other, but when they saw the evil demons, they all took action and wiped out those evil demons. The most outstanding one among them was the Green Emperor. If he had not made further progress in his cultivation 10 years ago and repelled the evil demon that surpassed Daluo, I am afraid that the Heavenly Dao Holy Land would have been completely destroyed. Wang Zizai was full of relief in his words, and then said, and I feel that this should be due to the great unified Heavenly Dao. Although Lord Tianzhua has disappeared, the great unified Heavenly Dao is still running on its own. It should have sensed the crisis and found these people to swallow into the Heavenly Dao Holy Land. Chapter 509 Family Reunion. Wang Zizai's words made Zhou Xingdou suddenly enlightened. He used to not understand why Xiao Tianzhua imprisoned his parents, but now, based on the news, Xiao Tianzhua's will was probably gone long ago, leaving only the unconscious unified heavenly way running on its own. The Holy Land of Heaven is the core of the great unified heaven. If it is occupied by evil spirits and all living beings are slaughtered by them, then the strange ominousness will probably completely erode the great unified heaven. This also touched upon the self-preservation mechanism of the great unified heavenly Dao. At this time, his parents happened to be competing with many Daluo for the innate ancestral fruit, which attracted the attention of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land. They then sucked them into the Heavenly Dao Holy Land in an attempt to eliminate the pests in their bodies. This possibility is very high, but Zhou Xingdou is in a hurry to find his parents at the moment, and he has no time to discuss this possibility with Wang Zizai, so he quickly continues to ask. Then do you know where the Green Emperor is? Wang Zizai said without even thinking. In the Daoshang Mountains. Daoshang Mountains. It is the Zhouyuan Mountains where the Star Emperor once lived. Lord Xiao once said that although he became enlightened in the imperial city, he was in the Zhouyuan Mountains when he realized the way of heaven. So later on, people changed the name of the Zhouyuan Mountains to the Daoshang Mountains. After Wang Zizai finished his explanation, Zhou Xingdou raised a smile. It was in the Zhouyuan Mountains that Xiao Tianzhua asked him what the Heavenly Dao was, and only then did he have the prototype of the Heavenly Dao in his mind. After a moment, Zhou Xingdou and Wang Zizai appeared in the former Zhouyuan Mountains. Looking at the Zhouyuan Mountains, which had not changed much from before, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel many emotions in his heart. He was resurrected here, accepted Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple, killed Zhang Santian and obtained the Great Palm of Heaven scripture. Now, only a few months have passed for him, but times have changed. The Supreme Green Emperor lives on the hill next to the villa that once belonged to you, the Star Emperor, and Lord Xiao. Except for me and other Daluo, this place is almost forbidden to enter. And unless it is something beyond our control, we dare not disturb the Green Emperor. Wang Zizai pointed to a mountain and said. Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned when he looked at the mountain. If he remembered correctly, that was the place where he had made a breakthrough. He never thought that his parents had settled here. But at this moment, a deep and easygoing great voice sounded. High Priest, if you bring people here, please come down and have a meal. Don't be restrained. Wang Zizai did not dare to neglect it, and immediately bowed towards the mountain and said. Ha ha ha, I was just about to bother you. After saying that, Wang Zizai hurriedly went to the top of the mountain to meet Zhou Xingdou. There was a Daluo being following him, which made Zhou Xingdou feel a little weird. But more of it is the homesickness. He could tell that the voice was the same as the one his father had used when he descended upon him, and it made him feel extremely complicated. He, like an orphan, finally found his parents, but he was afraid to walk into the simple wooden house in front of him, He didn't know what to say or what expression to use when he saw his parents, what emotions they would feel, and what they would say to him. This made Zhou Xingdou extremely conflicted. Wang Zizai saw Zhou Xingdou pause, looked at the wooden house with some confusion, then looked at Zhou Xingdou's conflicted expression. Only then did he come to his senses and understand the relationship between Zhou Xingdou and Zhou Xingdi. Wang Zi cursed himself inwardly for being stupid, as he had only just realized it at this moment. However, it was not too late, and he shouted towards the wooden house. Xingdi, Xianyue, look who I brought with me. Zhou Xingdou immediately glared at Wang Zizai, but not because of his shouting, but because of his address. Calling my parents Xingdi and Xianyue, isn't that taking advantage of me? Snap! Snap! There was a sound of chopsticks falling to the ground in the wooden house, and two figures rushed out of the door, staring at Zhou Xingdou with their eyes. Bloodlines cannot be severed. Even though Ming Xianyue had never seen what her son would look like when he grew up, just one glance at him made her burst into tears. My child, it's my child. Zhou Xingdou looked at his mother. He didn't need to guess, he knew that this was his mother. Tears flowed uncontrollably and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Dad, Mom, my son is late. Bang! 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 In the past, Zhou Xingdou complained about his parents more than once in his heart, asking why they didn't accompany him as he grew up, and why they made him live like an orphan for 2 and 3 lifetimes. But at the moment when he actually saw them, Zhou Xingdou could not muster any complaints in his heart, only countless tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Ming Xianyue helped her son up, held Zhou Xingdou's face in her hands, tears welling up in her eyes, and hugged Zhou Xingdou into her arms. Xingdou, woo-woo. Emperor Zhou Qing also had tears in his eyes at this moment. His broad and strong arms hugged the mother and son like a mountain. Looking at his wife and son who were in tears, he said in a low and gentle voice. Today is the day our family is reunited. How can you cry like this? This warm scene of family reunion lasted for a long time, so long that Wang Zizai felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at Zhou Xingdou who was in tears, a strange thought flashed through his mind. If I see this side of the Star Emperor, will he be silenced? After a long time, the three of them separated, but Ming Xianyue's palm was still rubbing her son's angular face, and she said with red eyes. You're already that old now, you must have suffered a lot. As she spoke, Ming Xianyue couldn't help but well up in tears. Zhou Xingdou smiled. It's not bitter, it's not bitter. As long as I can see my parents, I won't feel bitter. Emperor Zhou Qing looked at his son with relief, but he also looked guilty. Dad is sorry for you. I shouldn't have tried to take the ancestral fruit. I should have believed in my son. Even without the ancestral fruit, he is still as good as others. Zhou Qingdi's words reminded Ming Xianyue of something, and she immediately stopped crying and said, That's right, Zugua. As she spoke, Ming Xianyue hurriedly took out a crystal-clear fruit, put it next to Zhou Xingdou's mouth, and was about to feed it to him. This fruit is shaped like an avocado, but is only the size of an apricot. It is naturally round, does not leak any essence, and does not have any fruity fragrance, but the flow of innate energy can be seen in the crystal skin. The innate thing is called the ancestral fruit, which can be used to build the foundation of Daluo. It is so precious that there is no need to say more. But Zhou Xingdou gently pushed the fruit away, looked at his mother and smiled and shook his head. Mom, I don't need this. Leave it to your future grandchildren. Ming Xianyue immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Ah! I already have a grandchild. But what followed was a series of follow-up questions. The pearl of that family you married? What is your wife's character like? Is it the first child? Is he close to you in age? Are you pretty? Is your mother as beautiful as you? If you are too ugly, you won't be able to pass the test of your mother. Faced with his mother's continuous questioning, Zhou Xingdou could only smile bitterly and look at his father. Cough cough. But unexpectedly, Emperor Zhou Qing coughed twice and said, Your mother is right. Chapter 510 Absolutely. Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that his father was actually a henpecked husband, and immediately said to his mother helplessly, I'm not married yet. How can I marry someone without you two elders sitting in the hall? I don't even have children yet. I'm just saying this. Ming Qianyue couldn't help but be curious and continue to ask. You haven't gotten married yet, so you have someone you love? Is it that little girl Han Yi? I've always thought that little girl is a beauty, but she's a little cold-tempered. Ming Qianyue, who was a close friend of Tian Zhou'er, had naturally seen Luo Hani, but Zhou Xingdou did not expect that his mother actually remembered her. Although it was a little difficult to say, Zhou Xingdou still said. Han Yi counts as one. Ming Qianyue's eyes lit up. Count as one? That means there are more than one. My son is promising. Tell me who else there are. I will help you check. If Zhou Xingdou dared to have other women in his heart, she would definitely tear his face apart. But as for daughters-in-law, the more the better, and it would be best if she had a bunch of grandchildren to play with. Zhou Xingdou had a bitter look on his face. The first person he thought of was definitely Tian Zhou'er. However, although Tian Zhou'er had let him kiss her, which meant she accepted him, they had not yet confirmed their relationship. What's more, Tian Zhou'er and his mother are close friends. He was afraid that his mother would not be able to accept it if he told her such explosive information as soon as they met. So he could only scratch his head and smile foolishly, not knowing how to start. Emperor Zhou Qing also saw his son's embarrassment and spoke to excuse Zhou Xingdou. Well, even if my son told you, you might not know who it was. Besides, we can't get out of here for a while, and you'd be anxious if you knew. 2. Ming Qianyue's face turned sad, and then she looked at Zhou Xingdou anxiously, and gently blamed him. Xingdou, you shouldn't have come to the heavenly Dao Holy Land. It's not worth being locked up here for us. Besides, you're just a little emperor. It's so dangerous here. Little emperor? It was the first time that Zhou Xingdou heard someone call the great emperor the little great emperor. After all, he was the Tianqin emperor, and he had reached the pinnacle of the emperor and the peak of the acquired realm. However, he did not agree with his mother's words and refuted very seriously. No, it's worth it. As long as I can see my parents, everything is worth it. Zhou Xingdou's seriousness made Ming Qianyue's mood, which had just calmed down, surge again. Thinking back to when they left, Zhou Xingdou was only that big. She was not ready to be a mother at that time, and she became flustered as soon as she held Zhou Xingdou in her arms. At that time, she didn't quite understand the significance of the child she gave birth to herself. She only knew that she should give the best things to her son, so she went with her husband to seize the innate ancestral fruit. But she understood it now, just as Zhou Xingdou said. In order to fight for the innate ancestral fruit for his son, he faced numerous dangers and was even imprisoned in the Holy Land of Heaven for decades. Is it worth it? When the grown-up son broke into the cage just to see her and called her mom. It's all worth it. Ming Qianyue's eyes were filled with tears, she felt relieved and distressed, then she looked at her husband. The baby has really grown up. Am I old? Emperor Zhou Qing also smiled, wiped away the tears of his wife, held her in his arms and said, You are not old. In my eyes, you are the youngest fairy. Although he felt that he should be moved by the scene, Zhou Xingdou got goosebumps all over his body, because he did not expect that his father, who had come to him at that time and saved the world, and dominated the universe, would have such a disgusting side. But Ming Qianyue's face turned cold, and she grabbed Zhou Qingdou's ear. You are so old, I am the youngest fairy? Then who is the most beautiful fairy? Do you have someone else in your heart? Emperor Zhou Qing was startled. The joy of family reunion made him relax his vigilance, and he quickly changed his words. It's you too. Really? That means it wasn't originally me. Ming Qianyue's eyebrows raised, her jade palms clenched, and the terrifying power made time and space tremble. He threw out a punch, like Gonggang breaking the pillar of heaven, and hit Zhou Qingdou, directly blasting Zhou Xingdou's old father away like a meteor. Ming Qianyue clapped her hands and snorted coldly. Humph! You never learned your lesson. But he seemed to remember that his son was still watching him, and his expression suddenly changed. His cold face instantly became kind, and he looked at Zhou Xingdou and said, My dear son, what do you want to eat? Let me make it for you.
Zhou Xingdou was already dumbfounded at this moment, with only one thought in his mind.
What Grandpa said is true, my mother is really a boxing fairy. Wang Zizai, who was ignored, was already trembling with fear, and secretly cried out, "It's so spicy. This time not only the Star Emperor wants to silence me, the Green Emperor might also want to silence me. If both of them come together as father and son, there is no way for me to survive." Snap! Snap! Plates of steaming food were brought to the table. Zhou Xingdou sat upright on a stool, looking in disbelief at his calm and composed father standing beside him. Because those plates of steaming food were either so black that it was impossible to tell what they were, or they were mushy, and the smell was extremely pungent. Zhou Xingdou was already trying his best to suppress the urge to cough in his throat. Wang Zizai's eyes widened when he saw the food, and he said sadly, "They put poison in the food so obviously. Are they going to kill us so soon? Xingdou, come and try Mom's cooking. This is all made especially for you. I usually don't want to cook it for your dad." Ming Qianyue looked at her son with anticipation. Cooking a meal for her son and watching him eat was what she had always been looking forward to. Zhou Xingdou couldn't possibly let his mother down, so he picked up the chopsticks, but he didn't know where to start. Zhou Qingdi smiled slightly when he saw this, but Ming Qianyue saw it and immediately scolded him. "What are you looking at? You are benefiting from your son's help today, why don't you eat quickly?" Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but look at his father, wanting to see how his wise and brave father would resolve the situation. However, Zhou Qingdi was so excited, as if Ming Qianyue had asked him to eat quickly as a reward. He immediately picked up the blackened vegetables on the plate and put them in his mouth impatiently. Then, he chewed them while his eyes sparkled as he said, "It's absolutely delicious, with great color, aroma, and taste, leaving a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth." Seeing her husband's useless appearance, Ming Qianyue pinched her waist and scolded, "Don't eat so fast. What will your son eat after you finish eating?" Zhou Xingdou was also frightened by his father's expression and thought, could it be that these dishes taste really good but just don't look good? Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou picked up the black piece of meat in front of him and put it in his mouth under Ming Qianyue's expectant gaze. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's feet tensed up instantly, and a taste that was bitter to his heart and lungs, sour to his teeth, and salty enough to make him lose all the moisture in his mouth burst out in his mouth. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou also showed his godlike acting skills. He chewed a few mouthfuls and swallowed them down, saying in amazement, "It's delicious, so delicious. I finally got to eat the meal my mother cooked." Wang Zizai saw this and put a piece of chopsticks into his mouth. His face suddenly became horrified. "Have." But before he could utter the word poison, Wang Zizai saw the murderous eyes of Zhou Qingdi and Zhou Xingdou, and immediately swallowed it and changed his words. He has the demeanor of a great chef. Chapter 511, Whatever You Want. Zhou Xingdou spent the next few days with his parents, enjoying the warmth of the reunion and not wanting to think about anything. And today, he sat with his father on the edge of the cliff. Zhou Qingdi was still wearing a green robe, holding an ancient scroll and reading it carefully. Occasionally, he looked up at Zhou Xingdou who was practicing next to him, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. After Zhou Xingdou completed a full cycle of the Punishment Sutra, he exhaled a breath of fresh air and opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt safe practicing next to his father. He could focus on his practice without being distracted and didn't have to be wary of anything outside. "Dad, did the Zhou family come from the ancestral land?" Zhou Xingdou looked at his father. He had resisted asking the question these past few days, because once he asked this question, it would mean that he would once again embark on that seemingly endless road. Emperor Zhou Qing put down the ancient scroll in his hand and looked at his son. He seemed to think that he should tell his son something. "Yes, we are the bloodline of Emperor Ziwei, the leader of the 4 heavenly emperors." Zhou Xingdou naturally knew all this, and then continued to ask. "I heard that the Tao went crazy, the ancestral land was shattered, and the heavenly court was destroyed. How did we survive?" Emperor Zhou Qing looked at Zhou Xingdou. He didn't expect that his son already knew so much. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his son's head and said slowly, "According to the order of the Heavenly Emperor, before the ancestral land was shattered,
our ancestors were ordered by the Heavenly Emperor to enter the First Origin and keep a low profile.
Zhou Xingdou continued to ask.
What is the purpose?
Emperor Zhou Qing sighed and said.
I didn't know before, but when I saw you and you said you went back to the past, I understood.
Maybe the ancestor was assigned to the First Origin for you.
In the past few days, Zhou Xingdou had told Zhou Qingdi and Ming Xianyuan about his experiences over the years, including the fact that he returned to the Four Heavens Holy Land in the past and took Xiao Tianzhua in as his disciple. Even someone like Zhou Qingdi still found this kind of thing unbelievable, and Ming Xianyuan cried several times because of her heartache for her son. Emperor Zhou Qing's eyes flickered, and he looked at his son with some complexity. Master of the Great Unified Heavenly Tao, ancestor of the Heavenly Tao, perhaps the entire universe is waiting for the moment you are born.
Zhou Xingdou is equally complex.
But at the beginning, I didn't feel that I was special, nor did I feel that I was being specially cared for.
I even died at the hands of a little child of destiny. I was reborn only after my grandfather sacrificed the Great Unification.
Emperor Zhou Qing gently stroked his son's head, tilted his head slightly and said, Is it possible that your trip to the past was already a fait accompli, so those deaths were corrections that allowed you to reach the timeline that returned to the past?
Zhou Xingdou suddenly understood and said quickly.
My 2 deaths were both caused by Yun Jinji. The first time, it was the Destiny child she created who killed me. The second time, it was she who did it herself.
That means she might be the one who modified my future.
The first time she modified it with Lin Fan, and the second time she did it to send me to the future.
Zhou Xingdou guessed on his own.
Emperor Zhou Qing did not refute Zhou Xingdou's idea, but agreed.
It is also possible that Yun Jinji may not be trying to harm you. She may be trying to help you.
Or maybe it has something to do with your old lover, Empress Huang Tian.
With his father's continuous guidance, Zhou Xingdou instantly connected Yun Qingxi and Yun Jinji.
But if it was already known that the Yun Qingxi that he met at that time was the Queen of Desolate Sky, then why did she tell him to be careful of Yun Jinji?
Or did he let himself know all this on purpose so that he would feel heartbroken when he was killed, thus triggering the system's protection? It's hard to say. Tianjizi said that to kill Zhou Xingdou, one must first destroy his heart and then his body. Isn't this exactly what Yun Qingxi and Yun Jinji did? I seem to understand something.
Zhou Xingdou had a complicated expression.
Where was the Queen of Desolate Sky? And that Yun Jinji, where did she escape to? If I find either of them, I can confirm my thoughts.
Right and wrong is in your heart, just follow your heart, it's not that complicated. Emperor Zhou Qing smiled and shook his head, then picked up the ancient scroll and began to study it again.
Zhou Xingdou also shrugged his shoulders and stopped worrying about it.
He supported his head with his hands and lay on the cliff. Feeling the gentle breeze, he was silent for a moment before speaking again.
Dad, what exactly is the Great Unification? His grandfather sacrificed the Great Unification for his rebirth. Xiao Tianzhua is also called the Great Unification Heavenly Tao. This Great Unification sounds much better than Dalyu Onyo. Emperor Zhou Qing laughed dumbly upon hearing this. You haven't even touched the edge of reversing your destiny yet you want to achieve unification. Isn't that too ambitious? Tell me, I just want to know. Zhou Xingdou pouted and said.
Emperor Zhou Qing also reluctantly put down the ancient scroll he had just picked up and said helplessly.
Okay, I'll tell you then.
Above Daluo is Han Yuan, which means completely jumping out of the long river of fate and connecting all the heavens with one's own way.
This process of connecting is called Han Yuan. And above Han Yuan is the Great Unification, which means that one's own Tao completely covers all the heavens, and the Tao penetrates the infinite worlds, is omnipresent, and is omnipotent. This is the Great Unification.
Zhou Xingdou frowned when he heard this, but still asked curiously.
Is there a realm above the Great Unification? Emperor Zhou Qing thought for a moment and said.
Beyond that is the great Tao of the heavens, the level of chaos. The heavens call it the Great Realm, but no one has ever reached this realm. Even the Heavenly Emperor, who once took heaven as his Tao and cultivated to become the most powerful and unified Heavenly Emperor, has no clue what it is.
Zhou Xingdou was also shocked.
He didn't expect that above the Daluo realm, there was Hunyuan, Datong, and the Tai realm that no one could reach except the Tao and Chaos. But then Zhou Xingdou continued to ask. What realm are you in now, Dad? Emperor Zhou Qing smiled slightly. 10 years ago, I had some experience and stepped into the primordial realm from the Daluo heaven realm. Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath at first. He didn't expect his father to reach this stage, but then he asked curiously. Han Yuan? But why can't you get out of the heavenly Tao Holy Land? The smile on Zhou Qingdi's face froze, and then turned into a bitter smile. The Holy Land of Heavenly Tao is the origin world of the great unified Heavenly Tao. Without his consent, even Han Yuan will find it difficult to escape. Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up. Does the power of the Great Unification Heavenly Tao belong to the Great Unification? Emperor Zhou Qing nodded. Naturally, the Great Unification Heavenly Tao is not only a great unification, but also an existence that is almost comparable to the Great Unification of the Heavenly Emperor. It can be called the strongest existence under the Great Tao. Zhou Xingdou lowered his eyes and remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Actually, there is something I haven't told you and Mother. What's up? After I got Tianxin, I saw the photo Xiao Tianzhua left for me. He said that he left his power in the Tiandao Holy Land, and he sent me to the Tiandao Holy Land so that I could obtain that power. Chapter 512, The Perfection of the Creation Palace. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that his words would scare his father, but he didn't expect that Zhou Qingdi was just a little surprised, not too surprised. Good, now you have surpassed me, your father, right? Zhou Xingdou also smiled when he saw this, but it was more of a bitter smile. Yes, and if we get the power of the great unified heavenly Tao, Mom and Dad will be able to get out. How could Emperor Zhou Qing not see the bitterness in his son's smile? He asked. What are you worried about? Zhou Xingdou looked up at the sky and said in confusion. I don't know if this is a good thing. I accepted that power and will go to the depths of chaos. My disciples said that only I can suppress it. If I'm not mistaken, that he should be chaos, the only existence in the second realm, the existence that corresponds to the great Tao. When his father said that there were only two beings in Taijing, Tao and chaos, Zhou Xingdou almost understood who that it was. The word chaos has appeared too many times in his life. In the chaos cult, after killing the evil demons, the system calls the evil demons chaos creatures. The great Tao was weakened by the suppression of heaven, and Xiao Tianzhua, as the strongest unifier under the great Tao, could be killed by anyone who could erode him. The answer is obvious. Emperor Zhou Qing lay down beside Zhou Xingdou, covered his son with his coat, and said lovingly, Mom and Dad don't care whether you can get out or not. If you want to take on the responsibility with that power, we support you. If you don't want to take on this responsibility, Mom and Dad also support you. Even if we can't get out of the heavenly Tao Holy Land, as long as our family is together, it's enough. Zhou Xingdou tightened his body and leaned towards his father. But, I want to avenge my apprentice, whose death was unclear, but I still have a lot of things to do and a lot of problems to figure out. I'm not ready yet. Life is like this. It won't let you be fully prepared. At the beginning, your mother and I were not ready to be parents. We even wondered if we could be qualified fathers. At that time, your mother was worried all day long whether she would get old after giving birth to you. As you can see, she still feels that she is 18 years old now. But the moment you were born, all my hesitations and worries disappeared, and I just wanted to pour all my love into you. Zhou Qingdi said to his son with a smile, the imperial star in his heroic eyes emitting a soft light, soothing the irritability in Zhou Xingdou's heart. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to grow up with you, didn't protect you from the wind and rain, didn't teach you how to practice. But even so, you can still let me proudly say to others, yes, this is my son Zhou Qingdi, Zhou Xingdou. In fact, I don't want you to carry the burden. I just hope you can live a peaceful life. I will protect you from all the storms in the future. But when he said this, Emperor Zhou Qing's eyes became deep. But as your father, I also want my son to be a man who stands tall and upright, who will not evade and take on the responsibilities that he should take on. Listening to his father's words, Zhou Xingdou fell silent. After a long time, his eyes became firm.
I won't run away, I'll do what I have to do.
Emperor Zhou Qing smiled with relief and patted his son on the shoulder.
Don't worry, if it's death, let your father die first.
After saying this, Emperor Zhou Qing sighed again and sat up.
Don't tell your mother about this. She can't help and will worry. Got it, Dad.
On this day, the Creation Temple finally succeeded in transforming the last 3 slaves of creation, and the 18 guardians of the temple gathered here.
Creation Temple 1818. Goddess of Creation, do you, 1/1? 80% combat power. The True Lady of Fortune, Yushu Hua, Chiyir, Tangyue Hua, Dong Zhouwang, Ayin, Xiaoro, 6 out of 6. 60% combat power. Slaves of Creation, Xian Mangli, Xian Tianmeng, Luo Shangjuan, Yushu, Qi Linger, Lang Ruoruo, Shuebinghe, Xiao Xiao Xiao, Aoran, Han Xiao, Fan Huahong. 11/11. The Peak of the Emperor.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the panel of the Creation Temple, but he did not feel too happy, because he knew that this thing might no longer be used.
Ding!
The fortune of the Creation Palace is perfect, and the Lord of Creation is conceived successfully.
Boom!
The Palace of Creation in Zhou Xingdou's body rushed out uncontrollably. It was shining with colorful lights, the figures of the 18 palace guardians flickered, and a huge pink light source was born in the center. After a moment, the light dissipated, and an extremely charming figure emerged from it. The moment this figure appeared, the 18 gorgeous palace guards were eclipsed.
At this moment, beauty becomes dull, cuteness becomes childish, elegance becomes old-fashioned, and plumpness becomes greasy. Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned when he saw the figure.
The pink clouds half cover the spring, and her every frown and smile disturbs the world.
Even Zhou Xingdou, who had seen and eaten it, didn't even sigh. How fucking stupid. But what makes Zhou Xingdou even more curious is what kind of creature this Lord of Creation is.
Without waiting for Zhou Xingdou to ask, the extremely charming woman knelt in front of Zhou Xingdou and said delicately, "The record of all flowers pays homage to the master.
Thank you for helping me rebuild my foundation."
The soft and charming voice made Zhou Xingdou shiver, but there was more shock in his eyes.
Record of beauties?
The system also explained at this time.
Ding!
The record of flowers had actually died suddenly while defending the host from the erosion of the long river of time, but the system could not bear to tell the host, so it used the Palace of Creation as a basis, allowing the host to inject the 18 destinies and reshape the original spirit of the record of flowers. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and asked the system,
"So my record of the beauties of all worlds is gone?" Ding!
It can be understood that the Confanglu in the host's body is already an empty shell that stores the martial arts world and is no longer useful.
No wonder there has been no movement until now.
You didn't tell me how to make it recover.
So you're waiting here.
Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized, but he could only accept it. After all, compared to the cold and icy record of beauties in all worlds, the living person in front of him was more real. What surprised Zhou Xingdou even more was that he couldn't see the realm of Confanglu clearly, so he couldn't help but ask,
"What realm are you in?"
Confanglu raised the face that had brought disaster to the common people, and said with red lips,
"Although I lost my true body, it was a blessing in disguise.
With the help of the Creation Palace and the origin of the record of flowers, I entered the Daluo profound realm."
Good fellow. Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up.
He suddenly had a beautiful lady under his command.
This was much more cost-effective than the Confanglu,
he said with great satisfaction.
That's right, but Confanglu is too difficult to pronounce. From now on, you should just be called Zhou Fanghua.
But at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Zhou Xingdou's face changed.
If his parents were to keep a mistress in their own house, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. He hurriedly took Zhou Fanghua and other palace guards back to the Palace of Creation. But what he didn't expect was that the voice coming from the other side of the door was not his parents' voice, but Wang Xina's old voice.
"Xingdi, I have brought Yunmu to see you today." Chapter 513. Dare to bully my son. Micah? What?
Zhou Xingdou was a little confused, but Wang Zizai was not an outsider, so he coughed twice and said,
"Come in." After getting Zhou Xingdou's approval, Wang Zizai dared to gently open the door, walked into the room and knelt down.
This old slave pays respect to the Star Emperor. Zhou Xingdou's expression was calm and he raised his palm slightly.
No need to be polite. What is the mica you just mentioned? Is it a material for refining weapons?
Wang Zizai was slightly stunned at this moment, then he quickly looked outside the door and asked in confusion.
Why don't you come in and greet the Star Emperor?
Zhou Xingdou also frowned and looked towards the door, but saw a figure surrounded by clouds, very charming, and heard a voice that Zhou Xingdou was very familiar with.
Zhou Lang, long time no see.
When Zhou Xingdou heard the voice and looked at his face, he instantly became furious.
Yun Jinji, how dare you show up? Boom!
Without saying anything, he threw a punch. The Emperor's supreme power exploded to the extreme at this moment, and he punched Yun Jinji. However, he did not expect that the punch missed and completely annihilated the void under his fist.
Wang Zizai was stunned and quickly shouted to Zhou Xingdou. Fuck, stop it now, Star Emperor, Yunmu is one of us.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes also turned red, and he chased Yun Jinji out of the room. Although he couldn't hurt her at all, he kept punching her.
What are you doing? Are you going to let me cook?
At this time, Ming Qianyue walked out of the kitchen with a black spatula in her hand and shouted angrily. But as soon as he came out, he saw Zhou Xingdou and Yun Jinji fighting, and he was immediately furious. You dare to bully my son and even bring the fight to my house. You don't even take me seriously. Buzz. Ming Qianyue tightly grasped the pitch-black spatula, and her goddess-like figure rose up. The world was suddenly filled with a sense of determination, as if to cut off all paths.
3 styles of the ultimate sword. Ultimate sword, ultimate man, ultimate heaven.
Both Wang Zizai and Yun Jinji felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. The terrifying sword light that cut off all paths tore through the sky and slashed towards Yun Jinji. Even Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that his mother could use a spatula to chop out such an amazing sword move. He didn't even bother to punch out to vent his anger as he was attracted by the unparalleled sword light. Yun Jinji also exclaimed. What a powerful sword, but fortunately it's only in the Daluo realm. As she spoke, the mist on her body rose up and rushed towards the sword light like a huge wave. It was as if the sword that cut off all paths had been struck into a pile of cotton. It was unable to exert its power and was finally swallowed up by the mist. Seeing his sword being swallowed, Ming Qianyue immediately used his strongest move and snorted angrily.
Old Zhou, you bastard, your wife and son were both beaten up and bullied, and you didn't even dare to fart.
The most powerful forbidden technique, summoning Emperor Zhou Qing.
Boom!
A void was torn in front of Ming Qianyue, and the figure of Zhou Qingdi walked out of it. But this time, he was different from the father Zhou Xingdou had seen before. Although he was still wearing a green robe, he was like a pillar of heaven. His overwhelming aura swept across the world, causing the 4 heavenly holy lands to darken. And that once gentle and kind face is now filled with endless coldness and tyranny. All the power in the world gathered towards him at this moment. Just standing there made people tremble in their hearts and couldn't help but kneel down.
Such an Emperor Zhou Qing made Zhou Xingdou a little excited. This was what his father looked like in his mind. Daluo Heaven Realm. I will send you to extinction today. A deep and majestic sound like thunder exploded.
But Yun Jinji suddenly knelt down in front of Zhou Qingdi and Ming Qianyue, and said respectfully. Yun Jinji greets father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Not to mention Zhou Xingdou, even Zhou Qingdi was stunned.
The exaggerated atmosphere was broken at this moment by the words greetings, father-in-law, which made him look at his son in confusion. Ming Qianyue looked at Yun Jinji suspiciously, but before Ming Qianyue could ask, Yun Jinji spoke.
Zhou Lang and I fell in love at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. He took my Xianyin and I took his Yuan Yang. We have been husband and wife for a long time.
As she spoke, Yun Jinji still showed the shyness of meeting her in-laws for the first time.
Ming Qianyue looked at her son in confusion. If that was the case, would her son's behavior be considered domestic violence? Wouldn't she be an evil mother-in-law who helped the tyrant to commit atrocities?
Zhou Xingdou wanted to refute, but suddenly found that it seemed to be true. He really gave his virginity to Yun Jinji, and his face suddenly became bitter. Seeing his son's bitter expression, Ming Xianyue dropped the spatula in his hand instantly, thinking,
It's over.
if I bully my daughter-in-law like this, what will I do if she gives birth to a child in the future and doesn't give me her grandchild to play with? But Emperor Zhou Qing remained calm, looking at Yun Jinji with the imperial star twinkling in his eyes.
Yun Jinji?
Are you the Yun Jinji who caused my son to die twice because of you?
Yun Jinji's face turned sad.
Wansheng Yunmu, who was famous in the Chaos Domain and in the Daluo Heaven Realm, looked pitiful at this moment.
Father-in-law, you have misunderstood me.
This is all for Zhou Lang's good. I am a disciple of concubine Huang Tian. This was all arranged by Master and Master Shao Tianzhua.
I am just carrying it out.
Emperor Zhou Qing frowned upon hearing this, and suddenly retracted his aura. He hugged his wife and looked at his son. Your own woman should take care of it yourself. I won't clean up my son's mess. Even Ming Xianyue agreed with her husband on this matter. She picked up the spatula and nodded at Zhou Xingdou. Hurry up and take care of it, dinner will be served soon.
With that, the immortal couple ignored their son and walked into the kitchen.
And Zhou Xingdou now looked at Yun Jinji with a complicated expression.
The disciple of Empress Huang Tian, was everything arranged by Empress Huang Tian and Shao Tianzhua?
This coincided with what he had guessed. However, Zhou Xingdou still felt very upset about the fact that he was shot to death. Although he was no longer angry, he did not look kindly to Yun Jinji. Come into the house with me and explain everything to me. Yun Jinji didn't dare to act presumptuously at this time. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law were so powerful. If she wasn't careful, she would be in a worse situation than encountering a fighting demon. She could only stand up from the ground like a little woman and tiptoe into the house with Zhou Xingdou. Wang Zizai, who witnessed the sudden change, was dumbfounded.
He really didn't know that Wansheng Yunmu and Xingdi had such a secret. How could he possibly get involved in this mess?
At this moment, Wang Zizai was already thinking about asking for a tombstone when he was silenced, so that he could resurrect as soon as possible. After Zhou Xingdou and Yun Jinji walked into the room, Zhou Qingdi and Ming Xianyue poked their heads out of the kitchen.
Ming Xianyue asked curiously, Do you think our son can handle that woman? She is in the Daluo Heaven Realm. Even if I use my full strength, I may not be her opponent. How could such a woman be taken away by the weak Emperor Xingdou? Emperor Zhou Qing also said with pride. After all, Xingdou looks like me, he is extremely handsome, so naturally he is popular with women.
But before he could finish his words, a black spatula appeared in front of him.
Chapter 514 Are you crazy? Tell me about it. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yun Jinji, her face was exactly the same as before.
But Zhou Xingdou never thought that Yun Jinji was actually a disciple of the Queen of Desolate Sky, and a being in the Daluo Heaven Realm. With such strength, it's no wonder that he could stab me to death at that time. Yun Jinji acted like a shy little girl.
What else does Zhou Lang want me to say? Haven't I already said it? Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath and glared at Yun Jinji. Tell me why you hurt me twice. Yun Jinji pretended to be innocent and said, Didn't I tell you?
This was all arranged by Master and Master Shao Tianzhua. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yun Jinji's attitude and felt an inexplicable anger in his heart.
Why did they arrange for you to kill me?
Seeing Zhou Xingdou getting angry, Yun Jinji stopped pretending and said slowly.
To get everything on the right track. Zhou Xingdou's pupils narrowed. Sure enough, it was not much different from what he had imagined. But this made him even more confused. How can you be sure you can get me on the right track? Unexpectedly, Yun Jinji shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to kill you when I got the chance. I didn't expect that I would succeed the second time. Zhou Xingdou's face turned pale at Yun Jinji's irresponsible tone. What if I really die?
Yun Jinji shook his head and said. No, you were just a weakling in the Saint Realm at that time.
As long as I didn't wipe out your true spirit, the powerful people around you could resurrect you. You couldn't really die, so as long as I kept killing you, I would eventually kill the right person. Zhou Xingdou was already speechless. He looked at Yun Jinji and sighed. It was so simple, no need for planning? Just kill yourself when you find the chance? Seeing that Zhou Xingdou seemed to believe what she said, Yun Jinji's eyes showed a cunning that no one could detect. In the end, you took advantage of me and seized my xianyin. Now you are still acting like a spoiled brat. Zhou Xingdou's thoughts were interrupted by Yun Jinji's words, and his eyes instantly became sharp. Don't think I don't know that Yun Jinji was just your incarnation. Yun Jinji's eyebrows revealed a hint of amusement. At other times it is an incarnation, but when I tell you something it is an incarnation. As she spoke, Yun Jinji took Zhou Xingdou's hand and placed it on her icy and tender belly. She put her cheek close to Zhou Xingdou's and said with her long eyelashes trembling. Did you feel it, did you? Zhou Xingdou was surprised by Yun Jinji's actions, but he was also alert and felt that he could indeed feel his own mark in Yun Jinji's body. This immediately made Zhou Xingdou look at Yun Jinji in surprise. He could forge other things, but it was impossible to forge the essence of his bloodline. Because his bloodline is a combination of Ziwei blood and Zhutian bloodline. Unless his parents give him a younger brother in the future, he will be the only one in the world who has these two bloodlines. This time even Zhou Xingdou couldn't understand. No, you're crazy. He was just a weakling in the Chuyuan Realm at the beginning. Yun Jinji was an innate god and demon in the Daluotian realm. Only a person with a mental disorder would change his incarnation at that time. Yun Jinji blinked her long eyelashes and said sadly. I had expected this day to come. If you really beat me to death without leaving anything behind, how wronged would that be for me? Zhou Xingdou tilted his head slightly and sneered. I don't believe it. You must have collected it from the incarnation. Don't try to fool me. But isn't my xianyin in you? If you hadn't inherited my xianyin, how could you be so prosperous? As she spoke, Yun Jinji's slender jade fingers lightly touched Zhou Xingdou's belly button. Zhou Xingdou immediately felt something was wrong and quickly pushed Yun Jinji's hand away. Don't touch it. I believe it. It's not that Zhou Xingdou doesn't like people touching him, it's because he really feels the existence of what Yun Jinji said. Yun Jinji's hand was slapped away, but she was not angry. She just leaned on Zhou Xingdou happily, her fingers gently tangling the hair that fell on her temples, and said, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Why are you so angry, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Xingdou ignored Yun Jinji's teasing and continued to ask. Where is the Queen of Desolate Sky? When mentioning the Queen of Desolate Sky, Yun Jinji's expression suddenly became more serious. Buying you time in the depths of chaos. The depths of chaos again? A few days ago, he asked his father and grandfather why they left and where they went. Emperor Zhou Qing also said that they might have gone to the depths of chaos. Xiao Tianzhua also let himself go to the depths of chaos after obtaining his power. What time do you want to buy? Yun Jinji thought for a moment and said. I'm afraid it has something to do with the last riot of chaos. Now that all the great beings above the heavenly Daluo have gone to the depths of chaos, maybe chaos is about to wake up. Zhou Xingdou's eyes showed some doubt. Although he knew from his father that chaos was in existence on par with the great Tao, he still didn't know what chaos's purpose was, and what would happen if it awakened. What will happen if chaos awakens? Yun Jinji obviously knew more than many people. When Zhou Xingdou asked her, she did not shake her head and say she didn't know. Instead, she said with a heavy look in her eyes. Swallow the great Tao, sacrifice the heavens, and transcend the great realm. At that time, the entire heavens, whether it is a tiny dust ant or the Supreme Unified One, will not be spared and will have nowhere to hide. Everything will be swallowed up and sacrificed by chaos. No one in the entire heavens can be spared. No one, whether it's you, me, or the great Tao, will be spared. Zhou Xingdou's heart sank. Even he was frightened by Yun Jinji's words. Swallow the great Tao and sacrifice the entire heavens indiscriminately, and no one will be spared. Zhou Xingdou didn't even dare to think about such a thing. This is the heavens, not just one world. It contains countless multiverses and countless lives, including Zhou Xingdou and everyone related to him.
However, Zhou Xingdou still couldn't accept it and asked in a deep voice. What about the demons and the chaos cult? Devils are just lives that have been corrupted by chaos. They are the nourishment of chaos. When chaos awakens, it will devour the demons to increase its power. Yun Jinji sneered, and then his eyes turned contemptuous. As for the chaos cult, haven't they already sacrificed their true spirits to chaos? They believe that after being sacrificed by chaos, they will be reborn in a new world, so they will be the first to be sacrificed. Zhou Xingdou took a few deep breaths. I see. At this moment, he finally understood the significance of the existence of evil spirits and the chaos cult. This incident had a greater impact on Zhou Xingdou than any previous incident. Yun Jinji also looked heavy. If it wasn't a battle in which no one could escape, how could the Supremes, who were hostile to each other, put aside their prejudices and hatreds and go to the depths of chaos together? If you don't fight, you will die. If you fight, you may have a chance of survival. I didn't want to die in vain, but after thinking about it, I couldn't find a suitable candidate, so I was taken advantage of. After saying that, Yun Jinji moved her red lips closer to Zhou Xingdou and smiled charmingly. It's better to let me have another taste of you than to regret it when I die. Zhou Xingdou was not a noble person, so how could he refuse such an unreasonable request? He immediately covered Yun Jinji's red lips. Chapter 515. Are you ready? There was no conversation for the whole day and night, until the next day when Zhou Xingdou finally walked out of the room. He seemed to have lost some weight. As soon as he went out, he saw his mother Ming Qianyue happily embroidering children's shoes, and his father Zhou Qingdi said with a half-smile. Has it been dealt with? Zhou Xingdou blushed and nodded shyly. It's been handled. Ming Qianyue stopped what she was doing, looked at her son with great joy and said. That's perfect. Since our family can't go out anyway, you should let me hold my grandson and play with him. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Yun Jinji couldn't help but walk out of the room with a blushing face at this moment. She was also very shy and followed Zhou Xingdou and called out timidly. Okay, you two can be intimate, and your father-in-law and I will go cook. Ming Qianyue said with a satisfied look on her face. Even though she had chopped someone with her sword yesterday and Emperor Zhou Chang wanted to send her to death, it did not affect her satisfaction with Yun Jinji's figure and appearance at all. Yun Jinji is a Daluotian realm person whose children can never starve. Even if Ming Qianyue has higher requirements, there is nothing wrong with her. After saying that, Ming Qianyue hurriedly pulled Zhou Qingdi to the kitchen, and soon the sound of the boiler frying food was heard. Yun Jinji was also a little shy, and she hugged Zhou Xingdou's arm and said coquettishly. Zhou Lang. Zhou Xingdou turned to look at Yun Jinji and snorted coldly. Still call me Zhou Lang. Husband, my dear husband, oh, I am so embarrassed. Yun Jinji buried her face in Zhou Xingdou's chest in shame. Zhou Xingdou chuckled proudly. He had used all his skills during this day and night to cross two realms and defeat Yun Jinji, the demon girl in the Daluotian realm. Now he asked Yun Jinji to go east, but Yun Jinji would never go west. However, the price he paid was also huge. His thinner body was the best proof of this. Even with his nirvana fire and strong recovery ability, it would probably take some time to complete it. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also continued the question he had not finished asking yesterday. I forgot to ask you yesterday why Huang Tian appeared in the Holy Land of the universe with the evil demon, and told me to be careful of you. That was a puppet that Master made in order to go undercover in the Chaos Cult. It was originally meant to trick the evil demons and the Chaos Cult into committing suicide. I'm afraid it just happened to meet you that time. As for why I asked you to be careful of me. As she spoke, Yun Jinji's expression became charming again. She stroked Zhou Xingdou's chest with her slender jade fingers and said softly. I'm afraid it's your nature, my lord. I didn't expect that even after I reminded you, you would still take advantage of both master and disciple. Zhou Xingdou's expression suddenly became strange, but before she could say anything, Yun Jinji's face was already in front of her, and she opened her red lips and exhaled hot air. If master knew, she would be so angry that she would die. Then I would suffer a lot. So my husband, please make it up to me tonight. It's time to eat.
But the ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken by Ming Qianyue's voice.
Yun Jinji also quickly separated from Zhou Xingdou, and once again acted like a virtuous, dignified, and shy little woman, and held Zhou Xingdou's arm very honestly. Although Emperor Zhou Qing tried his best to stop her and did not want his daughter-in-law to cook today, he could not stop Ming Qianyue from cooking a meal for the new daughter-in-law. So after Yun Jinji sat down, when she saw the table full of indescribable food, the corners of her mouth twitched.
Ming Qianyue looked at Yun Jinji expectantly and said, "Try it now."
Yun Jinji was also a ruthless person. She suppressed the twitching corners of her mouth in an instant, and looked at Ming Qianyue embarrassedly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, mother-in-law. Jinji is terrified to ask you to cook for her personally." As he spoke, Yun Jinji picked up a piece of black-green vegetable without changing his expression. He first smelled it, and then his eyes lit up. "It smells so good." Then she couldn't wait to put the vegetables into her mouth and chew them, and suddenly her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. So delicious." Zhou Xingdou was stunned, and Zhou Qingdi looked at Yun Jinji in disbelief. There was actually someone who could act better than him. Woo woo woo. But as she ate, Yun Jinji began to sob, with tears falling from her eyes. Seeing Yun Jinji so sad, Ming Qianyue hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Jinji? Is it not to your liking?" "Wow, no, if I didn't have a mother, I would dream of eating a meal cooked by my mother-in-law. Now that I'm eating the meal cooked by my mother-in-law, I feel a sense of empathy. I feel like my dream of many years has come true, so I can't help but." Yun Jinji sniffled and leaned against Ming Qianyue. Ming Qianyue felt distressed by her pitiful appearance. She quickly hugged Yun Jinji into her arms, gently patted Yun Jinji's jade back and said, "Don't be sad, kid. From now on, you should treat me as your mother. You are my daughter. If you want to eat, I will cook for you every day." Yun Jinji also buried herself in Ming Qianyue's broad chest and cried, "Wow, mother-in-law, mom, you are so kind." At this moment, both the father and son were stunned. Zhou Xingdou sighed inwardly, thinking that Hani and the others might not be able to defeat Yun Jinji. After the meal, Ming Qianyue liked Yun Jinji more and more. Yun Jinji was also very good at pleasing Ming Qianyue. She said sweet words to her, kept putting food into her mouth, and praised Ming Qianyue's cooking skills. On the contrary, Zhou Xingdou's biological son, who had just reunited with his father, was left out at this moment. He could only look at his father helplessly, and then endure the strange taste in his mouth and eat the food bite by bite. "Hey, where did Wan's eye go? I remember he was here yesterday, right?" When Zhou Xingdou really couldn't eat anymore, he turned to his father and asked. Emperor Zhou Qing had been looking for an opportunity to stop talking, so he put down his chopsticks and said, "After you two returned to the house yesterday, he seemed very scared. I wanted to keep him for a meal, but he ran away faster than a rabbit. It's time to cleanse the evil demons in the holy land of heaven. They all believe that I can save them. Now that I have been here for such a long time, if I don't do something, some people will despair." Zhou Xingdou looked at his father and spoke word by word. As for the so-called rescue and cleansing, it was just an excuse. Zhou Xingdou was actually telling Zhou Qingdi that he was ready to accept that power. But it's not easy to say this directly in front of Ming Qianyue, so as not to make her mother worry. How could Emperor Zhou Chang not understand what his son meant? His eyes darkened and he continued to ask, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready," Zhou Xingdou said very seriously. When Yun Jinji told him Han Dun's purpose yesterday, he had already thought of it. He cherishes so many people now, his newly reunited parents, grandfather, master, Hani, Aunt Ning, and so on. He didn't want to die, nor did he want the people he cherished to disappear, so he could only give it a try and do what he should do. He didn't know whether what Xiao Tian's was said, that he was the only one who could suppress the chaos, was credible, and he didn't care what would happen to him after suppressing the chaos. Rather than dying in silence, why not give it a try? Emperor Zhou Qing was silent for a moment, then picked up the chopsticks again. Tomorrow, eat well and finish today first. Chapter 516, Heaven's Unifying Power. The next day. Zhou Xingdou came to the courtyard on the top of the mountain where his parents lived, only 1,000 feet away. Xiao Tianzhua once said that he left his power in their former home, and Zhou Xingdou knew where that power was. The only place that Xiao Tianzhua could call his former home was the small courtyard in the mountains where Zhou Xingdou woke up when he first came to the Four Heavens Holy Land. Coming here again, Zhou Xingdou was deeply touched. It was once here that Zhou Xingdou accepted Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple. At that time, Xiao Tianzhua almost died here in order to ask Zhou Xingdou to rebuild the body for Queen Huantian. Thinking about it now, he still feels a little touched. It was also at that moment that Zhou Xingdou recognized Xiao Tianzhua's character and accepted him as his first disciple. Unfortunately, I am still here, but my disciple is no longer here.
I'm sorry, Tenzo, that I hesitated to avenge you before. Zhou Xingdou looked at the small courtyard that had become somewhat dilapidated and murmured. Zhou Qingdi stood behind Zhou Xingdou, stretched out his big hand and patted his son's shoulder. Go ahead, maybe he has something else to say to you. Zhou Xingdou nodded, calmed himself down, pushed open the dusty door, and walked into the familiar courtyard. Endless years have passed, and even though this courtyard had been reinforced, it is still difficult to hide its antiquity. However, there seems to be an inexplicable force that keeps the courtyard from being overgrown with weeds. Zhou Qingdi did not follow, but just stayed in the courtyard to guard his son, not wanting Zhou Xingdou to be disturbed. Zhou Xingdou didn't hesitate and pushed open the door of the room where he woke up. Buzz! 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 And the moment Zhou Xingdou pushed open the door, a buzzing sound was heard in the originally empty room. In the center of the room, there seemed to be an infinite and majestic power reviving. Countless golden rays of light emanated from all over the room, flowing in the endless void. These golden rays seemed to penetrate all the ways, outlining a divine will that was countless times more majestic and vast than the original heavenly way, and seemed to encompass the entire heavens. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was also attracted by the indescribable mysterious and magnificent veins. The majestic power that surpassed the heavens made him unable to take his eyes away and fascinated by it. Buzz! When Zhou Xingdou lost consciousness, an irresistible force pulled him into the endless void, into the center of the endless veins. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of main veins pierced into Zhou Xingdou's chest like tentacles in an instant, but Zhou Xingdou did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt warm and comfortable as if he was in a hot spring. But then, the incredible infinite veins rushed into Zhou Xingdou's body along the main vein at this moment. The intense pain that could not be relieved and could not be adapted to was now coming from all over the body. To be precise, it was not just pain, but evolution, unbearable, and an unreasonable surge in strength. It was unknown how long it had been. Although Zhou Qingdi, who was outside the courtyard, had no idea what his son was going through, he was inexplicably worried and even a little conflicted. Was it wrong for him to persuade his son to take responsibility? Wow! 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 But at this moment, the entire holy land of Heavenly Tao began to shake, all the laws of the heavens resounded at this moment, and infinite supreme power spread throughout the holy land of Heavenly Tao. Buzz! A figure walked out from the sky, with thousands of paths connecting him behind him. Endless veins flowed through his body, and a majestic and sacred light spread all over his body, making it impossible for everyone to look directly at him. Emperor Zhou Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the figure in the sky, and said to himself excitedly, Star! Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, and in his eyes was the golden veins of the great unified heavenly way that ran through all the heavens. He didn't need to feel the extent of his own strength. At this moment, he felt that he could do anything. Even if it is necessary to cross the infinite worlds and crush a world on the edge of the chaos domain with just a thought. But Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and clenched it gently. Hiss! Boom! 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 Countless loud rumbling noises echoed throughout the Tiandao Holy Land. In just that instant, countless evil demons in the Tiandao Holy Land, whether they were low-level evil demons, evil demon kings, or even emperors, were annihilated into nothingness at this moment. But even so, Zhou Xingdou still had no joy on his face. He just looked at his palm in silence for a moment and sighed softly. You are so powerful, but you were defeated in the end.
Yes, the power of the unified heaven is indeed strong, but even with such terrifying power, Zhao Tian's was still lost.
To what incredible degree must chaos be powerful?
At the same time, the creatures in the heavenly Dao Holy Land were reveling.
The evil demon disasters of many years were swept away in an instant.
I don't know how many people were moved to tears, and how many laughed until they fainted.
But even so, Zhou Xingdou still wants to break their carnival. I, Zhou Xingdou, the Star Emperor of Desolate Heaven, the Master of the Great Unified Heavenly Dao, the ancestor of the Heavenly Dao.
The great sound resounded throughout the Holy Land of Heaven and exploded in everyone's ears. Zhou Xingdou looked down at the common people, his voice trembling.
I am ashamed.
As a teacher, I have inherited the power of my disciple.
I am a disgrace to teachers.
As Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, all living beings in the Tian Dao Holy Land fell into complete silence. Although the Heavenly Dao Holy Land has cleared away the evil demons, there is still a great disaster coming, and my disciple's great revenge has not yet been avenged. I will open up the Holy Land of Heavenly Dao. Those who have somewhere to go in the Holy Land of Heavenly Dao can leave freely. For those who have nowhere to go, I will move you to the primordial world. Zhou Xingdou's voice became extremely tough at this moment.
This is not a request, it's a notice.
Soon, I will lead the Heavenly Dao Holy Land into the depths of chaos to suppress it.
If you are unwilling to leave, I will not care about your life or death.
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou's figure disappeared above the sky, leaving the people below the sky to continue making noise. The Holy Land of Heavenly Dao is the place where the great unified Heavenly Dao was achieved.
It inherited Zhao Tian's great unified Heavenly Dao. Zhou Xingdou understood why Zhao Tian's had become corrupted.
The Holy Land of Heaven was invisibly eroded by chaos, so that Zhao Tian's became weak and out of control. By the time Zhao Tian's discovered it, evil spirits were already everywhere and it was too late to get rid of them. The backup plan that Zhao Tian's left behind did indeed cleanse the initial erosion, but after so many years of rampant evil, the situation of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land is not very good today. However, it is not yet hopeless. We just need to thoroughly and indiscriminately cleanse the Heavenly Dao Sanctuary. In fact, Zhao Tian's could have done this to delay the erosion at the beginning, but he found that he was no longer able to make all living beings migrate, and all living beings no longer trusted him, so he could only seal off the Tian Dao Sanctuary to slow down the erosion. Zhou Xingdou is not as soft-hearted as Zhao Tian's. He has now given a reminder that life or death depends on the will of all living beings.
He has done his best.
The battle that faced him was already an unequal one, and he would not put himself in the same situation as Zhao Tian's. As for whether sentient beings have resentment or anger towards him, it doesn't matter. If he cared about these things, he wouldn't be Stephen Chow.
Chapter 517 Return to the original Yuan.
Zhou Xingdou returned to the courtyard, looked at his father and said,
Dad, take Mom, and let's go home.
Emperor Zhou Qing looked at his son and nodded with satisfaction, but his expression was complicated.
How could Ming Qianyue and Yun Jinji not notice such a big commotion?
However, Ming Qianyue obviously didn't know the significance of it. Zhou Xingdou, Zhou Qingdi, and even Yun Jinji kept it a secret from the mother. So Ming Qianyue came here with a look of surprise and looked at her son.
Xingdou, you actually inherited the power of the great unified heaven, much stronger than your father. We can finally go home. Zhou Xingdou also smiled and looked at his father. Yeah, we can go home now.
Zhou Xingdou waved his hand, and the majestic power of the unified heaven emerged, condensing into a tunnel of heaven's will in front of everyone. Just now, Zhou Xingdou had moved the Tian Dao Holy Land to the vicinity of the Chuyuan world, and the two worlds are now only close to each other.
Star Emperor! Star Emperor!
At this time, Wang Zita rushed over from the sky with laughter and called Zhou Xingdou.
That's great!
You can come with us and discuss the migration with the Star Alliance. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou waved his arm and swept his parents, Yun Jinji, and Wang Zizai into the tunnel of heaven. But in a moment, the figures of several people appeared above the Star Sky Alliance.
Zhou Xingdou also obtained the news from heaven and earth that Tianjizi was replaced by Lu Balian, and the battle ended with Tianjizi's defeat. Master Wei, who was patrolling the Xingtian League, spotted Zhou Xingdou and the others immediately, and when he saw Zhou Xingdou, he immediately shouted excitedly. Alliance Leader. Lord Xingdou. Emperor Zhou Qing was delighted to see his old servant after returning home for many years. Old Wei. Tianzhou's immortal shadow also appeared at this moment, appearing in front of Zhou Xingdou, with unspeakable emotions surging in her immortal eyes. Although Zhou Xingdou felt a little heavy in his heart, he didn't want others to see it. Looking at Tianzhou, who was still beautiful, he smiled slightly and said half-jokingly, "I'm back again." Having said that, he didn't care whether Tianzhou was willing or not. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her cold lips. Ming Xianyue was very happy to see Tianzhou. Just when she was about to say hello, she found that Tianzhou was staring at her precious son with inexplicable affection in her eyes. Before she could react, her son actually hugged Tianzhou and kissed her. Tianzhou. I treat you as my best friend, but you actually want to be my daughter-in-law. Ming Xianyue almost jumped up and clapped her hands, laughing and pointing at Tianzhou. That laughter was like years of resentment being vented. It was extremely refreshing. Even if my 3 sword moves cannot break your Luoxia sword, even if you are better than me at every step and smarter than me, so what? You have not been defeated by my son. At this moment, Ming Xianyue gave her son 10,000 thumbs up in her heart. He is worthy of being my son. Tianzhou did not expect Zhou Xingdou to be so sudden, and even so powerful that she could not break free. Ming Xianyue's words made her grit her teeth, and finally Zhou Xingdou felt the pain and loosened his lips and teeth. Hiss, master, why are you biting me? But Tianzhou ignored Zhou Xingdou, just glared at him, then looked at her best friend and snorted. It was your son who seduced me. Ming Xianyue shook her head and said. Don't worry about who seduces who, just call me mother-in-law. Tianzhou refused to admit defeat and drew out his magic sword. You can call me mother-in-law, but we need to make sure who serves tea to whom. Let me see how much progress you have made over the years. Ming Xianyue was not afraid at all, and immediately shouted. Just hit her if you want. How can a mother-in-law be afraid of her daughter-in-law? Before they could finish their words, the two of them jumped out of the world and started fighting. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows twitched wildly. What would happen if his mother and his wife started fighting? He quickly looked at his father. Dad, don't you care? Emperor Zhou Qing looked indifferent. Care? Care for what? If I don't beat your mother now, she'll take it out on me later. As he spoke, Emperor Zhou Qing looked at his son with a strange expression on his face and said in a complicated way. I never thought that you even know that you are the master. After hearing what his father said, Zhou Xingdou blushed. Accidents, they are all accidents. Emotions are something you can't control. But at this moment, Emperor Zhou Qing suddenly patted his son on the shoulder and said with some sympathy. I'm afraid your future life won't be much better than your father's. The return of Emperor Zhou Chang made the 8 great ancestors, Tianyin and others happy, and they asked them all kinds of questions. After Ming Xianyue and Tianzhou finished fighting, they hugged each other closely and whispered to each other. Hades also came with Ming Zhouyao to meet his elder sister whom he had not seen for many years. However, he was beaten by Ming Xianyue because of the word sister, so he had to go to his brother-in-law to complain honestly. Zhou Xingdou talked to Luo Hani, Ning Yuze, Qing Yanjing, Taizhan and other women about their experiences in the Tianqin realm and what happened after they entered the Tiandao realm. Yun Jinji was not familiar with everyone, and seemed to be afraid of being recognized by Tianzhou, so she hid as soon as she arrived in Chuyuan. After calming down the group of girls, Zhou Xingdou chose to go out alone. With the unified power of heaven that he has now obtained, let alone Chuyuan, there are few people in the entire heavens who can threaten him. And this time when he went out, he did come to Xiantian Taoist sect. There was nothing in the Xiantian Taoist sect that could stop him. Even in the Xiantian formation, Zhou Xingdou could come and go freely. In just a moment, he crossed numerous formations and came to the Xiantian palace where the Taoist master of Xiantian sect lived, and came in front of Zhuangjizi. Zhou Xingdou did not hide the fact that he was here. Zhuangjizi, who was meditating on the cushion, opened his eyes at this moment and said expressionlessly, You're here. Today, Zhou Xingdou can see through Zhuangjizi with just one glance.
You are a congenital god with two souls in one body.
You have many secrets. Zhuangjizi was not frightened by the revelation of his true identity. Instead, he gave a bitter smile.
You defeated Tianjizi and changed the way of heaven. I should also pay the price for my wrong decision.
Zhou Xingdou looked calm. Zhuangjizi, I still respect you as the sect master.
After all, you have sincerely protected me, and I have also received many benefits from Zhutian Dao sect, so I am not here to settle accounts with you. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou raised his hand towards the altar behind Zhuangjizi and clenched it hard, and the true spirit in it was shattered and destroyed.
But you shouldn't have kept Tianjizi's true spirit to revive him.
Zhou Xingdou's words were cold, and this was exactly the purpose of his coming to Xiantian Taoist sect.
He could let Xiantian Dao sect and Zhuangjizi go, but he could never tolerate the existence of Tianjizi.
He only hated that Tianjizi did not live to see his return, so he could not take revenge with his own hands.
Zhuangjizi looked haggard at this moment.
After all, he is my brother. Even if I don't agree with him, I still can't watch him die. I'm going to let you go today, but you'd better take good care of the other soul in your body, or someone will kill you without my help. Zhou Xingdou left a last piece of advice and disappeared in Xiantian Taoist sect, leaving Zhuangjizi alone with endless regret.
Chapter 518 Fighting Wanjun.
Have you decided?
Zhou Xingdou looked at his father and nodded.
Yes, we will leave today. The great unification of heaven has sensed the chaos, and it is about to revive.
In the past few days, under the arrangements of Wang Zizai, Master Wei, and others, those sentient beings in the Holy Land of Heaven who were willing to leave have already left, and there is no need to pay attention to the rest of the stubborn ones. Emperor Zhou Qing sighed. It was a little too fast. I thought there would be plenty of time. He originally thought that even if his son accepted this responsibility, there would still be plenty of time. After all, Zhou Wuji, Queen Huangtian and all the powerful beings in the heavens were all in the depths of chaos, so there shouldn't be any problems for a while. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly, and at this moment he was somewhat free and easy. Everything seems to be just right. Dad will go with you.
Emperor Zhou Qing patted his son's shoulder and smiled. As a father, he couldn't just watch his son take risks on his own. As he once said, if he had to die, he would be the father first. But Zhou Xingdou shook his head and said, I hope you stay, Dad.
Why? When chaos revives, the heavens will be in chaos. This is where I have everything.
I don't want Chuyuan to become a ruin when I return. Zhou Xingdou said slowly.
But he didn't say that he actually had some selfish motives.
The Chuyuan Realm was indeed the highest in the heavens, but on the battlefield deep in the chaos, it was the most dangerous realm.
He didn't want his father to pass away.
He had just found his parents and didn't want to wait for tens of millions of years.
Emperor Zhou Qing was silent for a long time, then sighed. Father, I understand.
This was also the first time that Emperor Zhou Qing felt such a deep sense of powerlessness since he was promoted to Hunyuan, because he really seemed unable to help his son. Although he had already walked out of the Holy Land of Heaven, his son still had to face it all on his own.
Do you want to tell your mother and the others before you leave? Zhou Xingdou shook his head at this time. No need, it just adds to the sadness.
If mother asks, you can tell her that I went home to look for grandpa and uncle. Emperor Zhou Qing took a deep breath, and with thousands of words on his lips, he only said one sentence.
Yes, I know.
Zhou Xingdou smiled at his father when he saw this.
I should go now. When I come back, don't let Mom cook anymore. I want to have a good meal.
Zhou Xingdou's words also eased the heavy atmosphere between father and son.
Zhou Qingdi also smiled at this moment and said, I will cook for my father myself when the time comes, and let you taste the real fairy chef banquet.
Good. Zhou Xingdou grinned and waved to his father. But when he turned around, Zhou Xingdou paused again and said to Zhou Qingdi,
Oh, by the way, Dad, please tell them that I will marry them when I come back. After saying this, Zhou Xingdou turned around and disappeared without hesitation.
But what he didn't know was that the moment he left, Ming Qianyue, Tian Zhou, Jin Jinji, Luohani, Ning Yuze, Qing Yanjing, Princess Ayan Shan appeared here one after another. Ming Qianyue's eyes were red, and she said distressfully,
"Silly boy, do you really think your mother is stupid?"
Emperor Zhou Qing did not expect Ming Qianyue and the others to suddenly appear here.
He frowned and said, "You know everything."
Ming Qianyue glanced at her husband unhappily. "I noticed something was wrong with you and your father, so Zhou and I caught Jinji and interrogated him." Emperor Zhou Qing looked at the place where his son left and said solemnly, "He was afraid that you would worry, and that he would not dare to go if he saw you."
"Why should I worry? My son will not lose because he is my child and he will definitely win,"
Ming Qianyue said with a firm look in her eyes.
Tian Zhou, Luohani and others also said, "We will definitely win. Those who possess great unification know where the depths of chaos are without any guidance."
However, even for a supreme being who possesses great unification, this is definitely a long distance and requires crossing the entire chaotic domain.
Zhou Xingdou held up the Tiandao Holy Land.
At this time, he had begun to indiscriminately cleanse the entire Tiandao Holy Land. All the creatures inside had been extinct, but it did not affect him much.
At this moment, he was traveling through the entire chaos domain at an incredible speed.
Looking at the general's boundless chaotic domain, Zhou Xingdou also felt many emotions in his heart. Originally, he had just become an emperor, and at this stage he should have been wandering in the chaos realm, worrying about how to go against his innate nature.
Perhaps many things would happen to him, and he would meet many people.
But now, although he has achieved success in one step, he has missed this wonderful process and feels regretful.
Just talk about the impermanence of life.
As for the system, it has been silent since Zhou Xingdou gave it Tianqin.
However, the system may not be enough to deal with chaos, so it doesn't matter. The vast and boundless distance and the long journey are also a kind of practice for Zhou Xingdou.
Fortunately, in the chaotic domain without Han Yuan, there were no surprises for Zhou Xingdou, and he reached the depths of chaos.
This is an infinite ocean composed of chaotic aura.
The first person Zhou Xingdou met here was not his grandfather, nor the Queen of Desolate Sky, but an unexpected figure.
Do Wanjun.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the figure in front of him with full of doubts and confusion. He had no idea why this childhood playmate appeared here, and he even thought that Do Wanjun might be dead, but he could still see the outline of his childhood face and the other person's facial features.
And it is a real Han Yuan realm. Do Wanjun's face was somewhat calm. "Haven't seen you for a long time."
However, after observing Zhou Xingdou's aura, Do Wanjun said helplessly, "I thought I had recovered quickly enough, but I didn't expect you to inherit the great unification of heaven."
Zhou Xingdou looked confused and said, "What's going on?"
Just when Zhou Xingdou was confused, another familiar voice sounded beside him. He was once a leader among the innate gods, Doanmo, born with 8-star mixed origin, but his realm was also fixed, and he had no emotions, so he chose to reincarnate through the reincarnation, and then he became Do Wanjun.
Zhou Xingdou turned his head and saw a peerless demon figure standing on the horse.
The man had snow-white hair and looked very handsome, but he was wearing a hideous black armor and his pupils were as deep as a black hole.
"Grandpa."
Zhou Xingdou's face was instantly filled with surprise. He still remembered the figure who stood in the long river of time and saved him when he was forced into a desperate situation by Tianjizi.
Emperor Zhu also laughed twice. "Ha ha ha, good grandson." Then he patted Zhou Xingdou's head affectionately and sighed. "It seems that your grandfather is not so old and confused. In such a short time, you have become more powerful than him."
Emperor Zhuotian felt a little distressed. For him it was just a blink of an eye and his grandson grew up and inherited one of the most powerful unifications in the heavens, the great unification of heaven. And it is really embarrassing that he, as a grandfather, is still wasting time in the Han Yuan realm. Of course, if he knew that his son-in-law had caught up with him, he would probably be even more distressed.
Chapter 519 Grandpa Can See. After Zhou Xingdou greeted his grandfather, he looked at Do Wanjun again and said with some complexity,
"Are you fighting the devil or fighting Wanjun now?" Do Wanjun stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, his black hair dancing, and he said calmly,
Whether it's fighting demons or fighting Wanjun, what difference does it make?
Looking at this familiar middle school student pretender, Zhou Xingdou smiled. If it's a battle of demons, then Wan Tianzhou, Bai Yulong, and I are just passers-by in your long life.
If it's Do Wanjun, then
watch the punch. Zhou Xingdou suddenly threw a punch, and the power of the great unification of heaven was agitated, causing the chaotic sea to surge. Do Wanjun also lost his composure at this moment, his eyes widened, and he said hurriedly,
"Slow down. I'm Do Wanjun, I'm Wanjun, brother."
Hold back. Zhou Xingdou put away his fist and said with a click of the tongue,
"Tisk, you're a show-off. You never change your bad habits."
Do Wanjun still felt a little aggrieved. "I hunted Wansheng Yunmu for 10 years to avenge you, and you treated me like this the first time we met."
Zhou Xingdou's face suddenly turned black. "Wansheng Yunmu is my wife now."
"You have been hunting down my sister-in-law for 10 years.
I'm letting you down by not beating you up."
Although he said this, Zhou Xingdou felt somewhat touched in his heart. The fact that he had been hunting down a Daluo Tianjing person for him for 10 years had already proved the feelings between them.
Do Wanjun almost laughed out of anger. "Is it wrong for me to help you get revenge?" Zhou Xingdou stopped joking and said seriously, "Yes, very good. But next time don't hide away from people. At least send a message so that people don't worry."
After hearing this, Do Wanjun was silent for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, "After all, I am the reincarnation of a primordial god. I was born with the power of Hun Yuan cultivation.
I have made countless enemies in the past. I have too many karmas with you. It's not good for you."
Zhou Xingdou also reminisced about the past. "I used to think you were just a middle school kid, but I never thought you were the reincarnation of a powerful being." But at this moment, Emperor Zhuetian's expression changed.
"Don't rush to reminisce about the past. Follow me into the deepest part of the chaos. Your grandfather wants to see you."
When Zhou Xingdou heard that his grandfather wanted to see him, he quickly came back to his senses, nodded at Do Wanjun, and then followed his grandfather into the depths of the chaotic ocean. Along the way, Zhou Xingdou met many Hunyuans. They were like Do Wanjun, standing in a specific position, and their movements were not large, but they sensed the great unity of the heavenly Tao in Zhou Xingdou, and they either bowed respectfully or greeted him in a friendly manner. But among them, Zhou Xingdou saw a special Hunyuan, Emperor Xiantian. Emperor Xiantian looked at Zhou Xingdou and said, "You are Xiaozhou's disciple, right? I remember your name should be Zhou Xingdou, the grandson of Zhou Wuji, and the Taoist disciple of my Xiantian Dao sect." Zhou Xingdou had no ill will towards Emperor Xiantian. Although he was no longer a member of the Xiantian Dao sect, he still politely bowed and said, "Senior Xiantian, Xingdou is no longer a member of Xiantian Dao sect. My master has already left Xiantian Dao sect. I have also been stripped of my position as Dao Sun long ago, and the Dao Sun crown has been returned to Xiantian Dao sect." Emperor Xiantian frowned. "Is this true?" Emperor Xiantian had been in the depths of chaos for a long time, and the information here was originally cut off, so naturally he was not clear about what happened afterwards. Zhou Xingdou was also anxious to see his grandfather. He smiled and said nothing much. He just sent a thought towards Emperor Xiantian. After bowing again, he continued to go deeper with his grandfather. Emperor Xiantian took over the thought and instantly learned what happened next, but he was not angry, he just sighed. "What a pity, Zuanjizi, you have finally gone astray." As the aura of chaos became thicker and thicker, Zhou Xingdou finally met his grandfather, Zhou Wuji, again. But in the surging chaotic waves, Zhou Wuji had the Ziwei Taihuang Pagoda on his head and a boundless and vast continent under his feet. The endless universe was flowing around him, and the tiny world was born and destroyed with every breath he took. The terrifying aura it exuded made Zhou Xingdou, who had now unified the heavenly Tao, feel a little wary. At this moment, Zhou Wuji also opened his dusty eyes, looked at his grandson, smiled rarely, and waved. "Grandson, come here and let Grandpa take another look." Zhou Xingdou nodded, and the will of heaven flowed through his body, rushing into the continent where Zhou Wuji was. Looking at Zhou Wuji, whose hair had turned snow white, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart.
Grandpa, my grandson is here.
Zhou Wuji looked at Zhou Xingdou, unable to hide his relief, and said hello several times.
Good. 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 You dare to come to the depths of chaos and don't bring shame to our Zhou family.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou discovered that the continent under his feet was unusual. It exuded an extremely ancient breath, and seemed to be slightly beating like life. This made Zhou Xingdou curious, and he seemed to have thought of something, and asked hurriedly.
Grandpa, what is this?
Zhou Wuji could see what his grandson was thinking, so he smiled and replied.
You guessed it right. This is what I have been suppressing all along, a fragment of our ancestral land. People once called it Northern Jiluzu, and it was also the dojo of our ancestors.
Later, I captured many more fragments and refined them into the northern continent.
Who would have thought that it would give rise to spiritual intelligence?
I had to suppress and refine it day and night, and now it is completely obedient. Dongxing Shenzhou, Xinyo Hazhou, Nanzan Buzu, and Baijiluzu, these 4 continents of the ancient times, Zhou Xingdou had only heard of them in mythology, and this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes. This made Zhou Xingdou squat down and touch Utarakuru, as if he wanted to feel the glory that once existed on this land. But unfortunately, Utarakuru is now just a continent.
The sacredness of its myths has long disappeared when the ancestral land was destroyed. Zhou Xingdou also asked the question in his mind. Grandpa, why did you sacrifice the great unification to allow me to be reborn?
Zhou Wuji's smile faded slightly, and he said slowly. Revise your past mistakes and put yourself on the right track.
Can't you resurrect me? But can you make up for your past regrets?
Zhou Wuji looked at his grandson and said seriously. Don't say that a mere child of destiny, a mere Wanqing Yunmu, would kill you.
Even if the other great unifications take action, I can still resurrect you. But I don't want to do that.
I don't care about the bullshit right path. Even if the former unified heavenly Tao is still alive, he doesn't know what the true right path is.
Zhou Wuji raised his head and smiled bitterly. Resurrecting you is easy. I only need to flick my finger and you will be back to life. You can even have the power to defeat the heavens.
As he spoke, Zhou Wuji looked at the confused Zhou Xingdou and said slowly. You have been without your parents since you were little, your 4 uncles have their own things to do, and Qin Ming can't be with you all the time. You have to take care of yourself most of the time in such a big Zhou family. Although Grandpa needs to suppress Northern Jiluzu, he is not blind.
Grandpa is not blind or deaf.
I can hear you talking to yourself, mocking yourself for being an orphan, and I can see your fear and terror.
Chapter 520 Other Great Unification.
Even if I sacrifice the great unification, I can't reverse your childhood, but I can reverse the time when you just went astray and make up for the people you lost and the things you did wrong. This is what Grandpa wants to do, and this is what he can only do. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were already filled with tears as he looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, is it worth sacrificing the great unification for me? But Zhou Wuji changed the subject at this moment and patted his grandson on the head.
Grandson, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa has long since given up on that great unification. Look, I have now built a new great unification that is much stronger than before.
As he spoke, Zhou Wuji raised his palm. In his palm was an exquisite model covering thousands of things. Zhou Xingdou was also stunned by his grandfather's sudden change of words. The atmosphere had been brewing just now, but his tears were dried up by just one sentence. However, looking at the overwhelming unified model, Zhou Xingdou still exclaimed.
What kind of great unification is this?
I feel it is not as good as my disciples' great unification of the way of heaven. Zhou Wuji said with a little complacency.
Of course, otherwise why would I sacrifice the old one?
Emperor Zhu, who had always been treated as heir by the grandfather and grandson, could no longer endure it and snorted coldly.
What a show-off!
Who is sure that they can build a new one after sacrificing the great unification? Just as Zhou Xingdou was about to be moved again, he heard his grandfather say to his grandfather.
That's because you're stupid.
If you had my talent, you wouldn't have wasted so much time in Hunyuan and even accepted the title of the first demon king.
If I were you, I'd be embarrassed. Emperor Zhutian was immediately furious at what Zhou Wuji said. Zhou Wuji, I'm going to fight you today.
Zhou Wuji was already waving his hand in provocation.
Come, I'll let you use both your hands and feet, and I'll stab you to death with my beard. Zhou Xingdou was so frightened that he quickly stood between the two of them, stopped the two relatives, and tried to smooth things over. No, Grandpa, don't be angry. We are all family, how can we fight and kill each other for no reason? After all, Zhu Tianhuang knew that he could not defeat Zhou Wuji, so he immediately took advantage of the situation and pointed at Zhou Wuji and said, Old bitch, for the sake of my grandson, I will let you go today. Zhou Wuji did not provoke him again, but he also clicked his tongue twice in mockery. Tsk tisk. Emperor Zhutian was immediately displeased, and just as he was about to continue to get angry, Zhou Xingdou quickly hugged his grandfather and pulled him aside. Grandpa, don't bother with my grandpa. Emperor Zhutian snorted coldly. He was probably really angry. He patted his good grandson on the shoulder, glared at Zhou Wuji and snorted coldly. Snort. Then he turned around and left angrily, out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Xingdou wanted to chase after him to persuade him, but was stopped by his grandfather. Come here, dear grandson. Don't worry about your grandpa. He is used to being stingy. He will be back soon after he is done sulking. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to return to his grandfather. At this time, Zhou Wuji stopped joking and his expression became calm again. My cultivation has surpassed that of my ancestors, but I am still powerless against chaos. When Zhou Xingdou mentioned chaos, his expression became solemn. He let out a long breath and asked his grandfather. Then why did Xiao Tianzhua say that I am the only one who can suppress the chaos? Zhou Wuji did not answer, but just looked at Zhou Xingdou and said quietly. Then only he knows. Grandpa can only do his best to prepare. If chaos revives, the first to bear the brunt will be me and the other three great unifications. The power of primordial chaos outside will also bless us. If we can't stop it, we can only rely on you. What else could Zhou Xingdou say? He could only helplessly say, we can only do our best. Grandpa has nothing more to say. You can't stand those cheesy words, and neither can Grandpa. As he spoke, Zhou Wuji waved his hand and turned away. Go visit the other great unities. The person you want to meet is among them. Yes, grandson, take your leave. After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, he bowed to his grandfather and headed in the direction his grandfather had pointed to meet the other great masters. The second great unified one was not known to Zhou Xingdou and had no connection with him. He was a Taoist boy who looked like a child. The Taoist child sat upright in the chaotic sea, detached from the world, ethereal and boundless. It seemed as if he existed, and as if everything was him. It was wonderful beyond words. The Taoist child also noticed Zhou Xingdou, and immediately tilted his head to look at Zhou Xingdou, and a childish voice rang out. You are Zhou Wuji's grandson? The heir to the great unified heavenly Tao. Zhou Xingdou did not dare to neglect and saluted. Junior Zhou Xingdou, nice to meet you, senior. The Taoist boy nodded, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said strangely. Have you practiced my method? Zhou Xingdou frowned. What law? The Taoist boy smiled slightly. The law of the Tao realm of the heavens. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the Taoist boy in front of him was the one who created the Tao realm of the heavens. But it is also true that the person who can create the Tao realm of the heavens must be someone who stands in the highest position. As one of the four great unifiers, this Taoist child does have such ability. I have indeed practiced the methods of my predecessors. Xingdou would like to thank you for this. Zhou Xingdou bowed here. After all, he did practice other people's dharma, which was equivalent to accepting other people's kindness. It was always good to be polite. The Taoist boy shook his head and said, Don't thank me. I have spread it to many people before. However, this method requires too high qualifications. Not many people can practice it. The fact that you can practice it is your own credit.
After saying this, the Taoist boy stood up and bowed to Zhou Xingdou from a distance.
Thank you for coming to protect me in all the worlds. Zhou Xingdou was stunned by the Taoist boy's bow.
Not to mention that he had already accepted the other party's method, even if he had not, he were just of the same great unity.
How could he bear the Taoist boy's bow?
But just as Zhou Xingdou was about to ask, the Taoist boy sat there with his eyes closed, making a gesture to tell Zhou Xingdou not to open his mouth, indicating that he didn't need to ask any more questions and should find the next person.
Zhou Xingdou did not insist. He bid farewell to the Taoist boy and went to the next unified area.
Zhou Xingdou was extremely familiar with this great unifier, not because he knew him, but because of his influence. Its appearance is solemn, it sits upright on a lotus platform, with Buddha's light shining upon it. Its robes are spread out, revealing a big round belly, a pair of large earlobes, and kind eyes.
Maitreya Buddha.
In Zhou Xingdou's first life, this was not only well known to everyone, but also known to everyone.
Zhou Xingdou had a natural liking for Maitreya Buddha and saluted. Junior Zhou Xingdou pays homage to the future Buddha.
Maitreya Buddha always smiles, and he returns the greeting with a smile but dignity.
Young donor, you are wrong. The ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Tathagata have already passed away. I am now the living Buddha. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Have they passed away too?
The heavenly palace was destroyed, and it seems that the Buddha's land was the same, all destroyed in the war that suppressed the great Tao. I know that you have someone else you want to see, so I won't waste your time. As he spoke, Maitreya bowed to Zhou Xingdou. There was no more laughter on his face, only solemnity.
Thank you for protecting me in all the worlds.
After saying this, Maitreya Buddha sat on the lotus platform, without saying a word, just like the Taoist boy just now.
Chapter 521, Final Battle, Part 1.
Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou said no more. After saying goodbye, he quickly went to the last place. He knew that the one who unified the country here was the Queen of Desolate Sky, who was also the person that his grandfather and Maitreya Buddha had mentioned he was going to meet. But when Zhou Xingdou arrived at this last place, he did not see anyone. When he was about to look for someone, he heard a smiling female voice in his ear.
Hey, is your husband here?
Zhou Xingdou quickly turned his head and saw the face that had remained the same despite the countless years that had passed. He did not flirt with the Queen of Desolate Sky, but smiled and said seriously,
I'm back to find you.
The originally amused expression of the Queen of Desolate Sky suddenly trembled, and she placed her jade hands on Zhou Xingdou's face, looking at the sharp-edged face that she had been thinking about for countless days and nights, and said with a smile as before,
Yeah, you finally found me.
In an instant, the two of them embraced each other, their lips kissing each other, and put all the inexpressible words and endless thoughts into this kiss.
But it seemed as if chaos did not want the lovers to be reunited. At this moment, the chaotic aura deep within chaos began to boil. Boom! 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 Boom!
The roar of infinite superposition resounded at the end of the extremely deep chaos, shaking the entire heavens. Zhou Xingdou and Queen Huangtian felt something in their hearts at this moment. They parted their lips and the reunited lovers had no time to say much, because chaos was about to revive. The Queen of Desolate Sky immediately returned to her original position and pushed Zhou Xingdou away from her own position with her jade hand. Zhou Xingdou was also shaken by the sudden commotion, but how could he just abandon it after reuniting with the Queen of Desolate Sky? But just when he wanted to rush back to the territory of Queen Desolate Sky, an immeasurable force came from the end of chaos, instantly sweeping across the entire depths of chaos.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
The realm formed by the four great unified beings, which was relied upon by the heavens for their only hope, was as fragile as a mirror under this power. The four realms standing in the depths of chaos were shattered at this moment. The ethereal Taoist boy was pushed violently by the huge force at this moment.
The Buddhist beads on Maitreya Buddha's body exploded, and the lotus platform was instantly covered with cracks.
The Queen of Desolate Sky was also pushed out of the realm by this immeasurable force. Her hair crown fell off, and her 3,000 strands of black hair scattered.
Zhou Wuji managed to hold on for a moment with the Ziwei Taiwan pagoda above his head, but the impregnable ancestral pagoda lost its former glory at this moment. Mithraea, Daoyan, Huangtian, help me. At this moment, the Han Yuan in all directions in the depths of chaos was recovering its strength with all its strength, and lines of power that penetrated all the paths were bestowed on Zhou Wuji. Master Dao is going all out. The Taoist boy steadied his body at this moment, his young face full of ferocity, his petite body covered in blood, bursting out with the power of unity of infinite Taoism, bombarding towards the end of the chaos. The ultimate truth is round and pure, its appearance is clear, its reality is manifest, and its true knowledge is pure. Mithraea was still smiling, and the unified power of infinite Buddhist teachings appeared at this moment. The infinite Buddha seal that gathered the Buddhist teachings of all the heavens then exploded like the end of chaos. I have been reincarnated for thousands of years just to see him. The Queen of Desolate Sky looked at Zhou Xingdou with a smile, and the infinite reincarnation hole beside her opened up and blasted towards the end of the chaos. The gods of heaven used their ancestral lands to repel the great Tao. Today, I, Zhou Wuji, will lead the northern Julu continent to defeat the chaos. Zhou Wuji added a lot of Hunyuan power, and the infinite Taichu unified power appeared at this moment, carrying Zhou Wuji and the majestic continent under his feet, rushing to the end of chaos. The most primitive and ancient roar came from the end of the chaos. The heavens and all the worlds were shaking at this moment. The power of the unification of Taoism, Buddhism and reincarnation was swallowed up by the incredible power at this moment, and did not cause a single ripple. And the grandfather who was like a stabilizing force in Zhou Xingdou's heart was also knocked down from the majestic continent by the unimaginable chaotic power at this moment, with blood gushing out of his mouth. You don't know your own limitations. A primordial sound that transcends all laws resounds from the end of chaos. All the gods in the heavens have been used up, and the ancestral land has been shattered. At that time, all the gods in the heavens fought to the death but could only suppress the avenue. Do you, just four great unifiers, want to stop my revival? Maybe. When everyone was shocked by this, Zhou Xingdou shouted loudly, past the four great unifiers, lifted up by Jaluzu, and rushed to the end of the chaos. The infinite veins of heavens will flashed on Zhou Xingdou's body. At this moment, all the laws of the heavens, all the power of the world, etc. poured into Zhou Xingdou's body and rushed to the end of chaos with Zhou Xingdou. Just now, he saw his grandfather vomiting blood and becoming old, saw Huang Tian's breath weakening, saw Dodian's ears exploded, and saw Mithraea's belly cracking like porcelain. I also saw my grandfather falling to the ground, Do Wanjun kneeling on the ground covered in blood, Emperor Xiantian had lost his breath, and nearly half of the immortals in the universe were killed or injured at this moment. And this is just the power of chaos that has not yet fully recovered. An almost despairing force. This gap is almost unbridgeable. Even the Supreme and Unified One is vulnerable in front of this chaos. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou had no thoughts in his mind. There is no fear, no hatred, no boiling blood, but endless indifference. Even now he didn't understand why he was rushing to the end of chaos at this moment. But it doesn't matter. Ever since he obtained the power of the unified heavenly way, he had already prepared himself for death. He didn't want to die, but he didn't want to see his grandfather and grandfather die, he didn't want to see Huang Tian die, he didn't want to see his newly reunited parents sacrificed to chaos, he didn't want to see the woman and friends who had already died screaming in the chaos. Once. He thought he was a bad person who had done all kinds of evil, even a pervert. How could he die for others? But he seemed to understand the feeling now. He didn't want to die for others, but he didn't want to see everything he cared about disappear. If that's the case, what's the point of being alive? Boom! Under this blow, the Chaos Sea and even the entire universe were shaking wildly. The terrifying roar was enough to shake countless worlds to pieces. Almost 1/3 of the Chaos Sea evaporated at this moment, and countless chaotic auras were annihilated at this moment. Where Zhou Xingdou collided, a ruins of annihilation was formed, swallowing everything inside and annihilating it silently. But before everyone could react, the sound of chaos rang out from the abyss at the end of the chaos. The power of the great unified heavenly Tao? Can you guess how the previous great unified heavenly Tao died? Buzz. The immeasurable power of chaos swept away Guishu, and Zhou Xingdou, covered in blood, stood at the end of the chaos.
Now, Utarakuru has turned into pieces of irregular fragments, floating at the end of chaos.
Chapter 522, Final Battle, Grand Finale. Grandson. Husband.
Zhou Wuji and Huang Tian wailed and tried to rush to the end of the chaos to pull Zhou Xingdou back. But how could the chaos go as he wished? The Chaos Sea, which had been evaporated by 1/3, returned to its original state at this moment. The terrifying aura at the end of chaos that made Han Yuan tremble with fear completely revived at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's consciousness was a little fuzzy at this moment. Even the power of the great unified heavenly Tao could not heal his unbearable injuries.
Defeated.
This was the thought in Zhou Xingdou's mind, because he could no longer make any sound at this moment. The heavens are weeping blood at this moment, and the Tao is terrified at this moment. A figure walked out from the end of chaos. He had no shape, but was the appearance that all living beings least wanted to see. But what Zhou Xingdou saw was Lin Fan, who had been killed by him. Buzz. Lin Fan bent his finger and pointed at Mithraea. Mithraea's smile froze and his body exploded at this moment. The power of the unified Buddhist Dharma spread everywhere and scattered to all parts of the heavens.
Despair. Endless despair enveloped everyone.
The supreme unity of the heavens seems as small as an ant at this moment. Lin Fan raised his arms, enjoying the blood weeping of the heavens, while the others were almost ignored by him. After a moment, Chaos Lin Fan ignored everyone and looked at Zhou Xingdou.
Very courageous.
To be honest, if it was really a complete ancestral land, that strike might have turned me into a Tao. As he spoke, Chaos Lin Fan revealed a ferocious smile.
We are old friends.
They placed their hopes on you, but you have lost your origin.
You can't do anything to me. You will be sacrificed by me like them. I wish me to achieve a realm beyond the realm of the gods and the heavens.
At this moment, Zhou Wuji staggered closer, looked at his grandson, and murmured. When the heavens were first created, there were 3 great gods. One was the great Tao, like the sky, and the other was chaos, like the earth. Chaos Lin Fan let out bursts of ferocious laughter at this moment.
Ha, do you think that if you tell him, he will be able to find himself again and return to Taijing? But Chaos Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Zhou Wuji.
But even though I don't believe it, you'd better not say it out loud.
I don't want to hear it. Wow!
Zhou Xingdou saw that his grandfather turned into a ball of blood mist. He wanted to cry out, but his broken body could no longer make any sound. Only tears and blood flowed out. He raised his arms with all his strength, wanting to kill Lin Fan in front of him, but Lin Fan didn't care at all, and even rolled his eyes in cooperation, pretending to be killed by Zhou Xingdou.
3 is the punishment. Balance the heavens.
Huang Tian shouted out what Zhou Wuji failed to say, but this also aroused Lin Fan's dissatisfaction. With a flick of his finger, Huang Tian exploded into a blood flower. Lin Fan also stopped playing at this moment and looked at Zhou Xingdou and said, "No more playing, old friend, you may as well die."
Dao Yan shouted out the last sentence at this moment.
Zhou Xingdou, you are the punishment, the 3rd highest level in the universe. Lin Fan raised his finger, but pointed not at Dao Yan, but at Zhou Xingdou.
Bang!
Zhou Xingdou's body exploded into a bloody mist at this moment.
Ding! Host, are you willing to return to the Great Realm and become a punishment? Zhou Xingdou's remaining will launched his last thought. Willing. Buzz. 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 Buzz.
Infinite and overlapping buzzing sounds suddenly sounded at this moment. The blood mist belonging to Zhou Xingdou burst out with endless terror, primitive and supreme aura of destruction.
When?
At this moment, a dark light wave filled with endless thunder of destruction spread out in the sea of chaos, spreading across the heavens and all worlds, covering the boundless world. The chaotic aura like an endless ocean began to boil and burst in this light wave.
Chaos eyes revealed an extremely murderous intent at this moment. I won't let you come back. Boom! The immeasurable power of chaos exploded in an instant.
All the evil demons in the world turned into chaos nutrients at this moment.
Those who worshipped the chaos cult sacrificed themselves to chaos in fanaticism. Boom! Boom! Boom!
All these forces exploded in the center of the rippling light waves, but did not shake the gathered figures in the slightest. Buzz! 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 The unstoppable boundless will of destruction gathered to the extreme at this moment. The endless humming was a hymn from the heavens, myriad worlds, and the great Tao. At this moment, all the lives in the heavens and the myriad worlds in this Sumeru are attracted by the sound of return.
Boom!
A streak of supreme lightning flashed across the chaos. The purest and most extreme will of destruction was like a divine pillar that suppressed the turmoil in all worlds and the boiling of the sea of chaos.
Boom!
The supreme thunder punishment collided with the chaos Lin Fan. The chaos that made all living beings despair and oppressed the gods in the heavens and made them breathless was struck by the supreme thunder punishment at this moment, and it let out a mournful cry that made the hearts of all the gods palpitate.
Suddenly,
Zhou Xingdou became the only indifferent voice in the heavens, resounding through the world. The punishment is as vast and magnificent as refining, and the chaos of the great Tao is covered in my poem. After 3 lifetimes of confusion, I have proven my true self, and my fate is to become an immortal in the calamity of the heavens.
Zhou Xingdou's figure appeared.
Although his appearance had not changed, he was very different from before. The true meaning of the destruction of the heavens turned into the rolling black robe on his body. The vertical lines that were once silver and purple turned into the oldest, most primitive, and most extreme mark of destruction in the heavens.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou finally understood everything.
He was once the third Taijing who was in charge of balance in the heavens. His existence is to destroy the madly growing power of the great Tao and the power of chaos, allowing the 2 Tai realms outside to maintain a unified balance and not let the heaven and earth of the heavens be reversed. Long ago, he was tired of the days of punishment, gave up his position as Taijing, and looked for an opportunity to reincarnate. His departure caused the great Tao to grow stronger, and under the temptation of chaos, he wanted to sacrifice all the heavens and worlds and achieve a higher dimension of existence. But under the onslaught of the sacred beings in the heavens and the ancestral lands, and the sneak attacks of chaos, the great Tao was completely suppressed and fell into a long period of weakness. Chaos was also severely damaged by the imminent counterattack of the great Tao, forcing it to fall into a deep sleep, and secretly infect the heavens with evil spirits to seize the power of recovery.
It was obvious that he succeeded. He recovered ahead of the great Tao.
When the sacred things in the heavens were being worn away, the ancestral land was shattered, and the great Tao was weakened. He was the existence of the ancestral land. And after repeated attempts, successfully reincarnated and became Zhou Xingdou's first life, the extremely ordinary mortal. But maybe it was fate. In the second life he was punished to become Zhou Xingdou, who traveled through endless years back to the past and created a unified heaven.
Xiao Tianzhua also learned from the great Tao about the existence of the third Taijing Fa in the heavens. Coincidentally, the system is the origin of the Tai realm that Zhou Xingdou once gave up. After his reincarnation, the origin of Taijing was not idle.
It was spread throughout the heavens and all worlds. It had witnessed the battle between the sacred beings of the heavens and the great Tao, and collected some traces of the sacredness that had disappeared at that time. This also became the source of Zhou Xingdou's mythical war slaves. But in the desperate attack between chaos and the great Tao, the origin that was not controlled by Zhou Xingdou's will suffered great trauma and turned into a point of light, and was finally captured by Zhou Wuji when he achieved great unification.
But the origin of punishment is that no one can use it except punishment. Zhou Wuji studied it but always failed. Finally, he learned about the existence of Fa from Huang Tian and tried to find Fa's reincarnation.
When Zhou Wuji was reversing time and space for Zhou Xingdou, he suddenly had an idea and injected the origin into Zhou Xingdou's body, which unexpectedly succeeded.
Zhou Xingdou smiled bitterly. You can't escape your duty as a great realm lord. Perhaps Xiao Tianzhua had already known his identity.
Zhou Wuji, Huang Tian, and the other 2 great masters also knew his identity when he was reborn. But because the time has not come yet, I can't tell myself. Because he needs to merge with the origin and the power of Taijing in order to truly return to the Taijing fruit position.
Chaos Lin Fan let out a ferocious roar, shaking the heavens. Impossible, how could you come back? You look like this, I really hate you. Zhou Xingdou's face was grim. He waved his hand and billions of supreme thunderbolts blasted towards Chaos Lin Fan.
He is the punishment who is in charge of balance and destruction. He is the one who restrains chaos and the great Tao. He is also the most powerful Taijing in the world. Moreover, he is not the third Taijing, but the first and oldest Taijing. What he knew and his power were far beyond the imagination of the Tao and chaos.
Even the birth of the Tao and chaos was related to him. So, he can do whatever he wants. Boom! Chaos Lin Fan was shattered and reassembled in billions of supreme thunder punishments, enduring destruction again and again, and let out endless roars. Ah, we're only one step away. Chaos, you've taken the wrong path.
I've already sacrificed the heavens once, but that wasn't the realm beyond the great realm, but the endless void.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Chaos indifferently. Chaos and the Tao were no longer the original Chaos and the Tao.
If both Chaos and the great Tao could think of sacrificing the heavens to achieve a higher realm, how could the one who controls the most supreme destructive power and the most ancient punishment not think of it? The original heavens, and even the original avenue and chaos, had all been sacrificed by Zhou Xingdou once, but he did not usher in the so-called Taijing, only nothingness. In the end, the punishment became the origin of reopening the heavens, and the present heavens were born out of endless destruction.
And the chaos and the avenue of today.
This is also the reason why Zhou Xingdou chose to reincarnate, because he was too powerful and too boring. Zhou Xingdou looked at Han Dun, shook his head slightly, and clenched his palms lightly. Just like the avenue, fall into eternal sleep and run on its own.
Buzz. 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 Boom.
Just like the despair of great unification when facing chaos, although they are both in the Tai realm, chaos is also the same when facing Zhou Xingdou today. The unimaginable supreme thunder punishment completely refined the body of chaos, and produced countless true spirits that were swallowed by chaos. And the chaos turned into a dim light and returned to the end of chaos.
Zhou Xingdou looked at those real spirits and waved his hand, and many dead lives were resurrected from them.
Zhou Wuji, Huang Tian, Grandpa, Dou Wanjun, Xumi, Daoyan and other figures opened their eyes in confusion. Dou Wanjun looked at Zhou Xingdou's figure that completely surpassed the heavens, swallowed a mouthful of water and asked, "Are you Zhou Xingdou now, or are you being punished?" Zhou Xingdou glanced at him unhappily. "You are using my words against me, Tian Gang." "Master." Xiao Tianzuo looked at Zhou Xingdou with tears in his eyes. Zhou Xingdou looked at this disciple who had been scheming for eternity and snorted coldly. "Shut up, and kowtow to me 10,000 times when you get back, or you are not allowed to call me master." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou came to Zhou Wuji and hugged his grandfather. "Grandpa, I miss you so much." Zhou Wuji laughed twice, patted Zhou Xingdou's strong tiger back, and made a cheesy expression. "My dear grandson, Grandpa can't bear to hear such cheesy words." Emperor Zhu was unhappy at this moment. "Grandson, you are biased. Your grandfather is the grandfather, so your grandfather is not the grandfather." Zhou Xingdou quickly let go of his grandfather and hugged his grandfather. "Grandpa, I miss you too. Don't think about Grandpa, think about your woman instead." Emperor Zhuetian pushed Zhou Xingdou in front of Empress Huangtian. After countless years apart, the two were finally truly reunited at this moment. The Queen of Desolate Sky looked at Zhou Xingdou and stretched out her hand with a smile. "You found me." Zhou Xingdou held the hand of the Queen of Desolate Sky and said with a smile, "I'll take you home." The end of the book.